because I get in and I got to get straight to
ELPW
what's
is
hot and what's
expected to
not. I
resume
got to
in
start
15
getting my levels
seconds.
out to traders. And so I think that's a lot of the reason why
APRE.
I don't have but do you have one? Do you have a little routine you got to do every day?
APRE.
Oh, not as far as like, okay, if I don't do this, trading's not going to go well. But yeah,
YCVD.
I got to shower in the mornings. That's the thing I got to do to get the day going. I'm a morning shower dude.
Yeah, depends on how because I usually work out at night. I did shower this morning, but it depends on how heavy I work out and how much I sweat. So if I don't sweat too bad, then I'll usually like, oh, I'm fine. I'm not that stinky. I'll shower in the morning. And then if there are some day, obviously, if you just you get pretty sweaty. It's like I'm not going to go to bed like this, and so I'll shower. I don't wake up and shower those mornings. I don't want to double do it. I'm a little prissy boy. I don't want to dry out my beautiful skin over here, so I don't want to double duty on the. I mean, I guess I could just wake up and shower and not put chemicals and soaps on my body, so to speak. But I just have so much energy. But I like the shower. I will say that is a nice thing. Like this morning, when you get that and it wakes you up and then it gets you going and rolling. Yeah, I do like some showers in the morning for sure. That's definitely a good thing. I like it. You go cold or you go hot? Because I got some people that take cold showers to get them up and going in the morning. Really get them up.
I'm sure that would get you going. Yeah, like caffeine does. I don't know. I need to try it because the ice baths are just real popular. Anybody in chat on the ice baths? Give us some insight into what we need. Maybe that needs to be the morning routine.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I did those when I was in football, and I remember back in two-a-days and back in the point being, I'll never forget how sore I was because we did two-a-days. It would be practice and then weights a lot of the time on both those days, and my body just wasn't used to that. Back in high school days, and I'll never forget doing the eye hey, and I tried the eye, and it definitely works. I mean, definitely, it's you have to get used to it for sure. You can't
just hyper aware. You're hyper alert aware. Okay.
Yeah. But it helps. Yeah, it helps replenish your body. For sure. 'Cause a lot of time when you're bruised up, especially from football and stuff, it definitely helps. I can see why football players, and I can see other sports athletes too. But I've seen it for a while in football. But the beating they take, it definitely helps that body. I always tell Avery's the worst at it. Like she'll get hit by the dog. Something will happen. There's going to be a bruise there. She'll run into something, and she's like, oh, I'm like, go get some. She won't put ice on it. And sure enough, next day there's a shine or bruise, big old bruise. I'm all about like the other day, bro, this is hilarious. So the other day I this is hilarious. So the other day this is about 2 weeks ago. We're in the kitchen. I forgot what I knocked off. I think it was, it was a water bottle. I think that was on the counter. So I knocked the water bottle off and I tried to catch it. Well, I couldn't catch it in time and it hit the floor. And by the time it hit the floor, the water went everywhere. And then I'm trying to catch it so fast, I then slip on it. It's like a Final Destination moment, bro. Bottle falls off, water goes everywhere. And at that same time, my foot hits it and I slip and I go flying. And I slide into the stand that our turtle tank is the stand that the turtle tank is on. And I mean, it stops me. And I mean, I hit it with my shin. And I'm like, oh, I put ice on it, iced it for a good hour. Bro, the next day, no bruise at all. Avery wouldn't have, put ice on it. And the next day it would have just been like, and throbbing and hurting. But I showed her the next day. I'm like, see, look what ice does. Cause it was flat. I was down there on the ground. I started laughing too. Cause she was like, what just happened? She kind of came walking in her like Shrek essentially stumble. I was like, oh, I just slid it up. So it was pretty funny. And I just started laughing. I was like, I can't believe that just happened. Like, what are the odds that I knocked the bottle off, try to catch it, I don't, and water hits the ground. I slipped so hard that it's funny. I'm just down on the ground laughing, holding my shin like, oh, it hurt. But I put ice on it. I was like, see what ice can do? And there you go. Just even that example right there. Where, I mean, I'm like, I nailed that thing. And I still have a huge scratch. I mean, it looks like a skull on my shin about that long. I mean, we're talking like 4 inches long, but no bruise formed. I'm like, see the power of ice. So those ice baths definitely, besides, getting you more alert and aware. My gosh, if you ever, your body's hurt, you run a 5K or 10K and you're just like, oh my God, my body's so sore. I should have prepared more. I didn't stretch yesterday. Take you an ice bath, my man. It'll help you out. There we go. Let's see. King Lion says, I'll take a shower regularly, but the last 2 to 5 minutes I'll put in on all full cold, and it's good for your body. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is good for your body too. When you go from hot to cold, cold to hot, when you get that right, that's huge for your body.
Feed parabolic. Feed going parabolic through the highs.
Oh no! Hey, woo! It's all right though. I to know that I had orders at $3.40 and I canceled them, and now we're hitting $1.40 bounce play from it. Hey, I'm getting 12 points here out of TCGL, so I can't complain too much. But man, I love it. That's what I'm saying. These longs.
Yeah, Trader's big upper wick there. Let's see if it holds. 4.2 is the level you want to see hold now on the long side. I like the 4.2 from here, but five's approaching. But this is something that's going to take volume off of TCGL as well. So we got to be mindful of that for whenever TCGL opens. How, dude?
Yeah, it's at 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Don't go into the call-in show, TCGL. We've been sitting here for an hour with you. TCGL, yeah, we're going to be very, very alert to this price action out of this halt in TCGL.
Smoke giving me cancel orders does not count. Shit, it counts in my book, brother. I called it out well ahead of time, and it bounced perfectly there. So I love it. It counts in my head. It counts in my head for sure. I didn't take the trade, but if I would have left the orders in, I'm trading TCGL. Are you trading TCGL? Are you trading a play that's halting up and parabolic and up $12? Yada yada yada. There's a reason why my attention wants to go over to TCGL and cancel my orders. So the fact that I can go back to, and I tell traders this all the time, maybe you just hypothetical trade it. You're like, hey, I like this. The fact that you go back through and it actually worked out, it's a win in my book every day of the week when I see that. I didn't take the trade, but that was my trade idea, or I've canceled orders there. Money. Just lets me know I know what I'm doing. Knows that like yesterday, the SLGB bounced at the same spot, right? I called it out well ahead of time, an hour before it ever happened. That just builds the confidence up in my book. No, did it count? No, but to me, it does, because that's what traders don't do. They have that. What do traders most do? Smoke tune is, Kevin, anyone else in chat. What do? Oh, man. And then they go in and chase that spike right there, and then they lose. And then they're like, oh, this is great. They summon you. And
we need sound effects. Record that sound effect. I need that. Yeah, right. Every time I miss a trade, yeah. I'll just have the Josh SFX going, looping in the background.
Yeah, that's it though. I did that at first, and I was like, that's not going to be an effective way to trade because it just ruins it does ruin your, all of the things I talk about: your discipline, your patience, your confidence, your mental awareness, and boy, oh boy, I would do that so much. I'd see that happen, and I was like, yeah, I like it there, but no, I don't know. Yeah, I knew there. I just canceled my order, so I'm worried about this thing play. But you'd go back through, and you'd get so mad, and it would be so frustrated, and then you would chase, and you lose, and you get even more frustrated. And that just set off usually a chain of events for bad trades for X amount of days until somehow you can find yourself to talk to yourself, essentially, because it's so mental, and you don't talk to any, like, that's why I do these one-on-ones. You don't have someone like me to talk to or stream live like Kevin and myself or whatever. You're just out there all alone. To really know when to talk to, you can't, because what usually wouldn't bring that up even on a live stream or someone chat like, hey, I just lost. Let me, I'm frustrated. Let's talk about it.
KXIN taking off. Sorry, KXIN getting.
No, it's not. Is it getting some love now, huh? Oh my God.
I shoot. Yeah. Just flipping through everything, guys. KXIN trying to halt up again. This is insanity. I can't. So TCGL, dude, if I miss this, I'm going to be so mad because I've been waiting for it for so long. TCGL.
Hey, well, watch it come in the money or the call-in show. I'm going to keep watching it, but I know, I could see that happening where we're done with the money show and it's now halted down multiple times and at like 12:50 and you're like, no, I knew it was going to happen. I should have, but that's, hey. We could do the call-in show. Call in and talk about TCGL. We'll switch it up today. That's it. Just call in, and that's all we're going to look at.
I think the email and everything's already been sent out on the earnings.
T-Web missed it. That's all good, brother. It's all good. Because my order in on TCG on feed was at I wouldn't have got fully filled. It probably would have been like 750 shares, something like that, but still would have been good. I had a little over 1,000 shares there to get filled, but it's all good, bro. We're gonna get one tomorrow. I'm glad I got TCGL. If TCGL wouldn't have come around, I just would have stayed on feed. So that's where I'm like, again, I just go back and forth between what do I want to trade. I don't like streaming live and being being in twice or two tickers at the same time, especially when one of them is like a TCGL. It's different when you have like a bouncy or slow and steady Eddie type of play. I can manage two at the same time, but when you have a TCGL type of play, just completely hone in on it.
Well, think about XHLD this morning. I mean, that was the leading play, and that thing's been fading pretty much all morning. XHLD. a great fader. But again, pattern recognition, like Josh was talking about with his SGBD, one of those tickers that was yesterday that just had 3 morning spikes right out of the gate. Take a look at this XHLD with the leading gapper fade, and then yesterday was PHG. It was PH something, PHG maybe. It was SLGB, the one you were referencing.
PHGE actually saw a spike in pre-market today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was the leading gapper on Monday, and just fade. She's been fading, got a little spike this morning.
Opening bell, yeah, it was opening bell. Yeah, there it is. I was like, when was that? Yeah.
TCGL, dude, this thing is going to be dead out of this. I don't know. I like your analysis on it. I mean, after this long, and now feed has gotten all the hype, volume's likely just gonna. I looked up TCGL. They have 8 employees, and they're based in Singapore. So these 8 people are probably. I mean, if they've opened up their computer today, they're probably jumping for joy.
Yeah, this halt, dog. It's just weird how this happens. And all of a sudden now you get this extremely long halt. My gosh, oh goshos, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it could. SEC could certainly investigate this price action. It could go into a T12.
Hey, GCTS too. Crow's play is looking really good. So I'd say GCTS again and feed your top movers. Feed if you're looking for a bounce play. It's going to try to hold 420. I like the 380 area more. So if you're looking for a bounce play, 380. And to me, the safe area is still at 340. That's the best area in my opinion for the bounce play is at 340. But I do like 380 VWAPs there as well. So if you're looking for play feed, looking sexy, I like it. It's my favorite play of the day, at least for small caps. And again, GCTS not bad as well. 155 support, 185 resistance could come into a channel and start to channel up there like we saw earlier from feed. But I've got my eyes glued here to TCGL, waiting any moment now. And this is where that random resumption time to me kind of comes in, could come in at any point. Anytime now, just sitting here waiting.
It's likely going to resume at a surprising price.
And time, I'm thinking too. I think at this time it might be one of those like, oh, it's live, kind of one of things.
Just random, yeah, just a random open.
Well, the comments today though, Team Smoke Tuna, Tack, T-Web, Mr. Will, you guys having a good day? Reese as well. My girlfriend worked at Icebox for a while, and they have a shower where they pump liquid nitrogen in. Max is like 2.5 minutes or so, but it's great for athletes to heal. Yeah, exactly. Cold works. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I've seen that so much for years for athletes for sure. A lot of the athletes I follow, they do that a lot, guys and the girls. I follow a few girls that are in track, and that's what they're definitely, they love that ice bath. Or when, like, what's this? One of the traders said in chat too, it's the first 3 to 5 minutes are the worst. It's like every time I do a cold shower or even a really hot bath or shower, or even cold, whatever. Yeah, you get it. Woo! It takes you about 2, 3, 4 minutes to get used to it. And then it's like getting into the ocean or a pool when it's cold.
Do you mainly do the cold showers consistently?
Oh, nah, honestly, not that often. It's like a back and forth. When I feel it, when I want it, I'll do it. Because that's what I do is I do it a lot in the summer. During the winter, I don't do it as much. I'll just step outside usually, which I did the other day. I'm like, I'm hot. I want to go outside and cool off. That's kind of the thing. But like in the summer when I work out so much and I get hot, or, after I've mowed the lawn, or even if it's just like after it's in the afternoon, it's just a hot day. It's not hard for me to do them, at least in the summer, so what I'll do is, of course, it gets really hot here, probably more so than you guys in Carolina, but it still gets, I know, spicy where you guys are at. But yeah, generally what I'll do is I'll start it at warm and just right out of the gate warmish, and then move it over to cool, right? And then move to cold, and then just get to like just blatant cold. So I don't start off with just like, I don't do that. I start it with like warmish. I'm like, okay, this is cool-ish. And then I slowly just keep moving the knob down to cold and colder and colder. And I do this over about a 2-minute period. And then about 3 minutes in, I'm just full on just it's, I say freezing, but it's cold. I mean, I've gotten used to it though. But yeah, that'll help you out too. So if you do it, don't just put it on. Don't do an ice bath. Don't put it, start your way with that. Go to like get in the shower, put it on, like, oh, it's pretty cold. And just slowly get used to it and turn it down and then turn it down and then turn it down.
I got a whole library of Josh SFX.
Yeah, back in the day, I was definitely not as obviously as exuberant, but the Adam Sandlers and the Jim Carreys of the world I've been compared to. Just my favorite and how all the different sounds and words I come up with. So yeah, because they're usually out of nowhere, like the one a little bit ago with the me crying or whatever I was doing with the bad trades. So those just come out of nowhere. Improvisation. Now I talked about that actually early on my live stream. I was like, man, I wish my mom asked me forever ago. I think, Mom, if you're listening, I'm pretty sure I remember this. When I was like 10, 11, 12 years old, because I was just an outgoing, goofy child. I remember her asking if I want to take acting classes. I had no interest in it at the time. But now I look back, I'm like, God, I would have been so good because I'm just so goofy and outgoing and I improvise. Just stuff kind of comes out of my mouth out of nowhere. And you're like, what was that? I like to have fun. I like to be goofy. And again, everyone, be yourself. Don't be scared or ashamed to be who you are. Be you. Do you. Do what makes you happy, as long as it's abiding the laws. Oh, you got to really go hot then cold for the last 2 minutes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I like that though too. Like what he just said, or even what King Lion is doing. Where you go hot and you can turn it to really cold, vice versa, or whatever.
GCTS approaching its highs, TCGL still halted, and then feed after that liquidity kind of move. It's struggling here, but four's a level to be mindful of. Yeah, did that liquidity move up through the highs, big upper wick, and now pulling back on in just a little bit. We're gonna Mr. Florida Joe's gonna run a poll in the background, guys, to see how you did today. There's certainly been, like, across the board, there's been good opportunity, whether you were trading large caps and on the short side, like some of the gold and silver plays that have been pulling on back. A lot of the market's been red today. So some good opportunities out there, good volatility. That's what we are as traders. We are hunters of that volatility, managers of risk. That's who we are. Managers of risk, hunters of that volatility. The range is what we're looking for. Range is where the money's made. That's why Josh and I are so laser focused on TCGL. The range is where the money is made. And there's a ton of range on TCGL. There's a ton of range everywhere. But that's where the opportunity lies. If a ticker is going sideways, there's no money to be made. So you need that action, whether it's up or down. Florida Joe's going to run that poll. Let us know if you're green or red. The call-in show today is going to be on your strategy for trading news. Your strategy for trading news. There's the poll. Thank you, Mr. Joe. Are you green or red today? Let us know. Cast your vote.
There's your 4 bounce too, by the way, on feed. Feed was your 4 bounce if you're looking at a bounce play. Like I said, 4 is that nice area into 380, so 4 is starting to bounce a little bit. So feed still got the love. GCTS, again, like I talked about, that 180-ish or 185, I think that's going to start to channel up a little bit here. Nice little pop from Kickson. Still sitting back here, my man. Geez, feed didn't dip low enough there.
Yeah, we're going to have to. So we'll do the call-in show, your strategy for trading earnings, which is very relevant, of course, with this week. And TCGL is going to be in the background because when that opens, I'm going to have to monitor it very carefully. So just be mindful of that. TCGL, we gotta make sure present when that thing opens up. But yeah, we'll get that going here in a second.
Fine.
The call-in show.
Merlin wants to keep coming out, so we let Merlin out and you can put him back in a minute. Merlin, please. Thank you, baby.
Gotta do some.
I feel like I've got like a hockey team over here. All right, you're out, you're in. Letting the dogs in and out of the office over here.
70% so far green. Good work today, guys. Really, really good work. Man. All right, tell me if it opens up. Grab a water real quick before we start the call-in show.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting. Waiting. Good. Hey, good move here today, team. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream. I know we've really been stuck on TCGL. Feed has been amazing. If you took feed for the long, not that great of shorts today. Like I was saying earlier, your shorts are up top here, right around that 450 area. You can see resistance from earlier, right around 450, 460. We just got another one. Other than that, not too great on the short side. More of a long play, breaking out continuously to start the day, forming a nice consolidation channel, cracking it, coming down. There's your other short potential, which was only about 25 cents or so, 30 cents for bouncing off this 340 area was feed. So that's about it. Feed was your main one. Sorry, I'm looking at feed on my side. I cannot not look at TCG on the live stream, but feed was good today. Here comes GCTS bouncing off that 160 area. So I think GCTS starts to channel around from 160, 150. Well, we'll call it 155 to 180, 185. Yeah, brother, I'm telling you, I'll get a water here in a second too, but I'm like, I'm going to have to do a quick water break. I'm going to run out of here and run, but I'll probably stumble over a dog. Get out of the way. Get I got to get water. I got to hurry.
We're at war here.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, this is just unusual, guys, to have this thing. I mean, unusual to have it halted this long. So apologies in advance. TCGL has been the laser focus.
And if I wasn't in it, then we would be looking elsewhere for sure. But I didn't think this would come. You know, I thought we would maybe go to 20, like we talked about when that thing opened up. You know, when I'm in this plane, we open up all the way at 1975, 1985. You know, whatever. What did we open up? 1981, and just race straight into a halt up. I know we're going parabolic at that point. You know, I was like, we got a huge gap up. I wasn't anticipating to gap up $1. You know, probably the biggest gap up of the day so far was the one I was in right here. Of course, I'm still in, but yeah, that usually leads to more movement up, and that's really all we've got here. Like we've said, it's just been green, 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 green. Still showing M for volatility on TCGL. They haven't changed that. They haven't T12 that. They haven't moved it over to they're investigating this company. So that's a good. Now again, it's only 25 shares that I'm in, but boy, I would really like to lock up $250, $300 here. Halted up again. I don't think that really matters anymore, but it was 5 after in 46 seconds. So we've essentially been halted this whole hour, bro. Is that not nuts? I've never been in a halt this long, and I'll say that. I have never in my life, and here I go in a live stream, I've never been in a halt this long. Never have I been in a halt this long.
Well, it's probably halted for suspicious activity right now. I mean, you seeing this move is so irregular. You know, it's irregular moves create suspicious activity, which probably triggers suspicion and an investigation.
Come on, don't investigate this yet, SEC. Well, what about BNA on Friday? You know, what about SMS?
what about BNA?
Even though I was long on that one too, you know.
Oh, man. Yeah, Crow getting called on a trade and it got delisted. I mean, God, that's the scary nature with halts. You never know. And imagine. Look, okay, so I see that like 20,000 shares went in or more to buy at 29, like 46, 29.17 right there. How much volume went through it? Yeah, like probably about 40,000 shares went into that. Can you imagine how scared those guys are? 40,000 shares of people that just bought at 29.17.
Yeah. Whew. Yowzas. Yeah, I can't just have that. Oh, it's going to go up more now. Let's get in. Yeah, that high up. Wow. I think even Larry said it earlier. Just, because I'm in so low. It's just really hard to trade this at this point. Definitely so. But I can't imagine being in at 29, 28 area. Anyone that bought in on that last halt up, they right now have got to have the sweatiest palms and armpits, and they're probably throwing up over there. They are. Oh, man.
Oh,
scary.
Yeah, scary. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, QM. I forgot about the QMs. Forgot about that. QM. Yeah, I forgot about that too as well. Yeah. Now that is a good thing. I locked up 75 of the 100 shares, so that is definitely good profit taking. But yeah, it's one of those things. That's why, especially on these plays, you have to take profit. There is no holding hope for the moon. We see our plays like that go forever, and this is going to be the next this. This is going to be the next that. Just take most of your profit as it climbs up. Be lucky if you, like myself, somehow are still in small shares. That way, if something like this does happen, you've already locked up profit. This won't be much against you, or if it is your own capital, you won't have a lot that's, stuck out there. You're like, okay, cool. It's only 25 shares, blah, 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 blah. It's not going to hurt you. That's why you lock up profit on these plays. Even like me on Friday with BNAI, I wasn't trying to hold that play for 50, 20, 30 points or anything like that. It's like a quick 3, 5, 7 points, get in, get out.
Larry stopped out a feed twice. Yeah, it's become the overcrowd ticker. It's been a little choppy. I mean, you gotta again. So Larry, start sizing down and utilizing. I mean, those ladder stops you talked about, but maybe ladder entries too. That laddering stops and entries that provides a lot of.
Heading over to the call-in show. I forgot about that. I'm so stuck on.
I know. I sent you the link, and then
I got it. Yeah.
and then scream at me if TCGL opens up. Are you going to have like at least an eye on it? You're in it, so you'll probably have one eye on it. Okay.
Looking at other movers that are moving to my left, but to the right, yeah, I may not even move my mouse for in a minute once we get the call-in show going. But yeah, and I've got plenty to talk about too as well on earnings. At least my journey with them, which is not too long, but it's enough to talk about. So yeah, if you guys call in, don't forget. Trade the Pool put it out there a second ago. Today, the call-in show. The question is, what is your strategy for trading earnings? What is your strategy? Or maybe your strategy is not to trade them. You sit back and eat popcorn and just watch. If you've ever traded them throughout the years, what is your strategy? Is it more of a swing term approach? Is it more of a, kind of an in and out day trade where you're in for a certain move up and out the next day? Well, that's kind of what I did. What is it? What do you do? What do you like to trade? Is there certain earnings tickers and that you go after, or certain stocks you go after? Or is it you just wait for the chart to build like I do and say, I like this. These levels are hitting. I like the way this is moving. This is the stock I want to trade on earnings.
Crow, call in easy. Let's get it. Yeah, let's get it. I'm very interested as far as the earnings go. Now, personally, this is just real quick. Like I've always been mainly short euphoria by fear. So I'd like to just take advantage of the behavior. Human behavior in trading never really changes. But earnings I've traditionally avoided, Josh, because that's more reputability behind the company. I mean, it goes back to Warren Buffett's quotes, like tickers will trend towards their intrinsic value over time. So if earnings are good and I'm mainly taking advantage of human behavior and emotions, I'm going to tend to stick more in small cap land and more based on these euphoric moves, such that we're seeing right now with this ticker TCGL that was going bananas, euphoric, which can't last forever. And oftentimes these tickers will come back down to earth eventually. Not always, but high percentage of the time, and that's where there's edge found in that. So earnings I've typically avoided mainly because I'm a short seller, and good earnings. We do see euphoric moves there, but we see a lot of investors coming into play, not just day traders looking for an intraday scalp. But I'm very curious for you, Josh, like with earnings plays, how do you handle those? What are you looking for? Let's say, is it real defined for you? Like, okay, we beat earning expectations. Now this is a long look for a dip buy. Is it something like that? How do you go about it?
Usually when I trade them, typically if I traded them and it's only, I'm right there with you most of the time I sit them out. It's kind of popcorn material for me. Not really getting a feel for direction, but those would be two ways in my opinion. Yeah. Bounce plays is one forte or for one area I'd be looking for. So kind of like yesterday with Meta, the way Meta went really far down. I said, watch for move down around, sub 640. So somewhere in the 630s, we should see, Meta stop out and finish its move. And it literally went to 637. So you could put orders in the low 640s, high 630s, whatever through there to look for a dip buy. And I would be doing shares. If you haven't traded this before, I would not be doing options. Oh my gosh, unless it's a swing play for you, then you're usually in ahead of time, in the charting setup there, and you're already in green most likely for the position, not just, hey, I'm about to trade this with options. Let's see what happens. And then there's the other way to trade this, in my opinion. It's finding the edge of the trend. And like I know I've talked about this before, but back in 23 into 24, it was 4 straight earnings reports that I noticed. It happened with October, November earnings reports of 2023 that I've noticed the first big set of Mag 7 and other tickers that if they were down and below the VWAP for the day, they would just continue to crack and go after. It didn't matter if the earnings reports were good, they would still just dump. Or if they were above the VWAP, and Tesla was one of the main ones that actually first traded in that earnings report session because it was one of the last ones. I'm like, man, guys, the trend is if it's up above the VWAP and it's bullish for the day, it's going to go up in after hours as the earnings comes out. I just watch. And sure enough, That's exactly what happened with Tesla. And I'll never forget, it was bad earnings too. And everyone's like, well, it's bad. Why is it going up? Oh, it's parabolic. What's going on here? It's terrible earnings. A lot of the time it doesn't matter. Like we even see with Meta yesterday, Meta last earnings report were good, but the play tanked. Meta tanked last time around. This time earnings reports were bad and it went up. I think it was good. I think both times they were good. I think they're both times they were good. Both times they were good. And last earnings report last year, it went down. And this time it went up. So it's really hard to say the direction a lot of the time. And what do earnings really mean anything a lot of the time? I think a lot of it's already built into the chart. So point being, back to the dips, find an area on the chart, wait for it to come down to it and get filled. Or B, if you find the trend like I did, and then point being, I carry that over to the next earnings report. So the ones that came out like right now in January 2024, I said, okay, guys, let me wait for the first 2 or 3 that come out. If we're doing the same thing, we're up and away. It goes up in after hours. We're down, and we go down. I'm going to trade the next slew of them. So I'd kind of wait for the first ons. Like this week, I'd wait for the first guys to come through. And if that trend was still there. And man, I traded SMCI. I traded NVDA. I traded Google. I know those are the 3 bigger ones. And Tesla at one, but obviously the first one I did. I traded their earnings reports, bro. Google was when I was full tuned in. I literally did options and I did shares because I was so dead set on this is the trend. And sure enough, Google was up above the V, blah, blah, and it was the same setup and went flying from like 160 to 180, 188, 85 in after hours. And that was one of my bigger ones that I did that actually did options and shares. And so A, try to find the trend if you can, if there is a trend to find, and then B, just use technical analysis and find your levels on the chart and wait for those big jolty moves. Because you see yesterday, if you would have had orders in for Meta at the 630s, 640s, the thing ripped up $100 from there. So that was my journey with them. I'm leaving them alone now. I don't find the trend in them, and I'm not really big on let's trust in this level because, well, we see how whipsawy those can be. They can go up and down in $50, $30, $20 in a hurry. So I like finding the trend. If the trend is there, then I look for that trend and I start to trade that trend. And so I had real good success over 3 earnings reports from 23 to 24. And then that trend ended. And when it ended, I noticed it and I stopped trading it, And so it's one of those things that I think those would be advantages for yourself if you could find a trend to trade that. Because a lot of the time like we said, or I was just saying, earnings could be terrible when it goes up. Earnings could be great when it goes down.
Because I'm looking at Meta you mentioned yesterday. Now I'm seeing after hours it shoot down and then straight up. So unless these are misticks.
No, that's it. No, it's true. No, we watched it live yesterday. It was down. Everything was down at first. Microsoft, Tesla, everything was down to begin with. Even SPY went down a little bit, and then boom, red to green move. Tesla, or I should say Tesla, but Meta just went bam crazy all the way back up. And that's why we're like, oh yeah, we were just kind of in awe yesterday watching that make that huge move. And that just lets you know, that can show you the whipsaw action of where, it's down 20 points, 30 points, and then boom, goes for $100 ripper. So yeah, it's that can happen. That's the thing too about trading those earnings. There's a lot of risk involved there, in my opinion, for sure. And that's why I think most traders do sit them out.
Yeah, just increased volatility. So would you say with earnings, just kind of be right or right out with them? Don't just play the ad game or scaling in. Just be on the right side of the volatility because you just have so much influx of volume and increased volatility on those names. Yeah. So pick your levels, like you're saying with the dips, but yeah, there's very experienced earnings traders I know in chat. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know how you trade those. Because this week, we have tons of plays this week. We want to know how you're trading them, how you approach those plays, how you approach your entries, exits. So give us a call. Let us know. Now, one of the traders in chat, Josh, mentioned TCGL is being investigated. So I'm trying to find that, but if you have a link, let us know. It's in the background, one of the tickers we've been monitoring. But
well, that's fine. Hey, that's fine. Hey, listen, that's why I lock up 75 of the 100 shares. That's why you do that. You take care of yourself 100%. If you don't take care of yourself in your own trade, then that's exactly what can happen to you for sure. So
you're gonna
out of it.
Look, I'm doing some trader analysis on it right now, and a lot of names are saying, you're going to owe your broker money. Like, let's say you bought this thing up here at 30, and of course, all you can lose when you're going long on something is pretty much your account size. But okay, so let's flip that. Let's say you go short this thing just indefinitely goes higher and higher and higher. It keeps opening up. Like, that's the danger in halts when you open up many points higher. Is sometimes, and I've heard this story from many, where you get to a point where you may even owe your broker money because it opens up
Right.
beyond your risk levels on the trade on the short side. So this has been halted for a long time, guys. It's probably going to be investigated.
Oh, let's not say that. Come on, it's going to open up 40 points higher. Got to give myself some high hope. Love it though. It's one of those things where this is where you have to understand the stock trades, how these things move, what you have to be aware of, certain things to be aware of, etc.
Liquidation
Right, cool.
play that trapped shorts. Yeah. Well, there was 16.5%. Just reviewing some trader analysis on it. There were 16.5% short. You just can't be, on the short side, you can't just be passive. You got to always you can't be passive with your trades because you're going to get hunted. That's what we saw with GME. We see that oftentimes when anyone's heavy on the short side, it gets overcrowded. Yeah, Paula, T12 is not good. Could be halted for months. And I did stop out right at the top. So
it would suck now. I'm gonna have to keep TCG on my watch list every day because of that. When can I get out of my 25 shares? Just let me know. I appreciate it. Yeah, my watch list today. It's crazy how the former runners today. I mean, there's nothing. It's you have GCTS and Feed are your main two movers. That I see up today for the most part. Everything other former runner stuff this morning just not up. CatX not bad. That's another one too over from my Discord. They had CatX alerted that was a really good alert here. CatX slow and steady Eddie. Tack in chat said not calling. Why are you not calling in, Tack? You can't be like, I'm not calling in, but I trade him. Oh, come on. Why can't you call in? You can't be doing this like that. What a tease. That's like saying, hey, I've got a good way to trade stocks, but I'm not going to tell you how to do it.
Sign up for my course.
Sign up for my course. $9.99.
Yeah, exactly. $19.99. Now, yeah. As far as the earnings go, I mean, I'm excited to hear from people like you, Tack, because I personally I've just mainly avoided them. So I'm excited to hear about an edge as far as they go. Now, some traders will. I think one of you was saying in chat the news gets vexed in ahead of time on these earnings. Like oftentimes you'll see that. So the earnings drops with good news, but the ticker sells off. And then you have people scratching their head. You have people scratching their head like, what is going on here? Well, what does the saying go? What does the old adage, the quote say? It says, buy the rumor, sell the news. So buy the rumor, sell the news. That's why, I've seen so many.
Oh, we're live and look at this gap up. Look at this gap up. Oh my God, we're at 53, baby. Oh my God. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my God. What? Oh wow. What a barn burner, baby.
Come on, let's.
Oh man. Wow. How about that, brother? Man, what a move, huh?
I'm speechless. I mean, you think I'm frozen? I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless. I feel like I'm gonna get fired. We've been tunneling TCGL so much this morning. I'm like, I can't take my eyes off of this. How do you take your eyes off of this thing? How do you take your eyes off of this thing?
Oh, this is the biggest. This is the biggest small cap play I've ever been a part of. I've never been in this big. I mean,
my God.
I can't even. I mean, I get the explosion out right there, but bro, I can't even. I'm like you. I can't even hardly talk right now. I've never seen anything like this before.
Let's just traders. And I know you guys are probably trading TCGL. That's why we're not having many calls coming in right now. Let's take a moment of silence for the over ambitious shorts out there. Okay. All right. There's our moment of silence. There are accounts getting absolutely wiped right now. Now, of course, they're depositing their money into Josh's account right now. we have accounts getting absolutely wiped. And that is why we teach in here, know your risk. I mean, Josh, this thing, oh God, if you shorted, if you, 20 points, a 20-point gap. Like, honestly, I feel bad for the shorts, because it's almost like, how do you even manage? You can't manage that. You can't manage it. No, do you guys? Well, I could be. I went off the call-in show, so.
We're good.
There we go. We good. Yep.
Now we're better. There we go.
TCGL. So how are you processing this? We were frozen there for a second, guys. I mean, this had a 20-point gap up. Shorts are getting annihilated. Crow, congrats. Yeah, anybody long on this? Congrats. I'm still itching for that short. That short's coming. I'm itching for it. So can we not go back to an hour-long haul? Oh, this thing's resuming at $47.
Is that what it's showing you on? Maybe a gap down, possibly.
Yeah. I'm seeing down towards 47, 46.94 is the resume price. Paul, I had an entry at 35 short. Glad you canceled. It depends if you're slow scaling this, because likely there's going to be a really good opportunity. I mean, that was the mass liquidation event right there. I mean, okay, we might be. This is awesome.
20-point gap up is nuts, and then you race from literally 49 to 54 like a blink of an eye. I mean, I thought with that gap up, it was instantaneously going to see some red. The fact that ran into another gap up. I mean, I know the guys are. I don't know if they're joking, but maybe somewhat of like next HKD. This could go QMs. I mean, at this point, traders just keep pushing it and pushing it. There, like you said, there is going to be a crazy, nasty sell-off at some point, 100%. But my point is, this could still continue to get some mumbo jumbo and continue to go here. We halted up at 13 after.
We might open if it's 5 minutes. If it's 5 minutes, we might be opening up here soon.
Yeah. Could be less than 10 seconds here. I doubt it, but I've got my hand on the trigger to get rid of 10 more shares. I'm only in 15 shares. But with 15 shares, I'm up 543. That's nuts. That just blows my mind. Okay, we're going into a 10-minute here. But yeah, man, I feel like I'm almost living in a dream right now, man. This doesn't almost feel real. This is crazy how much this has moved. This is bonkers.
Pinch yourself.
Hold on. Ready? Oh, yeah.
I felt it. Oh, man.
My dreams are so deep and real, no lie. There will be times where I'm in a bad dream that I don't like, and I'm like, I will do the whole like, I'm like, get up, get out, and I will literally do that. It's my mom's like, how do you? I'm like, I don't know. It's just like I'll be in dreams that I don't like it, and I feel like I'm trying to like get through this like, get me out of this thing,
Look like you're swimming. You swimming your way out of the dream.
But I feel like Jim Carrey.
You look like you're being born. Yeah.
Yes, you remember Jim Carrey on Ace Ventura, the second one where he's trying to get out of the rhino.
Yeah.
Get out of it. Like, I'm stuck in here. I'm so hot. Why is it so hot in here? Oh man. God. This is awesome. Hey, rolling this out. This is why you hold the shares in case this happens. Because imagine even Money Mitch holding, like I said, 5, 10, 15 shares for SPHE, right? I mean, here I am, 1768 entry, 15 shares at 543. That's just bonkers on such small share size. So, hey, we called it. Boy, this is fun. And that halt was too long. Now, why we do an hour-long halt just for that? I mean, come on now.
All right. So, yeah, if anyone does want to call in, we want to provide you the opportunity, because I know they posted that in the Discord and on email blast. But we're in unprecedented moments right now. That's why it's hard to process anything else. TCGL from $8, whatever it was, at 54 right now, and it's just gone from halt to halt to halt to halt. It looks like
Not a red candle. Not a red candle.
not one person has sold one share.
They're all right there with me, or they're like, yeah, let's keep going with this thing. Yeah, they're just gonna hold. This is unprecedented. This is definitely different. We see plays go parabolic, but not with this straight green gap up green and this massive gap up after an hour long halt. Again, now I get to remember this one because I'm actually in the trade. But when I was saying to you earlier, Kevin, I don't remember too many plays that are halted to the top side up green, then get the 30+ minute hour long halt. So I was kind of, usually it's the ones that are already coming down. They're on their second or their first or their third halt down. Then they'll get this really elongated halt, and that kills. And I mean, kills the play. So I haven't seen too many that are halted to the top side, fully new high, at high of day. What do they do when they go to the long halt? So now I'll remember, well, there is this possibility that you could get a $20, $30 gap up, which is huge.
We're getting a the massive gap downs incoming. It's just a matter of patience. Patience spelled with a PAY. So we got to be patient with our entry. Thank God I took my $200 loss and waiting.
Yeah, that's too. Imagine that. I mean, of course, that's a good thing about TTP. It just would have stopped you out and said, hey, but imagine those traders that do have brokers that are goofy enough that went and located shares. So they lost money there and then are still short at 18, at 19, at 30 or 20, or I say
okay.
At 30.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's your pitch for TTP right there. Look, for shorters out there, you're going to have, you got to pay to locate these shorts that you're just going to blow up on. So if you're going to blow up, don't pay for the locates. just blow up. No, with TCGL, I mean, who's thinking that this is at a bargain price and buying this thing up? Right. Oh, it's only up from $8 to $53. Like, this is a steal. This is just momentum. It's purely momentum right now. It looks like we're opening 46.94, 12.23. Maybe if it's 10 minutes, within a minute here. Octo, I remember that, Larry. Octo, I remember that. You go ahead and share your chart again if you want to. We can bring it back over, or I can share mine. Get back to it.
Get back to off of this or whatever. Yeah, I can share my screen again. Sure, yeah. Share screen, and entire one, and this guy. And yeah, call in though. If y'all want to call in, we're right here rocking and rolling. Of course, we'd love to talk. We can move this over to next week because of TCGL today. So if we don't get too many people to call today, we can talk about this next week, how you're trading earnings, and we'd love to hear in because that's the big thing right now for traders. Of course, we're running into massive crazy territory here from TCGL, but we are in earnings season, so we definitely want to hear from you guys on how you.
All right, it's back on you. Okay, so I have the call-in show pulled up. If somebody wants to call, I'll pull it back up. But right now, TCGL. I don't know how we don't look at this thing. TCGL.
Nope. Going to 15 again. Going to 15 again. Going to 15, and this is going to be the ones just like last time where I'm going to keep my eyes glued to the screen. Glued. Could come out at any time now. So yeah, Charlie, TCGL, how did you pull the trigger so quick when the resumption time was unknown? So Charlie, I'm already in at 1768. So I've been in way down here. So I don't know if you're talking to me, Charlie. I got in way down here in the Chattahoochee. I try to play my halt strategy when the play is halted up and we get a good gap up. When it comes down, I didn't have orders filled. Orders out there, so I couldn't have traded my true halt strategy. And so what my other halt strategy is, if I get the tip, I get the tip and rip, as I call it. So we come down tip off of this, the old halt up area, and as soon as this turned green, I was trying to get into the trade, and I was just trying to get in 100 shares. The spread was so bad, I got filled at 1768. Then eventually it was kind of all over the place and got halted up at 18 plus. So that's where I got in. I went in for my halt strategy, literally, truly just for a move to 20. This thing gapped up, though, essentially to 20. I couldn't even sell shares as soon as it went flying on up. I think I did sell. Here are my orders. Here are my exits right here for the day. So I sold the first 25 at 20.90, sold another 25 at 23.10, sold another 25 at 29.17, and I just sold 10 more at 53.90.
Dude, you got to print that chart out. I'd print that out and put it on your refrigerator. That's a beautiful chart. I mean, it's a beautiful chart to just showcase letting pieces run, because we go over that every single day. I preach it every day, guys. The irrational pieces, let them run. And Josh is just showcasing how that works today with even a few shares. What is that? From you got that thing at what was your entry price on this thing?
1768.
Okay, so 1768 to 53. I mean, you're up what 30 even 30 points on 5 shares. 5 shares, an extra $150.
Yeah.
I mean, just leaving an irrational piece to let run. CATX Alyssa is still moving up as well. CATX, yeah,
Good
that
one
had
there.
a
Yeah.
really nice trend. Oh, well, that really went parabolic. Okay, so CATX actually, had a nice.
I don't want to leave my chart, so if you want to show yours, you can show your screen. I was just like, I can't leave my. I about started typing in CADX, like, don't. As soon as you do it, you're going to see TCGL go live. Oh, so yeah.
Stream again if TCL. Yeah. If it goes live, stream again.
Yeah, I will. I'll definitely know I will, because that one, God, bro, I don't know if I've ever had that feeling before in my life, seeing a $20, $30 gap up and race into 53.90 like that. So yeah, that was I got to go back and record the stream today, or bits of it. Hopefully, maybe trade the pool, make a little clip it out of today's TCGL trade. But yeah, that was a good alert from my Discord from CatX. So I don't know if you got that list. Anyone else? Beautiful move there from CatX today. Thank you to K Clausen over on my Discord for alerting that, and I kind of got that on the board here. Smoke Tune, appreciated, brother. Yeah, this is don't get too many of these, so that's why I'm glued to it. I know we talked about love feed. Any of these battles been good. GCTS has been good. CatX has been good. You guys have had great alerts out there. But yeah, when you have this kind of mover, I am glued to it. It's a once a month now. At least recently, it's about a once a month mover. Now this month I got 2 of them. I got BNAI last Friday, and here we are on Thursday getting TCGL. And I'm talking about just ripping TCGL from 1750 area up to 54 almost. What a day! Bro, I'm so happy about today. I like how Reese said, imagine being one of those 8 employees. Yeah, Kevin was talking about that earlier. Like, yeah, all of a sudden you're like, hold on, we're up. How? What's the what? Like, geez.
So CATX, I'm taking a short against like 4 3s 4. It's just FYI, getting a little extended there. But it keeps getting balled up. I mean, it's on a steep trend line, right? So if you're all long on CATX, just make sure you're respecting the trend levels that are set. But it's just getting a little steep, and an influx of volume coming in there on that name. But yeah, Reese, imagine being one of those 8 employees.
Yeah.
Dude, I would be so curious to know what those employees are doing right now. Like, are they?
They're doing what I just did when I thought if they're going, yeah, woo.
Are they like popping open bottles of champagne right now, or are they prepping for an offering?
What are they doing? And hey, it's like probably Wolves of Wall Street over there. They're bringing out the drugs. They're bringing out the alcohol. They're just having a.
Finally, everybody recognizes our company for who we truly are.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Smoke Tuna. Really good job there, Reese, today with the chatting. Joe says, by the way, thanks Josh and Kevin for the watch. So, yeah. We'll try to keep you guys in tune all day, every day from what we're trading. He's going to be trading a little different tickers more than I am. I'm going to be trading different tickers than he is, and we're both going to be trading the same tickers at times as well. So you're going to have all ins covered with me and Kevin for sure. I bet they're buying office supplies. Yeah, I bet Giovanni for sure. Charlie, but in the last resumption, it was live for only a split second. You can't set a fill price on the chart. Just amaze you. Oh, market order, bro. So I'm just using market orders. Yep. I've traded these for so long. Yeah, that's where you're like, dude, these are, you can ask Kevin. These are I traded BNAI and after hours with limit orders. Go look what it did. I don't want to leave my chart. But if you want to pull it up, Kevin, if you do have yours up still, if you want to pull that back up.
What is that one?
BNAI went from 20 to 70 in after hours on Friday, and I traded that on the 35 to 50 break. You're going, you traded that 35, and it's already up. And yeah, because these are my forte. These are my go-to. I traded these so often in 2020 and 2021 because of how parabolic we got. I could develop my strategy, which to me is I call it the halt strategy. I've had so many traders use it. I had one trader back in the day. Oh, I forgot her name. Oh, no. What's her name? Anyway, she had about an 85, 90% win rate with it back in 2021 because of how easy it was. I say easy, but it's a very easy strategy. And again, you want the gap ups. And what you're looking for here, like I was showing you earlier, if you get a gap up, I don't know if you're still on my chart. Yeah, just making sure it's still on my chart. So if you get the gap up here, and it's a good size gap up. And so we got the gap up here. We got another one here. What I'm looking for is to get filled here. And if I don't, when this candle engulfs and turns green, jump in because they're gonna fly into new high of day. Love it. Feed just lost the celebrity status. I think a lot of people are still. I think CatX got some mob. Battle BATL's got some mob. TCGL is where a lot of people, especially after that gap up, I think it's got a lot of people just glued to the screen. I don't think there's a lot of people actually trading it, obviously, because it's hard, like, literally just like Charlie was saying, you got it, boss. And it's just one of those things where they're doing this. Just wow, this, they're just glued to the screen watching TCGL. But you got it, Charlie. I've been trading since 2016, 2017. 2020 was crazy because of COVID. I mean, you could have put out, hey, we came up with a new cough medicine that will make you get sick. And they'd be like, oh, cool, and to the moon. I'm like, hold on. You read that? It said cough medicine that makes you get sick. You could put out any PR in 2020 after COVID and it went to the moon. And so you got to trade a lot of halt plays in 2020, get you used to it. And so like me, I'm always trying to find the theme, the trend. What is it? How can you trade it? And that's what I did earlier. I was like, this is going to go into another halt up, magnetizing, the 35 to 50 rule. We haven't been in 35 in forever. Go back to BNAI. You go back to the past chart history. We haven't been to 35 in forever. So when we make that explosive move like we did on Friday, when it gets to 35, it's going to see 50. And so the same thing here. If I see over 7, well, of course, I was already trying to trade the halt strategy, but when we make this move up like we did, as I was telling Kevin earlier, 1875 is a magnet and most likely 20. 20 is my target. Well, when you open up pretty much at 20, you're already at the target. So of course, now you're at chef kisses after a big gap up here and you just let it run. You start scaling out along the way as you saw me doing. You have your trigger ready on market order and you just get out. There's just you don't hesitate. You pull that trigger ASAP. I've gotten really good at that. Some people hesitate. I think, again, another thing I would have loved to, of course, talk about being an F1 driver, right? You can't hesitate being driving 150, 180, 200 miles an hour on those roads we're driving on. But I always talk about as a kid, I want to be a fighter pilot. And now I can manage things real quickly and I don't hesitate. And this has to be done. I look back now and like, dang, I probably would have been a really good fighter pilot, because you can't hesitate. You've got immediately what your brain processes and thinks, it has to react right away. And you can't have that little 1 second, half second hesitation. It's what you think, it happens. And it helps you become a very disciplined trader when you can do that day in, day out.
Yeah.
Smoke Tuna. Where's the Smoke Tuna? You want the link? Smoke Tuna, you want the link? Is that what I think he maybe wants the link for the Google Meet if you want to give it to Tuna. Toon Dog, is that what you're asking for, Smoke Tuna? The link to the Google Meet?
Okay, we can head back over to let me I need to, you still got the link for it?
Yep, I'll pull it back up. I got out of it, but I'll pull it back up and go to it right now. Getting a lot of 60s in there now. So we got 69, 69, 68, 75, 62, 72, 60 there. We got 63, 75 from Giovanni, 68, 90 from Alba there in chat. We got a lot of 60s. We got Sailing Girl in the 60s, myself in the 60s, Charlie into the 60s there. So we'll see what we get here.
Yeah, I think the highest is 89.43. It goes to GRN Machine. The lowest, who's the lowest? The lowest guess we have.
40.32 from Blueprints. Got Smoked Tuna at 46.94 and then Blueprints at 40.32.
40.32. I love just the odd random numbers. Guys, apply those odd numbers to your orders and to your stops. That'll help, rather than just right on the whole dollar or half dollar. $69.69. Kingly on trades. We got a lot in here for this.
What's up? So I have yesterday's live stream on right now, team. So this is yesterday's live stream on TTP. You can really, I don't know why it wasn't coming through clear there. Get Rich together. I have no idea why that wasn't coming through clear. But I was in on this play. Yesterday. My crosshairs will move out of the way here in a minute. You can see this is my entry price. So right down here is my entry price. This solid line with that that's my entry price. I'm in at 1768. Selling on the way up here. I just sold as this halted and went up. I have my fill orders right there. I know it's hard to see. But this is yesterday's live stream, so we're going to go watch it in full. TTP live stream. As soon as I'm also in ELPW. ELPW, I'm still in ELPW. On the way up here, scaling out as this hits new highs is what I do on these halt plays. As soon as it moves to new high of day and it's starting to move into a halt up, I go ahead and take some shares. Still in this 750 shares right here for the move up. Looking to take some profit. I sell most likely, and if we continue to halt up like this, I have 250 again to sell as soon as we go live. I'll be down to 500. I'll do it again to get down to 250. When I get down to 250, that's when I'll scale out 50 at a time down to 50 and scale that out even more so, right? So it's like that big box, that one of the Russian boxes where it's a big box and a smaller box, a smaller box, a smaller box, a smaller box, a smaller box. And that's what I'm doing here, essentially, as I scale out. So I'll be back on the live stream. This office is now nice and clean here. So it's really, as you can see here, it's all nice and clean now. I got it all nice and clean in here. Oh, it's so freaking nice. Smells amazing. I got a company here in Arkansas. It's like they have literally a 5-star out of 5, and they have hundreds of, maybe even 1,000. They have literally 5 out of 5. They're cheap as can be. They make the carpet smell amazing. To clean 2 rooms, $90. $90 to clean 2 rooms, and the smell is amazing. And there's no size to the room. Then patches are only $25 a piece, which I had to get a couple of those done because of the dogs. I'll let y'all listen to more of this. I want y'all to see the gap up and our reaction to it here in a minute. Wait till you see the next gap up. If you thought this gap up was big, wait till you see the next one. I'll be back here soon. Throw into the mix that are listening to us over on my live stream. And yeah, boy, this has been a fun one. You don't get these too often, but I tell you that when you do get them, you're going to stick on them and watch them like a movie, and one of the best movies you've ever seen. Even though it's halted, we haven't seen anything in an hour. We're sitting here in anticipation of what the next move of the movie is going to be, which is crazy.
Yeah. RPGL just got a random spike too through high days. Just FYI for those that are looking at anything else out there. Feed, FEED, cracked under 4. 4 was an important level to monitor. I can't wait to get back and watch some of those clips, especially the one of you running in the room.
Yeah. Oh man, the 2 for sure for me is the gap up. From when we saw it gap up, and my natural reaction to that, and then the other one will be when you tricked me. Oh man, I love it. I freaking love it. Yeah, it's good stuff though, man. This is good stuff. Got a couple on my Discord too. I got Wary saying 60. Got Herme saying 68.25. All right, I'll throw them in there. Well, whatever the closest is, we'll figure that out once it actually happens here. And you got all the time in the world. There's no cutoff time. The cutoff time is when we finally see this thing open up live, which we have no idea when that's going to be. Oh yeah, this is how memories are made. Yeah, I'll never forget this smoke tuna for sure. And I'll have to make a post on this. Hopefully you too trade the pool. Joe, anyone else out there that does all that in the background, Carlo, all you guys, come on. We got to snip this up to a trade. Watch Trade the Pool, Small Cap Analysts, Bank Freak Out, and whatever, and Go Bananas as TGLC, go TCGL, whatever. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm not gonna film this now. We gotta film something there. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! What? 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 Oh my! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! This is the biggest move ever! I've got my biggest move ever! It's 100-point mover! I don't know what he says on Lion King, but wow! Oh, my heart is racing. I'll tell you what, I thought about not selling it because we may get another one, but you know what? I could not take it. That ends up being high of day there.
Oh my God.
Hey, so who was the closest? I think it was Green at 89.43. I think Green won that. Because my closest was 87 on my lobby. 87 was my lobby with KD. We open at 1. I just sold it 104. Look at my time. I sold it. Look where I'm selling at. Is this a dream? Like, this feels like a dream to me. Oh my God. This is nuts though. This is fun right here.
GRN Machine. Go ahead and email me. Call-in show at tradethepool.com. Give me your email for your Trade the Pool account so that way it can be credited to your account and we'll get the credits in there. Wow. Josh, dude, this stream is for the books, traders. Let's go. This is awesome.
Oh! Wow. We talk about this all the time about leaving runners on. I'm in 5 shares and up $486 on 5 shares. Like, oh God, this is great. This is the most shares per side. I've never made this. This is wow. This is not the most money in a trade, but for point wise, I've never been in 100 points. 17 to 140. That is, I'm, man, I got to calm down now. I'm not kidding you. When I'm out of this trade fully, bro, I'm going to be like worn out. I am going to be worn out. That's awesome though. KD. Yeah. KD's like, yeah, I want it higher. I love it. KD's like, yeah, I was all over stock.
Okay. All right, guys, this is waking up everything. We need to pay attention here because DCX, Crow pointed that one out earlier. DCX is breaking through some levels. This is about to wake up some plays in small caps. So just DCX, turn your, just take a look there. Up towards 4.9s right now, headed up towards 5. Honestly, guys, we need to see where the volume's going to go because this is about to wake up some plays. There's going to be some sympathy off of this.
Whew.
Yeah, Smoke Tuna's right. This is about to bring some traders to the screens. Yeah, yep. So some of these plays that were on watch earlier, be mindful of because I could see them taking off. DCX certainly one of them. Oh man, dude, I've had the funnest time in here, and yeah, I mean, Josh, that's. What in the world? What kind of look at that chart? I mean, we've been pretty much jaw dropped to the floor this whole morning, going from halt to halt on TCGL. This has just been a TCGL day. I mean, this is madness. This is a massive liquidation event, and this company has just 10x'd for nothing. I mean, they literally reported we have nothing. There's no changes in company activity that would result in this. I mean, they're just as in shock as we are. I mean, they're probably going from halt to halt saying, what the heck is going on here? TCGL. Yeah. So
team, let's go though. Everyone, I love the love today though too. I've gotten some texts and emails or whatever, but yeah, got to real quickly. Sterling, yeah, I'm still in. So right here, I'm still in. Like I said, I had my goal to, so I'm still in 5 shares. 5 shares. Here's my entry and exits for the trades today. And here for TGCL in 100 shares at 1768. And you can 2090, 23.10, and then starting to get a little wacky here. I'm out at 29.17, and then 53.90 I thought was just parabolic, and now I'm out at 114.95. I mean, this is crazy. But yes, I'm still in 5 shares. This is why we talk about scaling out on the way up. This is absolutely bonkers. This is crazy. This is a definitely once in a lifetime. It does not come that often, team. This is one of those trades where I've had traders in the past. Well, imagine if you got in here and held all the way to there. I'm actually finally doing that. I've had so many mentors in the past that, imagine if you did this and you held to there. I'm actually doing that. I'm holding 100 points right here. So this just shows you the power of patience, discipline, and holding those trades. Appreciate it. Sterling, but yeah, Sterling, I'm still in the play. I smashed that 10-cent minimum, didn't I, Joe?
Yeah. DCX going through 5. We'll just keeping an eye there. Just keeping an eye.
Thank you, Smoke Tuna, too. Thank you, Smoke Tuna. And yes, Sterling, there you go. I mean, again, I put on the Discord. Anyone out there ever been part of a 100-point small cap move? Because, wow. Big moves. And yeah, you guys are all over it with that thought process of DCX getting that ramp on around. I know Money Mitch talked about it this morning because it had that look to it of squeeze potential. And then you get TCGL to do what it wants to do. You mentioned RPGL. Looking now, all of a sudden, these stocks that were up on the day, and now they're moving up even more. So we have RPGL, DCX, both popping on up here. Bro, look at the gap up. Is this just not nuts or what? I thought this gap up was nuts, going from 20 to 50, going from 54 to 114. I mean, there again, you're just talking about a gap up of literally $50? I mean, that's just $60. That's crazy. $60 gap up. Whew.
We're living in la land with some of these trades, guys.
Now, how long is this halt going to be? Because the last one, let's go to the resumption time, bro, so we can do some math here. Remember the one we talked about, 108, was that the first long one. This last one halted up at 12:13:37, came live at 12:43:56. So we know it's going to be most likely a random resumption time this time around. First one, an hour rate. The second one, an hour and a half. Literally on the dot because it went over. Because you think about that, it came live at 43:56. Well, it halted at 13:37. So it literally went, what's that? 19 seconds past an hour and a half halt and then resume. So in my opinion, it's going to be another random resumption.
Whoa. Wow.
Hey, quick question. Let's see. Follow Josh for learning from the best. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it, Tuna. Yeah, I mean, I've been trading these for years. I mean, Kevin Avery talks about it. This is my go-to. This is my forte. This is what I love to trade. Not a lot of traders are going to get into trades like this. It's sketchy, it's scary, and it's. I get that. It just comes back to the confidence and the edge you like to trade. I go back to even simple bounce plays where I'll put an order in to get filled at a bounce play. And I've had traders, aren't you scared it's going to knife through that? Blah, 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 blah. Well, no. And that just comes to simple bounce play. So I get the thought process of, hey, this is scary. I don't want to trade it. Well, don't trade it. Learn how to trade it. You don't always have to trade these, but these are these moves. That can be account setters, momentum setters for your own trading, the positivity that grows from this, the confidence that grows from this. So it's definitely huge for sure. And Reese, quick question: how to sell at $4.99 on DCX, but it did not feel well. Now it did, but is there something that I need to know? I don't. I will say this every once in a while. You know, with any broker you're with, just watch a little bit of slippage in your entry. I very rarely have any bad entries or things to worry about when it comes to brokers or even here on TTP. So no, I just think sometimes you just get that slippage when you get the spread. So just pay attention to the spread. Right now I've got DCX's spread at 4 cents. I think when more volume moves into it, I bet it gets to 6 to 8, 10 cents possibly. And that's where sometimes, even if you have a limit order filled there, it may not get filled and there'll be a little slippage. Yeah, feed could squeeze. Tuna's all over it. Feed's up for the day. It's had a good move. It, to me, that multi-day mover, it's definitely on watch for more continuation. I'm happy, eyes glued, stuck here to my main man or main lady, whatever, TCGL. Bro, this is, you got to think about selling 10 shares. I sold 10 shares and made $971 on 10. Like, that's just... that's crazy. That's absolute bonkers work right there. Thanks to the gap ups. Thank you TCGL. Thank you you Chinese play you. I appreciate you so much. All right, I'm gonna give it right here. Oh, look at the halt down DCX with the sell off, bro. Wow,
there's a halting down.
Yeah. Woo. That is nuts. Yes. Yeah, Reese. Yep. So pay attention to that because that'll happen to me sometimes, Reese, when I'm trying to do limit orders in pre-market. And I'm like, just fill me. And that spread is what's going to hurt you on that. And so usually what I'll typically do if I just want to get into the play, I'll just go to the bid side and say, I don't care, just fill me. I want in right now. Depends if you're going long or short. Just go to where I want to get in. If you have 20 cents worth of a move, 25 cents or more of a move that you anticipate, and that's your target, don't worry about the 2 to 3 or 4 cent spread. Just get filled and get your trade. Get a piece of the pie. Yeah,
seeing the resume.
Yeah, and you were going short, weren't you, there, Reese? Because it's so great short. Good job there, bro. Good job.
All right, are we doing a whole nother hour long thing on?
We'll see if it goes live right here. Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, we're live. We're live. I'm selling a share here. All right, we're still okay. I'm selling another share there. I'm still in 3 shares here. We're all over the place. All right, I'm out. I'm going to sell everything but 1 share. Everything but 1 share. Everything but 1 share. Everything but 1 share right there. I'll take it. Everything but 1 share. So I'm in 1 share, 1768. We're halted down. This could be the end. There we go. What's up? Back on the mic. Here we go. Still have 400 shares here of EPW. EPW still have 400 shares here, as you can see. There we go. Got 400 shares left of EPW. My hands smell like cleaner. Smell like cleaner. I got a lot of cleaning done today. I've been needing to get it done. I didn't want to wait any longer. I'm just like, I could have waited for another month or so and do the spring cleaning. Done. I couldn't do it anymore. This office had to get it done today. From the dogs being in here, from the hair to the dust to the carpets being needed, it just needed to be done, and we got it done. Sorry the stream did go down. All right, all right, all right, all right. What do we got there? Spot at 688. Let's go over. I haven't even looked at the spot. Oh, man. Get yours together. I haven't even looked at the spot yet. 14:22. So we got 24:22. So 1 minute till resumption. 1 minute till resumption. If we crack this 89 mark, then yes. If we crack 89, this is going to be some strong support. Plus, we have that deviation channel, that mid deviation channel. Go to the 5-minute time frame, see what that deviation channel. Yeah, and then we have one down there at 88. So if we crack 89, we're going down to 88 for sure. So the 89 portion is going to have to get cracky. So 89 is going to be some strong support right there. Get rich together. If we crack that, then you'll head down to 88. A lot of the time, though, what I've noticed here in Power Hour on Fridays, when we're down, watch for a pop back up in the last 10, 15 minutes. Same thing if we're up, heading into Power Hour or in Power Hour. Watch for a sell-off into the closing bell. And now, again, that won't happen for another about 25 minutes or so. This is nuts. I'm still just sorry, guys. I jumped in. I thought about jumping, cleaning my office. I was like, I missed it. I wanted to pull the trigger right here. I'm cleaning. I look up. Oh, it's already fucking halted. No, it's already halted. No. I was like, oh no, I wanted to get in here. Imagine if I was in here. I have 100% move again today. That'd be back-to-back days with 100% move. Because I'd still be in right now. Small shares, but still in. I have 400 shares. The price at $8.90. I got in on this halt up knowing we would see 10. This reminds me of yesterday's trade on TCGL. I was just looking for a quick move to 20 from 1750, and I got way more than that. Was looking for a move to 10, and I'm getting way more than that. It does look like in the end, like Get Rich Together said, this could be heading, oh wow, we're already past the 10-minute halt. Okay. This could be heading into a further halt. We'll see here. Of course, I would get liquidated whatever 400 shares I have left. Trade the pool will just take those from me at the end of the day there, 10 minutes for the closing bell. I will not be trading after hours today. Last week was BNAI. We'll go to it real quickly. Let's do this, boop, and we'll go boop, and then we'll go boop, and we'll go on top. We'll go last week in BNAI. This was a crazy runner last week. You can see the levels are obviously in from this past week when this went bananas, and I mean bananas. Look at Friday's run. That's a nice technical sound chart setup. Nice good uptrend, and then we get the squeeze-orama. I even said this last Friday. I remember going live with you guys saying, guys, this is building up. This looks like it's going to squeeze at the bell. Sure enough, watch it squeeze, and I'm like, no, I can't believe I just watched a 6-point move go, and I knew it was going to do that. So I waited for it to do this nice little kind of snaky M-shaped squeeze and waited for it to burst through 30, because I knew if we got through 30, I could take the 35 to 50 break and got in on the breakout right through here yesterday, or on last Friday. Look what this did last Friday. Is that not crazy? And then we get TCGL yesterday to go absolutely bonkers. And I got in right down here. Let's go all the way back to where I got in at. On this halt up, I got in before I got in at 1760. I was in here, 1750 essentially. Like what? I was in all the way down here, all the way down at 1750, and look what that play did. So this is 3 plays in the past. I haven't had bangers like this. Last Friday was $3,300. Yesterday, $2,300. Today, not locked up yet, but looking like another 3K day today, like last Friday. So back-to-back Fridays, 13 or 3K. ELPW level 2 showing 14. I would imagine it gets another massive gap up here. I think it's just tuna. I think it's going to do what TCGL did yesterday. It's weird it took this long to get this, but I say weird. It's been doing this all day. This is nuts to see a play from 30, 40, 50 cents all the way. Where are you at in tuna? Aren't you still in tuna? God, man, tuna. Aren't you still in, bro? What were you in at 3? Are you still in at 355? That's heavenly. All the way. That's what it's gonna do. This is just awesome. Of course, who wouldn't? But like last Friday with Kevin, I was like, dude, we're talking afterward. I got out of the trade. I could, and I was telling Avery, like, if I could have one of these every single day, obviously, who wouldn't love that? Imagine if we had one of these every day. Just jump in. Like, oh gosh, that's so awesome. Oh, it's so awesome. 15. Okay, so 2-4. That's what 14 after 23 seconds. 14 after and 23 seconds. So 14 after and 23 seconds is the halt up time. Could be a random resumption. We'll watch for the 15. This is the first one that's went to 15 in a while. Again, halt up time 14:23. So 15-minute resumption would be 29:23. 29:23. Everything is awesome. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. If it had this every day, I play on that guy. Nice. Good. Yeah, I mean, if we had this every day, just going to, yeah. I mean, imagine just 100 shares, what you would do. Oh, gosh. This is beautiful is what it is. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, hopefully you guys are taking advantage of what we've had over the last week. We've had some really good runs. I think we continue this into next week. With really good big plays. Really good big plays here. I don't see us slowing down anytime soon, to be honest. Avery's loving a day in the bed. So, like, when we have people come over to, like, they have, professionally clean the bubble. And there was back there was a little patch that needed to be repaired from our dogs that just love to mess the carpet up. Hate carpet with dogs. You got it. I hate it. Anyway, she goes back to the room and just cuddles up with all the dogs. And they're all just, like, laying with her. It's like 14 dogs. And she's just, like, lights are off in the bedroom. Windows are shut. We got the blackout curtains. So Avery's just in there. Just like I went in there, checked on her like 30 minutes ago. I was like, hey, I'm about to be done finishing up. There is a play going parabolic. She's like, you do you. I'm good. I'm chilling back here. I'm like, I'm living the life. I can tell. Living the fucking life. She deserves it, though. I've said that for years. She worked her ass off. Being a regional manager was always travel. Before that, when she was a store setup, she'd be gone for like a month at a time. And I'd go visit her. Like when she was in, like, we didn't have as many dogs. Like one time she was setting up stores here in Central Arkansas. We were in Dallas. I lived there for about 7-8 years. But point being, when we were in Dallas, she had to go to like Shreveport. She had to go to Little Rock. She had to go to Huntsville, Alabama, to Atlanta, to Louisville, Kentucky. She was all over setting these stores up. And she'd be gone about 3 weeks to a month at a time. One in like Little Rock, I came with the dogs that we had. She'd bring 1 or 2, but then I came with the rest of them. And this is luckily before we had cats. Turtles were fine. I could feed the turtles, and they're good for at least 3, 4, 5 days. Turtles are sometimes good for even a week plus. So I didn't have anything to worry about. I could leave, and we would never tell them how many dogs we had. We was like, oh, we have a service dog, and that would be Brody, our old Chihuahua. That was pretty much he pretty much passed as a service dog. But what I did at the place in Little Rock, luckily it was first floor, and the windows truly open. You could literally jump in and out of the window at this hotel. Like, it opened up like this big to where you could open the window up. And so I drove up an SUV that we had at the time. I think it was a Durango. And backed it up to that window, essentially. What's going on? Avery just now texted me. Anyway, I just snuck the dogs in. So luckily, I think she brought Bella, and anyway, we're just sneaking dogs through the window. I'm just literally handing her dogs. That was so funny. In most places, we'd always try to sneak them in. Like, we'd run in real quick. Like, we'd say, oh, we have this dog. And then we'd go in, like, the back door, the side door, whatever the hell it might be. And then we'd have to, like, sneak dogs in real quickly. Oh, man, it was always but I'd go see her in Little Rock. I saw her in Huntsville. I'd go see her. But, yeah, she'd be gone for 3 weeks at a time, month at a time. Then she'd be getting regional. And then she had a store. Like, when we lived in Dallas, she had a store in Shreveport and in Little Rock. When we moved to Little Rock, she still had the Shreveport and Dallas stores, which this is right before COVID hit. They were about to blow up Arkansas with a lot more stores, so she would just have Arkansas and Shreveport, and that's it. Well, COVID came, so then she picked up Tallahassee because something happened with that. She had to, in Little Rock, Arkansas, she was a regional of 1 store in Tallahassee. It made no sense. She was traveling left and right, always dealing. No one wants to work anymore, especially after COVID. These young people, no offense, but it's 18, 19, 25-year-olds just don't want to work. They want to get paid more for not doing work. She was just done. I mean, and then dealing with company getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Look up Hollywood Feed. They're like the top 3, 4, 5 food chain stores in the United States. Here we go. Selling 100 more shares there at 15 or 13.57. I'm saving these 100 shares as this goes up. I'm saving the 100 shares as this goes up. I'm in 300 shares right now, up $1,400 at $8.90. I mean, absolutely bonker sauce right here, team. Absolutely bonker sauce. Absolutely bonker sauce. Yes. You got it. Get rich together. Yes, ma'am. You know it. TCGL, how low can go? I have 3 shares to sell. Bought at 230. You have 3 sell. So you're long or you're short. If you're short, hold it. If you're long, I would cut it, boo boo. If it cracks the new low of day, there might be this kind of mobby, and you can tell here recently, traders are coming over here and maybe leaving here. This did halt up. You see, we're seeing some halts. You don't want this back below 160. If it cracks below 160, just leave it. Yeah, if you're long, don't want to get to new low of day because this then could see another huge sell-off like we saw earlier, right? cracked low of day, we went from 184 all the way down to 160. That's a $25 pullback. If we crack 160, we'll call it, watch for a move down to 135. So probably another $20, $30 pullback. Avery said, I'm going to punch you in the face. Let me go get Avery real quick. I'll be right back on the mic, okay? I'll be right back. I'll leave the camera on. Woo! Woo! All right, so we're back on the mic here. Halted up 31.52. 31.52. We'll see if we go live here. 5-minute resumption. If not, which will be 36.52. You smell good in here or what? I know. Isn't it just smelling awesome in here? Need to vacuum. Because now after all the hair that gets like stuck in the carpet, I should say, it's so much easier to vacuum up and out now that they've cleaned it. Whew. All right. Smoke Tuna looks like brokers are clearing the account next on. Okay, cool. I saw a post yesterday. Kevin Avery showed to me. All right, see if we go live here. 36. Oh, it's already halted up again. Oh, it already halted up again. I didn't get out of it. Oh, crap. Oh, well. Shoot. I wasn't paying attention to it. Oh, I had the text going on. Dang it, I was not paying attention to that. I should have been paying attention to it. All right, let me get my dogs from outside because I finally let my dogs out. Oh, my gosh, this is crazy. In the office here. Oh, wow. What a day. Ooh, wow. What can you say? What a day. All the dogs are smelling the carpet. Like, it smells so good in here. All right, here we go. Holding through the halts here. Boy, we've been in this place for a minute. This is because all the halts been in this place for almost an hour. So what we got? 4207, 4207, 4207, 4207. Yeah, smoked tuna from last Friday with BNAI. Yeah, and then this, yeah. I mean, but yeah, I figured this, I would imagine this carries over into next week, in my opinion. I don't see how it wouldn't. What'd you text her? I'm going to punch you in the face? All right, here we go. 02. Let's see if we get the live. Let's see if we go live here. Let's see if we go live here, team. Watch out. Go. No, no, no. Go, 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 go. Get my hand on the trigger now. Get my hand on the trigger. 4207, 4207, 4207. All right, here we go. 4207, 4207. What we got? Come on, give it to me. Come on, give it to me. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh, I'm out. I'm gonna call it. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Woo-wee. All right, what a day. Let's go. Out. Done. All right, that'll do it for me there, team. Any questions you guys have to end the day? We need to brainstorm on these movers to the. Oh gosh, yes. Gosh, I wish we could have this all day, every day though. Wouldn't that be a charm? Wouldn't that be a charm? Wouldn't that be a charm? Not bad there. Got filled with the last 396, 73, 65. Nice. I see level 2 order up to 20. Oh my god, we saw that earlier. I'm not, because we get liquidated with TTP. I could maybe stick around for one more halt, but at 50 after, it's just going to take me out anyway. So I wasn't going to risk that, getting what we got there. So essentially, what, $6 worth of move there overall, which is great. Beautiful. But we saw that here earlier. It halted up, or I should say halted up, right? Gapped up, halted down, and out of the halt down, we gap up and went on this move. Like, holy parabolic. Oh, well, done. Oh, what a day. What a day. What a day. Kevin Avery. Yeah, that's my boy. That's my boy. I was like, let me just send it over to you. I was like, I just, because I got my office clean. So I had my live stream earlier. I cut it down. Well, actually, it was long story short because they had to do a patch, and with patches, they have to get an iron out. It's really weird. When they plugged in the iron and started using it, it shut down the rest of like the breaker, whatever. I had to go out to, the breaker cut off or breaker switch, whatever happened. They flipped the switch. So I had to go out there and flip it back. I was like, no, my live stream. And they were like, I'm sorry. I'm like, it's okay. I was like, just finish it. And so I got the live stream back up, and I see this thing going parabolic, and I'm like, this thing's going to go ELPW. I'm just going to get in this and just ride her on up. And then, sure enough, scaled out big, heavy, and then just kind of let the rest of it run. Love it, bro. Love it, team. You guys killed it today. The FOMO one, I couldn't resist. Yes. It's called off the charts. Yeah, it's off the charts, right? Working on bounce plays, 2 wins, 2 losses. That's all right, Saline Girl. That's all right. We're going to go over it. Keep working on them. We're going to go over it next week. We'll go over them next week. Yeah, Smoke Tuna off the charts. Kevin Avery, yes. Excellent. And you too, man. He was killing it earlier. I'm, killing it more so on the ass end of the day. This reminds me of last Friday. It's just happening earlier. As I was telling traders earlier, Kevin, with the BNAI trade, it's just BNAI, and then we get TGCL. We have, of course, all these other plays that are going as well that are parabolic today. So, yeah, hopefully you guys have taken advantage because this has been absolutely fun. I hope and imagine this does continue into next week. Don't see how it wouldn't at this point after TCGL, and now today with ELPW. This has actually gotten crazy in my opinion. Let's see here, INLF. So we got another one here, INLF. Let's go to INLF. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh. All right, cool. I'm just checking to see if there's anything else moving there. Order on level 2 showing 56. Oh my god. If this gaps up even higher, I'm going to cry. Especially if it, I hope it stays halted through 50 after, so then I don't feel bad. I'm like, well, I would have been liquidated right here at 1467 anyway. So I wouldn't have felt too bad. So please stay halted through 47.25. This may come live at 47.25, and if it doesn't, we're going to 52.25. So let's see what we get here. And now we have new high of day there rolling for INLF, and see what there it is. It happened a little earlier. I don't know where get rich together is. Get rich. I called it out there for you. As I said, watch if we're down, heading into power hour. I can't tell you how many times I watch for a pop up, heading into the closing bell. It's actually happening a tad bit earlier than I anticipated today. So we might actually see in the last 10 minutes another sell-off back on down. So watch for some resistance here at 92 and at 92.50. Then you could see a little bit of a sell-off in the last 10 minutes. Please don't go live. Please don't go live. Please. Oh, it didn't go live. Yes! Yay! I don't feel bad. So if it gaps up, I would have been cut out right here anyway. All right. I'm about to feed my pack. I'm going to get them situated. Are there any questions you guys have right now for the time being before I head off the mic? Bro, guys, broettes, what a day. What a day. Shane. Oh, that is hilarious. That's hilarious. Tell Perry I said what's up. You tell Perry I said what's up. You tell Perry I said what's up. Spy, yeah. So again, watch this. Get rich together. Watch this as this heads into like 692.50. I don't think this climbs up any higher. This is just what we see on Fridays. We see the move down, and then when we see that move down heading into power hour 1400, we pop back on up. We popped up a little too hard in my opinion, so I would watch for reversal off this and see a sell-off here in the next 5 minutes back on down. We'll be doing a live stream tonight. You're welcome. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, sweet, Kevin. You know I'm down for that. You know I'm down for that. I know, Ellie. I'm about to feed you. So my buddy texts me. So my buddy's with we used to live together. So my buddy's with his buddy. It's our buddy. Essentially, my two friends are together. I haven't seen Perry in a while. So my buddy sends me this. And that's Perry right there. There we go. So he's got my stream in the background, and then we got Perry giving me the double bird. Oh, that's just classic. That's good stuff right there. Yeah, definitely Kevin tonight. Sounds good, brother. Guys, I know I'm almost done. You're drooling all over me, Danes. It's one thing about Great Danes, Mastiffs with the big old jows. All right, I'm going to see if this goes live. I'll stick with you till 42. 52.11 or 52.11. So if this goes live at 52.11, if it does, we'll see what happens. If not, I'm out. Got traders, and by the way, links for you guys. Discord, it's free. Come join. Will you stop it, Merlin? Gosh dang it, you guys are. I've like drool all over my arms now, and I put my towel up. You got it. Get rich together. Oh, it's actually plowing through. This is actually we have a little bit more resistance here. I still say we see some sort of sell off in the next 10 minutes. Free Discord with alerts, trade ideas, P&Ls, and more. Boom. Go join the free Discord. Here we go over to the live stream. You want live stream access. You want access to the morning alerts. If you want access to the morning alerts, if you want access to the live stream daily, the morning alerts, I have a guy literally up a few $1 million off using my morning alerts in the levels, trading large cap plays. He trades small caps too here and there. If you want the live stream access, there you go. Instagram and YouTube. This is where I have all of my videos, lessons. Go see the old former live streams on YouTube. I need to get X going. I'm going to try to get that going over the weekend. I know there's a lot of people on X, Twitter, that like using that, especially for the stock trading, investing world. I need to get into that for sure. Woo! So we have INLF halted up. Here comes this. Well, watch it come back down through 92. Come on back down through 92 there. Yeah, there's the Discord. There's the Discord, the live stream, stop loss hit. What did you trade there? Get rich together. What were you in? And here, there we go. Smoke tuna. Smoky, smoky, smoky. Yeah. So come over any day, smoke. Alert, 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 alert. Small caps, you can see to the left there. I got general, so that's just like, hey, you joined, or hey, where do I do this? Where do I find that? Just general, just goofy chat. Then we got small cap chat. We got large caps. You know, those are usually the most used. I would say the best one's going to be small caps. That's where most people are on. Love it. Got it, got it, got it. Good job there, Hermes. Good, great day today, team. Looks like we're gonna see if we go live here at 52.25, 52.25, 52.25. Thank you guys for coming over this afternoon. It's been fun. I'll leave ELPW rocking and rolling. What I will do is I think I've shown that enough yesterday's live stream with TTP, but I'll give after hours a little bit of time and see if these plays run. Leave the charts up for you guys. And then I'll look to get some lessons and some interviews going this afternoon, later in Power Hour and After Hours. Kevin Avery will be live tonight, so follow him. Follow any of these guys that have a YouTube channel here, Smoke Tuna, Kevin Avery as well. Kevin Avery will be live tonight doing just a little recap of the week, which a lot to recap for sure. I'll join him tonight for a few minutes, at least 10, 15 minutes going over the crazy trades that I've had over the past. You talk about ELPW, 4,100. TCGL 2300, BNAI 3300. So in the last week, 3 trades. It's a lot. Some movement. Finally, the big moves, which is I've been wanting. You know, finally the big moves, which we've been wanting. Get out of that. Are we going live? Oh, we're past it. We're past it. 52. Okay, 52. We're past it. We're past it. This probably I bet this goes live at the closing bell. Watch for this to go live at the closing bell. We good? Any last questions for the look? Engineer, where's get rich together at? She's gonna get rich if she just takes my let's. You take my told you. I called this out to the fucking dot. Said watch for a move up because we're down. Then we made way too big of a move up, and I said go short. Look at this quick $1,000 trade you could have had probably right there with 0 DTEs. Get rich together. I told you what to look for. Did go a little higher than I anticipated, but still exactly what I figured we'd get. This is that last 10-minute move. This is what we get every Friday anticipated. Again, remember, team, if we're heading down south below the VWAP and we're heading down, heading into Power Hour, watch for a reversal back up, usually closer to the closing bell. But if it starts happening midway through Power Hour, we're already making that move back on up. you're gonna then get a sell-off back down at the end of the day. I don't know why. This is just what happens. I'm sure I'll learn more about why exactly this is happening on a Friday as I do this more often. But every Friday, you can anticipate the move. I am back. I lost my long. There you go. I'm back in. I lost on my long. Yeah, the shorts here though, baby boo. Take profit right now into the 691. The 691 will be crucial. I would take most of your profit there. The short was it. You know, this, let that long go. This is it right here. This is it. Here we go. Take some at 91. This might see even more reversal down. As always, as the closing bell hits, it dies off for the most part. So that's why, yeah, see, it's coming off that 91 mark. And just to get rich together, because I know you trade these pretty much Monday through Friday, right? You trade the large caps, you trade SPY. This is what every Friday, girl, I'm telling you, every Friday, done with SPY, yeah, you're good. Every Friday, anticipate this. So if you're looking for an easy, honestly, an easy, predictable move on Fridays, watch for this. If we're down, watch for move back up in the last 10, 15 minutes. If it happens well before that, as we did today, in the last 10, 15 minutes, if we're going up, what does that mean? We're going to go down, right? So the same thing if we're going up, the last 10, 15 minutes of the day, just like we saw here, it goes down, right? So anticipate this sort of move here every single Friday. You get this almost every single Friday. It's nuts. It's crazy. It's tradable. It's predictable. It's the trend. And now what's going to happen is it's going to stay trapped between 692.75 and 691 for the rest of after hours. It will not get out of this now for the rest of after hours. SPY back up on Friday. I will think you got it, girl. That's it. I'm telling you, for Fridays, dude, for Fridays, I'm telling you right now, it's money for Friday. I see it every single Friday. Like, watch. Let's just go to last Friday. Right, here we go. Right. Down. Last 10 minutes here, there's that little pop up, right? And you still got some pops within it. We can keep going back to Fridays, but I'm just telling you, just see it. If you're going up, we're going to see reversal last 10 minutes. If we're going down, last 10 minutes, we'll see a pop back on up. All right, I'm out. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. Most likely, ELPW is going live at the closing bell, unless it goes live here at 57:25 or whatever it was. So we'll see if this goes live here. Otherwise, it will go live at the closing bell. And anticipate, and truly anticipate, some crazy moves from ELPW. If this holds 10, this could go crazy. If the level 2s are right and Smoke Tuna is right, and this goes gaps up, it's just going to get crazy in after hours like BNAI did yesterday. And just like TCGL did yesterday. TCGL, don't forget, closed around 70, 80, 90 bucks. Remember? Closed way down here. Then woof to 450. That's on high watch today. If you have any questions for me, put them in chat from your alert on SPY. I mean, there you go. See, you love it. Get rich. Remember when you came over on Friday back in December when you traded a small cap and I said this is going to 50, and over 50 it's going to like 70, and like on 20 shares you made like $1,000 or something like that. Girl, you get your butt over here every time I'm live. When I'm live, you see the link. You get your butt over here. I get you alerts all day, every day. Small cap, large cap. You bring up the ticker. I will smack it around and tell you what's going to happen. Usually. Sometimes I'm wrong for sure, obviously. Good weekend. Close it out. Close it out from there. Close it out from there. Close it up. You're done. I think you said that anyway. Have a good weekend now. You're out. Green. Leave it. ELPW, when I look to the left, I see a mega candle down top 46. But hey, dude, Smoke Tuna, I would not be surprised if I come back in here after feeding my pack and doing my normal Friday shtick. I come back in here like 30, 45 minutes to see what's moving. I'll probably be back in here 25, 30 minutes, I bet at most, because I want to see what happens here. Yeah, I would not be surprised if this plays at 40, 50, does the BNAI. Imagine that, because we're closing here. We're closing at up 3,300%, 3,000 plus percent. This thing could go 10,000% on the day team, and that's no lie. It could. This could see 40, 50. It's crazy. All right, I'll be back in just a bit. I'm going to put some tunes on the mic for you guys as we head here into after hours. So that way you got a little something to listen to as we head into after hours. I'll be back here in about 25, 30 minutes just to see where these plays are at. And I say plays. We have INLF halted into the closing bell and ELPW halted into the closing bell. One plays up 286%. One plays up 3,300%. Mega moves today, team. Get ready for next week's. It's going to be crazy, I would imagine. If not, I would go, wow, really? Out of nowhere, we're going to stop after that crazy run we just had? It will slow down, I would imagine. But after last Friday with BNAI, TCGL yesterday, of course, right now with ELPM, ELPW, crazy moves, team. See you guys back here on Money Monday. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day. And get that a little bit smaller for you guys. I didn't realize I was still big-heading it over here. I'll see you guys back on Money Monday. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. If you are sticking around, please do. I'll get some tunes on for you guys right now. And get ready for some crazy fun after hours if you do stick around. Like I said, I'll be back in about 30 minutes to see. Oh, and we are live. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Get ready.
It's what you're aching, but maybe you're ocean. It down, it down, it down. breathe my life. Why can't sleep be fine? We'll never be midnight. We'll never be midnight. Life is free tonight. Biggest weight of night.
another mini lesson. I don't want to break this down too much, but just enough, right? So I'm not going to do 20, 30-minute little lesson. This is to keep up with those mini lessons that I've been doing. So a good 5 to 10 minutes. And that should all this to take. This should be pretty simple to see. Now, yes, getting it and understanding it is a different story, 100%. But I do want to get into these plays. Now, the first thing I do want to get into is what I'm doing in shorting in pre-market team. Do you notice that when a play goes from $3 all the way up to $5.20 and that VWAP is immediately catching the play? Look what happens when you crack that VWAP. Buy, right? Real quickly, CASI. This was today's play. We'll go back to Cassie. You can see what I was wanting. Trend line crack. It's all the VWAP's caught it. We go from 5 to 9, and that VWAP is all up in its right up in its grill. Every time. Short it. I'm telling you. All right? It's like I am a 90% trader plus over the past year, essentially. Right at it for over that for the past half year. This setup, I am probably a 97 to 99% trader. It might be 100%. I know I have people in chat to vouch for it. Now to the key of this lesson. The upper and lower VWAP bands. Okay, check out Microsoft. You're going to go, you shorted that where? After how much of a pullback? Microsoft opens at 414. It is tanking away all the way down to 406. And I let everybody in chat know, yep, I bet under that bear flag, we going to tank and go for more. How do I know this? Where's that thought of, well, how do you not know it's going to go up, AK? And how far much is it going to go down? Well, here's why. Do you see that lower band just like literally running straight downhill, trying to catch up with the Roadrunner? Coyote's he's gonna get hurt. Roadrunner's winning. And so when you see that band chasing down, that short city, you're going to go down more. It's not until you level out. Do you see how this band is leveled out? Look what the stock has finally done. Oh, wow, we've leveled out. Now we can create trend lines. Now we can go back up. If that band is going down and that upper band is also going down with it on top of the fact, not sitting out sideways, it's actually going down, every single time, short it. Short it, short it, short it, short it, short it, short it. Every time. This is how I know plays have room to run. That band continues to go down. These stocks act like magnet, this price action to catch up until enough buying moves in and that band will flatten out to solidify that. Let's go to another play. I'll just pick one here randomly. I know Tesla's another good example though. Tesla, real quickly, straight out to the right. We're mostly out to the right. What's that mean? We're going to chop in these bands. When you see stocks that do this and sit in bands that are moving sideways, and I can show you a small cap play doing such right now, we will move sideways in those bands all day long. Guarantee bottom dollar. Won't change. You'll find some trades in there. Not many. These bands aren't moving. They're sideways. They're parallel to one another. That is a flat play. Think of it as soda, a pop, a cola, whatever you call them, that's been sitting out for about a day or two. That's these plays. Let's go back to Tesla. Check out what happens when these bands start to move apart. Talked about this in the last week or two. Kind of reminds me of a gorgeous lady that's got some beautiful hips. No, we talked about J-Lo. We talked about Shakira because the hips don't lie. Right? Do we need to play a little Shakira in the background right now? A little hips don't lie for all you guys and ladies out there that just want to get mesmerized by those hips. When those hips start to show and you do move apart, you get action, my friend. This is what you're looking for every single, or long. Let's go to OCEA. This doesn't have to be a shorting either. Look what we're slowly trying to do. My baby, she's slowly growing up here. She's about to finally get, hips don't lie. I don't remember the damn song, how it goes. I forgot how it goes. But hips don't lie. The hips don't lie, baby. And you can see here, this is for your opportunity to go up. The hips are moving apart. The bands, so to speak, are moving apart, right? And so you get movement. Now check it out. Bands are moving sideways, flattened out to one another. What's going to happen? Well, let's go over to DTSS. Oh, hey, Okay, Jerry, we're going to sit out sideways. You might get a shelf crack here and there, and that's, or a trend line crack, or down trend break up, but that's where you have to use then spacing, as I call it, our profitability zones. So again, if we crack under 980, 990 here, what's to hold us up? Nothing really until the juncture here of 930 and then down. That's profitability zone. I like that trade. It's not like the lower bands right here at 950. We have room to run. I like it. Same here with OCEA. We'll go back to it. You're going to find some movement. Now again, probably a little choppier, a little flat at times, but that's where you then have to wait for good solid setups, like a long trend line, a long shelf, a long downtrend with profitability and spacing. When those bands move apart, you've got room to run, whether it's going up or it's going down. Every single day, you can go to any one of these tickers. I haven't looked at the SPY really too much. Let's go take a look at it. Well, gee freaking golly, looks a little bit like Tesla, doesn't it? We're sitting in the bands. We're chopping, baby. But when those bands move apart, the hips don't lie, okay? Let's go to NVDA because I think it's been choppy. That's why. And now you got to wait for a trend line crack, right? So you'd come in here, put a trend in, whammy. That's what you trade now. Now you know where your up and down's going to be, where your bottom and where your top's going to be, unless those bands split apart and start giving some hips. Case in point, opening bell. We saw this across the board pretty much today. Bands start moving apart. Usually, typically, the direction you go in gets a little bit bigger hip for the most time. Every once in a while, the hips will be the same size. But this will happen a lot where that, this hip's a little bigger. That's the lesson. It's really easy the more you watch it. I promise you're going to start seeing these things. And just sit back and watch it. You're not going to want to trade it at first all the time, but you're going to say, hey, I've got a trend line in right here. If I get a trend line crack, watch for a move down to this lower shadow and resistance or support, and then down to this area. And if I get down to that, I'm taking most of my profit. And then at that point, maybe we get the hips to spread apart and we get movement. You don't know where that happened for me today? Real quickly to end this was Cassie. I had profitability zone in pre-market from the trend line crack down to what? That lower band of 680, 670, which was also a bounce area and where we exploded for earlier. So I'm like, okay, that's definitely profit-taking zone, but I'm going to leave some shares because if we start moving those bands apart, we could move down even further. And we did. Bands start moving apart. Not a lot, but they do. Whammy. Same here at the opening bell. Whammy. Easy peasy. Drop a squeezy, lemon squeezy. Either way, works either way, team. You're waiting for those bands to start moving. And if they're not, they're moving sideways. You're going to chop in between them. So you're waiting for trend crack, shelf crack, downtrend break. And then again, when you really know when to trade them and you'll start watching them more like I did with Microsoft here today, and I knew there was more room down, and you're like, and you get this, I know when you guys watch me live and you're like, okay, he says more room down. All right, here we go. I don't really see it. It's because of the band. Like earlier, again, time frame really doesn't matter. Go to the 1, go to the 3, go to the 5. You'll see the same thing today on all these, right? There's the 1. Let's go to the 5. I mean, it's the same across the board, so use your favorite ones like I do, and then you're going to see, crap, we're basing out here at 406.30. If we crack that, look how much room down to the lower band, and the lower band's going down, baby! And so that's just short city for me. Over and over and over. Find another shelf here at 405. Oh, the band's continuing to go down, and we've got a lot of room to go down to it. Now, again, you're still using charting. You're still going to try to go back and find areas if you can. And then if you can't, it's like Microsoft, and it's been, I don't know. Let's just go back to a 15-day at least. It's been, whoa, look at this, right? So it's been a while since we've been through this area. I was at, 406. So I know, okay, cool, I've got room down to 405. I should have held it to 405, honestly. I mean, not 405, not my bad, I did. I should have held it longer. That's where I got out. I should have held it longer to that. 403.85, that should have been my final target. And then when we cracked that, look, we went down even further, trying to catch that band. Watch it. The more you watch it, the better you'll get at using them. And again, when these bands base out, but you've still got a lot of profitability zone to go down, you're trading trend lines. Trend line crack, down to the next level, etc. There's your upper, lower, and VWAP lesson in how I'm using them on a day in, day out basis.
On this episode of What the Ship, we look at the top 5 maritime stories as of August 29th, 2025. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. Got 5 stories for you. We're going to pull them all from one source. That's going to be Splash 24/7. Sam Chambers and the crew over there do a great job. Thought I'd take this opportunity to showcase one of the great and premier maritime sites that are out there. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. This story by Sam Chambers, 30-ton hatch recovered from coal ship explosion in Baltimore. The story recaps what we know. The W Sapphire, 81,000 tons, Greek-owned W Marine, flagged in Liberia, had just cleared the CSX Curtis Bay terminal around 6:30 on August 18th when a blast, and we do mean a blast, ripped through its forward cargo section, sending fireballs and an 80-meter smoke plume into the summer sky, close to where the collapse
Right up in its grill. Right up in its grill. Every Today's lesson, creating the plan, flag, wedge, and U-shape breakout patterns. So let's get into it. Where to buy, where to sell, where your stop loss is at. Now your first example, I know I kind of went over this one earlier. I love it. Creates 4 essentially, and really 5-ish flags in a row. Now I've kind of highlighted 3. This could have been a bull flag, could have had a flag right here as well. And again, what you're going to do, like you could have done on this one, and I showed you on these, you're going to essentially put, and I've done with stocks earlier today, you're going to put your lines in wherever your support line at the bottom is and where your resistance line is at the top. And 9 times out of 10, when it's hot, 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 like you've seen today, when these flags create, what you're going to do is, and you're just waiting on, you're buying at the break of what? The top of the flag, or you're shorting at the crack of the bottom of support. Knowing that either way, that's what you're waiting on. Where, and a lot of the times people ask, well, how do you know? A lot of times you don't know. Again, it's hard to determine. You're just waiting. Again, the term stock sniping. You're just being a stock sniper, being patient, waiting for this play to come to you. Could a perfect line in right down here. You're in right here, up to the VWAP, up to new high of day. You're out in this area. So that's why, like the first one I showed you earlier. I know I didn't put a line in, but again, I could have right here. Look at this line. You're in right around this area. Up through the VWAP. Take some there if you want. You're out for sure a lot, and I would, you know me, like I said, safe trader. I'm out most right here for sure. Upper shadows. Give me the high of day area. I'm good. If this was your entry right around this area, your stop loss is nice and tight because you're only wanting about 20, 15, 20 cents, whatever this is. So right here, if your entry was right here at the break of what, essentially a downtrend, but it's the break out of this beautiful flag, bull flag, you're in right around this area. The stop loss is right here. Old halt up where it did kind of bounce. That's your area. That is your area to get in. Now, the other safe areas to get in on these, which we're going to keep going over these every time it breaks out, right? That's your entry. That's your entry. Working up to new high of day area, up to any new, I can't tell you specific areas where every trader should scale out. I'll list mine or say, hey, these areas I'm thinking where it's going to see resistance, that's where you should. I can't show you and say, oh, this is going to, I'm not Thanos. I don't know. A lot of the time, these are going to run up to, say, 260 when we're down here in the 180s. Again, or 150s. Take your profit as it goes up. Keep buying in and out. You could have traded this 3 or 4 times and had beautiful profit, essentially almost being in from the get-go. You're getting kind of the same profit. You're just taking in chunks on the way up. It's hard to get in on a move low, and trust me, and ride it miles up. But the main entry here, again, besides which we'll get into, then just to make it a little, and again, just to show you, purely what a bull flag is. Bull flags kind of tend to go down, right? You have this is to me a pennant flag. It's so goofy they put asymmetrical, whatever, but you get my point. The flag with more of a horizontal, go straight out, not downward flag, kind of going out to the side, right? And then you have your more of an ascending triangle right here. So this had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count them. 5 flags. And again, where to get in on these? Still why I did not highlight this beautiful bottom one here. But again, right at the break of this is your entry area, right in here, up to new high of day, or high of day test really at the time. Same with this one. Break of the wedge. Don't worry that high of day kind of tests that area. It'll kind of test and will show you a little bit of resistance, right? But that's fine because you're breaking out of this trend. Look at this. 5, 6 candles later, you're up rocking and rolling, right? Same here. Again, you get 3 candles up through new to new high of day. Those are your areas to buy. The break of these wedges. Like Mel did earlier. That was another great example. I forgot to spend a couple hours now, but Mel. Remember Mel earlier with IHT? That huge wedge that was formed all day. And then at that time, waiting for it to squeeze, popped out of that little downtrend, the bottom part, or the top part of the triangle, the wedge, whatever you want to call it, the flag, the top of it, when you squeeze and push out of it, that's your buy to push into new high of day. A lot of the time, workhorse and maybe test old high of day. Other safe buy areas where I finally traded this, if you want to, and you start liking ways, plays to come back to you. Your flags form. This is Voltron, loving it. I think Voltron is kind of what he does anyway. Remember he said something about after the flag and comes in, however, comes in on a little bit of a pullback, and that's what he's, me. Same thing a lot of the time. Let the flag form and then wait for a support area where I waited this all the way up to here. I didn't trade this to this flag. And then I said, okay, old resistance equals new support about the 210 area. Form my new flag. Please pop when it popped up the new high of day because I almost bought here on this dip. And I should have, because this would have been a good example even where you could have bought, and this was a straight surge right up to test and even go past high of day at the time, was this candle right here at the break of it. Look at this. I could have bought right here. Whammy. Trust me, I was so frustrated. Yelling, doing the deck thing, yelling, talking in different voices, all the stuff we do. Anywho, so right here's where I got in. This candle, pullback, old resistance equals new support. Flag was formed. Give me finally my nice good pullback off of it. And I was out some here. Finally when it broke to what? This is the key area I was trying to get to. And even here, where's your stop loss at? If you're in at 210, you have to have minimal stop loss if you want to. Super safe trader, $2. Super risky trader, the lowest you can go is down here to this 190 VWAP area. And that's kind of where I may have held on to, just being it was, at that during a hot time. Last April was hot. This was a hot play. As you can see, this was, last April 29th. This, like I said, this is the one that ended up going later in the day up to $5 in after hours, or right around at, power hour and after hours. So you see these plays, they're worthy of what? Buying at the break of this flag, break of the flag, break of the flag, break of the flag for the surge up, any of these, or find your bounces within the flag. Sell at the top of the flag if you just, if you have that amount of trades. Maybe if you're looking for if you're maximizing your trades, that's the one thing. I would buy break of the flags. If you want to scalp all day and add to your gains, get in here on some of these pullbacks, to old resistance equals new support. Bottom, okay, it's maybe because sometimes these are shorter flags. We have flags that last 20, 30 minutes sometimes. By like our IHT literally earlier, right? By the bottom of those flags, like I did here, the good support area. One thing I want you to notice, team, as well, on these plays, on those surges, on those flags, the poles, that we're talking about, mostly on the poles. Flags will lose volume, but look on the poles, when on the breakouts, a massive amount of volume that comes in on them. The poles, look, the volume on this pole, volume on this pole, volume on this pole, huge volume. Will sometimes die off in these wedges. Don't worry about that. Put your lines in, either buy your bounces, or wait for this to purely break out of a wedge. And I know it's going to run in, like I said, that's where you can take a lot of your profit off the plate. That's fine. Eventually, when you have bigger shares, more trades, so on and so forth, hold longer, add more, get in bigger. But right here, look at the breakout of this flag, straight up to not only test new, high of day area that it was, but create a new high of day. Notice the volume. Wedges again. Just put your lines in. Find where it's sometimes, which the next one's a little bit can show you the price range, but this moved dollars. So these moves, this is close to a dollar move every time. This is, I think, $1. This is every dotted line. So this is see 17, 18, that or it's 2. Regardless, look at the move in the surge. I know it doesn't seem like much because you're right into and testing old high day and then creating a new flag, but just put your lines in, wait for the true pop of it. Again, what do you notice here, team, that I was just talking about the trend line cracks? Well, yeah, those upper shadows. Wait for your full body candle to be outside of it. It's like you're having an outer body experience, or whatever. You're having an outer body experience out of the triangle. You're rocking and rolling. Outer body experience, out of the trend. You're outside of that trend line, said trend line, or the VWAP, right? You're below it. It's the wicks that's all you're worried about. That's fine. But when you see full body out, now your eyes need to be glowing, going, yes, you're outside of it, right? That's when you know you're good to go. Like a lot of these. I mean, look at the bodies when the full body is outside of it. The full body is outside of it. Not just a wick. Look how much of the body is outside of it. Body is outside of it. Body is outside of it. Let's get back. I forgot. Let's go to, can I actually put in like, say, 60%? There we go. That makes it a little better. Let's go to 62. So I can see what the best is going to be here. 65. We'll go 64. Hey, like Nintendo 64. How about that? Anyway, so 64. Now we can see a little better now. We can see the price range. But look at these pops out. I mean, this pop, like I said, we were going over earlier. Just say if this was the 650, 675 mark. I mean, you're immediately up to $8 plus within 2-3 candles. The pop of this one huge candle, and it's like I said earlier, $9-ish, immediately up to almost 11. I mean, crazy move there. At least up to 10. Because this is 12, so that's close in between the two. So it's close to $11 and 9 to 11 whammy. I mean, boom, out of this candle. And I know, again, you're kind of, maybe if you're worried, I don't know. Again, I understand the whole, well, the old high day resistance, right? And that's fine. You got to realize too on some of these moves what they're going to be. I mean, you don't want to move from say, like I said, what's the 650 mark? Yeah, probably about the 650, 675 mark up to 8. You don't want a $1 plus move? I'll take that any day. You don't want to, again, even if it was just up to 10, you don't want to, a $9 move up to 10, 20, 10, 30, whatever this is. Just know that and go, okay, cool. Like this here, it did run into for a little bit, right? A little bit of resistance there actually showed up, and sometimes it does. It doesn't, shoot right past it like this one kind of shot past it, right? Then finally came back to it as support. Old resistance equals new support. Sometimes it'll run up to it and kind of get close to it. Sometimes it'll, like these two really are kind of close to not fully getting over, but still look at the move from what essentially just called a downtrend break, the wedge flag break. You're getting great moves. And that's your entries. Again, we'll just kind of go through these again, like just say this entry. So you want your entry here at the VWAP. Your entries here at, say, again, we'll just call it, like I said, 675. That's 675. Your stop loss, to me, if this is your entry for a move up, needs to be kind of like the bottom of these candles, which it's hard to tell at that time, but it's probably around the 650. It's definitely below where this is. That little lower shadow where this all kind of meets upper shadow, the close of that candle, where the close of this body is. These lower shadows, just put a line in all the way across about right there, right? That'd be your stop. That's what I would consider my stop loss. And then your targets, of course, anywhere up into these upper shadows. If you hold till a new high of day, kudos, my friend. Congrats. You've done amazing. You have beat the odds. You have beaten most. Trust me. Understand that. Again, fine. You want to do a bounce. You just say you don't get filled perfectly there, but you get good close enough. Just say you just pull the trigger and you didn't get filled fully on this line. Say 8, whatever you want to call it, 810. We'll just call it 810. You get filled at 825. Not only straight back up, but then where's your target? Right back up to, if you get it, great. 875 would be perfect, right? But then, because it's a little bit of resistance there, but then right back up into this old high of day. That's your target, true target. Stop loss at worst VWAP, right? At worst this VWAP area, but I'd probably go even a little higher than that, like maybe somewhere in this upper shadow city, right above the VWAP. Maybe give it close, I guess, maybe close to the VWAP, a little bit above it. Say, what's that? Probably 50 cents versus you're going to get well more than $1 move out of that. Again, take your odds, take what you're in. Say, maybe this wedge is a lot smaller, right? So say your bounce here is at, say, we'll call this 975. We'll just call 975 this support area. Where the wedge is being built. See the drop here, the drop there. So you finally get on maybe one of these here. Early on, that's, you're a little bit more risky biscuits. It's an early on flag. Truly here, it's formed. Right around in here, these candles, you should have it in. So you caught that bounce or this bounce. you know you're going to have, that's the only thing, because it's a shorter candle. These aren't bouncing that well, but it'd be great because it gives you more room, right? You want this much room for those bounces. Not much room here, right? So a little more risky biscuits for those bounces. You want something like this, more room, right? More room. You don't unfortunately get it here, but that's what you're looking for in those bounces. And again, just as you see these wedges, put the lines in. They could be smaller. I mean, these are only, again, in the end, about 50 cents. Each one of these 50-cent wedge. That's fine. So we know the breakout usually a lot of the time is going to be that same area around 50 cents. 50-cent wedge, you break out of it sometimes. You get a wedge of $6.25. You're up to what, $6.75, right? So literally about a 50-cent move, 50-cent wedge. From $6.50 to about $7, that's your wedge. You break out about $6.75, you get moved up to about $7.25. Close to that, close to that ish, $6.65, whatever that is. Close to 50 cents. So take that for granted too. Always kind of put those numbers in your head and realize what a stock moves, what their pullbacks are. That's traditionally what you're, so you see two pullbacks at 50 cents. It spikes, and then a pullback 50 cents. Then it spikes, pullback 50 cents. Go, hey man, this starts spiking up again. Traditionally a pullback probably be close to about 50 cents. So, keep those numbers in mind. Again, say if you want your breakout, you want the 620, you want around whatever this is, 625, 630, up to what? 650 is fine. New high of day though too is great, right? So take your 25 to 50 cent move, and again, the bottom of this fly, and this being that it's kind of nice and tight, that has to be your stop loss. These upper shadows where your line is, where that has to be in as your flag. Same here. You want the 675 break up to 7 plus or high of day at 7. Where's your stop loss at? Right around that 6.4, whatever the bottom of this line is. That's your stop loss. Targets new high of day or old high of day area plus making a new high of day. ABI, I just love last year. So this is last May. Just hot. I'm just going crazy over here. Another great little move. More of and it's kind of hard to tell. Definitely a flag, right? Because you can see it but there's just kind of more of a very wiki play. One of the ones I'm kind of a little bit scared from. Just up and down. But one of those ones where you can get bounces. You see the bottom of the flag being formed kind of straight across traditional flags, I guess we see. Most really flags we do see, where they're not the little angled ones we see. When we see people flying flags, or what, they look like this. Nice. They're all rectangled usually. So we have this up and down movement. So we have the base right here. We can get bounce plays in. And then we have the tops where we need to start taking some off the plate. Where a lot of traders are scalping this. Kind of right around in here, so they realize that, hey, we're in this channel essentially, right? Essentially, it's kind of what's forming off of this pole, so a flag. So you wait for it to break out of it fully. Look at the pole. I should say not upper shadows. Look at the first body, the body out of it. You're good. Body, yaddy, good, right? You got that body. The body is outside. You have an outer body experience of the flag. Time to rock and roll. Your next leg up. That's your next leg up, your pole, whatever you want to call it. Your next pole up. Bounce plays. Again, get your bounce plays. Wait for this to break out of it. Those are your buys. That's where you buy, team. That is where you buy for flag breakouts. Again, look where you put your line in. First full body, yaddy, out of it. Even if you're filled here at 12:15, 12:20, 12:30. Let's even say 12:25. You get a bad fill. 12:25, you hesitated. Oh, the body's outside of it. I needed to pull the trigger now. Here it goes. The body is fully outside of it. I need to get in this before it really takes off. Because, of course, you can see it afterward, but it's hard to sometimes, because it could form a little bit of an upper shadow. But it's when you really see the full body, because this you will tell it's more of an upper shadow, where we just saw a second ago when I showed you, for example, when we were watching RHE, right? And that body was outside of it already. That's where I'm telling you. That's when you need to pull the trigger. But still, if you got 12:25, 12:30 fill, you don't want to. You hesitated really long. 12:40 fill. This is up to 13th, almost $5 dollar move. Dude, it's okay to hesitate sometimes, team. Look, body, yaddy, out. Anyway, look at that beautiful move. Same thing here if you hesitate. And if, say, in at 11:50, this is straight up into a halt. So again, take these again kind of with a grain of salt, but then understanding this is just, it's kind of that simple. I know it's just wait for these things to wait. Just wait. Get your bounce plays on the lower shadows if you do get those. Sometimes the bodies will come down to it, the body of the candle. A lot of the time it's just this, though, in hotter plays. It's just a lower shadow. Traders, wanting and keeping it up, trying to keep it up. So the safe area, just wait for that full body of the candle to go outside of the wedge. CEI, and it happens again. I'm just kind of show different plays. It doesn't matter how expensive, how cheap, how slow they move like this, a little bit slower play. This play only was like the wedge here from 180 area. That's actually just below 2. So this is $2 area. and it only spikes up to 3. So, seen not a crazy, decent move, but nothing crazy. It did come up from 127, but in the end, when you just look from where it opened and this flag and where it broke to, nothing too crazy, right? So it's going to happen, whether they're slower movers, it's slower time period, it's a faster time period. You see $1, $2, $3 spikes out of those wedges. You see just 20, 30 cents sometimes out of those wedges. You see more hesitation, not full clear breaks out of like this. This isn't as pretty, right? That full body isn't out of it until probably 2 or 3 candles in. But do notice, though, when we break out of these, how much room you do still have to run, even if you do get a bad fill. Let's get over to the next one, though. I want to go over to U-shaped breakouts. Another one that's kind of hard to determine where to buy at times. The best time and the only time we really see these for the most part are when stocks are hot. You see a hot play that has a nice pre-market spike, or even a pre-market spike that leads to a spike at the opening bell, which this one isn't that. It has a pre-market spike, but sometimes it's both. It's pre-market and into the market, and then we give back gains. But that's the main thing, is the fact that we have a spike that gives back gains, thus creating a U, right? You have to kind of come down and create a U. So you're having a spike, and then you're creating a U shape. Now, this is one of those ones that had like a double U shape, right? Had really, in the end, kind of a quadruple U shape. Had 2 W's that were just wonky. One going down, one that goes up. And if you can see what I'm saying, if you can notice it, W, W. So you see the first W, here it is. There's the first U, the second part of the U. The first U, the second part of the U. And really, there was a small little attempt right here. Look at that little fish hook that was a part early in the end of one big U-shape. Now, where to buy on these U-shape breakouts? The first thing, again, like with the breakouts of flags or wedge patterns, notice, team, the volume. That's A. That's A1A. One thing I want you to notice when these things come in, that shoots up with it. Now, it's hard to, at the time, you're not like you're looking just straight at the volume. You do, though, notice. Like me, I can notice the time and sales on Thinkorswim just go bananas. I do notice the huge candle below it on Thinkorswim like this, because I have changed. This is an older screenshot, when I had it just all blue, but now I've turned it towards the red and green. So when you see that green just going woof, flying up, good indicator. The main thing is also usually you're breaking above what? A resistance area. And I like VWAPs to name the main one. When you see a U-shaped breakout over a key resistance area, whether it's the open of the day, a moving average, VWAP, there's multiple areas that you can U-shape over, and that thus then when you crack, or I should say break through that area, what happens? Volume surge, buying surge. You're going to see fails, right? But the main thing again on these, you see the first full candle outside. See, these candles are at under. This candle starts, it's under. It's not over. This candle barely starts under it and immediately is succeeding over it. Do you see the kind of the difference between the two? And when you see fails, you're going to see candles that look like this. And again, I guess we could do a candle. I guess I need to do a candle that would be probably good. I just notice them. I don't really think about it anymore. But just noticing that's not that fail. It's going to fail. This, get in now. It's going, right? So notice the two there. Wanted to bring that up. But then the volume, the volume difference. There's I'm looking at that over like, Sean, you got okay. That's a cool car. My car fly. Not, you know what I'm saying, but you get my point. But you get my point. Like, oh, that's cool and all. But this is, look at that. I mean, look at this. This true right here. It's because it's this candle going down. Obviously, even this one. But look at this candle, the one where it truly breaks. Look, it's double this candle, right? Close to. That was the biggest of the day so far, and it would have been a red candle because of all the selling. So the breakover, where to buy? A, you're noticing the volume. You're noticing this is, it's building up like last time, but this time the body is actually starting super close to the key resistance area to U-shape over, which I'll never forget. I could have pulled my alerts up. I love this. This is one of my great alerts from last year. Wait for this to break over what? The VWAP. U-shape break over the VWAP. Kept alerting that. Wait for this, the U-shape break to the VWAP. 875 also was in that same area. It didn't zoom out far enough on this, unfortunately on this one. But 875 was that area too. This is 875. I'm almost 1000% positive. So that was the two key areas that we needed to break over. Kind of close to 875. It may be one of the next ones that I look at, but I thought it was this one. Regardless, it was the main thing, obviously, you see the VWAP. But when you have one, you have two areas. Sometimes it's the open with it. Sometimes it could have been the V. I know one of them is the VWAP in 875. But then you get the volume, the candle's kind of surging in on it, and it is the fully breaking over it, not opening below it and then kind of trying to shoot over it. It's opening almost essentially on it and going over. That's your buy area. Again, even if you got a bad feel, say if this we'll just hypothetically say this is close to 870. This is 850. This is close to 875. This is 9. Your area, once you get in over 875 over it, and say this is obviously that couldn't be 875, that's more like 865-ish or so. You're in at 875. You got a bad feel. Maybe you wanted for 875 to break fully because you saw maybe this happening, just maybe to you. You could just see maybe it happening to you because you don't want it to fail. You're in at 880. Okay, so you're in at 880 right here at the open of this candle. You've missed 15 cents or so. It doesn't matter. Look at the nice still surge you get off of it, right? Even if you held, which you should have, your stop loss could have been the VWAP if you're in at 980. This is and this is what I wait for a lot of the time now, team, is not buying at the breakout, showing me you have the hot fire, and a quick pullback to the VWAP. I like nice, good, solid spikes well over them, not just barely over them. Like, say, if this would have been the spike, I am not buying the VWAP pullback. I need this to fully spike, a nice, good spike over the VWAP. Then I want to get in. Now, again, this would have been another probably area if I had the deck kind of fun where I'm trading, which I'm obviously now it's finally getting there, where I can trade all the time over the PDT. I probably would have taken another trade right there, but immediately would have gotten out because you can see quick little pop, notice that upper shadow, probably taking some off the plate just to kind of limit what loss was probably I could feel coming, and then as soon as it started cracking back down, just gotten out. But again, that's what I like to see. I love these overextend, you shape off, the VWAP, you break through it. Give me one good bounce. Show me how the hot fire, the mob, move in. It's one of, like, lately I've been like, I'm trying, I guess one of the new things I'm trying to do to you guys. Like, hey guys, this is the time to trade. If you want to pull the trigger, this is the time to do it. It's now the hot fire. The volume is here. The mob is now here. This is the time to get in. So that's kind of what you're looking for. Once you have the full candle volume over the resistance area, the VWAP said in this point, could be 875 too, say if that was there, that's your key area to get in. Boom, you're in once that full candle's over. Again, sometimes you're going to have a little bit of a bad feel. That's fine. These things don't, and of course, you feel like they take off without you. They don't just shoot dollars in seconds. I know some do, but most don't. You usually have enough time to kind of get in these still and get a little bit of a profit, even if you hesitate and maybe get a bad feel. Get to the next U-shape example. Sometimes U-shapes aren't freaking $3-4 deep, or these massive canyons. Sometimes they're just these little small guys and just barely go below resistance. Again, volume coming in, we get the first full candle over, and it kind of just like the last one. Does this not look just like what I just showed you? Candle going up to it, upper shadow hitting, wait for this candle to open right around it, if not above it, if not below it, somewhere in that area, shoots up. And this one actually, in 2 cases in a row, same exact example. We spike up to it. This upper shadow actually goes a little bit above it with the body hitting the VWAP, but essentially, though, just like the last one, this one opens just below the VWAP, but perfect. I mean, just below. I mean, we're not talking, again, way down here. We're not talking like this example where we fell, we're, a good 10, 15, 20 cents or however many, at least 10 to 15 below the said VWAP, right? We're opening a cent to this, in this case, probably 3 or 4 at most below the VWAP. Again, whammy. Didn't quite get that cool little, pull back to the VWAP that I love. And then you can see this one just shot right up off of it, though. But that's what I'm looking for. This right here. If you don't get in here and you miss it, and that's fine, team. You miss it. Here's your second chance. This is kind of like, you're singing a song to you, like, here's your second chance. It's like a ballad from the 80s, and you got the dun, 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 second chance. There's your second chance. Now, sometimes it doesn't come all the way down to it, right? Sometimes it's a tad below it, but that would be your second chance and what I like to get into these plays. Again, another, U-shaped break of the VWAP. This one was the 875, close to that 875 area. There was a $9 area, though, too. Another one of those that was kind of close to the double eights. I think it was $9 where the VWAP was. But again, this one, not, and that's why I wanted to show you this one. Sometimes you're going to get that. But what the big thing is, this is your chance to now get in. This candle, That's your key indicator. We now, like a lot of those others, instead of failing because we open below, like a lot of these, when we open and we fail because we like it to open, right? We like this candle, or I should say this candle, if we're going to break the VWAP, to really open kind of right around it. Instead of saying like, say 850, this opens up right around, that's where you get like the ones I just showed you, kind of like these candles. We're opening right around it and exploding through. But again, when we finally do move through, and your next said candle opens up above, this is your chance to get in. Again, who cares if you're in at, I'm not in at 9, no, I'm not in. If I'm not in at 909 or 901 or 902 at the VWAP break, I'm not in. It's just not a good entry anymore. Again, right here could have been at, say, 920, 930. Well, actually, this is that could be even probably actually close to about 940, 935-ish, 940 best entry probably case in that case. You don't want to move up through 10 from 930. You don't want a 70-cent move, 80 cents, and ends up being a $1 move plus. Okay, that's on you. Hey, you know what? That's you. That's all you. But you know what I mean? But again, take what the defense gives you. Sometimes it's not going to be right on the number. I had to learn that myself the hard way. You're not always going to get filled right where you want to. Sometimes you're going to have, like Deck, you're going to have to take those entries that aren't that great. Limit them though. Don't try to, don't be in up here at 10. That's not the area to get in here. This was the candle to get in here to the move to 10, right? We're a U shape fully above the VWAP now. This is your candle to get in, right? Don't get in here and then be sad. We totally understand why you'd be sad, unless you did hold long, which is fine, right? But don't be chasing here. This was your said candle to get in. So notice that on these. And again, a lot of the time when the hot fire is there, sometimes your bad fills will be fine if you did get in here, right? But this was your chance to get in. Now, hopefully that helps you out, And again, say like I didn't, I guess, really go over those. I did on a couple of them, but again, I'm using this like where you could just go over to like say my stop loss lesson, those lessons, and I didn't fully create the plan on a lot of these, but you're just using that. Like say again, U-shaped breakouts. So if I was in right here. Now right here is not the best entry. See, this is where I meant to show you this. So these candles right here, this is that, right? This is kind of usually shows you be careful. Be careful, and then as in the end doesn't hold it fully. These are the candles, and of course that's what I told you. Sometimes charts are kind of ugly. When you get fully above, rocking and rolling, then you're good. When you have a lot of hesitation right on it, right here, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row that just can't fully push. Some are on it, some are above it. You can get you a small little win. You can work yourself out a small win. These are the ones you're looking for, right? Where we're fully opening above it and fully escalating. Now, again, wherever your entry is here, you're always going down right below you trying to find resistance, which was once support, and that's your new area of your stop loss. So, again, like here, if I wanted this quick pullback, we'll just, again, say this is, again, hypothetically, we'll just call this 10, we'll call this 950, and we'll call this the $9, this is, anyway, so this is like a 950 VWAP bounce, right? For my move up to what? Back up to the 10-15 area. If we can break it, great. Had trouble getting and staying over 10 earlier. And where's my stop loss? If my 950 entry, right back here, right through this little area where you can see this little corridor right there, that is going to be my stop loss. So probably the 925 area, right? So 25-cent stop loss for a 50-cent, maybe 75-cent gain. If I get more, I'm loving that, loving life. But always trying to keep that 2-to-1 ratio. You can see these upper shadows right here, kind of this little consolidation. If I could just put a line in like right there and go all the way across, kind of where the breakout was that I did miss, that area all the way. And you can see where it did try to hold up when we did crack back through this area. That's the area I would have stuck to. Go to this area. Say if you wanted to get in on this break, kind of the same area you could have got in, right around here on the full breakout, the bounces in the same area. So where's your stop loss? I'm going to go right back over here. Do you see where you had trouble? Right over the dotted line, whatever this round number was. We saw a little resistance there. Keep on going. Keep on going. You see what I'm saying? Right below the VWAP, right around like right here-ish. There's where that line could have been in. That's your overall stop loss. Got to be with your, overall goal of getting back to what? This area. So whatever this round number was that we could not get over and hold earlier, this is your goal. So entry area, goal, which you get, and more obviously, which is great. But as you can see, kind of ran to that area. Had a little bit of resistance right there for a second until we exploded for more. But again, stop loss right up here. Now, risky trader, hey, there's other traders that are going to be more risky. They're going to hold on longer. That's their risky biscuits. That's their prerogative. That's not me, team. I'm going to get in. I'm going to get in right here. Say, like I said earlier, it was like again, around that 950 area, right? I'm not holding on underneath this VWAP. Underneath the VWAP to $9, I'm out. Maybe 875 rule, but if you're in right here at the 9, right over the VWAP at 945, 935, you got to give yourself $9 max. I mean, for the move up to 10, so 25 to 35 cent stop loss for what, a 60 to 70 cent win. So try to keep that 2-to-1 ratio. It's not always right on the, just like entries. It's not always going to be right on the penny and perfect 2-to-1 ratio, but for your best abilities, try to keep it that way so you're not, again, bag holding down hundreds, down thousands. Oh, I was in it, I was one of the $13 break, and I was in it, say this is 13. I was in at 13 for the breakup, and, of course, boom, and I'm still down, so don't do that. Don't find a stop loss area. If I have a plan, always have a plan. If you find a good plan, find a good strategy, and that's the reason you're winning, you just need to stick to it. Don't move away from it, but find that plan first. Don't just kind of jump into plays and then hope for the best and say, well, I hope it comes back up. I'm like, well, hope's, like the deck always says, hope's not the best plan to have, but if that's your strategy, then so be it. Yeah, hopefully that, Paula, since you asked for it, hopefully so you're still around. If not, I'll have that. It's definitely recorded, but hopefully that helps you out. Putting in, those, I shouldn't say putting in because they are you have to put them in to help. When it comes to the flags and the wedge breakouts, put those lines in. And when it comes to the U-shaped breakouts, just kind of find those areas and getting that first full body candle out of the U-shape over whatever resistance here you're looking at, whether it's a moving average, it's a VWAP, it's open. Same with the flags. Once you get that first full candle out of the flag, you're ready to rock and roll.
Peter Zion talks Jones Act. Better call Sal. I am the aforementioned Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to this episode of What's Going On with Shipping. So, a lot of topics, a lot of discussions about the Jones Act. We saw it down in Puerto Rico with 2 recent waivers of the Jones Act. We've heard it in the news recently with some very spicy conversation about the Jones Act. And now Peter Zion, who does geopolitics, has addressed the Jones Act in a video he recently did and along with a newsletter. If you don't know Peter is a well-known author, great books. I love his stuff. I read it all the time. His articles are good. His videos are outstanding. I don't always agree with Peter, and as you're going to find out in this video, I don't agree with him entirely in this video. But he mentioned the Jones Act, which immediately sent the Sal signal up. I got ridiculous amount of notes from people saying that Peter has done this video and what was my reaction to it. So I figured I'd do a reaction video. I hadn't done a reaction video before. I'm going to go ahead and do one today. So we're going to delve into Peter's video. It's a very short one, only about 3.5 minutes. And we're going to kind of break it down, take a look at what he says, what I agree with and what I disagree with, and I think what he's missing. If you're new to the channel, take a second, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. All right, let's go ahead and jump into our reaction video. So I'm going to emulate one of my favorite YouTubers, and that is Vlogging Through History. This is a channel that reacts to other YouTube videos on history. And he has a format, he has a style, this is it. I am emulating, not plagiarizing. So here's Peter's video. I'm going to go ahead and play it, jump in at time to time, and we'll go ahead and see what Peter has to say. All right, take it away, Peter.
Hey everyone, Peter Zion here, coming to you from Richmond, Virginia, the Jefferson Hotel, which is like ridiculously glorious.
Seriously, that's a nice hotel. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's much better than the Motel 6s I tend to stay at. That's really nice.
Anyway, I wanted to talk about economic development in the United States today, something that's getting a little bit of play because we finally have an industrial policy. Well, I shouldn't say we have an industrial policy for the first time since World War II that's guiding things.
Is it an industrial policy, or do we have a policy on some industries? Because I'm still waiting for the SHIP Act to pass.
Like semiconductors. And not that that's not important, and not that I don't support that, but there are a lot of really baseline things the United States could do if the goal is more stable and reliable economic growth at all levels. So specifically waterways. Now, moving things by water is less than 1/10 the cost of moving them by land. You can move things at bulk, you can move things at speed over large distances. It really is the way to go.
My buddy John Conrad did a video with Spire Maritime. I'll have it in the show notes. Excellent video. He breaks this down really well. Go watch that video.
However, the United States adopted a law about a century ago called the Jones Act, or the Interstate Commerce Act, if you want to use the technical term.
Okay. It's not the Interstate Commerce Act. The Interstate Commerce Act is 1887, deals with railways largely. The Jones Act is the Merchant Marine Act of 1920. It's a mistake, simple mistake. I'm not picking on Peter. But again, it goes back to the issue of what this act was. The Jones Act, when it was created in 1920, was designed for a very specific purpose. It came out of World War I. In 1914, when the world went to war and we declared our neutrality, we found ourselves in a bit of a quandary because piling up on our docks was commerce. It was exports, largely cotton, and more importantly, we weren't getting our imports in. And that nearly bankrupted the United States, created a huge economic problem. So we found ourselves with goods piling up on the dock, couldn't move them, and the one kind of reservoir of shipping we had was our coastal trade. We moved a great deal of goods around the United States, largely by ship. That cabotage fleet, or the coastal fleet, had been in existence since 1817 under a Navigation Act that was passed. But after World War I, we wanted to codify not just that law, but a series of other laws. And what we got was the Merchant Marine Act of 1920. It dealt with international shipping, it dealt with domestic shipping, it dealt with seamen's rights, it dealt with shipbuilding, it dealt with international freight rates, it created a federal entity, the U.S. Shipping Board, to oversee this. You name it. It had everything in it when it came to shipping. And it's kind of the very first national maritime strategy we ever had. And Section 27, again, you got to go through 27 sections to find this thing, is the coastal provision that just reaffirmed what had been the law prior to this. Matter of fact, you go back to the very first Congress, there are cabotage laws, the very first acts. But in the preamble of the Merchant Marine Act of 1920, it states its purpose, which isn't just economic. And this is the problem I have with a lot of economic determination of the Jones Act. It says right here that it is necessary for the national defense and for the proper growth of its foreign and domestic commerce that the United States shall have a merchant marine of the best equipped and most suitable types of vessels, sufficient to carry the greater portion of its commerce, it never says what percentage that is, and serve as a naval or military auxiliary in time of war or national emergency. And that is one of the keys, is that this isn't just for economic commerce. It's not just to move your goods from point A to point B, but in time of war and during national emergency, we need to be able to tap into this, which gives federal oversight of the merchant marine in a way unlike any other industry. In World War I and World War II, the merchant marine was nationalized, and that is something you don't see happen in many other industries. All right, let's go ahead and jump back over to Peter.
And what it does is it makes it illegal to ship any cargo between two American ports on any vessel that is not American crewed, captained, built, and owned.
An American flag.
And what this has done is reduce the amount of traffic that we use our waterways for by in excess of 90% over the course of the ensuing century.
Okay, I got to pause right there for a second, because he's saying that because of the Jones Act, the amount of American cargo that's moved by ocean has decreased by 90%. Okay, well, number one, we move a ton more cargo than ever before, so I'm not sure where this 90% comes from. Second, I completely disagree with that premise from the very beginning, because it is putting all the cause for this reduction of 90%, whatever the hell that is, on the Jones Act, when there are many other issues that impacted why we don't move things by ship. For example, the interstate highway system. Why? Because we had terrible roads in this country, but it's General, later President Eisenhower, who comes back and says we need to be like the Germans, which, again, you don't hear a lot of people say, but we need to build an Autobahn system. You have to remember, in 1956, Malcolm McLean, the creator of what we call intermodalism containers today, loaded his tanker, the SS Ideal X, in Newark, New Jersey, and sailed them down to Houston, Texas. And the reason he loaded containers on board is because if you had to drive those containers from Newark to Houston, Texas, it'd take you a long time. Today, if you did this today, if you left from Newark today to go to Houston, it's 25 hours drive, 20-something hour drive to do it. By truck, maybe 2 days. If you sail it, it's 5 to 6 days. If you load a container in New York, you now have an option. Drive it to Houston or put it on a boat. What's better? And granted, it is much more efficient environmentally to do it by boat. It really is. The problem is this. You now have to put that container on a truck. You have to put it on a truck, drayage it, short haul, over to the port. at the port. It has to be lifted off with a crane, kept at the terminal waiting for your ship to come in. Once the ship comes in, you have to load it on. That ship now sails. It probably doesn't sail directly to Houston, but stops at a whole batch of ports on the way. So it's probably not 5 to 6 days. It's probably a week or two till you get it. It now arrives in the port of Houston. Now you have to offload it. You have to put it in the terminal. You have to get another truck to come get it, put it on the back of the truck, and deliver it to your store in Houston. Is that more efficient than just putting it on a truck in New York and driving it to Houston? That's the problem, because the interstate highway system, which is heavily subsidized, which again, we have low taxes on gas. I know that's going to drive people crazy when they hear it, but go look at Europe, go look at Asia. We have low taxes on our fuel and highway system compared to other places. We incentivize cargo onto the highways. Now he's going to sit here and lambaste that, but we did. Also, the other method we moved cargo was by tankers. Well, you don't do that when you have an interstate pipeline system. Why is it we don't have 100 tankers going from Houston, Texas to New York? Because you have the Colonial Pipeline. There's no need for it. This is why when the Colonial Pipeline got hacked, we were in a lot of trouble, because we don't have the tanker capacity we once had before. And let's be clear, when the Colonial Pipeline was hacked, the danger there wasn't that you could refuel your car. The danger here was that airports, commercial and more importantly military airports, were running out of fuel. That was the issue. And there was no way to pick that up with tanker trucks. You need tankers to do that. And the only tankers we had available, fortunately, were Jones Act tankers, because at that time, the market was way up for tankers, and it was really difficult to find commercial tankers because no one wanted to do a short little run. They were looking at long hauls to make their money. And so you have to be very careful about this. I didn't even bring in airlines here, which sounds strange. But in 1958, when the first 707s and DC-8s do intercontinental service, that takes people off trains. It frees up Class 1 railways for freight. And again, that's more cargo that's moving that way. So to sit there and say, well, you know, it's the Jones Act that causes this problem is a little bit, I would say it's not 100% accurate.
And so now we pretty much move about half of our products, almost 2/3 of our products by truck, and then the remainder is a mix of everything else. Trucks being the most expensive way to move things over distance by far. Now, for a state like Virginia that is on the Chesapeake, I don't want to say that this has been the kiss of death, but wow, has it ground down their economic opportunities. The Chesapeake Bay is the best, world-class best bay in the world. Has the most frontage in terms of areas for port siting. My home state of Iowa is bracketed by 2 navigable rivers, the Mississippi and the Missouri, putting Iowa in a position where it has passed up massive economic opportunities.
I have to question that a little bit on, I'm going to get back to Chesapeake Bay in a minute here, but the Iowa situation, I don't quite understand, because there is a plethora of traffic on the Mississippi River. I mean, we just had stories talking about the low water levels below Memphis right now. I mean, tug and barge, towboats, and push barges and push boats are all up and down the rivers here. I mean, most of the nation's grain is moved by these barges. So I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about in the loss of economic development along the Missouri and the Mississippi River in Iowa.
And then for 19 years, I lived in Texas, which has one of the best coastlines in the world. And
fourth largest coastline of states is Texas, behind Alaska, Florida, and California, if you didn't know it. The problem Texas has, I will tell you real quick, is dredging, is their harbors silt up like crazy. And so you need large-scale dredging to get in there to open them up. It also doesn't help they're in a cul-de-sac, which is the Gulf of Mexico. However, one of the things we do see coming out of Texas is energy in large numbers. And I talk about a Jones Act waiver or a Jones Act exemption in the terms of LNG. I'll link the video up above where I talk about this. I think if you're going to talk about a Jones Act exemption right now, the area we need to talk about is LNG, liquefied natural gas. There are some Korean-built LNGs for Russia that we can get our hands on very quickly. There are ways we can incentivize shipping on American flag LNG carriers, build up some money for some surcharges on foreign LNG carriers carrying American LNG so that we can build a shipbuilding fund to help build these types of vessels in the United States. But again, that's a whole separate story.
More deep water potential than the entire West Coast combined. Basically, if your state is on a navigable river or an external coast, especially if it's got a good bay like the Chesapeake or New York Sound or San Francisco, you have been missing out on massive amounts of economic activity for decades. The single best thing that the United States could do if the goal was to salvage the status of its second-tier cities and build out manufacturing would be to severely reform the Jones Act. Now,
let me be clear. I agree entirely with him on this reform. We need to reform this bill. It's an old bill. I mean, it's been around for 100 years. And it has been reformed. Let me be clear. It has been. The other problem is it's also been partially dismantled. And when you dismantle part of an omnibus bill like the Merchant Marine Act of 1920 was, you have unintended consequences. When you ended, for example, operational subsidies, I'm not a big fan of subsidies, but when you end subsidies for building vessels for the international trade, you eliminate the construction of commercial ships in the United States. You're building less commercial ships, which makes Jones Act vessels more expensive to build. That's another big argument you hear. But I want to go back to something he just said about developing secondary and tertiary cities. The problem with that is in the 1970s and the 1980s, we saw the introduction of this, and that is the shipping container. And the shipping container has done many things. It has flattened the world. It has increased the level of living standards across the board. Read Mark Levinson's The Box, and then go read his book, Outside the Box, about globalization. And you realize what an invention Malcolm McLean, truck driver from North Carolina, gave us. The problem with the shipping container is it did a couple of things. Number one, what we've seen happen in ocean shipping is consolidation of shipping companies. Today, the top 10 companies control 85% of all the world's ocean shipping containers. But we've also seen the consolidation of ports. Whereas we had dozens, if not hundreds of ports up and down the U.S. coast, now we have handfuls. You know, we're talking about the four-corner strategy for U.S. ports: New York, New Jersey, Houston, Savannah, L.A., Long Beach. We have second-level ports that are great: Baltimore, Boston, Charleston, Norfolk, Jacksonville, Miami, Mobile, New Orleans, Oakland, Seattle, Tacoma. Great. But these lower-level ports don't exist anymore. Why is it you don't bring ships into Manhattan on the Finger Piers, or to Brooklyn, or into New Haven, or into Newport, or these smaller ports? And it has to do with two things. Number one, real estate. Most of the waterfront areas have been bought up by real estate developers, either for commercial developments, businesses, restaurants, you name it, or for residential, for homes. The other is how we move cargo, and we move cargo by these big ocean shipping containers. A 40-foot container can be loaded with up to 30 tons of cargo. When you use a 40-foot shipping container, you need gantry cranes. You need a harbor that's dredged to accommodate vessels for this. You need a lot of laydown area to put these containers on. You need trailers. You need the gantry cranes to pick them up and put them on the trailers. You also need your infrastructure, your roads and bridges to the port to be able to handle 30 tons of cargo. One of the big problems you see outside of ports is where these container trucks and trailers spill over into other areas. They damage the roads. They damage the infrastructure. And you have to develop the means by which you can move this. It doesn't do any good to repeal the Jones Act if you want to develop the port of New Haven, Connecticut, but New Haven doesn't have the bridges to handle shipping containers, or doesn't have the road capacity to handle these containers. We need something smaller than a shipping container. We need something modular. We need something like an old Army Connex box that we can move. There's been a lot of examinations of short sea shipping over the years, and this is where it falls apart, in that you need something beyond the shipping container, but this is the mode in which we operate. Just by repealing the Jones Act doesn't fix this problem, because if you start developing these ports, you're talking about these little communities having to invest in their infrastructure, and that infrastructure is not going to be paid by the ocean shipping companies. We learned that with the Bayonne Bridge in Newark. When the ocean shipping companies went to bigger ships, it was the Port Authority of New York, New Jersey, it was the citizens of New Jersey who had to pay to lift the Bayonne Bridge so that bigger ships can get underneath it. It wasn't Maersk and MSC and all the ocean companies doing it.
Obstacle there. As you know from some of my previous presentations, the United States is going through a period of political reshuffling, and the factions that make up the parties are moving around. The faction that is most in motion is organized labor, and the two issues that organized labor.
Today's lesson:
This, my friends, is maybe going to be one of my favorite strategies that I've come up with and seen. I say come up with. A lot of traders are going to be, have used this. I remember in the past, whoever first told me they were using the 8 or 9, moving average with the MACD. And so that's where this comes in, team. The Thanos crossover. This is going to be very, very crucial to in the end, using this because you can use it, which I love long and short, but this is the Thanos crossover part 1. The reason I'm calling this part 1, main reason why, is because I want to dive even further into this team. This isn't a end all be all. I'm not, this is it. This is the first. I've been doing this now for about 2-3 weeks. And so after doing this in the past, and I've done this for less than a month now, and I can't wait to do it for 1 more month straight. And then where I'm at 2 months from now, 3 months from now. So I'll do probably 3 rounds of this, no lie. I'll do another round probably before I go to Florida, which will be first full week of August. So sometime, maybe right before that, which I leave on the 6th. So maybe like the first week of August, August 3rd, 4th, 5th, something like that. Last week of July. So about a month from right now is my point. I will do another one of these. And then we'll do round 3 sometime, say September, October, when this is fully developed and a full plan. So this will be part 1. Let's get into it. So what I love about this, it's very simple. Like most of my strategies that I come up with, I keep it simple, team. I'm not very, I don't mind. Point me in it because it becomes problematic. If you put too much in your head and you try to have a strategy that's used, and you can even, like last week with Ashton, even when AV's on, when Matt's on, when any of these traders are on, of course you see deck every day. Again, we're not back out to the graphing calculator and what's the angle of the no. And the barometer pressure today and all the no, we're not worried about all these different little small things and multiplying and dividing. We're keeping it simple. And so the main few things that I'm looking at right here are going to be the 8 and the 9 moving average, as you can tell, the 8 and the 9 moving average. Simple or exponential. Those are pretty much A1 and AB, right? Simple and exponential are not very drastic of one another until you start moving the time frames. And still, even then, they're not that far apart. I use the exponential. I use the 9 exponential moving average. That's my favorite. It's what I've noticed that works the best. Some traders like the 8. That's fine. Use the 8 if that works. It's going to, usually it's going to be a little tighter at times. I like I want it a little bit not as tight. Sometimes too tight is not too good. But simpler than exponential. I like the exponential more. And we're going with the 8 or the 9 moving average. We're also using the MACD, and that's where our crossover comes from. Again, thank the JD Pessy, a chat member in chat, kind of came up with this. He's like, so what's this Thanos crossover you're talking about? I was like, I didn't even name it the Thanos crossover. That's the name of it now. And that was the first day I kind of came back up to this, where again, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot who it was, that because I used to always use the 9 and the 20. I know a lot of traders use the 8 and the 20, like Matt. I use the 9 and the 20. And I eventually took those off, but I always kept the 9 on. But I remember the trader always used the 9 and the MACD and the crossover going long. He was a long trader. And I forgot exactly who it was, but it was a chat member. And I took the MACD off. It was just too much. Took up too much at the bottom. The indicator line, the signal line. Too much. Left the 9, even though not moving average. You see my charting, it's very simple. But I had one chart where I left the 9 on, and one day I went back to it and noticed how if we were above or below it and how it acted. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about the MACD. So I put that back to it and started, and my mouth just dropped in chat that one day, that one Friday. That was, I think, 3 Fridays ago now is when we first discovered this. So it's 3 Fridays ago now. And so it's using the 8 or the 9 moving average, whether it's exponential or simple. I like the exponential and the 9. The MACD, we're 100% using that. The time frames, the 1, the 3, the 5, the 10, the 15. Those are the most prevalent that I've noticed going back, and that's why I really back tested this yesterday afternoon into this morning for you guys to notice. And you'll see when in which time frame and when you get my point, when to use them. When to use a 1, when to use a 3, and maybe a 5 versus when to use a 5, 10, 15. And it needs some volume. Now, it doesn't have to have prevalent volume because the ones you'll notice that don't have light, that's what I'll get to. I'll tease you right now. But essentially, lighter volume plays will have a different time frame than the higher volume plays. But those are your main indicators you're using. 8 or the 9 moving average, simple or exponential. The MACD, and of course its signal line. The 1, 3, 5, 10, 15 minute time frames. Of course, needs a little bit of volume. The brilliant thing about this and what I want to tell you guys, and usually when you have a strategy, whether it's my trend line crack, shelf bounce, whatever it may be, you're going in one direction. You don't have you don't really have an overall, most people don't have a strategy to use long and short. I've been wanting a strategy and a technique, essentially a setup that I could go, man, if I just use this right here, I can use it going long, I can use it going short. And so that's what I love about this. This is something that we can also use going long or short, team. So that's the one thing I do love about this Thanos crossover. Either way you're looking at it, and I'm going to go into a ton of different examples right here of how you can use it. So here's KZR, play we killed last, let's see, what was it, last Monday or two, whatever this was, Monday or Tuesday, we destroyed KZR. A lot of us got short on KZR. And the one thing I want to note, like, have you guys notice on, let me get over here real quickly. Let me do this if I can. There's that, and then this. And so, boom. So I want you to be able to see everything here. Make sure you can see. Cool. Make sure you can see everything. And so the main thing we're looking at, to make sure you can see my mouse. You can tell right here, right off the bat. And I wasn't sure to start with. I wish I would have. Sorry, Queenie's in here. You have bone sugar, heart. That or just lay down and relax. Sorry, Queenie. That is not going to be a question today either by the team for the giveaways. Everyone knows who Queenie is, and that's going to be for everyone's first guess. Anyway, so let's get back to what I was showing you guys. We're under the 9. This is the 9 exponential moving average, and this is our MACD. And, of course, our setting on the MACD, 12.26.9. MACD setting right here, 12.26.9. If you're ever looking for what time frame I'm in, right here below what ticker we're in, or even it shows you again what ticker we're in, it's going to show you the day and the minute time frame. So I'm in a 10-day, 1-minute time frame right now. So when I'm in a 1-minute time frame, we will notice that in a 1-minute time frame, on an overall lower volume play is where you want to be. That's the T's. Now I was like, what are you talking about? That was what I was saying. So essentially higher volume plays, you may want to start with the 1 or 3, but you really want to maintain maybe a 5, 10, or 15. I'll show you the difference and show you why. So with the 1, there's not much validity. A little bit bigger float, right? Floats are another thing that I'll put in the parameter next time. I couldn't justify having a certain float range right now, but it seemed 40 to 70, 40, 80 to me, but I didn't want to add that to the indicators or things to really look for. But I would say those are the better ones to be looking for and to start off with using this strategy. Why? Because they're going to be a little bit slower plays, and they're a play like KZR that I know if you can go look up the float right now, it's around 40, 50 mil. It's a slower play, I'm pretty sure. A bigger size float. And so it's not going to be very volatile. It's not going to go 20 cents, 30 cents, in candles, for the most part. For the most part, you're going to be a nice, slow, and steady mover. I mean, we do have some volume where you have 20 and 30 cent candles. For the most part, we're a smaller play. Lower volume, smaller candles for the most part. Majority of these candles, you can tell in a 1-minute time frame, aren't that big. And so for a better entry, as you know I've taught in the past, and on plays with lower volume, there is volume there, but it's lower, 1-minute time frame, especially for entries, and you can really ride them out. Now let's get into a 3-minute time frame. That's what we want to get into next, right? That's usually what I'm looking for afterward, is a 3-minute time frame. So let me get back into this now that I'm on it. And so boom. Sorry, right here, team. There we go. So 3-minute time frame. So notice the difference between the 1 and now the 3. See how the 3, the moving average is a little bit higher here, so you're have a little more leeway. You're not feeling as iffy about the trade, but we're bearish on the indicator. We're bearish below the 9. So as soon as we open and close, but you can do it with open and close if you want to go. Now, if you want to be a trust the indicator and we know we're already below, right? So let's just go back real quick so we can see the difference. Anytime we get below and we're below, watch how you can trust this indicator. Now, I know it's going to be hard to do at first, but this literally just tumbles right on down every time. We're below on the MACD. We're getting bearish on the signal line. Below the 9 moving average. Bearish. Move down, right? Beautiful move to the south side. And now you can tell even in the end, and that's where this on slower moving plays where you want to look for your play. You don't want to look, and I'm telling you right now, when these plays have gone south side, below VWAP, get your shorts in. Do not go long on this. Now, there was never really a time it got back above the 9. I mean, briefly and briefly above. Use your instinct and your due diligence and your brain right there, honestly, though, in the team and go, yeah, this probably is not the best of longs. Now, it could, but if we get in the time frame where we see U-shapes, 100%, we're just really not in that. Even the other day, it was the most Aspen. Remember, we saw Aspen do its best. There's no U-shape in movement for the most part when these get so far down. These are going to be shorts. The first couple of the tickers I look at and show you, these are all short related. Underneath the 9, because look when volume completely dies out on plays. Now you can slowly trust this for another short. I right here would just have said I would look for the shelf crack, but then this is just another identifier for you to know that, hey, under this area of 980 shelf, look at this. We're not closing and opening below it. We're right at it. Plus under the 9 again, and then under on the MACD, you do get a good short. But from there, it's hard for me to tell you at the opening bell to go after a play when any play, when you always usually know when you come ask me, team, you're going, does this trade have enough? It probably doesn't have enough volume. And if you're already questioning that, you know what I'm going to say. I say, yeah, it does not. And so know that once we get our below, we get our short right here, below, we're below and we're below. 1 minute time frame, 3 minute time frame on slower volume plays. Get your short in toward the opening part of the day. You can ride this thing out. That's the 3 minute time frame helps you stay in plays longer. 5 minute time frame, that's what they help you do, especially using this indicator. Boy, puppies will find anything. Let's get to the next one right here, team. Let's get to the next one here. These are all shorts I took part of in using this to start off with. AERC, I did this multiple days in a row. Look how simple this is. Slower play, slower volume, shorting, because it's what? Underneath the VWAP, going down south, so under the 9, under the MACD, signal lines going bearish. And that's what I'm going to get into more. I'm going to get more into the histogram next time, get in more of the float next time. This is just simple stuff that we all can. I know Sniz has been using this in chat. This is just very simple stuff that we know if we get under the 9 at the opening bell and below the VWAP. That's the big thing, under that VWAP at the opening bell. If you notice that's just underneath it. Not like you're using it as a parameter besides that, of saying, hey, if we're below that and we get below this 9 and we get bearish on the MACD, look what happens on the 3 minute time frame, team. It's the same day. This is not a different day. This is the same day. Look at the same movement. We can see on the numbers over here. We can see price-wise. It's the same ticker. I didn't get short until my idiot self didn't notice until this shelf. I was like, oh, I'm going to wait till 17 cracks, and then I'm going to get in there. And I messed up. I should have trusted the 1 minute time frame on a slower play and got in here at, say, 17, 20, at least above 17 for the initial short, and know that as long as it stays under the 9 and bearish on the MACD, you're money. Look how long this rides out, team. I mean, you could have rode this out to 15, from 17 to 15. Money. This is in a 1 minute time frame. Again, let's go to the 3. Easy money riding this out. Easy money riding this out. Below the 9 is my light. Man, that's why I make them the same color. Blue line. Below the 9, bearish signal MACD. Next day, did the same thing again. Watched it pop up at the opening bell and waited for this. And I did a trend line to shelf crack, or trend line to VWAP to, well, I love that, trend line to VWAP crack. But then the Thanos crossover set in right on top of it. So this 1 minute time frame, slower overall moving play. You can notice it works out beautifully in a 1 minute time frame. And I'll get to the 3 next, don't worry. But this is when I went, same thing with going short. Trend line crack, under the 9, Thanos crossover happens right in this candle right here. So we're trend line crack, VWAP crack here, somewhere in this area. Then we've Thanos, get the Thanos crossover to happen. Under the 9, as you can tell, bearish on the MACD, literally, very much a dramatic pullback. Beautiful. It's hard in a 3 minute time frame, essentially to say where you'd get filled at. Me, again, remember this one, if you do remember, I get filled at 1367. Not a great entry overall in the end for me. 1367. I wish I would have had more, but still, I'm getting a piece of the pie, right? 1367, where it was called like right here, and the movement, dramatic movement down to 13, right? So, and then I should have held longer. Could have held longer in this play, as you can tell. Look at this, all the way down to the 1275, 12.6 area, close to. Under the 9, under bearish on the MACD side. 3 minute time frame. Super crucial 1 and 3 minute time frame in those slower plays. I can't tell you enough, team, how often I've noticed this in the past week. Here's AERC the next day that I missed. And I missed this last week. Those 2 days in a row I shorted it. Should have shorted it for a third day in a row. It started off below the VWAP, which is my purple line. Below the 9 moving average, and look at this. The crossover happened and just continued to go down. Could have been in short even if I was here at 11.4, all the way down to 10.4. BEA, beautiful short again. Do you notice do you see the same team? Lower, slower plays, a little lower volume. We're going to go with the 1 and 3 minute time frame, and you can easily get in and out. You can see where to get in. Below the 9, I'm going to get in a long play, so I'm not there yet. Below the 9, bearish signal line. We're below, on the blue line's going below. It's time to short. I mean, I love this, team. Here's just yesterday on AERC. As you can see, I took the screenshot this morning, July 4th, this morning at 7:04, I took the screenshot, team, this morning. Beautiful short opportunity. Same thing I missed yesterday on AERC. I'm pretty sure I went over it yesterday with you guys. Below the VWAP, below the 9. Crossovers already happened down here. We've already got the crossover on the signal line. Short NATO. This is a 1 minute time frame. I don't know if I did 3. I did do 3. Look at that. How you stay in longer doesn't test as much and get you a sketched out and kind of go back above. You get back on a 3 and look at this just tank. It just tanks away that time. You could have been all the way down to 12.7. Not that you would have got out 12-7, but still, this is money. Slower play, lower volume, 1 and 3 minute time frame for entries and exits. That's how long you can stay in place too in a 3 minute time frame, team. Below the 9, below the VWAP, especially at the opening bell, anytime. And I'll get to other plays, afterward. But this is what I'm looking for. If we're below the VWAP and we do this crossover at the opening bell, watch for some very dramatic moves to the south side and getting some shorts in. Okay, you're like, AK, I can't even freaking short. Would you stop talking about short? Okay, let's go long then. Let's go long. Look at the opening bell right here moving forward. Say you don't trust it. You want to even trade the opening bell. You're above and above. However many, 5 minutes before, right at the opening bell, look how long you stay above and right out, right? So we get above and above. We're already crossed over right back here, right? We cross over on the bullish side at about 20 minutes for the opening bell. Then we cross over the 9, definitely in this spike. This is the time to go long. Although it's, I caught the wrong time to get in. All the way to almost 15, right? Literally, I think close to almost on the dot. Yeah, beautiful long, right? And then even on the short side, trust the indicators. So you get below right here, you get below and below. Look at the pullback you still end up getting with the MACD going below here. Volume stays in this. This still wouldn't have been a bad short to go short or long then short. And this is just the first example. I love these toward the opening bell because we're having the momentum and the volume. Here's the next day. Here's another day on the ERC that I found that I wish I could have went long then short, right? Long here at the opening bell. Here's I think it was the very next day. Crosses over right at the opening bell. The first 2 minutes in, we're above. We're above. Look at the long to be had until it lets you know, hey, we're going to get a little bearish here. And then boom, we are below, and we are below for a great short. And this is the short I actually took. I waited for this trend line shelf crack, essentially almost in the way, but you can see there's a little bit of a shelf right here at that 15.4 area. But it was a trend line to shelf, VWAP crack, plus the Thanos crossover took part. Wasn't a great trade. I thought it was really going to dump off more from here. It didn't, and that's fine. Kind of like trend line cracks, shelf cracks, going along anything we do. They don't always work out as long as you thought sometimes they would. And this let me know, hey, this is about to get bullish soon, and boom, to get out if you were still in. And then great to what? Go long. Look at over, and especially over the VWAP means you're going to get bullish anyway. I love seeing that in the end now, using that a little bit more, that if we are above the VWAP, if we are above it fully and break above it and give this, it gives a little more strength versus kind of hovering around with it. If we break back over it, we crack back below, there's more validity down, more validity up if it happens right with it at the same time. I've kind of noticed that. Not that the VWAP ends up being a great bounce play, as you can tell, or resistance area. It lets you know that, hey, it's going to get a little more bearish here. Oh, hey, whoa, watch for a bigger bullish move if we do break through and do this at the same time. So, long or short team, you can use this, right? And now we'll go through, AERC, there's a ton of different, because it was so easy. AERC, it's simple. AGRX, let's get into something a little bit more volume now, right? So we have a little bit more volume in the play. Understand that. A little bit higher volume, big time volume sometimes. Let's move to maybe a 5 minute time frame. You can tell back to now into a 5 minute time frame. Again, perfect example here at the opening bell, above, and then you break above the VWAP. Look at the explosion up for the long on AGRX. Then we get a great short. You get to go below the 9, and then again, where you see this, and the 1, the 3, the 5, the 10, the 15, it's going to move the moving averages in your MACD and where things are crossing over at. And the more volatile plays, you're going to get your 9 is going to hover in between this a little bit more and give you more shakiness, but it's going to give you a higher entry. Sometimes you can trust those, and that's fine, but that's why and that's why I say, even in these, and I'll get over to it, if you want a 1 minute time frame for entry, that's fine, but you immediately get your butt back over to a 3, if not a 5, in more volatile plays, so you trust that movement in the direction you want it to go in. And so here, just say if you even would have taken this trade where, you got in it right below 2.5 for the, the entry here, as you can see the entry, crossover somewhere in this area around 2.5, and then ride this out, down. While the MACD, long as that, you don't get both. It does get a little back above, but you still get the MACD, and that's the main thing. As long as you still have one, it's when you get both is when you know you need to get out of the trade, right? So like right here, comes down to this point, we're over, you know you need to get out. Look at the return back up. So here's another great long. Long to start, short in the middle part of the day, long into lunch hours, into actually afternoon commentary. Then another great short to end the day off. Boom, boom. More volume, a little bit more volatile play. Go to a 5 minute time frame overall. You're going to see more extended plays and hold them a little longer and see the better crossover areas and more trustworthy. The 1 and the 3 are going to you're going to get a good entry there, but then you're going to get psyched out along the way. It's like what Matt always talks about with that 1 minute time frame with me. It's hard to do, and not many people can do it. So get back to a 3 and a 5, especially if you're using this indicator. With more volume, the better it is when you have, like, say, a 3 or 5. I mean, we'll get into even 10, 15-minute time frame. So you can see your AGRX, 5-minute time frame, gorgeous. Let's get to AMD. Does it work with Does it work with any other movers? And what about blue chips? What about bigger plays? Does it work with that besides penny stocks? It does. And so here, again, more volume, more volatile play. You know AMD holds volume all day long. Let's at least get into a 5-minute time frame. Beautiful, again, team, to start the day here, right? Below the VWAP, below the 9, below on the MACD getting bearish. A B, E, A. Beautiful short to be had as we just blow down the lower VWAP band. Let's go long. All right. Above. Break out to the VWAP. Break above the VWAP. Even more explosion. Very simple to use, team. And as long as one stays up, you're good. So here's my point. You get back below the 9. That's fine if you want to get out. Okay, cool. I got to get out the remaining shares. I'm done. But then remember, if you stay above on that MACD, there's still some room to be had. And there was. Look at this. Stayed above on the MACD. Got even more explosion. Got a little bit higher on this spike. Now it's when we get below both is when we get bearish. Below both, boom, boom, right here in this candle. And then look what we stay below on the MACD. So the MACD becomes your real trustworthy one in the end, especially in these higher time frames, to stay in. If it does get back above and you're going, oh no, it's back above on the 9, MACD is your main indicator then. If it gets back above the MACD, it's 100% time to get out. You will see the move back up. When it doesn't, and you can tell, look how you can, even though it gets back above a couple of times here, never does on the MACD, and boy, you can just ride this one out all the way down here to the 76 and below. Beautiful short all the way from up top, from say 77.5-ish area. 5-minute, 3-5 at least. I'd like to do 5 for you guys. Just it's easier for you on these bigger movers. Let's even get to Tesla. Muy perfecto, right? Same here at the opening bell. Very volatile. A lot of stocks are at the opening bell. The crossover, though, your MACD is your main indicator, does not cross over until when? When it tells you when it's finally bearish. Time to go short. And it was surely right. Time to go short in this candle. Ride that all the way out. Now it's $15. Now it could be more volatile than that. This wasn't a crazy day yesterday for Tesla. These are just examples from yesterday. So Tesla, great short to be had right here. Push back above. Whammy. And then what gets more whammy? Back above the VWAP. See the power team of the 3. Using the Thanos crossover, I guess with the 2. I say the 3 because this is 1, 2, 3 different indicators we're using. But, you know, use the Thanos crossover, then we explode back through the VWAP. You're going to get even more explosion. You stay up above at top until what? You cross back over the MACD on your under both. Time to go short through here. Now at first it's like, oh yay, and then like, oh no, it's not working. Oh, that's right, I forgot about the MACD. It's working, and then whoo, MACD's your MACD's like the alpha and the omega in the end. You know, we kind of have the 9 really helping us out along the way, but it's the MACD, and that's why I'm going to kind of test out more moving averages along with this and see if there's one that gets in a little tighter, like one like a little more. But 8 of the 9 seem to be the best 2 that work so far, and that's what I'm liking the most. And I'm hoping you guys can see this. I'll get to questions in just a minute. But it doesn't matter if it's penny stock, it's mid cap, it's large cap, it's super large cap, it's a blue chip, it's red chip. Doesn't matter. Beautiful, beautiful to see. Lower time frames for the lower volume plays, higher time frames for the higher plays. So in recap, team, again, higher volume, higher time frame, 3, 5, 10, 15 minute. Lower volume plays, lower time frame, 1, 3, 5 minute. Start with 1 minute for entry if you want to. But boy, get your butt back to bigger time frames, especially if you're in higher volume. Especially that I'm liking the 5. There's 10 and 15. I've seen great examples, and I'll get to those next time. But 10 and 15, there's great examples. So again, higher volume, higher time frame, lower volume, lower time frame. Start with 1 minute if you want to for entry. Lower time frame, as you can tell, it's where you're going to get it at. Higher time frame, holding longer. Get your butt back over there to the higher time frames. And that will conclude the Thanos crossover lesson, team.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, the motor vessel ONE Henry Hudson has departed the port of Los Angeles. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So, ONE Henry Hudson caught fire back in November of 2025. Very spectacular. Happened in the port of Los Angeles. I did a live stream of it, and we followed the kind of efforts to get that fire out, the salvage. Well, now the vessel has departed, heading across to Asia for repairs. We've got some new information to take a look at, plus a discussion about what happens next regarding the cargo and what needs to happen to prevent this from happening again. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. So here's a story by Mike Schuller over at G Captain. Fire damaged ONE Henry Hudson departs Los Angeles after 2-month salvage effort. So the fire-damaged ONE Henry Hudson has departed the port of Los Angeles for repairs in Asia, closing the book on what the Coast Guard officials describe as one of the most technically demanding salvage operation in recent port history. The vessel sailed from Yusan Terminal last Wednesday, January 21st, after completing cargo discharge operations earlier in the week. The departure comes exactly 2 months after a fire broke out in the ship's lower deck compartments on November 21st, 2025, while the vessel was moored at the port. U.S. Coast Guard Captain Stacy Cressy, who served as incident commander, said the response evolved from an emergency firefighting effort into a complex, multi-phase salvage operation involving careful coordination across multiple agencies and private contractors. Salvage operations presented major logistical challenges, particularly in cargo hold number 3, which was estimated to be about 80% flooded from firefighting efforts. International salvage firm Don John Smith mobilized specialists from around the world to stabilize the ship, remove damaged cargo, and prepare the vessel for transit. At the height of the emergency, the incident forced a temporary closure of 4 of the port's 7 container terminals and prompted shutdowns along State Road 47 due to heavy smoke, though broader port operations resumed within days. All right, I want to take a look at a video just put out by the Port of Los Angeles that takes a look at the fire and salvage operations done. There was just an award ceremony at the port commemorating the first responders, everybody who took part in this evolution.
We are following more breaking news, this time from San Pedro, where crews have been battling a stubborn cargo fire at the Port of Los Angeles for several hours now.
It happened around 6:30 p.m. deep below deck on the ONE Henry Hudson.
23 crew members were on board. Everyone was safely evacuated. This is the container ship being moved past the breakwater because of the dangerous conditions on board.
Several agencies were out here fighting this fire, all of them coming out here with multiple resources.
On the evening of Friday, November 21st, we received a variety of calls related to a possible vessel fire on board the ONE Henry Hudson.
You know, you don't hear explosions on ships very much, fires on ship happening very much. First question is, anyone hurt? Emergency response had happened. We had evacuated the terminal.
So early on was identifying, what was burning, getting the right resources in the right place.
The role that the ELPW had was making sure that the fire department, the Coast Guard, and the port police all knew what type of cargo was on there.
So there were about 2,850 containers, and each one had various contents to include hazardous substances. We also found out that the vessel had about 1 million gallons of fuel and oil products on board. So we used this analysis. We determined the safest thing to do was to move the vessel out to sea.
So the movement of the ship underway and getting it out of port is an extremely controversial decision made by the Port of LA. It was done for several reasons. Number one, they weren't worried about ship fuel fire, okay? The ship's fuel is in the double bottoms below the bottom of the ship. It's not going to burst into flames. That's not an issue at all. It doesn't matter how many millions of gallons of fuel on board. This is a container fire up forward on the ship. The issue here is that the container fire was smoking off and there was potentially hazardous material involved. And we'll talk about the cargo in question here in a minute. A lot of smoke bellowing out, and the decision was made to move the ship out to the anchorage. Now, this gave up something the fire department had, and that's a purchase point. They had aerial devices up onto the ship. They had water flowing on the ship. They were fighting the fire using their pierside apparatuses on board the ship. The minute they cast off, they lose that. which means you only have the shipboard firefighting systems and the fireboats. You also was a discussion briefly about using the ship-to-shore cranes to potentially offload some of the cargo. That wasn't done for a variety of reasons. One, I heard that there was a loss of power for some of the ship-to-shore cranes, so they couldn't either use them, or more importantly, you don't want to put an ILWU longshoreman suspended over a fire. I mean, you just don't. And so it's probably not a great idea to do that.
The LA pilots came out, local tugs within the port, and the fire department got their boats on scene, and the boat was escorted from Houston Terminal out to Anchorage G4.
When we were all discussing of why we should move it out of the port was for the safety of the community.
So Stacy Cressy is the captain of the port of Los Angeles, and Coast Guard captains of the port have absolute authority over the ports they oversee. It's a really insane level of control they have. I mean, literally, there's almost no one that can overrule them when it comes to decisions. So she was the incident commander, and it was her decision, her call, based on the information being fed to her, to go ahead and have that ship, cast off its lines and head out to the anchorage.
When those decisions were being made to move the ship out to sea, this was a complex incident that required coordination, training, and excellence from our first responders.
Okay, I can understand the mayor wanting to say something, but she has no authority when it comes to moving the ship. None, zero. I mean, nothing at all. But the mayor is responsible for the training and making sure that the fire departments, particularly in this case, the Los Angeles Fire Department, which was the primary fire service that responded to this call, was prepared for it. Although there was a story that came out afterwards. That talked about the fact that the Port of Los Angeles and the firefighting equipment on board some of the boats in question was not up to speed, and there were issues with the ability of some of the fireboats to respond.
There's jurisdictional things working alongside the Coast Guard, looking at the operator of the vessel, the terminal, the crew. And when you have these huge, large magnitude incidents like this, it's always nice to see when you get on scene, you recognize people right away.
It was very humbling and amazing to see how many people putting their pretty much lives on the line to protect others.
An incident of this magnitude, not one agency within the city can respond, mitigate, and recover from something like this. When you see something like this come together so effectively with an outcome that's positive, it's incredibly rewarding.
That night, everybody can be proud because everybody came together and did what they were supposed to do.
54% of our workers live within 5 miles. 73% live within 10 miles. Us being part of the community and us being part of the solution was a huge accomplishment.
You're just working with top-notch individuals who really care and really have a total understanding of the importance of getting these decisions right and being able to work together as a team. It was an honor to be a part of.
And moving forward, it's made us stronger. It truly has. I mean, the idea that this occurring here and what we're able to do just really demonstrates our ability to collaborate and solve any challenge that comes in the port.
So I want to thank all of those involved for your leadership, the coordination, and the efforts to keep everyone safe at the port and in the surrounding communities. Thank you.
So I really like that video. It does a great job. I would have liked them to have included a few more groups into that video, and particularly ONE and the crew from the motor vessel ONE Henry Hudson. I would have loved to see the pilots involved in there too. I think they had a really important role. I would have loved to seen some of the firefighters, particularly those on the boats out there, on the fireboats, and the role they had. But again, you get what you get. I understand that. So I want to talk about a couple of issues that were not covered in that video, but are really important to understand. So first off, ONE Henry Hudson is about halfway across the Pacific. She's just northwest of Hawaii right now, heading for southern China for a repair availability. They're going to determine whether or not the ship can be repaired. I assume it will be repaired. I can't imagine that damage is such that the ship will not be repaired. So three major things we got to talk about. Number one, the cargo on board. What happens to the cargo on board? So ONE has set out a series of customer advisories. This is the most recent one, which discuss about the sailing of the vessel. But the one I want to focus on is number 7. So number 7 deals with the issue that's really important, and that is general average. So if you don't know, general average it's an old-timey thing on ships, and it's been around forever. It goes back to the concept back in the day of sail, where you're sailing across an ocean and and you have to jettison some cargo because of stability issues or wind or something, and you start throwing cargo off. Well, the person whose cargo is thrown off loses. They have no cargo. Well, the idea was you would average out the loss across all the cargo on board. And so if your bales of cotton were thrown overboard, but somebody else's bales of cotton weren't thrown overboard, everybody shares in the loss. So you will basically recoup some money from it, but some of the other cargo will pay for it. That's the idea of general average. Well, in the case of O&E Henry Hudson, they declared general average. So they have appointed a general average surveyor. That is Ken Shortall, over at TMC Marine. The GA surveyor has begun to arrange cargo surveys, which is expected to commence on January 14th. Customers who intend to join are urged to contact the surveyor directly to coordinate the joint survey as soon as possible. You don't have a choice whether to be part of this or not. Your cargo is going to be included in it. However, if you want to be involved in the survey, then you have to contact them. Once the containers are discharged and cleared from the general average security and salvage security process and from any other cargo hold requirements, respective import and export cargoes will be arranged. Now, everything has been offloaded, the vessel. So cargo that was imported into LA will be held at the Houston terminal for pickup based on their bills of lading. Cargo that was going to Oakland was the next port that the ship was heading to, can be picked up at LA, or the containers will be shipped up to Oakland via rail. Cargo that was being exported will continue to be arranged for shipment. In other words, it's going to go on another either O&E ship or one of the ships in its alliance system. O&E is fully cooperating with the relevant stakeholders and will keep customers updated. They have a hotline right there, a 1-844 number you can call, and there is an email address that you can use. So if you do have cargo on board the ship, strongly recommend you follow up on that to do it. The second issue has to do with the salvage and how that fire was put out. So this was an image released by the U.S. Coast Guard. This shows you hold number 3, and you can see the vessel's hold basically became a very deep swimming pool. The way they extinguished the fire that was happening below deck was to flood the vessel. Now, that tells me a couple of things. Number one, if you're going to flood a vessel like that, stability-wise, it's not an issue. You can put all that weight in there. You're not going to break O&E Henry Hudson. In fact, I said that during the initial fire, that you could flood the entire compartment and put it out. The problem with flooding an entire compartment like that is now that water is completely contaminated. You can't just pump it off. You have got to treat every last pint of that water. That is a massive salvage problem. That is an issue that needs to be addressed. I don't know if you needed to fill that hold 80% to put that fire out. Was fire burning that high up in all the containers? Was there concern? There may have been. I don't know. But I've talked to some salver experts, and they kind of question this decision. And again, I hate the Monday night quarterback. I wasn't on the ship. I don't know the details that Don John Smith has, but that seems a bit extreme because it did delay the process for cleaning the vessel and adds a lot of money to do the cleanup of the vessel. It goes to another issue here. What caused this fire? Okay, I know what caused the fire. I do. I really do. Because I've seen the images, I've seen the pictures, which unfortunately I can't share with you right now, but I will once I'm allowed to. It was container loads of spent lithium-ion batteries. That's what started this fire. There was a very early image of popping down in the hold, and there was reports of explosions. Okay, it's not the ship. The ship didn't have an explosion. There's nothing that's going to explode down there in an empty cargo hold. Nothing. Yeah, there's electrical conduits that could pop and everything, but not the level they had down there. These were containers with lithium-ion batteries, either used or damaged lithium-ion batteries. And my good friend Patrick Durham over at Stash Training talks about lithium-ion batteries, especially on ships, all the time. And this is a fundamental problem. The transporting of hazardous cargo, like lithium-ion batteries still below deck, is an issue because when those batteries, for whatever reason, popped off and you started getting these thermal runaways, there's this kind of cascade runaway on board, you're not putting that fire out. Even if you submerge it in water, you're not going to put that fire out because it generates its own oxygen. What you're doing by submerging it in water is preventing the expansion, the spread of it from happening. And that's probably why they flooded that compartment, because it probably wasn't just one container. There were probably multiple containers of that down there. And that was probably the concern they had. Because if you're worried about a thermal runaway on a car, on a Tesla, on any electrical vehicle, when you have container loads of lithium ion batteries and they're experiencing thermal runaways or they're damaged and they start burning, that is a major problem. You have got to do something about it. The last thing I want to talk about is the National Transportation Safety Board. This is the NTSB site on the investigation on board ONE Henry Hudson. The event was on November 21st. Here's a brief little summary. Let's go to the docket. Nothing. This docket for this investigation has not been released. I want to know why NTSB has not even put out a preliminary issue yet. And I'm not alone in some of these issues with the NTSB regarding marine investigations. Back in the summer of 2024, we had a tugboat, the Miss Peggy, that was run down in the port of Houston. Here's the NTSB report. This is from over a year and a half ago. Here's the docket. Nothing. We have the Mexican training ship, the Cuauhtémoc, in the port of New York that struck the Brooklyn Bridge back in May of 2025. We have the NTSB investigation right here. We go to the docket. Nothing has been released. There were fatalities on Miss Peggy. One person died. There were two people who died on the Mexican ship. I'm not faulting NTSB for doing a thorough investigation. I want a thorough investigation. I want an investigation. I understand investigations take up to a year at some points. However, when we know what the issue is, and in this case, it's lithium-ion batteries on board the MV ONE Henry Hudson, you should put a report out that immediately that we suspect the issue is this. Take due diligence in loading this. We've had a series of fires on board ships. Maersk had a fire on a ship off the coast of Africa. We had a car carrier catch fire south of the Aleutians that got lost. The ship had to be abandoned. These are critical safety issues, and we need to be addressing them. And I'm asking the NTSB, please, 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 you put so much attention on the aviation side. You come out with interim reports very quickly. We need to do this on the maritime side. You need to address this because there are mariners on board these ships who are at risk at times, and we need safety concerns addressed immediately. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you do that? You hit the super thanks button down below or head on over to Patreon and become a monthly, yearly subscriber. Until next episode, this is Sal. Sign off. On today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping, the ILWU is filing for bankruptcy. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So if you are an avid follower of What's Going On with Shipping, which I assure you are, but if not, hey, subscribe and like, you will know that we have followed the ongoing labor negotiations between the International Longshore Warehouse Union and their 22,000 West Coast employees and those of the Pacific Maritime Association, the big shipping firms and terminal operators on the West Coast. Well, that negotiation, which had been going on for years, I mean, their previous contract expired back in 2015. They now have a new contract that's been ratified by the unions and the locals. Behind the surface, underlying everything that was going on, I kept hearing from union members, and I heard from lots of union members, some negative, a lot of pro, thank you so much, and from members of the PMA, that this issue that we're going to talk about today was the issue that was always going to be the one that was going to fall like a sword of Damocles on the ILWU, and that is the reason for the bankruptcy that we're going to talk about. If you're new to the channel, hey, do take a moment, subscribe and like. So let's take a look at what the union has said. This is the letter that went out from the union on October 1st. We write to share you important information. Due to the sensitive nature, we were unable to share this with you until now. About an hour ago, the ILWU filed for bankruptcy protection under Chapter 11. This action was taken after careful consideration in order to protect this union and its members now and in the future. So the genesis for this issue has to do with a ruling by the National Labor Relations Board between actions taken by the ILWU and their local chapter, Local 8, up in Portland, Oregon, versus a terminal operator known as ICTSI. So there was a case that was filed in 2012 in U.S. District Court. There was a trial held 7 years later in 2019, 2-week trial, and in it, the ICTSI, the terminal operator, was awarded $93.6 million in damages, allocated between the ILWU 55% and Local 8 in Portland 45%. On March 5th of 2020, a judge ruled that the damages there was supported to be a total of $19,061,248. Unfortunately, the ICTSI did not accept that ruling. They rejected it. They have now filed a new appeal, and they're going to get a new hearing to hear about not whether or not the ILW is guilty. That's been already done, to hear damages. And they're requesting between $48 million and $142 million. And since the ILW is saying they don't have the cash reserves for that, they are filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. They go on here in their letter to say that they're going to continue to operate as usual, that this is not a liquidation, that they will continue to function normally and support their locals. They'll continuing education and training and organizing programs. But this, they say, is the only way they have to get out from under such a huge fine that's being leveled on them. Now, you should be asking yourself at this point, well, Sal, what did they do so wrong that the National Labor Relations Board found them guilty of this? The federal district court found them guilty of this, and this company decided to levy this huge fine against them and get it in court. Well, for that, we come over to this story by Greg Miller over at Freightway. So, according to the ILW president, Willie Adams, while we have attempted numerous times to resolve this decade-long litigation with ICTSI Oregon, at this point, the union can no longer afford to defend against ICTSI's scorched earth litigation tactics. We intend to use Chapter 11 process to implement a plan that will bring this matter to resolution. The officers are confident that we're taking the right step. Now, this comes just a month after they got this new labor agreement. So what's the story here? Well, go to another Greg Miller story. This is how a fight over 2 jobs bankrupted the union of 40,000 dock workers. ILW proposes handing over most of its remaining cash to ICTSI. But I want to go back a little even further than Greg's story here to the original story. And this is the LA Times from 2019. How a feud over 2 jobs tipped the West Coast Longshore Union toward bankruptcy. That's right. This entire bankruptcy stems from 2 jobs. And I mean 2 jobs. That's it. There were 2 people working in Portland, Oregon that caused this. And Lil Sundet, who is an official for the ILW, is one of the big players. It may seem far-fetched that a dispute over 2 jobs could financially ruin a union, so powerful that all West Coast ports shut down for days when its contract talks break off, but that's the case. The Portland jobs tending refrigeration containers, these are called reefers. These are boxes with refrigeration units on board, so when you transport items that have to be kept at a constant temperature. You have containers that have refrigeration units. They are plugged in the trucks or rail, then they're plugged in on ships. But when they get to the terminals and they're put on the ground, they have to be plugged in and monitored. That was a job for 2 people in the port of Portland. And since 1974, it was done by members of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. It deals with Robert Big Bob Elrath, who retired last year as union president. This is back in 2019. He saw precedent in the 2 contested Portland reefer jobs. If I let those jobs go and demanded that they be set aside or whatever, it would bleed up and down the entire West Coast. In some way, Sundet 63, whom McElrath assigned to pursue the jobs at Portland's Terminal 6, embodies the proudly militant approach of the union founded by the late Harry Bridges, a Marxist. He was a union leader who won respect, championed civil rights and equality, but Sundet's scorched earth tactics stymied judges, confounded 3 Oregon governors, increased cost of trade, and affected his reputation among fellow union members, who in 2015 voted him out of his $307,000 a year post. Sundet, who did not return phone messages seeking comments, started as a dock worker in the 80s. He favored skepticism, having come from the Pacific Maritime Association. He worked his way up in 2004 when he addressed a Democratic National Committee panel in Portland. So according to the facts presented in the case, and this is what's laid out here, Sundet told the Portland terminal manager in 2012 that he might as well tell shipping lines to depart because we're going to send them packing. Sundet guided the local chapter as members drove trucks and cranes slowly, took indirect routes around the container yard, packed vehicles to block in reefers, and faked mechanical problems. Teamsters fumed as hundreds of trucks backed up outside the port.
Container ships spent extra days in port or skipped calls on Portland. Legal gridlock ensued while the ILWU pressed ICTS Oregon to give it the 2 jobs under the term of the union's West Coast labor contract. Company managers said the positions wasn't theirs to give. They said that according to their terminal lease, the jobs were controlled by the Port of Portland. The next year, shipping lines Hanjin, Hapag-Lloyd decided to leave their port for good, leaving only Westwood, a small carrier. As Hanjin's final vessel prepared to go, Michael Radek, a manager of the shipping line, begged employers to get the union to load the ship at a normal pace. We did what the union wanted and we left. Now they need to repay the favor. In 2017, ICTS Oregon paid $20 million to exit its 25-year lease to operate the terminal, an expense included in the $135 million in damages the company sought from the union. At the trial, the jury took 3.5 hours to return the verdict and award $94 million to the ICTSI. Now, let's be clear about something, too. ICTSI is not without problems here. You can go see their track record is not great in many ways. The Port of Portland had substantial problems beyond this, not the least of which you're on the Columbia River, which is a terrible port to come into. It's really tough. It's one of the toughest entrances to a U.S. port is the Columbia River bar, extremely tough. It's a long voyage down the Columbia River to the terminal, which means a lot of fuel is spent on that. Plus, you're in Portland. You're basically offloading for the local area. You're not offloading in Portland to shift stuff eastward because you got to go over the mountains or up around the top of the Rockies or below the Rockies. So it's not a great port to begin with in many ways, just because of its locale. It has services, but there are a lot of reasons that the Port of Portland suffered. But there's no doubt that the ILWU wanted these jobs back and targeted these 2 jobs to do it. And that's not just me talking. That's the jury. It's the jury. 12 jurors came back in 3.5 hours and ruled on this. But the problem now I have is that the union has got to figure out this deal. Filing bankruptcy is because they have less than $10 million in cash on hand, and they can't afford to pay this out. Now, remember, the guilty parties here is the ILWU and the local union. It's not the locals in the other ports. The ILWU itself is probably about 25 people, staff that runs everything. And then their legislative agendas and all the things that they do, training, coordination, you name it. But now they're filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And again, you have to raise that question. You just had this huge contract negotiation. Willie Adams, the president of the ILWU, was sitting down with President Biden. He was meeting with President Biden's Secretary of Labor designate at the time. So he was obviously talking about what was coming down here. And the question is, what happens on the West Coast? I think what happens is the ILWU is going to have to go bankrupt. I mean, it's going to have to pay it. It's pretty clear that tactics used by the ILWU was found guilty in this case. I wasn't there. I can't comment on whether or not they were work stoppages or not. But obviously, a jury proved it and or at least believed what was presented before them. And the question is, what goes forward? You're not going to see a disruption on the West Coast. The unions are going to keep working. We're definitely going to see cargo keep moving. But it raises another issue on the West Coast. There's a lot of questions about bringing cargo into the West Coast. We're seeing cargo shift, heading toward the Panama Canal to the East and Gulf Coast. Does this further undermine the position of the ILWU on the West Coast? Obviously, they wanted to push this out and wait until the contract negotiation was in place before having to file bankruptcy, because they couldn't really do that while negotiating at the time. It would be a problem. Whew. If you want to know why I love studying shipping and this industry, right here, this is the topic. These are the things that never go away. This is quite a story. It is a interesting story, and definitely one that I'm going to be following going forward. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you do that? Well, if you're the ILWU, you're probably not going to send me money because you're going to need it for the bankruptcy. But if you're not, hey, you can hit the super thanks button down below or head on over to Patreon and be a monthly, yearly subscriber to the page. Until our next video, this is Sal, signing off.
And welcome into the roundtable. And if you haven't been following it, folks, the Mississippi River seeing some incredibly low levels right now. And joining us to talk about the situation in terms of how we seem to try to get through this, we have with us Dr. Sal Mercogliano from Campbell University, Associate Professor of History. And they also have Pat Chambers, Chief of Operations and Regulatory for the Army Corps of Engineers in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us here for this one. Pat, we've had you on last October when, unfortunately, things got to a low level at the Mississippi Point there. What are we seeing right now, in your estimation?
Thanks, Bill. Appreciate the invite to be on. What we're seeing this year is similar to last year, although it started about 3 months earlier. Starting in early June, where we started seeing extensive low water, and a lot of that is, the dry conditions that we've seen over the last few years in the Northwest, and also in the Mississippi Valley region where we've had it. So we got pretty low water. We're pushing a couple of close, like in Memphis, we're looking at potentially getting to a new record low. Last year, our low was negative 10.8. 28 day today, we're at about a negative 9.5, and it looks like we're gonna, in 28 days with no more rain, we'll probably hit the negative 11 foot mark on the Memphis gauge. So a lot, extreme low water, a lot of dredging going on. We've got, just in the Mississippi Valley Division, we've got 22 dredge operations ongoing. We've got 15 of those dredges are on the Mississippi River, and then 7 are actively working this extensive low water. So, that's kind of an update on what we're looking at right now. Any particular questions? We've got some restrictions, on the Mississippi River below St. Louis, where, we've got Coast Guard advisories out for draft of, no greater than 9'6". In one area just below St. Louis to about the middle of the Memphis district, we've got, barge width restrictions, 4 wide barges. If they're loaded, they can go 5 wide if they're unloaded. And the rest of the river down to the Baton Rouge area is 6 wide. From that, from the 4 and 5, load between Lower Mississippi River 869 up to the Lower Mississippi River River Mile 953 is the 4 wide loaded and 5 wide unloaded.
Gotcha.
And one thing that I would point out is, just real quick, on the Mississippi River, our authorized dimensions are 300 foot wide by 9 deep. So, and we're maintaining that now, although, with our dredging operations, although, there are some delays to navigation traffic, much like last year. When we're in dredging, we'll halt navigation while we conduct dredging operations in a certain reach, and then get out of the way and let traffic move. So, back to you.
Yeah, Sal, obviously, this is an amazing impact economically as well. So in terms of getting that kind of the lower draft, the amount of grain that comes throughout the Midwest out to the Port of New Orleans, this has got to be a major disruption, at least for now, in terms of how much we can export.
Talked about what you're seeing there is a reduction in throughput, and that's really the key thing. When you start taking barges from their 11-foot marks up to 9'6", reducing the number of barges south of St. Louis, that has an impact on the amount of grain and throughput you can have. And you go from hauling about 100, 110 tons in each barge, now you're down to about 90 or 80 tons. And when you start putting the restrictions in and the number of barges, as he's talking about, from St. Louis down to Memphis, that's throughput. Now, fortunately, October tends to be the lowest traffic month on the Mississippi because, again, what we see is a lot of the traffic has come out before then. However, we do see a spike back up hitting into November and December. And the question is, if this remains in place, like Patrick's talking about, then soybean, corn coming out of the silos, out of the granaries, up along the Mississippi River Valley is going to be impacted. That's going to slow loading down on the Mississippi. And as we've been watching around the world, we know grain prices have been in a state of flux from Russia, Ukraine, from instances of grain coming out of South America. This has an impact on the global market.
Pat, has this had any impact on any particular import or export in particular? Obviously, grain is a major export there as well, but also fresh water for water purification in terms of what has to come down the river. Is there any kind of restrictions related to what is coming down the river?
There's no restrictions for what's coming down the river, but, Dr. Sal points it out pretty well is, now that they're in harvest, in the harvest period, they're going to be wanting to move a lot of grain down as they're, as they're moving everything down to New Orleans. So it is a challenge. His podcast or YouTube video the other day laid it out pretty well.
On today's episode of What's Going On this episode.
This lesson, I know people are asking about it for a while. Charting, how I chart, how a professional charts, what time frames you should be looking for, what to be looking for when you're breaking down charting, whether it's the day of, you just walked into chat, or you just walked into the chart, you've never seen this chart before. Here's what to do. Small cap plays. Again, let's just go back to HSDT, a play that say you've never really seen before and starts popping up in pre-market. So it's a small cap play popping up in pre-market here. First thing you always want to do is start breaking down the charting itself, knowing that we see a support line right here, support, bounce, bounce, bounce. So we see a channel, a shelf as I call it. We see a downtrend line in, boom, boom, boom. So connect the dots here, right? So I'd have a line in right here. In with the bodies of the candles. Why? Because I teach candlestick confirmation. I'm not worried about the wicks. Why? Because if we close and open outside of said support area, we will then continue down in that said area. Same here, if we would break the downtrend with candlestick confirmation, which is the first candle, go back and watch my lesson of that, the first candle to close and open outside of said area that you're channeling or put a line in, you'll start going in that direction. Well, this is exactly what you'd see, and of course you could see the short. Now, what do you do for the day? Well, you go to the 1 year, 1 day. And the one thing you're going to notice is going like, wow, there's a lot of red upper shadows and a lot of giving back of gains here. Look at this, dump after a gap up, dump upper shadow. This didn't even gap up, ran all the way in, came all the way back down. Look at that gross ugly. So what's it mean? It means it's probably most likely going to give back its gains, right? Every single time it does that, you've seen it in the past, it's probably going to do that again. And so that's the first thing you notice. And the second thing you want to do is go, where's the chart at? Go, I bet it's going to have probably some 430 resistance right there. Old supports, new resistance. If we pop up anymore, here's a great area of what will support to be resistance. Boom, boom, boom. All the way back up into that bounce right there. And so I'm like, it probably won't get any higher than that. And you can just see what it's done recently. There's nothing else to really use in charting until you run into that area of maybe 435. And so then you go back up the day of. You start charting it and go, oh, wow. Look where that ran into. Right on the dot. See how that makes sense right there? Now let's go to large cap plays and go to a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Why? Because you're going to start using channels of where these plays should bounce into and go from, right? You have the 1 minute, the 3 minute, the 5 minute in there. The 15 minute is also an interval of what? The 30 minute, the hourly, the 4 hour. And so you're getting the best, in my opinion, of all the good charts. And so one thing you're always looking for, major reversal. So a crack of this area where we came down, bounced, and came up, which also then leads to a bounce and also old resistance from the day before on Thursday. that lets me know, as you can see here, old resistance becomes new support, my sandwich area as I call them, and we're bouncing on it pretty much yet again. When we crack that, it's probably going to lead to another good short. Where down to? Well, the next good reversal area, which is right there at around 518.50, which is a former high of day here, and then a great bounce and reversal there, right? That's how I'm using charting day in, day out. Let's go to another play where we can find maybe some more touches overall on how I'm using the charting. Like right here's another great example, right? Where we can see major touches along the way for where to trade Apple. Say if it cracks here, it's probably going down to here where it bounced and bounced there, 180.50 or 181.50. If it cracks that, it's probably going down here, 180.50. And then if we crack that, we're going all the way down to here. Now say we break over 187. Well, that's where I like to use it, if you've noticed in my charting, the 4 hour. Because then I can really see, okay, over 187, where's the next true? Oh, wow, probably right there at 188. One support. Now probably will be resistance. Where's your next area you have a lot of touching? Well, you could say maybe right here of 189, but I just go ahead over and go to 190. Reversal there, some through here, definitely through here. As you can see, a bounce, and then we failed at it and could never stay over it, and we've come down since. That's what you're looking for. Go over to AMD, or actually a good one here would be Tesla. A good one would be Tesla right here, right? So Tesla, we go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame, and we can see, wow, if we crack this support, which also, again, lines up with this day right here where we're at, right? And then once it was resistance, now with support, what's that mean? We're going down to the next key area. So that's where you could just zoom in over here and go, okay, if we crack this 167 mark, where are we going? Well, the next key area I see where we bounced and went up and was also resistance the day before, right there at 162.85. That's where I gave 163 if you watch the weekly preview. Well, where's the next area? Oh, just a double bottom bounce right here, almost triple bottom. Excuse me, bounced here, bounced there, and then bounced there. And that's why you have to call it an area, so right around 158 area would be next. Well, imagine if you crack 158. What's next in charting to hold you up? Ooh, not a lot, and that's where then I love those plays where you get under 158. There, unless someone has after hours turned on when earnings came out, this could come all the way back to where we came from in earnings and the high of day on that Tuesday, right? And so that's how you're using charting over and over and over. Right here, when you're going up, and then you see old bounce play right here, right at 176 on this Thursday, and then you see fail about a week later on the same exact price, right? Those sandwich areas are key. That's why I love to identify those, right? And so always notice what I'm looking for. Key reversal areas and key bounce plays, where we're going to and where we're going from. And so that's why you can go back through and probably watch my weekly preview and you're noticing maybe where those areas are coming from. I'm breaking down charting every single time in those and what I'm looking for, right? And the main things are just reversal areas. So let's just throw another one in like SMCI. And all of a sudden when I see an old resistance area on that day on Friday, then becomes a bounce on Monday, pretty much a bounce this Wednesday, go a little bit lower, and it's probably kind of the same area on Thursday and Friday. I know if and when I get under 793, as much support as we've had, we're probably going to fly through 790. The only thing I see is this open is to 787 and once resistance there. But if we crack that, then where are we going to? Well, then the next area down, and then you can just look at this charting right through here and zoom in on it, right? And no under 80-ish, in my opinion, which would be next. Then you're down to this area of 773. Old resistance where we fell and came down. We also bounced on it later on, 773, 774. You know? That's what you're looking for. Oh, wow, you have a bounce right here at 701, 700, and the next day, right? And so you can tell that's where those plays are going to be coming in at time and time and time again. You know, the more touches that you have in an area, the better. That's why I love this breakout too as well. We can see fail, 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 fail. Well, if and when we get over 835, we're racing to 840. And if and when we get over this 840 mark, where are we going to? Well, I just go back here in the chart over here and try to find the next true area that was once support and resistance. Oh, wow. Where would be the next area that we went up from and then bounced out the next day? 830. Does that make a lot of sense? So if I keep going back in time here, right at 830, and now where are we at? Where do we keep kind of failing at? That same mark. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it now, right? And so let's go from there up. Where we see the next area? Oh, wow. Old resistance becomes support, and then we broke out more from it there. 840. Okay, over 840. Where's the next key area? Fell at 860. Break out over it when we got over it, right? We failed at it once, twice on this day. Broke out really nicely from it the next day and went to 900. That's a $40 pop. And then the following couple of days later, with its earnings, we finally cracked that 860 mark. Yes, earnings was crazy. We get it. But under 860, look what we do. We collapse and we can't get back over it. Now, I know these are misprints, I'm pretty sure, but then where do they lead right up to? So if any trader's seeing that, well, where's the next resistance over 840? Well, I think we found it. It's at 860 right here, right at 860. And so that's what I'm looking for over and over and over. Like, if you find, say if we crack 700 here, where's the next area that we reversed from and came up? 670. So 670 would be your target. Any day that we crack 700, I promise you we'd hit 670, right? And so that's kind of what you're looking for day in, day out for these plays as magnets. Let's just go back to, was it HG, if I'm not mistaken? HGTX was one that ran. HTGX. I can't remember which play that was earlier this week. Let me look at it real quickly while I still have it. You guys right here. Will take me 2 seconds. Hold on. Where are we at? SGBX was Friday. Oh, I forgot what play it was, but I just went over it. Well, we can just find another play that has run, and you're looking at small caps. Oh, I forgot what it was on Friday, but I'm just trying to show you even in small caps. Amara, here's a great example because it's kind of a smaller cap play that you're doing the same stuff. It doesn't matter if you're $3, $5, $100, right? You get in a channel, you can use this stuff. So under 17, where's the next support area? Well, I'd probably come right down here and find an area where we failed at, right through here. See where we bounced? See how we bounced and then we flushed? And then we came up to it and failed at it right through here. Then we bounced on it in that pre-market. So I'd be saying $16.75, $17 is exactly where we're, well, we're right at 17. Oh, wow, that makes a lot of sense, right? So I kind of see those areas. Well, if we crack that, where's the next good reversal area? I mean, this, in my opinion, then could find its way down to 16.25, maybe 16 here where we bounce and then bounce. Of course, when we cracked, we really went down, right? And so that's what you're looking for. Bounce. Okay, 16. Okay, I see an area right here of around 15.65, but then I see an area right around 16. Oh, wow. Or 15, right? So then 15.50 area, 15.60 area is going to be strong support. So that's what you're looking at day in, day out, or even if you're just trading the day of. And let's just do this. We'll just go back kind of the day of and what I'm looking at in charting for some of these plays. It's the same thing. Look at this beautiful channel here. I don't know what happens next, but look at that channel. If we break that downtrend, we're going up through 20 to 2070, and then we're flying. Or if we crack through 20, we're going down. Oh, and look what happened. We cracked through 20 here finally. We go on down, come back up, kind of test that area a little bit and come down a little bit more. And so that's what I'm looking for day in, day out, right? We never really fully broke that downtrend. Where a bounce plays at pretty much occur in the same place over and over and over. Although Mara here is not running really technically sound as I would really like it to run, because I really want old resistance to become new support. On a day in, day out basis. I probably should have pulled up some more charts beforehand of what really runs really naturally sound. CPOP was one. Here you go. This is just another small cap play, but we could go back a little bit in time and see this one from a couple of days and just really see exactly where we're bouncing at, right? And why we're bouncing there. Old resistance in after hours. Old resistance or essentially in pre-market becomes what? A nice good support shelf that gets built up for now 2 days in. So if I see this and I go bounce at 280, bounce at 280, bouncing at 280. So when I come in on Monday now, I'm going to be looking at CPOP for two things. Either a crack of this 280 area, and if we crack 280, unless charters have pre-market on, which I will make sure and use it if they do, I know I'm good down to this 250 to around this 235-ish area, right? That's where I'd be taking profit, somewhere in there. The old resistance that became a decent amount of support in after hours and pre-market that we then went to. The other thing I'd be looking at is called a mid-candle breakout setup, where we go up on the first day. Although this is a red candle, you typically want a green candle followed by a red candle. So this also could then what? Pop up on Monday. So all we have to do is re-break what? Fail area, failed right at it, right? I would then go to the highest part of it and say, hey, anything over 325, where then I can also go back in time at 325 and see fail, right? And then support bounce at it. Over that, I'm good up to 340. Over 340, my next run up would be somewhere around the 380 area. And over 380, anything over 4 takes some profit from 4 to 430. And where you're going to find that at? Over 430, you go to the 1 year, 1 day, and you've got to go back in time and then try to find old reversal resistance areas. Where this one, you see a lot at 5, right? You see a lot at 5. Over that, I see a small sandwich area right here at 560. Over that, then we're working our way up to the 650 area where I see some resistance and fail there, and also an open of a day here where we just completely collapse. So that's what I'm looking for in charting day in, day out for the small caps. For the large caps, we'll just go to a random one again like ARM. You got to start out in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Find the channel you're in, which is a lot easier sometimes, like a play like AMD, and you can see where a lot of the touch is at. Fail, fail, fail. So I know 156.50 to about 157.50 is going to be prime resistance. But if I get over that area right through there, then I'm just going back in time and trying to find what's next. Old resistance equals new support, right? So old resistance, new support, 158.50. And then again, bounces on it the next day. So I know 158.50 to 159, take profit. Over that, we're going to the top part of that channel, 160, 161. Over that, we're going up to around 162.50, right? Let's go to the bottom side. Where am I going if I crack a bounce and then also a bounce and also was pretty much the high of day right here? So anything under 151, we'll call it. Watch for a move, and then what? You're going back in time to find the next area of charting you could go to, which would be back through here. So you would just kind of zoom in through here and go, okay, under 151, under this high of day right here, which maybe could see a little support and bounce at 150.70, we're going to 150. Under 150, the next area that I really see is somewhere right around 148. A bounce at it, and then reversal and fail at it, right? And then some consolidation just below it at 147.50. So anywhere from 140, I would say 148.75 down to 147.50, you could see a bounce. You know, you're going to find the most clear-cut areas, which this would be a great one, 141, 141, right? Or 142, 142, however you want to look at it. Those are the more clear-cut plays, right? Reversal areas is what you're looking for. It bounced here, and now it's coming up and reversing and failing at it, right? Or it failed here, failed here, failed here. Bounce here, bounce here, bounce here. You know, you're looking for major reversals. Or bounced here, went through that area and flew up big time, came back down and bounced on it again. And then when we cracked it, boy, we cracked it really hard and went down for a little bit. You know, you're looking for those major reversal areas. A lot of bounces, a lot of touches, a lot of resistance, a lot of support. Hopefully that helps you out. I'll find some of my favorite charts on the next one of these in part 2, because that's just kind of how to identify what to be looking for day in, day out, what I'm looking for. And round 2, what I'll do is I'll do one of these in the morning, so it's kind of a fresh, like, hey, it's in pre-market, how do I break my plays down? And then in the third and final version of this, I'll find my 5 to 10 different plays. They'll be different from different days, but they will establish what I'm looking for every morning and what you need to be establishing. Profitability zone. Obviously, all this comes from A+ setups. So profitability zone. Like I said, how far away is my stop loss and target? Do I have room to move here on this play? Where's the reversal at? Where's the bounce play at? You know, is there a lot of touching, a lot of upper shadows, a lot of wicks? So essentially, like I do every single day, I'm not stuck on AMD or ARM or Meta or Google or whatever. Every day, I'm waiting for the setup to tell me this is in the prime setup, this is going to move, we're going to have some fun, and you're going to get a good play. SMCI was my play on Friday that I told everyone and why. And here I'll give you a quick little snippet. Overall on this channel, and what do we do overall on that big channel? As you can see, I'm going to zoom in. We come down and get real flat and after hours. And then in pre-market, we do the exact same thing. And you'll notice the tighter these channels are in pre-market are better. You don't like a lot of movement because it gets indecisive and you don't know if we're going to go up or going to go down. Typically, though, if we go up in pre-market a lot, we'll go down. If we go down in pre-market, we'll go up. You'll notice that a lot. A lot of the time, though, when you have these real tight movement plays, I had SMCI squeezing for the long side or a good short. And I thought under the short, we could find our way back down here to 800, which we eventually did. So essentially a $10 play down, or over that 813, 815 area. And I said over 815 is the play for a move up to 825 and maybe even 830. So essentially anywhere up to this 820 mark to maybe even 830. And we got it. And so every day I'm identifying what setup is the best at the opening bell, determine on what we've been doing over the past few days, and then also what that setup is that morning. And that one will be in the third and final one. The next one will be me coming in on a pre-market. Kind of want to do those morning alerts to you guys and giving you a rundown on how I'm finding that charting right there that day and what you should be doing. And the third and final one, I will then solidify 3, 4, 5, 7 tickers and be like, hey, here's what you need to be looking for. Small cap, right here. This is it. Large cap, hey, this is it. Until next time, that's round 1 on how I and you should be breaking down charting.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, container volumes are dropping. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. We're back at home headquarters here in beautiful North Carolina. It is a beautiful hot day outside. I know that because you can't see it, but I am soaking wet from sweat. Just came back from a fire call, volunteer firefighter for 23 years, and was directing traffic in 90 plus degree temperature out there for 2 hours. You will not see a realistic TV show about firefighters unless they give you an episode where for 1 hour they're just standing out there directing traffic, because that to me is what it's all about, being a firefighter some days. At least it was for me today. All right. Today we want to talk about a report that just came out from John McCowan, his latest report on the top 10 U.S. ports looking at containers. The headline of his story is this: 6.9% container volume decrease in May with bigger drops coming. So we're going to break down John's report and also talk about some other stories dealing with container trade in and around the world. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. So John looks at the top 10 U.S. ports, and what he's showing here is a 6.9% year-over-year drop in the month of May, with the latest month was a sharp reversal of both April's 9.6% gain and March's 11% gain. Now, remember, one of the things we talked about is there was a lot of front-loading happening with containers coming to the United States. May numbers are reflective of the initial tariff initiated by President Trump, and we're seeing the result of that, particularly on the West Coast ports. It will not be as pronounced on the East and Gulf Coast ports because of the longer sea transits, but we're going to break that all down for you here. So looking at some of the charts in John's work, this shows you the percentage of change in total U.S. inbound volume year over year. Now, he takes us back to 2017, and one of the things you see is that largely before COVID, that period from 2017 to 2020, we had a good kind of substantial growth in container volumes, almost anywhere between, a 0% growth to 10% growth. Where we see that first initial dip there is in early 2020. That is the impact of COVID and the disruption in the supply chain. But as everybody found themselves at home, we have that first massive peak there. That is the normal shipment of cargo coming across, plus with the shipments for COVID on top of that. And we see that begin to level off into 2022, a bit of an uptick again in 2022, and then that massive drop in 2023. What we see coming out of 2023 is that uptick into 2024. A lot of that is being caused by disruptions in the global supply chain. You have the Houthi diverting cargo around the Africa coast. We see an uptick in the economy in general during this period of time. But now what we also see in that period is a lot of front loading of cargo in late 2024 into early 2025. Chart shows you the volume of containers inbound TEU. Those are 20-foot equivalent units. Most of the containers you see coming down the road are 40-foot or FEUs or 2 TEUs. This shows you that measurement. Go back to 2017, 2018. We're just over 1.5 million boxes coming in, usually each month. Get to 2021, we eclipse that. We get up to about 2 million boxes per month coming in. And by the end of 2024 into 2025, we're averaging that, about 2 million boxes per month coming into the United States. So where are those containers coming to? Well, back in 2017, the vast majority of them, over 50% of them, were going into the West Coast. And this chart shows you that downward trajectory of the percentage of cargo going to the West Coast versus the East and Gulf Coast ports. And as you notice on this chart, right around 2022 is when we hit the 50% mark, where as much cargo was going to the Gulf and East Coast as it was to the West Coast. And the reason for this downhill trajectory was a couple of reasons. Number one, the opening of the large Neo-Panamax lane in the Suez Canal, in the Panama Canal. It allowed much larger ships to go through. We also had issues on the West Coast with backlogs. Remember, 109 ships off of LA and Long Beach. You also had issues with the labor negotiations there. This is pre ILA East Coast, Gulf Coast. This is the ILW on the West Coast. But what we began to see in 2024 is the reverse of that coming back. But notice this really deep drop here in April 25 down to one of the lowest levels we've ever seen, just over 44%. That had to do with the fact with the halting of cargo coming out of China, people stopping ordering, and that hit the West Coast first. And so what you see is a big precipitous drop there on it. We're going to see the flip side of that in the numbers for June on the East Coast as trade resumes when the tariff went down from 145 down to where it sits today. So let's take a look at John's chart here for May imports into the top 10 ports. Now, the biggest ports into the United States, there's a quartet of them. There's New York, there's LA and Long Beach, which are two separate ones, but they're right next to each other, so we tend to kind of group them together. Then there's Savannah, and then there's Houston, and then the tier below that is Norfolk, Charleston, Seattle, and Tacoma, and Oakland. But here you see that may change, and notice where you see the biggest drop. It is in LA and Long Beach. That's one of the most significant drops. Now, New York drops quite a bit too, down 9.1%, but it's LA and Long Beach. You see it. Savannah and Houston actually show a bit of an increase. When you look at the 3-month totals, that 3M total there, you see it's Los Angeles down 0.5%. That is the only one showing it over 3 months. If you look at the amount of cargo coming in those months prior to May, you see that uptick, particularly coming into Savannah and into Long Beach. And then that 6Y chart there, that shows you the difference between 2025 versus 2019. That is the pre-COVID number that we're looking at. So you're definitely seeing a bit of a change here in terms of imports. So overall, what we're seeing coming into the ports in the month of May is about 1.8 million TEU coming in. So below that 2 million mark. Now, this is just the top 10 ports. You don't have the other ports included here. But again, those are a fairly smaller number. So we're definitely under 2 million TEU coming in May. Let's flip it over to imports. Now, imports substantially smaller than exports, only 840,000 containers. Remember, 1.8 million TEUs are imported, 0.8 million are exported. Where are we seeing that export take place? What are the big changes? Everyone is down except for Houston being up and Oakland being up. Everybody else is showing a negative, in particularly Long Beach is down. That should be negative 18.6. They are down. If you look at the 3-month percentage, notice how high Houston is, 10.2%. A lot of exports, particularly grain, heading out through the port of Houston. Also with Savannah, New York, where do you see those negatives? Largely on the West Coast, Los Angeles, and Long Beach. So we knew May was going to be a low month. There was no question about that. We heard horror stories about a 1/3 drop in the number of containers. We're not there yet. Remember, the prognosticators came out and sat there and said, trade has stopped from China. We're going to see a 1/3 drop, 35% drop in the amount of containers coming into the United States. Well, here we go. May numbers are showing a total drop in the top 10 U.S. ports as 6.9%. That's what we're seeing that drop being. Now, that is significant. I'm not undercutting that at all. But it's nowhere near as bad as what people were saying it was, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, we got alternate source of material from other places, Vietnam and other nations, India, Indonesia. There were a lot of other sources we did. There was that massive amount of front loading that took place prior to that. And even with the tariff on, there was no alternatives in some cases to get stuff from China. And so while it's bad, and we're going to see a bad June coming ahead here, that is going to impact. Now, John goes on here and talks about that the entire year potentially can be bad. We're going to see that. We'll have to wait and see the numbers. I keep going back to that kind of sine wave we see there with container volumes coming in. This is all over the place. I don't think we can predict that 2025 is going to be a bad year yet because of the amount of front loading we had, the amount of containers coming in, and still the volumes coming in. And that is reflective in these two stories right here. This one from FreightWaves, Stuart Chris, container rates from key U.S. trade partners plummet 39%. And in this story, Drury, no lasting impact from tariff break as ocean rates fall again. So one of the other things we follow beyond the volumes is the cost to ship containers. So when you look at the Drury index, this is the rate to move containers. What you see here is very similar. We get this massive sine wave. July of 2024, we see that big, huge peak there, and then we see it drop. It peaks back up again early in 2025, and then we just had this massive spike. I mean, massive spike that took place in June of 2025, but that massive spike gave way back to a return to normal. The two biggest ones you see right here are the orange, the Shanghai to Los Angeles, and the dark green, the Shanghai to New York. So we're back to where we are. And that just shows the volatility going on right now in ocean shipping. Because of tariffs, because we don't know what's going to happen from week to week, that creates the uncertainty, and uncertainty in shipping leads you to higher cost and higher volumes. All right, we got a couple other stories here I want to run past real quick to give this story from Maersk. Maersk estimates U.S. tariff averages 21% currently. So Maersk is estimating they're paying an effective
Thank you. Welcome, folks. Let me fix the screen here, and we will be well on our way. Thanks for joining. Here I am. We're going to go into due to the fact that I always felt like I was playing catch up. So I had to kind of figure out, I had to first, recognize that was an issue, and then kind of quantify what I could do differently to set myself up for success. So that's kind of the origin story of this lesson here. Essentially, what we're going to be trying to do is really, like I said, set up a quantifiable and it's a scaffolding for success. So getting on into it here. First off, we started talking about that just a little right there, but we're going to talk about why the structured routine is your number one tool for basically, you're going to be using this to minimize your drawdown and really get that equity curve just up and to the right. This is going to be centered around 3 pillars of any good winning routine here. It starts with that mindset. We're going to do everything we can to get ourselves in the right headspace for success. We're going to go into the details of what we should be looking for to frame the context of a given market day, and then how to actually turn that context into a executable plan. So yeah, if we do our job here and we learn our lesson, we'll have a simple and actionable timeline that we can just start implementing right away, and it'll be effective from day one. Welcome, Talk. Oh, mentioning the gold and silver fade, that was absolutely wild, wasn't it? I think it was 25% drawdown on silver at least. Pretty nutty. Whenever you see a trade unwind like that, it's worth it to think about the broader implications. So I actually wasn't trading today. I was looking at charts for the last hour of the trading day to try to catch up. I had to take care of some other stuff, and I was like, oh my goodness. This was a good lesson to talk about today, because I definitely felt one step behind today with all these massive moves. So by being there before the bell, and like I wasn't today, but by being there before the bell, you can be ready to catch these massive moves. Interesting as well. Yeah, Tesla showing the relative strength there. We can talk about that a little bit after we get through the lesson. You need to screen share on Discord. I apologize there. Here we go. Should have the screen share going now. Okay. So here is going to be the kind of general core mindset shift that we're trying to embody here. We want to go from being reactive, not saying we're gamblers, but this reactivity is going to take away
it's going to take away the objectivity that we're looking for in our execution. Michael Noss, for example, talks a lot about trading like a machine or trading like a robot, and that's kind of the end state where we're not influenced by our emotions. So we want to be less reactive and more proactive. We want to have a plan, and we will execute different parts of our plan based on what happens. So it's not that we're ignoring the realities, that are occurring during a trading day, but we are doing this within a larger context that is objective and not just reacting to stimulus. So it isn't like, oh, this, we're reacting to the pain of a trade that's going against us, so we're selling. When it's really just a pullback or something. We're actually saying, okay, this is the plan. If the plan doesn't work, then we cut it. As long as the plan is working, this is how we'll handle it. So there's going to be the psychological prep, and I think this is really important, just because a lot of people kind of think that it's a foregone conclusion. They're like, oh, well, I'm mentally strong. I don't need to actually take a few minutes to, center my breathing and, all of that kind of stuff that it really does make a difference, at least for me, in how well I'm able to execute, just by kind of checking in on a regular basis with my physiology. So for me, like I said, breathing, a little bit of a breathing exercise really helps. I think meditation in general has a lot of benefits, but just literally it can be as short as 30 seconds to 1 minute. I do this like in the last 5 minutes before the bell. I'll just, have all my plans ready to go, and I'll just kind of hang out, put on some music, pick some music that I want to listen to, and just focus on my breathing and kind of set my nervous system up for success. Because whenever we're in a really sketchy, really scary trade or something that isn't working, you'll notice that your physical, nervous system gets very tense, very stressed, and you'll kind of tighten up physically, and it'll make you think less clearly. So we want to avoid that as much as possible. So that's going to be the basis of the psychological prep. Obviously, we need to have a few kind of check marks that we're going through for market prep as well, in terms of like what type of regime are we in terms of the gamma? Are we in positive or negative regime there? Are we going to be in a buy the dip mode, or are we going to be in a sell the rip mode? So there's like what level of VIX there is, which is going to have implications on how big the daily moves are. So if the VIX is much higher, we might expect a larger daily move, and that'll change where we're kind of putting our stops, putting our take profit levels and things like that. And then, there's also just going to be the overall kind of news regime, or the macro regime. Is it a week with a lot of data points that are going to be hitting the tape? Like this week, we saw so many tape bombs just from a headline hitting that people weren't expecting, or, a sell the news off of a certain headline, and just one after the other, whether it was the earnings or Trump talking or FOMC. So that caused a ton of volatility there. And it was a week that a lot of people I know just sat out. And I like I said, I took the morning off to get some stuff done. I was trading light this week in general because it was hard. It was not easy, with all of these potential kind of landmines that you have to kind of navigate. So there's no shame in saying, hey, my strategy works with my edge works when there's less news-based volatility. So there's another aspect of that market prep. And then once we get that kind of down and frame the day, the last pillar there is that strategic prep. So that's going to be the details of, okay, so based on all the information, based on how much we're expecting, our stock to move, and all of the context around there, how are we going to play it? Where's our entry? Where's our exit? How do we know if we're wrong? And, all of that good stuff. So the result here is going to be that you will be able to control what you can, which is your plan, and essentially your reaction to what's happening. And so that if you do that, you can manage what you can't. And my cat is scratching on my door. That's something I can only control my reaction to that. So I'm going to let my cat in so it doesn't drive me crazy. Sorry, guys. So here's going to be the first phase here. We gotta have some good habits. We gotta have some good habits. And I know I'm going to sound like your mom here, but it's important that you wake up in time to catch the action. The early bird gets the worm. And so for me, I know it's hard for us West Coast boys, but I have to get up at like 5:30 or so at the very latest, just to be able to do what needs to be done to be ready to hit the ground running. So that same wake up time for me is going to allow me to not be in panic mode. It's going to allow me to be there's my cat. All right. Going to allow me to be ready to go and not stressing. So I like to drink a lot of water before I go to bed, and also first thing in the morning. You gotta chug some water in my book. And for me, I don't do coffee anymore, but I totally respect if you do. Whatever it is, get something in you that's gonna get you ready to go. So for me, a bunch of water. Sometimes I'll do tea if I really need an extra kick, some green tea, and for me, that's going to give me the boost without the jitteriness, because the coffee, sometimes I get a little jittery, and it just wasn't worth it. So get nice and hydrated. I also like to do a little bit of stretching too. And again, I know this sounds silly. We're a trading podcast. We're trading content. Why are we talking about stretching and breathing and all that? Well, it's all part of the game. It's kind of like if you were going to ask Michael Jordan how he got so good, and I'm I'm not a Michael Jordan expert. I don't know why I went there, but he's the best of the best. In general, I think he probably would agree that you gotta use the right foundations, and you gotta eat right and sleep right to give your body the tools for success, to even do the fundamentals of the actual sport. So the fundamentals, instead of dribbling, it might be healthy take profits and healthy stops, that kind of thing. But we can't make those decisions if we don't have the right fuel in the tank. So you gotta be not super tense and stressed. That's gonna kill you really quick. And you gotta have fuel. So enough sleep, super important, and not on edge. So what else? We talked about stretching a little bit. Just the basics. I think it's important. 5 minutes really is worth your time. And it's just going to be the same concept of, if you can't control your mind, then the market will kind of control it for you, right? It's all a bunch of psyops all day long. The market trying to manipulate you and take your money. So do what you can to be strong in the face of that. Hey, Nygaard, good to see you. Hey, Bacaro. What's up, guys? Absolutely wild moves in metals for sure. So the phase 2 here is going to be the market planning and like the kind of pre-market homework that I think is super important every day. I know it's not fun, it's not glamorous, but this is the serious stuff, guys. You're here on a Friday after the market, so I know you mean business. So this is where it's actually going to make a difference. I don't know if we have any musicians out there, but for me, I love just noodling around on guitar, but I don't really learn that much. When I really learn, I learn like 5 times faster the time that I actually spent diligently practicing, the boring metronome stuff, going through scales. It's not glamorous, but that's how I actually get to play in the way that's very enjoyable, or the example here, I guess, would be that's how you would get to trade in a way that's actually very profitable, by doing those basics, those fundamentals. So we got to scan the macro. So overnight news is going to be a big thing, especially because, overnight news, you might get some effect on the market, but then when the bigger move might come is when the liquidity comes into the market on that New York open, on that 9:30 open there. So we got to know the context of the move, because, for example, if something hits the tape, it's like a pretty bearish headline, but maybe the market isn't reacting too much and the market was drifting up overnight. It might just be drifting up on that low volume. And when the volume comes in, it would be a very no-brainer, very easy short. So just knowing that that's, the context can give you, frame a trade right there sometimes, just right out of the gate. So the futures and the VIX direction is going to help set the tone. Obviously, we're watching the futures just to see how they reacted overnight. And then VIX is going to be our fear gauge. That's going to be the inverse, or should trade inverse to the indices. And essentially, it can help our brains detect when there's some trouble in the waters, in large part because the VIX chart is going to look bullish when the indices are bearish. Our brains are always kind of primed to look for bullish charts and upwards momentum. It's an interesting phenomenon, but just when we have an inverse chart in front of us, often we'll be able to pick up on that quote unquote bullish pattern before we pick up on a potential weakness or invalidation on our bullish quote unquote index chart. So it's just important to kind of have a gauge of the volatility, and VIX is probably your best bet there. You can also use VXX, which is going to be basically VIX futures there. You can use that on Trader Evolution. So if you're using our platform there, that's what my go-to is. I know Mitch actually trades it as well, so it's liquid enough to get some day trades in as well. So that's always good to know. The last important thing there is just you got to check out that daily economic calendar. So I use Bloomberg.com, but there's a bunch of them out there. Just search for today's economic calendar, and you'll find one with everything that's happening and also how important they are, usually ranked 1 to 3. So it's important to just kind of have a general idea of what news events are going to move the market and be ready to react to them. Usually it's best to not trade into these. And these are just good to know, to have on your radar, to say, okay, I'm going to trade up until this point, and then it's going to be crazy. I don't know what's going to happen, so I'm going to take it easy and close my trades into this print. Or I suppose if you do have a lot of conviction, you can trade the actual event. But just remember, it's going to be a big influx of liquidity, and it can be pretty jarring especially if you're trading like with size pre-market, and you're used to that pre-market low volatility, low volume environment, and then all of a sudden, an hour before market opens, there's some data point that hits that you weren't expecting, and massive candle just blows you out of a trade, or hopefully, in your direction. But it does not feel good when you're not expecting a big influx of volume. So after we kind of scan for that macro context, we're going to actually hone in a little bit deeper and define the day's context. So what's the dominant theme? Are we seeing certain sectoral rotation? For example, a few days ago, we saw a big influx into the mega caps, and we saw IWM really get the wind taken out of its sails. So if you were kind of aware of that transition happening, maybe you were biased shorting small caps, and you were looking to just take an easy longer trade in something like a Meta, or one of these mega caps that were starting to push up really nicely. You can also just use this to kind of overall gauge the direction of the market as a whole, because if risk on sectors are pushing up and they're showing dominance, stuff like tech, you can expect the whole market to follow. Whereas if you are starting to see some relative strength in some of the defensive names, which interestingly enough, we did see some of this today, that could be a little bit of a warning sign that maybe we're going to see some continued downside in the future if we're seeing accumulation in safe kind of lifeboat type trades. So another thing is just, of course, we got to note those key support and resistance lines on the indices. And it's just important to remember on the higher time frame where we can expect buyers to be interested and sellers to step in. And we should just be aware if these more important high time frame levels of interest are being violated, because those are the ones that are going to signal continuation of that kind of trend, or a potential area where a trend can reverse. So if you have these on your charts beforehand, you're not surprised when price starts reacting to them, and you're not kind of on the back foot. And that can really be the difference between seeing it on an intraday chart and saying, hey, I think that a chart is reversing here, and having the confidence to say, hey, I would have thought this anyway, but also I did my homework on the higher time frame. I have a level or a zone here, and it's responding to that. And so that can give you the confidence to actually pull the trigger and get those really nice entries. So if you're doing this right, after you do this a while, all of this should only take up to like 10 minutes at this point. It's probably faster to do it than it is for me to talk about it. And the part that'll just take a little bit more of your time here is going to be actually building your plan. So this part might take 10 or 20 minutes here, and it just depends on how rigorous and how much you're kind of, how rigorous your system is, how much you're really looking into. I'd say I on average spend about 20 minutes here, which means that I spend about half an hour actually doing market prep. And then I'd say another half an hour just doing, that kind of stretching and mindset prep. So first off, I'm going to run a couple scans, check in on my scans. You can just do as simple as the top gainers and losses overnight, top percentage gains, all of this kind of stuff, top volume traded. And you just kind of want to see where the money is flowing into, where that money flow is going, especially for you small cap traders. This is going to be super, super important. And based on this, you're going to be constructing your watch list, your focus list for the day. So I think you guys should keep this simple, especially at first. I'd say like 3 to 5 high probability setups, because you don't want to get overwhelmed unless you have like some massive 5 monitor setup where you can monitor everything. Even then, you might have the screen space, but do you have the brain space? That's a lot of mental bandwidth to keep track of all of these setups. And for me, it really helped to remember like, hey, we are always going to miss some amazing setups every single day. We do not have to have the winning setups, like the best setups in the market on our screen. All we can do is the best we can do. And there's going to be a limit, right? You know, there's going to be a point where it's too much is too much to keep track of. So I think that sweet spot is usually around 5 stocks. Any more than that, I like 4. It's just a nice round number. I can keep it on my screen, have 4 focus charts, and then my, you know, SPY and VIX usually, just to kind of keep my bearings. And that's enough for me. You know, that's enough for me. And I found a lot of traders, it's a trajectory no matter what we're talking about. You know, usually I see it the most with their chart setups. Like they'll just go on this trajectory of being like, I need more information. Oh, there's an edge here. I'm going to find this edge. And they just stack more and more and more indicators until they're just looking at a bunch of, you know, crazy, you know, confetti and spaghetti and all sorts of lines on their screen. And nobody can even tell what's going on. When they share a screenshot, they're like, no, guys, trust me, I have an edge. And then eventually they start working their way back down to a few core ones that really help them. And that's where they really find their edge and see their numbers actually increase, when they take away the parts that aren't super valid and just hold what is the strongest parts of any, you know, of what they found. So it's the same thing here. By focusing on the best of the best and not spending that extra brain power looking at 10 other things on your screen, you're really going to execute and be able to perform on these charts as they set up. So when you are trading these small caps in particular, it's going to be especially important because you're essentially going to be looking for the one with the money flow, and there's probably only going to be 1 or 2 real good longs for the day. And then besides that, you might be looking at these baskets of previous high flyers, you know, from the past couple days, and you could look for an exhaustion move, you know, one of these kind of, as Kevin would say, one of these hangover moves. And when you would essentially be looking for the trend to fail, and as money flows to one of these other ones that we're going to be watching and seeing off of our top gains and top losses watch list, you know, that's where we're going to be pulling these names from. If we see these 1 or 2 of them pulling all the money, then maybe some of the other ones on our list, we can start keeping those in mind for a short. And then when we do see a big red candle on one of those short ones, that's when we can say, all right, party's over on this one. Now we can start looking for a short entry on these guys. And then by keeping an eye on the stronger ones of the day, you can give yourself that confidence to say, all right, money's still flowing into these new ones. That's going to be a good sign that money is not going to come back into this name, which we think is going to die. So that kind of thing can really help just kind of holistically get your or gauge the environment on any given day. In the large caps, it can be just as important. And, you know, it's this is where it's also important to just have your bigger watch list kind of ready to go. And this is, I guess, not so much a daily prep thing, but just an overall prep thing, where you should always have some watch lists where you're setting up like, all right, here's all the different sectors, you know, the different ETFs, like, okay, here's technology, here's energy, here's healthcare, here's the financials, and I can see them all in a neat and tidy list and sort them by strength and, you know, really quickly go through them and see what trend is going on for each of these. And that's going to help me kind of frame what trades I'm interested in, what trades I think are not on the table for any given day. So no matter where you're trading, it's always important to keep your head in the game. I'll hear some people be like, oh, well, why should I care about what the, you know, what the indices are doing? I'm trading small caps. It's like, well, that might be true, but maybe they're not super correlated, but, you know, there's still going to be rhyme or reason within the ecosystem you're trading in. So like I said, for the small caps, the money flow can be very important, where if there's 1 or 2 names drawing all the liquidity, you can expect weakness in the others. And as those kind of shift, that's where some of the best opportunities can lie. Hey, Josh, good to see you, man. Oh, we got to give some flowers here. Josh Smith saying it's been a crazy last 2 days. 2 trades for you. He's 2 for 2, but plus 2,300 and 4,200 on each trade. Holy moly, Josh Smith is putting in some work this week. This is what I'm talking about. These guys are catching these massive moves because they're prepared. They do their homework. They're up bright and early, up before the bell, and they're putting in the work required to catch these monster moves, guys. So absolutely great work there, Josh. Always good to see a good guy win. I can't stand all of these people who aren't deserving of gains when I'm out here not making that money. But whenever good guys like Josh are making money, makes up for it. No, I'm kidding. So hey, going on. What were we talking about? We got our scans, we got our bucket that we're fishing in. We want to be fishing in the right ponds here, and now we're going to be actually honing in on the actual setups here. So we need our entry zone, we need our stop loss, we need our take profit target, and we need to know how big in size we're going to be on any trade. These are going to be the 4 components that are required before you get in a trade. You need to know this stuff, guys, because if you don't know this before you push the button, you can really quickly find yourself in some hot water. And if you don't have a plan, we are just gambling. So we got to have a plan. So we can make this really easy so that it's not a big kind of resistance point. There's no friction before you enter your trade, and it'll just start to become habit. So the entry zone, that should be pretty straightforward. We're looking for that kind of key place where we can define risk against. So for me, a lot of times I'm looking for these kind of fake breakdown trades where it looks like we're failing, then we reclaim a key level, whether it's a moving average, whether it's a horizontal high volume level. For whatever reason, I know that it's a level that I'm watching. We lose it, we reclaim it. Then, on confirmation, usually like for me, it's a 5-minute candle close above that level, or maybe on a 1-minute chart, it breaks above, tests it, and then, on good volume, it pushes up again, something like that. Something that in your book, in your system, it shows confirmation there. Well, then that's my entry. And then I already know where my stop is, because for me, I love these failed breakdowns. My stop goes right under that, recent flush out, because it should not need to renegotiate under there if it was just reaching down for stops. So by just immediately knowing that, what my setups are, and just only focusing on the best setups, because I'm probably only looking for these failed breakdown setups on my my focus list that I put together in the morning. Well, I already know these 2 points just right out of the gate. I know where I'm looking to enter. As soon as I enter, I know where my stop is as soon as I enter. And the take profit zone is always going to be one of a few things. If I'm buying like a bottoming process where push down, came up, and now tried to flush out again and form that high or low, so I'm expecting a nice solid base to push up again. Well, as soon as we get to the VWAP, I got to take some off the table, because we're trading under VWAP. I'm playing a mean reversion trade, so to speak. So I got to just manage risk at this logical kind of place. And by knowing that already, then when that happens, I'm not deliberating. When the candle surges up to there, I'm not sitting there going, oh, but what if it just keeps going straight up? Well, very often it'll surge up to these levels and then fade for a while. So by taking profit into that strength and not hesitating, that allows me the clarity of thought to say when it comes back and settles and starts consolidating again, I can much more clearly assess whether it's going to keep going up and I should keep holding, or whether the trim was a good idea and it's starting to show weakness now, and I can, without guilt, just gracefully exit the trade completely while I'm still green on that runner. So again, just if you hone down to a few strategies and a few kind of, things you're looking for, it allows you to really just execute, and you're operating kind of off that. It's like your internal RAM, so to speak. Like you're preloading all of these actions in an area that your brain can really quickly access without having to really give it much conscious thought. It's just you're acting on like a subconscious level almost. All right, got some more comments here. Hey, Maxwell Bonnie. Let's see, got a question. Hello, sir. What will be your advice to a newbie trader in terms of assets to focus on? Forex, futures, or any good mentorship program you recommend? That's a great question. So I think the most important thing is to kind of keep it simple. So I would not recommend Forex for that reason, just because, when you're trading a US equity, you got to pay attention to what's happening in the US stock market. When you're trading Forex, there's, 2 markets you have to pay attention to. The news in 2 different currencies are going to affect your trade. So I think that makes it a little bit trickier. Also, Forex is generally trading. It's always going to be trading on leverage, because, well, they're tiny moves that's how you profit off of them, by, trading with big leverage, usually in like futures type situation, as opposed to, buying shares of something. Right. So, this opens yourself up to more risk to a new trader, where a trade can get away from you. And if you don't have stops and protections, it can just keep going and going and going. So that's another reason why I probably wouldn't recommend futures as well to a brand new trader, unless you just know yourself and you have really good discipline. But it's just always kind of a scary probability when, like, you can just get short in a big rally and the rally can just keep going and never look back, and you'll just get liquidated, because again, there's that leverage factor. And again, this is why I wouldn't probably recommend options for a new trader either. Because again, this leverage and all of these different variables is just making things a lot trickier than you kind of need to. My recommendation is to essentially limit your risk no matter what you do. So the best way I recommend for new traders, and I'm a little biased, I work for them, but these prop trading firms like Trade the Pool here are a great way to do this, because what you can essentially say is, all right, I'm going to risk the amount that it costs to buy this account. And this account is going to give me access to a lot of leverage without the downsides of having a lot of leverage, in a futures account or a Forex account. Because the worst thing that happens is you lose the initial investment of whether it's $75 up to, like $200, something like that, depending on the size you get. That's a lot easier to stomach than, a trade just going against you and against you and against you. And you maybe not even realizing that you could be on the hook for, like, in a futures account, money that you didn't even know you were risking. So that eliminates that risk, but you still have the access to the leverage you need to kind of to trade shares effectively. Because I'll be honest, if you have a small account and you're a new trader, it's kind of discouraging to trade, safely and practice good methods with shares and see very little returns on maybe a $500 or $1,000 account, So by trading $25,000 worth of shares, getting that leverage with these prop firms without actually risking losing a good chunk of that 25,000, it's a really good introduction to this kind of thing. And because I'll be honest, you won't have amazing success right out of the gate. It's just a very hard game that takes a lot of practice. The whole thing is about staying with the process and not blowing up before you get to the point where you're consistently profitable. Because once you get there, it's like an ATM. You can just extract consistent profits from the market. Until then, it's a very tough learning curve, and I've seen many people get in over their heads and blow up a lot of real money. So this is, I think, the best kind of middle ground there. So great question. That's what I would recommend in terms of both the equity classes and the program or whatnot. In terms of actual mentorship programs, that comes down to your trading system, completely. I personally am a kind of a CanSlim style swing trader. So I use a combination of technical analysis and fundamental analysis, and to basically hone in on what I consider the best opportunities on the market. And I trade them generally 3 to 5 week periods in these swings, sometimes as soon as a day or two, usually an average of a month or two holds. So if that's your type of system, I do offer one-on-one coaching. You can reach out to me, at Steve Tileman on my Twitter. You have my Discord attached to that Twitter as well, just right in the bio. I'm very active there. You're more than welcome to reach out there. You can also just tap into these free communities that we have resources to. My Discord is free. You can ask questions there. The Trade the Pools Discord is all free. Really great traders there that love helping new traders. So they can help put you on the right track and match you up with the information that you're looking for. It's the kind of thing where tons of great information out there is paid, but also a ton is free. So, it's all about what you're looking for. Now back to, sorry to sidetrack there, but it's good information for you guys. Back to the phase 2 of the market here. So this is going to be the planning part of this, right? So we talked about, just to refresh your memory really quick, we talked about going through the overnight news and, where the futures are, where the VIX is, if there's any big news on the docket for the day, and what kind of themes or rotations are occurring. We talked about major support and resistances, marking those out on your charts. And now we're talking about, and we also talked about those couple, focusing on the highest probability setups and the key things you need to enter the trade: entries, stops, profits, and position size there. So the very last thing is just going to be kind of do what I just did there. Just do an bird's eye view of everything that you thought about that morning, or everything we talked about today there, and just kind of lock in that plan and just remember, like, all right, I did the work. I set my mind up for success. I set my charts up for success. Everything else is just noise, right? Any pressure you put on yourself or expectations, that's all noise. Any fear you might have, any previous trades that didn't work, that's all noise. You can put that all out of your head and just chill, because you did everything you can to prepare. And anything that happens, it's what's going to happen is going to happen. You can't control that, right? We tended our garden, we did everything we can to succeed, and now we can go in with confidence. And if it doesn't work, well, we're going to still trust our systems, and we're going to take it on the chin, and we're going to just keep on doing the same thing, because we know if we do it every day, it will work, even if any one day doesn't. So that's the mental rehearsal there. We're going to visualize executing. We're going to visualize succeeding there. We do this right before the market, and we just lock in, and then we execute, guys. So for me, like I said, I like to have a little music going. For me, I like something kind of high tempo, but not too stressful or anything. And for me, that kind of just gets me focused. Maybe silence is better for you. I don't know, whatever works for you, but essentially get in the zone, guys. And this is the time to execute. We've done all the homework. And yeah, that's really all there is to it for a morning routine, guys. So just to recap, really important to start off with a strong mental game. With the strong mental game, also, you got to have a good physical foundation just for that as well. So the stretching, that really helps me. Then just getting on into the actual quantification of the market situation. What's going on with the headlines? What's going on with the charts? Are we near a major level of support or resistance? Are we running hot on our oscillators? That's one more thing that we can talk about. I did a bigger whole webinar on this, so you can refer to this for the actual details. But part of my morning checklist, like I just mentioned, going over the major, technical levels on a chart. Well, it's also the context for me is a big part of that context is how that oscillator, that wave trend oscillator, is progressing on the higher time frames. So I will always check in with the hourly wave trend oscillator every morning. I'll check out and see, all right, in general, are we still in an uptrend? Are we in a downtrend? Are we starting to turn? So that's kind of just help me gauge right out of the gates. Am I expecting to buy the dip? And am I expecting to sell the rip? Which way am I kind of looking for price to move? So I'll start with the hourly. I'll go down to half an hour, 15 minute, 5 minute. And like I said, you can go in and find all the details in my wave trend oscillator webinar. But just the important part here is that I am framing the context on each time frame, so I can anticipate what's happening on that day, intraday price action. So yeah, that's a big part of how I kind of frame the intraday price. And from there, I just kind of refresh my memory about all of my levels, the few setups that I'm looking to take, and so that when I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go. The last part there is I'll put alerts as well on my entry levels or areas to kind of focus on. And so that just when the chart's ready, I will be ready to execute. But I don't need to be watching it too soon and kind of get too antsy and maybe fake myself out and take the trade too early just by having it like hyper focusing on it before it's time. So I think that's just about everything I want to talk about. Let's see the last things here. Of course, just really important to stick with those your plan, because the emotion or the open is going to bring in a lot of emotion. You're going to see a lot of exuberance on names that may end up not sticking the move. You could see a push up in the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes, even first hour that fades. And you can see the opposite as well, a big sell off that ends up reversing. So don't get too emotional, and remember, just stick to your plan. And just remember that volatility creates opportunity. So you should be looking for a place to get involved when everybody else is very scared and selling, and vice versa, looking to sell into that exuberance and that strength. So be simple, or start simple and be consistent here. It's important to just start with these kind of foundations, and you only really need to kind of in the beginning take like one trade a day. And I think it's more important to really focus on the process and think about what you can learn from each trade. And maybe that means 3 trades a day for you. Maybe that's, kind of too much, and there's still a lot you can learn from just one good trade setup every day. So it's more important to be consistent than it is to be perfect, because there's so many ways that we can always execute just a little bit better. And the whole point is that the edge you'll find is in the routine. So the more that you hone the skill, the better it's going to be, and the more you know, it's like, I always think about it like baseball. Just the more at bats you get, the more chances you have to hit a home run. And that's what this is about. It's about staying in the pocket until you can really just get that fat pitch and just take your shot. So that is my morning routine for you guys. Hope that gave you some things to think about in ways that you can set yourself up for success. And let's talk about, heck, whatever you guys want to talk about. We can do a little bit of charts here for maybe 10, 15 minutes. And I'm going to wrap it up just a little bit, not early, but not the 2-hour marathons that we do sometimes. So I see Death God in the chat. Good to see you, brother. Is getting SoFi too soon? Talking about SoFi. Let's talk about SoFi. I still don't like it, but maybe it's time for me to reevaluate. Whoops. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second. So SoFi, thinking about SoFi, I'm just, it wasn't acting right, and it made me think maybe a month or so ago that it was in a distribution pattern, and I got out of the rest of my trade. And I'm just not seeing a reason to get involved yet. I know it had a rough day today. Pulling that up just momentarily here. Oh, is it earnings? I see it was earnings. All right, let me pull this up. Okay, we've got the hourly chart on the left, daily chart on the right, in the bigger window here. We just negotiated the 200-day. So is this time to buy? It may be, and I shouldn't talk down on this chart too much because I bought Hood yesterday. It's not working yet. Not working yet. But I think that some of these names, as they reach down into these 200s, this is the time to probably get involved. SoFi actually looking a little bit better with this high volume flush on earnings into the 200 and holding above it for now. It's interesting. What we can kind of look for is there any reason besides this that we can kind of help build a bullish bias? So I guess it's kind of trading back into the zone formed by the previous wicks, this range back here. So that I would consider like kind of a squishy support that it could reach down into, and maybe it's just overshooting a little bit and can kind of reclaim. But in general, I guess this is the pivot, right? The kind of body of these candles. So not the worst look in that regard. Huh. So I don't hate SoFi. I need to look into why it might be time to actually buy, why the narrative might be changing. So I'd have to look over the earnings. In general, it's a little bit scary though. One thing you can do is you can look at charts in reverse by going 1/SoFi. So this is the inverse chart of SoFi. Is this looking like something that you would want to short? So resistance, 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 just smashed it. So I'm not sure. Maybe something like that. And it needs to come back. So dead cat and then push higher / SoFi push lower. I'm not convinced that this is a reason to buy. So that's kind of my thoughts on SoFi there. All right, Mr. Eric Marciano talking about Roblox. Roblox is an interesting one. So there was some Gemini news, or I'm sorry, Google news, right? They have some new project, something like Genie or something. I need to look into what it is. I heard somebody talking about how that killed Unity. Whoa, Unity got hammered on super high volume. So is Roblox getting hammered for the same reason? I need to look into what this Genie actually is. Hey Nick, how you doing, man? Happy Friday to you as well. Oh, I appreciate that so much. That means a lot. I hope that you are getting something out of those old videos. And yeah, I'd be interested to hear about some of your recent trades, what you've been doing, man. Glad to hear from you. Sorry, guys. All right. We were talking Roblox. Yeah, I think that this one's going to be interesting. I need to figure out what the context of that news is. These are my ancient crayons, my ancient chart lines on this. I can tell because I don't use solid horizontal levels like this anymore. I like the zones more than these just flat levels. But I don't know. It's trading back into this kind of midpoint rally consolidation zone. You could consider this like a retest of, you can see these old levels of interest, the top of this W zone. I don't think I can be a bull here, though. I think we need to wait for it to settle, and it might take quite some time, to be honest. Especially if we look at the oscillators here. The monthly oscillator just starting to break down from oversold. This is expanding down. No good news there. The weekly oscillator tried to catch, but it still has room before it's oversold. And this chart looks like it wants to go lower to me. Let's check in on a daily. Probably going to be, yeah, again, the same thing where it looked like it was trying to form a higher low. That curl up and then just slamming down again. So these oscillators really help me kind of gauge that relative strength. So for example, the way that this oscillator made an equal high with this oscillator, while price showed negative divergence way down, showed me that this was just a reset to the top of this established range. Let me show you that. That's kind of the top of the established range. And this is kind of the bottom. So it did its job to reset and hit the top of this range. Now it can make its way to the bottom again. Meanwhile, price can just push lower and lower and lower. So that's another reason it's really good to have some kind of oscillator like this on your screen. So definitely not liking the look on Roblox here. Looking like it's tough for the bulls. All right, Hercules Jack, what's up, brother? BE and AMD. All right, I'm holding BE, so we will see. It's a good one to look at. I think this one's still totally fine and totally healthy. That being said, it would also be healthy if this thing pulled back pretty consistently, but it's just gonna be dependent on how it kind of acts as it negotiates these rising moving averages. So we're gonna zoom in and talk about a few things. First off, this previous range here is going to be interesting. It's previously resistance, and we surged above it, and now we're trying to test it as support here. We digested it for a while, squeezed above it to a new all-time high, and now we're retesting it as support along with this 9-day moving average. So the last 3 days it revisited here. It looked kind of heavy and kind of like poor structure, just that rollover. See, it kind of pops up, looks kind of weak as it just rolls over, but then as soon as it gets back to a level of interest, there are real buyers here. And if we look at the volume down here, we see that this is a decent amount of volume pushing up here. It's not like... So I'm kind of inclined to think that this thing continues to tighten up, and maybe it takes a little bit of time, but it will eventually push much higher. We could see some kind of oscillation around the previous all-time high, this general range. So I think any opportunities will be on signs of strength under this equilibrium, this previous all-time high. I think that high time frame, this chart wants to go higher. It's just a matter of kind of how we get there. Here's kind of what you risk by not being in it at all. So we had big crazy surge up and it flags, and then it fails that flag. And then when it reclaims that pivot where it failed before, it's just an insane explosive move. Where's my crayons? There they are. So see this kind of pivot here? We lose it, we come back to it, I'll zoom in for you. This pivot here, it's a nice flag. We lose it. When we return, it's just explosive into the new all-time highs. So if you zoom out like this is a very, very constructive chart still. It basically just broke its range, made an insane rally, consolidated, and wants to keep on pushing. Basically, it's saying that it still is in active price discovery. The market's still deciding how much this is worth. All we really know is higher. How much higher? Who's to say? But the fact that we could just surge straight up like this shows immediate continuation, signs of immediate continuation. And it might end up being a similar situation to right here where it surged up and came down pretty significantly. I mean, 85 to 62 that's not an insignificant sell. But then it just U-turned and it went up another 100% before it really pulled back at all. So these names can get absolutely explosive. I think where the rubber will hit the road is at this 175 handle. That's going to be that 1.27 fib. And that's just, we got that by taking this swing high to this swing low. Looks like I need to draw that very slightly differently. There we go. Yeah, 176. So essentially, this is the area where I would expect actual sellers to come in and try to prevent us from just squeezing up to this next 1.6 extension. That is where I'm expecting us to go, though, 200 to 220 at least. And this is a name that I just want to be involved in. And if it dips, I'm buying more. If it dips to 130 to 132 and reclaims that area, then I'm buying more. And if it fails that all the way down to the midpoint down here, I have some starter shares under 100 or right at 100. And I would add more if we lost that to 98 and then reclaim the 100. So I'd buy more at 100 there on a reclaim. There's a few things that we could do. It could make a W here. Could do that. Could do that, where it just kind of gets really tight and then squeezes up higher, like we mentioned that it did below. Or it could, I guess, I could just be wrong and it could double top and break down. But we're not seeing any reason to think that yet. So I think that it's one of the first two. And if it is this W, then this is the really logical place to buy more. And so I am keeping some dry powder ready just in case. And this is why I'm more of a position trader long term, because I think this has proven itself to be a very, very strong name. And I can handle hanging in there for a while with some volatility because I think that the gains are potentially very explosive. Same with some other names that are flirting with pushes through their all-time highs. ASTS, for example. On a daily here, it was not fun. Was not fun. But overall, just hanging out, just retesting this 9 moving average. I'm thinking of buying. I'm not thinking of selling. But because it's a heavy candle and we did push higher and look above and reject, I'm looking to buy more as we oscillate around this previous all-time high. So back here, my system is saying rising trigger of support is at 100. Well, perfect. That's where I'll buy more. Same with Rocket Lab. And we can talk about AMD after that too. But Rocket Lab, it feels bad. But I think we're just forming a flag. Probably comes back to the previous all-time highs, catches and pushes up higher. Not worried. Not worried. Space is going higher. I do believe. All right, and AMD as well. So this one, again, just important to have the higher time frame kind of zone, I think, in mind, or zones in mind. Oops. AMD here. We got the fib on the range. I'm going to flip the fib around. Yep. There it is. So it's the 6.2 fib. That's what we're engaging with. You could also say, hey, this is the downtrend line here. That we're kind of bouncing back and forth on right around here. few things could be happening. Bear case is that this is a double top. But bull case is that, hey, we surged, made relative equal highs. So I'm just going to draw this like this because this represents resting liquidity that wants to get renegotiated. There's two sets of stops here that bears have put their stops over. So if bulls can take the price up above here, then they get to collect all the shares that are waiting over here and over here. And so market makers love doing that. They want that. So what we're seeing is essentially just a push back into the internal liquidity of this range, digging inside. And as long as it holds this rising support of these moving averages and all that good stuff, the top of this base, well, then it's just totally healthy price action. Target was to go up, targets to check back, then targets to push up higher. That's the bull case for AMD. I am, again, a tourist in this space. I don't know much about the fundamentals of AMD. What I would say is my good buddy Jay Arlington, check him out on Twitch. He is the guy to ask about the fundamentals of this. Also, great follow on Twitter is Dylan Patel. He's a semiconductor analyst. So check out their opinions on this. For me, I'm a technicals guy. It looks fine. I think what we're seeing is probably the start of a volatility contraction pattern where we have this. Now we either see a handle form and then it just breaks out, or we see like a triple ascending triangle type thing like this. That's kind of what I'm seeing. Moving on. Hey, thanks, Ingrid. Appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. And Stuart, good to see you. How you doing, man? Appreciate your thoughts, or appreciate the compliment there. What are my thoughts on Palantir? Let's take a look. In general, I think Palantir is getting unfairly punished because it's software as a service. I think that it's a vibe code apocalypse for these names, but people think that they can make Palantir at home. They cannot make Palantir at home. Yes, it had insane valuations. No, they were not good valuations. But we just have to kind of see where in the world the selling stops on these names. So we can look at the Palantir chart for sure, but at first I just want to look at the IGV chart. And this is the software chart overall, and this is just still so ugly. We lost the 50 fib very decisively there off the Microsoft earnings. What am I looking for here? There we go. So what I want to see is where this 6.2 fib is. It's right where we're at. Okay. So now if we lose this 90 level, I think we need to plunge deeper. I see a big gap here. There's the gap. Down to 86.70. I don't see any reason why software would catch a bid until it fills that gap that's right at the neckline of this big old pattern, this cup and handle pattern that really didn't break out. Never really broke out right. So now we're retesting it, right? And see this incredible volume? That's why I think that we're starting to see capitulation. Look at this volume compared to all other times in this sector. People are just absolutely selling the stuff. They're like, our investors are going to see this month that we tried to buy the dip in this piece of crap software. Well, look at Micron, look at SanDisk, look at Western Digital. All of these companies are up 800%, and we are holding this pile of, you know what this is. It's nothing good, guys. It's nothing good. So that's what I think we're seeing into the end of the month. It's window dressing, just basically telling our clients, hey, I would rather lose money and show you guys at the end of the month that we are not holding this sack of, it's just like something you don't want to touch. So I think that this selling could be reaching a crescendo here, and it could be the time where we should start looking at the good names in the sector. Is Palantir in that basket? I kind of think it is. That being said, this is a pretty big pivotal moment here. So we have this 200-week moving average. 50-week moving average. So that should be the 200 On the monthly, no. Yeah, it should. Am I going crazy? Is my math bad? That should be the same. Oh, it's the 50 week, so it's the 200 day. Yeah, it's the 200 day. All right, sorry guys, long week, no sleep. So we're under the 200. In general, on a quality name, being under the rising 200 is historically a buy opportunity, but just because it is under the rising 200 doesn't mean that it's time to buy. Man, when you have such a crazy move like this, it's like where you better have a lot of faith or a good stop to be buying in the bottom of this kind of range in the top, because it looks pretty ugly to me. Let's do the old trick, the inverse trick. It's not looking bearish when you inverse it, is it? It's hard for me to want to buy something that's lost a horizontal level of interest, lost a diagonal level of interest. It's lost the long-term triggers. We'll go back to the normal chart here. And let's start finding areas of interest where we could start looking for a catch. I mean, like, it is in the bottom of this range. And what I think it really is that it's retesting this bullish order block. See, I'm drawing it where that big red candle is, right before we reclaim and use it to push off of. And you can see right there, the bullish order block retransacts on that wick, pushes off very nicely. So that's the next area of interest here, 144.90. So right under 145. And that has some room down a little bit. And bear with me 1 second. Wanted to see the volume profile here as well. So 138 is going to be kind of the bottom of that, it looks like. Yeah. Something like that. So here's a little tidbit about the volume profiles as well. So there's a few kind of areas of interest in this volume profile. So we're going to kind of draw each one out. So first off, I'm going to just highlight the actual biggest node. And we're going to make this, dark like that. So this is going to be the actual pin. This is the highest volume node. And so this is where the price is going to kind of want to gravitate to. Then you're going to have the kind of larger shelf. The larger shelf is going to be a higher volume node, but it's going to represent the kind of overall zone. And I'm going to make this one a little bit lighter. And then you're going to have the low volume node as well. And this is going to be where there's actually like hollow space underneath before the next high volume node starts. And this is going to be an area where the highest volume node can undercut, and it can offer a really nice low risk entry if you get involved there, and then it reclaims your area of interest. So let's see. So I'm going to zoom in for you guys. I'm actually going to change the color of this to make it a little clearer too. We're going to use yellow for this. So this purple, that's going to be like the big magnet, right? So when price is coming down, there, I think that's going to be the most clear for this idea. So when price is coming down, we're looking at the volume. Actually, sorry guys, I'm thinking out loud. I'm going to switch the volume profile to the right side if I can. Can I? All right. Sometimes thinking out loud doesn't work. Well, we'll make this work here. A little less visually intuitive with it over here. But the idea here is that as price falls out of the previous range, falls away from this point of control, see this big block? It's going to look for this big block down here. So when it is searching for this purple band, it can overshoot this purple band and kind of sweep out this yellow zone. So in this middle point right here, I'll draw an arrow to show you where I'm talking. In this middle point right here, this wick, what it was doing is it was sweeping under this yellow block. It was clearing out all the volume here, all the stops there. And it had an incentive to reach under it into this low volume node. It's a low volume node. And so that is kind of how these undercut and reclaim rallies that I talk about so much, these fake breakdowns work. So now we're going back to this side. So price is now surging down for this purple line. Just like previously, it was surging for this purple line when price was up here, and it rejected this high volume node. See how it just keeps working? It's like a fractal system. So price rejected up here, and now it's surging down to here. It undercuts this yellow zone into, we're going to do the same thing, guys. This low volume, see it's low volume right there before this next little mini shelf. This low volume path of least resistance zone. So it even undercut that a little bit. So we could even consider this whole thing low volume. Because that's really the truth of it, right? This big yellow, that's the next high volume zone. This is all pretty low volume compared to where it's trading in between. So what does this mean for us? It means that we are now slicing through this low volume zone, and we need to see what we do when we reach this home base node down here at 138, 140, I would say. You could also entertain the possibility that maybe this top little node holds. And again, we can break this down to an even more fractal level where you could say within this high volume node, the big yellow the big yellow band from 144 to 136 that we're kind of examining in here, you could say even within that, there's multiple high volume and low volume nodes. So it's all about your time frame, right? So see, within this yellow block, there's also two high volume nodes, and there would be a low volume node in between them right there. So these are just kind of the ways that you can think about these bands of like, it's like thick air and thin air, right? And it can slice through the thin air, but then it hits the thick air, but it's all air to us, right? It doesn't look different until we look at this indicator. But that can give you kind of like X-ray vision about what's really going on behind the scenes. So that's a whole lot of words to say. Probably not ready to buy Palantir yet. Let's see. Wow. Ingrid, you're long Palantir from 37.50. Well, at that point, I mean, does it really matter? You're basically Alex Karp. So I think you'll be okay no matter what. But amazing long-term entry. And I would imagine it would be something due to it breaking all-time highs. You're like, hey, if something's breaking all-time highs, it's probably going a lot higher, right? So that's why I am a big fan of charts like APLD, even though it's getting hammered today. On the monthly, it's still looking like a pretty darn good candle. I'm still holding this one because I think it wants to break through to all-time highs and keep on cooking. We see this in other names like APLD. When it breaks all-time highs, it keeps on cooking from 28, 23 all-time highs, surged to 76 before it took a breather. Same thing on a lot of these names. Roblox, we talked about that one earlier. Actually, never mind. This is a great example of what sometimes happens, which is that it surges to that all-time high and then rejects horribly if news does not support it. If the new things that happened on its way up, like it was like, all right, this all-time high is programmed, but still there's some questionable things. And then up here, especially some bad news-based catalysts really can change the narrative. That being said, I wonder if it's the time where something can save this company and put in mark a turnaround for the stock. Why I say that is it is now trading at a discount here into this golden pocket and into this monthly imbalance where it broke out after consolidating for a few months in a very wide range. So interesting place to think about maybe what could help turn this company around. I don't know. But in general, you can get these insane bursts out the side sometimes with these squeezes through all-time highs. So an interesting look for sure. Thank you, Joe, for putting this question on my radar. Sorry it's late. From the Discord, do you use standard RSI on your charts? No, so I use the wave trend oscillator. So check out my other webinar on wave trend oscillators. I've definitely done one for Trade the Pool, and that's going to be this indicator at the top. I will also show you exactly where to get it on TradingView here. Wave trend is one word, and it's the starred one here. You can take a screenshot if you want. Wave trend oscillator by KRYPT. The actual username, the publisher is FSKRYPT. FScript. FScript. So yeah, really good indicator. This is what it looks like when you first put it on your screen. I just changed the colors a little bit to match my colors. But in general, it tells you a few things. It's got the general fast and slow moving average. I'll just put it back to mine. I'll show you there. It's got the fast and slow moving average. So green is the fast, black is the slow. Essentially, just when the fast crosses over the slow, you can expect short-term that trend, that to trend in that direction until it crosses back over again. You get some sell signals in these crossovers. It's not just like a definitely sell here. It's a sign of weakness, a crossover on that time frame. You also have these dotted, on my screen, they're dotted green and black lines to represent overbought or oversold. Again, just because something's overbought doesn't mean it can you can short it. Often it's staying overbought. Like for example, right here, where it tagged overbought, came back and tried to reject, and then caught again and stayed overbought. That's when it actually doubled from 29 all the way to it technically topped out on RSI only at 75, and then the RSI cooled off, or the wave trend oscillator cooled off while it continued marching on up to 170. So yeah, not a sell signal per se, but it's just a way to gauge strength on each time frame there. The other thing that it gives you is this histogram right in the middle, this blue and yellow wave trend line or wave line here. And essentially this is just one more kind of one more little angle you can use to just give edge overall. So often if I'm seeing a little less clarity on, the signal for the wave trend, this can help kind of give me a bearing point. So for example, here we have two relative equal lows in this range on the histogram, but the oscillator is just slammed through. So the oscillator is telling me that it just wants to keep on going here. It's expanding downwards. And this histogram here, the yellow blob, this is not looking like it's ready to turn around quite yet. To me, it looks like it wants to break this range, form a new low, and follow the oscillator where it broke its low and just expanded down. All right. Yeah, no problem, Stuart. Absolutely. All right, guys. Any other charts that we are dying to check out? Let's see. Oh, Bennett didn't see this one here. BBAI. Yeah, we can check out BBAI. Thanks for tuning in. Sorry it took a while there. We're going to do BBAI. If there's any other requests that get in while I'm analyzing BBAI, I will be happy to do those, and then we're going to wrap it up. How about that, guys? BBAI, all right. So this is a chart that makes me a little bummed looking at it right now this week because it looks like it failed the potential to have a really nice reclaim of this consolidation here. I got to say, this is an ugly candle here on the weekly, just knifing through the 50 week. So that's going to be the 200 day. Yep. So that was a 200 day that was holding once, twice, three, we're going to call it 4, 5, 6 times it's held, and now it failed. Guys, be really careful longing this. You know what this reminds me of? All right, no cheating. Don't look at what the ticker is. Is it going to load? Do I not get moving averages on inverse charts? Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I was hoping to show you the inverse chart of MU because what it really looked like to me, or reminded me of at least, was this on MU. Where MU rejected its 200-day moving average once, twice, three, four times so cleanly it rejected. And then when it finally didn't reject, it traded up into it and then it consolidated. That was the start of the most epic run ever. I mean, we're talking from $95 to $450 and counting. Oh, and by the way, guys, you know who sold Micron at $450? Not me, but Richard, my business partner in our account. So that's why he's the quant. That's why he executes the trades. But feeling real good about that one. Still think that Micron could have some serious legs. Just want to see if it can do another one of these periods where it trades sideways for 5 days or so and these moving averages catch up. But yeah, when a long-term moving average like this Micron's 200-day flips and changes the trend, so once, twice, three, four times it rejected, and really you could consider this another 3 or 4 times of rejection too, even though it overshot. So the long-term trend flipped there, and that's how you know that a start of a real big trend is starting. So for BBAI, when I look at this, it's really scary, guys, because this was really nice support and then something changed. So where could we be headed? I mean, heck, I don't know. So a few things we can look for. First off is like the general uptrend line. We really hope it doesn't get to this point, but this is kind of like the, hey, is this company going bankrupt line? It shouldn't get below here. That still is a 50% haircut. So hopefully it doesn't do that. Second, we can have like an intermediate kind of uptrend line. And that's not what you want to see there. So this is definitely a very key level of interest where if we lose this uptrend line, see, it's pretty steep. And this was kind of the basis for this base. It said, all right, higher, low, higher, low, higher, low. We're doing an ascending triangle. We're going to squeeze. We're going to come back and do a 50% retrace of this. I can tell it's 50% or maybe a little more. A little more. Regardless, dips into a discount and then trades back up again. Couldn't make a higher high, couldn't make a higher high. In consolidation, higher low. It was a higher high from there. But regardless, in this bigger consolidation cone pattern, this is the first time really since the low here that we are actually at risk of breaking a high time frame pattern here. And that's what that line represents. So if we lose this 450, we'll come quick. And I would say probably $3. Pretty decent target there. What I think is an area of interest is going to be this breakout spot and the gap up spot. So this, see that gap right there? It's a breakout right there, and it's an imbalance on the candle. It's also essentially going to be the top of this volume shelf. So this is where I would expect us to work our way down to this $4 handle. Cannot be a buyer here. You could look to short this though. And I guess I should do my due diligence and look on a higher time frame, see if maybe I'm missing something. In my mind, what the bull case is going to look like something like this, where we would be setting a larger handle than previously anticipated. Because when this makes this cup up like this, and then goes like this, we're really expecting a breakout upwards because it's very well developed and it should have taken it should have had all the time it needed to pick up enough buyers to push up higher. The fact that it can't, that's definitely a sign of weakness. And now it's like confirming that sign of weakness with the loss of this moving average and the loss of like essentially this consolidation like that. You see that? So we got to think about this pattern being a failure, but how could it retain if we are resolving upwards? And if the highest time frame pattern is still going to hold this larger cup and handle. So it could still pull some BS here. What would that maybe look like? Maybe it would look like a higher low on a really quick flush out like that. And then see this kind of cup structure still holds. And then it would be like a W. That would be off the 200 week here as well. And as you can see this purple 200 week, it actually stops because it's a new chart when we look left. But if we trace it back where it would be left, it'd be something like this probably. So it was kind of the cap that held us in this base overall of this potential higher time frame W. So just some things to think about that. So we failed the thing that's been holding this whole bit of price action up. See from the bottom? That's what's held this up. It's like the anchored VWAP from the lows. So we fail this. Well, then we got to test the one that we flipped, this anchored VWAP from the highs, this 200 week. You see what I'm talking about, guys? It's always a path of least resistance, and it's always kind of about visualizing these undercurrents, these kind of tectonic shifts that are happening under your whole feet when you're looking at a chart like this. Hope that kind of makes sense. All right, LHX. Yeah, no problem, Bennett. Thanks for sticking around. LHX. This has been a crazy breakout, right? Whoa, mama. Yeah. All right, so I have some old lines. We'll look at them, but I think it's time to just draw some fresh ones here. You can tell how old they are because price is going through the end of my fibs. So we're going to change this to my default extensions. And as you can see, we have this previous range, right? The high to the low. We essentially form our classic W pattern here. And you can tell when it's a more aggressive W pattern because this right side, it's much lower, right? It didn't need to come down into the deep base here. Instead, it was enough to retransact this bigger bottoming pattern. See that? That's all it needed to do. So very strong price action here. What does it do? It surges through our fake it or make it test line. So that's our yellow here. And now it's just kind of trading sideways. I think it's just too much too fast. And it's probably going to form some kind of pattern like this. And I think the big target's going to be 400. I think that's going to be the pull. As long as these moving averages keep on drifting up, they'll catch it and push us up off of it. Like that. So LXH, very bullish, very bullish. It's hard to be bearish on anybody in the defense kind of space. So you can look at a few things here. There's UFO. This is the ETF. It's basically the same picture. And high time frame, what are we really seeing? We have this range. Man, don't you wish you bought this when it flushed out to 14? I sure do. Anyways, again, precision, guys. Precision. What do we see on the initial range break? An impulse surge up to find sellers right into our yellow line, that 1.27 fib. And what did it align with? It aligned with the round number of 40. You see this so often. It's not a coincidence. All right. Now what does it do? Just consolidating at the midway point between the previous high and this thing up here. What we can kind of use to quantify this is we have a nice little measurable pullback that we just talked about. So within this, we can track our progress. In the same way, we surged through our 1.27 fib. So you shouldn't be worried about this breakout not confirming. And as you can see, we got very close to the 1.68, which would be kind of, the confirmation target. And it did show some sellers there, nothing major at all. We're still just consolidating, putting in a bullish to, it's a subjective weekly candle, I guess. We pushed the structure higher. We did reject and close near the lows of it, still well over the lows of the previous week, but still well under the close of the previous week. So let's call it indecision candle. Indecision candle, I think, is the fairest way to put that. Regardless, whenever you have indecision up high, well, indecision is not rejection. It's like Dumb and Dumber. It's like, so you're saying there's still a chance? Well, you don't know. It's Schrodinger's rejection until basically these moving averages catch up and it falls through, or until a large seller comes in and just hard smacks it down there. Oh, I appreciate that. You are the best. I swear something is up there. That's a great name too. I swear something is up there and we're talking about the UFO ticker. Hey, all right. Anyways, UFO, we talked LHX just to go through the space. What's RTX doing? Okay, it's recovered after what Trump said, it didn't like that they give dividends or something. I don't remember. He says a lot of stuff. Yeah, defense. It's a good place to be in. We like drones. Kato's pulling back just a little bit. The drone that I want to pick up on this sale, we sold ONDS into 15 was the last sells. We were selling from 12 to 15. We were in from 8 to 850. It is coming back down to 10, and this is the area where I want to buy it again. I want to buy it again off of this kind of zone. It's 9 to 10. So if we get that, looking to get back involved. I think higher time frame, this thing's going much higher. UMAC is another one that's playing games. I have a little starter in this one. I'm a little red on this. Actually, good amount red on this one. That's why it's a starter. But I'm looking to add more if it holds into next week, because now it's testing into the weekly support ribbon. I would like to see this work its way much higher and be a much larger base, much larger W type move here. A few others in the space. AVAV. This one's looking a little sus, to be honest. So I got to keep an eye on that. And there's another that I'm blanking on, but regardless. All right, guys. It's been a long week. It's been a lot of headlines this week to think about. So I need to go. I need to get some rest. I need to plan the next move here. In general, I think that for the most part, I'm staying the course. It kind of feels like it did around October, November, when things kind of went off the rails a little bit, and it was a real conviction, gut check to stay in some positions. We are seeing SPY testing. It's actually a really interesting couple days here, where if you don't look at the daily candles, it feels a lot worse. You look at the daily candles, you go, I mean, heck, hard to be that bearish if there's that many people buying this up. Hard to be that bullish when we are at the whims of a single tweet, it seems like, and we are in this kind of rising pattern. But that being said, I think that we're in the process of just forming a new base and pushing out higher. I like these wicks down that catch. I like that when we're in the lower half of this range, you can see this Fibonacci range here under the 50, the red line, they're snapping it up. It's just going to be tricky. It's just going to be tricky. So I think I just stay the course and trust the process on high conviction names, high conviction trades. So for me, biggest allocation still into uranium. It's not the greatest candle here, but it is still holding the key areas. So I need to watch closely for these that low of the day here, the low of the week, I believe. Yeah, low of the week here to hold. Still think long term, this is going to be a big breakout, even if it needs to flush out even more. Even if it needs to flush out even more and take a few weeks, I'm going to stick in this one for the long term. The data center trades are also an area of interest going into next week. So keep an eye on these guys. It's kind of make or break here. As you can see, here's the index coming back and testing a lot of key areas. Wouldn't it be pretty if this is where it needed to hold, or it needed to dip into to hold? This curling up 50-day. This middle of the range, flat top kind of base. Did reject the breakout here. And could be one of these type moves where we see, where's my marker? There it is. Something like that. It's kind of what I'm hoping for. No worse than this. So this bottom of this base is going to be a very key level for me to watch. This 43 handle on WAGMI, WGMI. That's the index of the Bitcoin data miners. The leader that I'm in, APLD. Bonk. Luckily I took profit, but still feels very bad, gotta say. So hoping that if we come back down and test this kind of zone here, we hold pretty quick. Otherwise, if I wasn't trimming, I would have to, based on this close through the 21 day. Not a great close. Can still say it's holding the top of this range, but you don't love this. What I do note is there might be a little bit of a fractal nature to this pattern on top of this wedge, where, see, it's a W, we run to the high of the pattern. We had a little bit of a W here. We run to the high of the pattern. We come back and we test this downtrend line. Just like in this little pattern, we're coming back and very deeply testing this downtrend line, but still holding this range. So I don't know. Maybe that's cope. We'll see. I like APLD if this sector in this trade does work out. IREN is the other one that's looking pretty darn good. This one respecting a little bit better off this rising moving average. Hey, Mike the Rider. How you doing, man? Yeah, it was a completely flat day for me. Other outside of the big boy account, and those I believe are pretty decently read. But you know, one of those days that you don't look too close. I hope you have a great weekend too. I hope you all have a great weekend. I'm going to wrap it up here. Yeah, we hit just about an hour. Yeah, an hour and a half. All right, I'm happy with that. Guys, take care now. We will be back at it. We'll be here Monday through Thursday. Me personally for Power Hour. You can catch me Monday morning as well, and Friday for another web wrap up. And keep your ear to the ground because we are just expanding more and more going forward. There's some really cool things cooking here behind the scenes at Trade the Pool. So expect more great content on a regular basis here. We're going to be bringing the people what they want, and maybe your boy Steve gets a little more screen time too. We'll see. So either way, great stuff coming your way. Don't miss out. Stay tuned. Have a good one. Take care now.
Hey, welcome again to Stud and Dud, presented by the Dallas School of Music. Thank you for listening. I'm Josh Smith. With me each week, Dr. Bob Lawrence. What's up, Doc?
I'm here, Josh.
That was a nice elongated opening.
Boy, I tell you.
It'll be something for the Dud Reel.
It definitely.
The Dud Reel.
We make those, don't you worry.
I get it. I totally get it.
All right, so let's get on top of what we're going to talk about this week. Certainly we have to get into, it's a big series finale this week. I just bring this up. We're not going to talk about it, but The Big Bang Theory, Game of Thrones, both ended this week.
Yes.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
Yeah.
Those are two big shows. You watch either one of them?
Big Bang when my wife puts it on, but Game of Thrones for sure.
Like,
that is definitely gonna. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, on tap today, we'll dive into the NBA playoffs. Tigers back in action. Another major, the PGA Championship. We'll talk about that. Obviously,
Wait,
related.
Is that why I'm here?
Maybe, kind of, sort of. It's a great segue, right?
Just
Isn't this a great segue?
Sure
it takes a brain, remember, to come up with these ideas. But you came up with this one. I will give you this.
Oh, come on, man.
Because he did.
Wow, that's good.
And you have to have these perfect guests leading into, like, as in we had Basil, spring training was going on. The NFL draft was happening the night before. So we had that. Now we have the PGA Championship going on. So let's get a golf guru in here.
Yeah.
Can't do any better.
I mean, literally, the fit guru is what he's calling you.
Sure. Like a dual threat kind of thing is, I think, what I got going
Let's
on.
welcome Key Young.
Key Young, ladies
Thank
and
you
gentlemen.
for joining us. Another stud guest.
Very much.
But yes, you kind of did. I mean, it was perfect timing. Let's just admit, PGA Championship.
Mm-hmm.
You're in here to talk fitness more so than anything. We talk fitness today.
Nutrition, fitness, golf.
Yep.
You were just at the Byron all last
Correct.
week,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So we're excited.
And in the coveted Stud or Dud segment.
Yes.
We will definitely have some fights to talk about. We got some Dallas brawlers. Yeah, right. And then we also will get to send Oki over here to the chamber.
The chamber
of questions.
Okay.
So get ready.
Say that again, man.
The chamber.
The chamber
of questions. There's your little Game of Thrones for you
no
there.
auto tune in that. That is legit. That's you. That's
Okay, it is. Yeah, I have to get deep into that character. I have to come up with a name. Lord Byron, maybe? I don't know.
You're right.
Anyway, but certainly, Key Young, thank you for joining us.
Sure. Glad to be here.
Yeah, and let's lead right into it. You said right after the introductions you want to talk about, you've got your own website.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah,
golfxfit.com.
Absolutely.
Let's get into it. You want to show? You want to show?
Yeah, I do. You know what? For our listeners on SoundCloud or iTunes,
exactly.
We're going to show a little video clip. If you want to see this, which I would highly recommend, go to our YouTube channel.
Exactly.
And watch the show and get this. But I think this is a great introduction for Key. I watched it last night when you sent it to me. I said, "Man, dude, stud." That's what I just said. Stud.
Try to get on your level.
Right.
That's it.
So let me fire this up.
All right, let's do it. And that's where we can find you too, anywhere, right? The Golf X Fit, anywhere.
Golf X Fit.
Instagram, YouTube.
Bingo. Yeah. I mean,
anywhere.
I like Instagram a lot because
Facebook.
You can, yeah. See videos, content.
Exactly.
I do workouts and tour players and all that stuff.
Here we go. Check
Filmed
this out.
on an iPad.
Oh yeah, all put together.
That's how good. I mean, look. That's
Listen to that.
showing some talent.
Check it out.
I feel like I'm watching
How big that is sound.
Star Wars right here. Is this a Star Wars trailer?
Listen to this.
Every golfer practices to play like PGA champions.
There it is. I don't know what club that is, but it's beautiful.
It is pretty. That is pretty range.
So there's Danny Lee, Derek Earns, both PGA Tour winners that I've gotten to work with.
Nice.
Fitness is changing.
It is changing the
Who's that
game.
stud right there?
Those are some good-looking legs. Look
Those
at
are-
that. Those
wow.
are some
Look at this
textbook
guy.
push-ups.
Look at this guy.
Uh-huh.
Now this is where I think you actually cropped me in here, right here.
One coach
You
stands above the rest.
There, you cropped me in right there.
Right
I think that's it.
Yeah.
23 years ago. More distance. Look at that. There you go. He's saying that you provided him more distance.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of guys come to me to train to improve their bodies.
Yeah.
These guys are applying it to golf.
Yeah.
You know, at the highest level, millions of dollars a year, these guys are worth, you know, worldwide traveling. You know, Danny, this first round of the PGA just
Look at
yesterday.
this.
There's
Oh.
Jordan.
Oh, Mr. Spieth.
Yeah, we can talk about him at some point.
We definitely will.
These are some swing coaches. I collaborate with swing coaches for golf, baseball pitching and batting coaches, gymnasts. I mean,
wow.
I can't do my job unless I know
exactly
what the athlete's trying to do.
Exactly, yeah.
So yeah, it's been great to apply what I know about golf and fitness and nutrition to all of this. So
Doc's thoroughly impressed. He loves the video. I love the music. It does. It sounds like I'm watching a trailer to Star Wars.
Yeah.
Or maybe the Avengers Endgame or something. You know what I mean?
However, I don't think you did get clearance, copyright clearance when you cut me in with those.
Oh, those abs were yours.
Yeah.
And
that V was.
So
not.
my lawyers will be contacting your lawyers.
Go ahead and just
Let's
send
get
them my
back
way.
to the basics of this. What led you get into the fitness side of golf?
Well, you know, I think it started out mainly just, I had to admit, vanity. You know, in high school and college, just like, man, I want to look good. I want to look like a stud.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
just keep with the theme. And I realized really quickly that I just enjoyed, you know, getting in shape. And I was the fat kid growing up, you know, playing golf and football and all that, and just decided, hey, you know, I want to take care of myself. And then, not really of a somber note, but my freshman year of college, I was playing D1.
So you do have a playing do you have a playing background playing golf?
I played golf growing up. Jordan Spieth is my claim to fame. He and I grew up playing every day together, so that was kind of
Same
cool.
high school?
Same country club.
Okay, gotcha.
So he went to Jesuit, I went to Coppell, but we played every day in the summer and
Gotcha.
after school and all that. So it was cool to
At
kind of see
Brookhaven.
him. Yeah, at Brookhaven Country
right.
Club here in Dallas, just develop into the player he is today.
Mm-hmm.
Super, super cool. But when I was playing college golf on scholarship, D1, all of that stuff, my freshman year I got diagnosed with MS, which is multiple sclerosis. And so where I was really into fitness before, now I got super into it because I had to start taking care of myself, figuring out why I wasn't feeling well, and just I knew that no matter what stage of life you're in, or if you have a condition of some sort like that, how exercise and your health is such a major role in your quality of life.
And probably what you intake too as well, food.
Exactly. So those are the two primary reasons why I got so into health and wellness and performance. It's just because of my personal experiences as an athlete, and then also being so young, I mean 19, diagnosed with something that could be relatively challenging.
Oh yeah, and you're how old now?
29.
So 10 years you've been dealing with it.
Exactly.
And how's it been?
Up and down.
Yeah.
You know, I'd say it's been easier at some times than others. But right now, because I love what I do, I get to rest plenty. I get to control what I eat. You know, my job as a fitness trainer is pretty much make my own hours and train when I want to train or don't when I don't. So when I was in the corporate world, I can sympathize because I did a little stint in the, public accounting world working with EY. That was really tough, managing my body, managing my food and stress levels. So I can sympathize with my clients that have desk jobs.
Yeah.
Be like, hey, I know where you've been. This is what I did to gain or lose weight, to manage my stress levels, stuff like that. So I just feel like I have a wide variety of experiences personally to try to connect with my players, my clients. So that's what got me into fitness, though, was getting sick, being an athlete. Definitely sent me down the fitness track.
And your clientele is everyone. You have Jordan Spieth to like me, or Doc even.
Yeah.
And let's talk about that real quick. So let's talk about the workout with Doc.
Do we have that much time? No.
The first work. You remember the first workout, man?
Hey,
You kicked my butt, man.
Baptism by fire. No,
Oh my gosh! I'm
Right?
serious.
But you tell me. What was your perspective? I'd rather hear that than.
Okay, well, first of all, here's how you and I met. I call, we're members over at Brookhaven, and I go over there and work out. And my son Gardner, who you trained, was only in I think 6th or 7th grade at that time, and he was a gymnast, competitive gymnast.
Correct.
And so you came highly recommended that I needed to contact you.
Through the club at that time where I was training.
Correct, exactly. So I reached out to you. You called right back. We came in. You did a little test with Gardner, and you started getting him on a program. And then in my silliness, I said, "Hey, man, will you work with me?" And Key's like, "Yeah, man.
Sure, let's go.
Let's
right?
do it, right?" So it was a Friday afternoon, man.
So about like today, you're like, yeah, beautiful day.
Oh, it was a beautiful
I'm gonna
day.
get pumped by a guy that knows what he's doing. I'm gonna leave feeling good.
Yeah, I went to like Nate's Seafood for lunch,
Yeah.
had some gumbo and all
right.
kinds of,
Gumbo.
Then I
before
go
you work out.
Yeah, exactly. then I went to meet him to work out. Right?
Yeah, right.
And, of course, I had to stop.
That gumbo was probably sitting real well.
I had to stop by Dick's to buy my workout gear because I didn't have it. Right? So I bought my workout gear and then headed over to Brookhaven.
Nice.
Key was waiting for me. So you started out with just doing some tests. Like, okay, let's do some push-ups.
Yeah.
I want you to do as many as you can.
Yeah.
And then you had me do some. You had me on the like a Tabata kind of.
Exactly, like an interval type thing.
Yeah, interval,
but
right.
body weight exercises.
Right.
No machines, nothing like that.
Nothing like that, right? And you just go, come on, man, keep going. You kept putting.
Yep.
I literally thought I was going to die. I didn't want to show him. He could probably tell. He could tell I was going to die.
Well,
but I went to walk down those steps after the workout.
You're like,
and I could barely. I didn't think.
The rubber band.
I thought I was going to fall down the steps. Right.
But let's put it in perspective, though. We say steps. These were like 7.
Yes.
This wasn't like multiple flights. This is like
it looked like 3 flights of stairs.
He's like, oh my God, how am I going to do this?
It looked like 3 flights. I was looking for the handicap rail to hold on to.
The little chair.
So did you do that every time? Do you send them through every person first time, send them through the ringer?
I think the first workout I don't want to say always, but if I feel like
you can test them to see what their limit is.
I can eyeball somebody's general fitness. I can say, hey, Bob can probably handle a little bit of a test here, of real find his limit, so that as we start to program it, we don't push him past that.
Yeah.
Because we never want to push yourself past your limit.
Yeah.
You're throwing up, you're literally falling over, puking, but you want to push your limit, right? You want to definitely probably get a little bit uncomfortable when you exercise.
Oh yeah.
Or else you won't really get much out of it.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what he said.
That's what you said to me. I remember on the way out the door.
Yeah.
And Tamlin was picking me up because she dropped me off. Right. I remember this. On the way out the door, you said, "You know how you feel right now?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm dying." Right. And he goes, "You said you should feel like this after every workout."
Yeah, you should really push your limit. It's your comfort that got you to where you are currently telling me you're unhappy.
Yeah.
Now, if you love where you're at and you're totally, then fine. Let's just make sure we eat clean. Let's just stay moving. Cool. But if you're like really unhappy where you are, I think your goal was to lose some weight and tone up.
Right.
I mean, how much weight were you trying to lose? It was like 15, 20 pounds,
Well,
something like that.
you got me. We lost over 30 pounds.
Yeah.
Man.
Eventually, I was just like, okay, cool. The Jets, like, we're really good at losing weight now. Let's just pause right here because you look great.
Yeah.
Let's refocus after who knows what, maybe 5-6 weeks. You did it super quick.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. You got me going, man, and you got me going on those Tabatas and
interval training.
Interval training, and you were right. You said this will melt the fat away, and boy, did
that's been huge over the last, it seems like 5 to 10 years. That interval has been huge. It seems like.
But when I walked out to the car to get in the car, my wife, when Tam saw me, she goes, "What in the?" I said, "Oh, I'm gonna die." And she goes like this. She goes, "I'm gonna call Key." She goes. I said, "Don't you dare call Key."
Yeah, right. It's gonna show how weak I am. Don't do that.
Yeah, a guy doesn't.
Let me enjoy my. I bet he slept like an angel. They're like, let me enjoy my sleep tonight because I'm gonna sleep so good.
You cry on the inside like a winner.
Yeah, a guy doesn't want his wife calling the trainer, right?
Like I'm just expressing you because you're my wife. But I don't need you expressing anyone else. Like I need someone to go to, and you're the only person. I ain't going to Gardner with this. Are you kidding me? Like you're my go-to.
Exactly.
End of story.
Exactly.
Just pretend you never heard it. But yes, exactly. Will you do the same like Jordan Spieth? And is it the same? My point being, like, say, are you doing like he was doing push-ups and all that? Are you doing the same thing to Jordan Spieth, or is he doing different things his first time through? Not like obviously now, but say the first time through, are you doing like the same workout to everyone, or is it a little bit different?
If you started training,
like
this
even
guy,
me, would it be the same thing that he did, or would it be a tad different?
If you had the same goal as he did, for sure.
Gotcha. So it's goal intended, essentially.
Goal oriented, always first and foremost. Now,
Gotcha.
And this has happened, if I don't agree with your goal, it is not my job to be a yes man.
Yeah.
You know,
Correct.
if he came in with double hip, double knee replacements, and I'd be like, dude, but like you're not ready quite for that. If we're gonna do weight loss, we'll say, let's focus this beginning part on just getting you moving 1st. Get those hips and knees to where they'll even function, and maybe be a little bit more strict on our nutrition.
Yeah.
Right. But if we're able to really move a lot, we don't have any injuries, we don't have anything holding us back from moving, then yeah, we'll probably put him through a pretty tough little test in the beginning for the movements. Yeah.
You said a key word right there, function, right? When I started training with you and watching you train Gardner, one of the things that I was absolutely amazed about is just how non-functional our bodies become.
Yeah.
Right? When you like do just little balance exercises, stand on one leg and you're falling over, you're going like, are you kidding me?
I get in the shower, so I do this because that's what I love. I'm like, wow, at my age, honestly.
Wait a minute, you're not going to tell us what you do in the shower.
I was about to say, I'm paying attention now.
Yeah, this might be a little TMI, man.
Clean your feet, right? I clean my feet. I got to. I'm weird about not.
You got to clean those dogs.
Yeah, right. So here's what I do to clean my feet. To practice balance in the shower, which is kind of risky, obviously.
It's very.
I stand up on one foot, and every once in a while, I maybe use my elbow to bounce off the wall, and then that's how I clean. But I balance on one foot in the shower, clean my feet.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, one of my assessments I'll do is like a standing on one leg, and everybody, wherever you're at right now, as long as you're not driving, stand on one leg, close your eyes, and hold your balance as long as you can. You'll immediately feel like the room is spinning.
Yeah, because you got to close your eyes.
Right, but that way you don't have any functional strength.
Right.
Like if you were to lose your balance a little bit, proprioception is a fancy trainer word that we use, but that's your feel, that's your coordination. As an athlete, you need that for sure. But if you're over the age of 50, right? We start getting into this whole, okay, now I just don't want to get hurt. I don't want to slip and fall and break my hip or my wrist or whatever. Single leg balance is the best way to keep from potentially getting to that position.
Yeah.
So
that. And here's another reason why I love you, man. Because as a teacher, again, I love it when I brought
Back to Rudy.
I brought this up with Rudy Jaramillo, who was here, MLB hitting coach.
Sure.
For
the Rangers, anyway. But yes,
right,
big time.
He's a teacher, and you can tell right away when somebody is a teacher. You focus a lot on obviously balance, stretching, and you also focus a lot on. I say the tried and true, the old school exercises, which are still push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups. Like you say, you are weightlifting,
right?
When you do that,
it's not like you weigh zero, like you weigh something. So if you're pushing yourself away from gravity, like a push-up, you've done some strength training, resistance training,
right?
It's just not with an external load, right? You don't have anything in your hands. You're not pushing against something. So a push-up is plenty strength training. Your weight training. It's just your body's the weight.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's really just thinking about. It's the reason why they haven't gone away. It's the reason why we're still doing sit-ups, push-ups, probably hundreds. I don't know. I haven't looked at the origin when they were first invented, but we've been doing these for hundreds. I'm guessing hundreds of years for a reason.
And there's a reason why.
Exactly. It's not just. I want to get back to this before we do forget. Let's get back to Spieth.
Yep.
Your playing background.
Jordan.
Where did it all start? How'd you meet him? I know you kind of briefly mentioned it.
Yeah, Jordan wasn't even a golfer when we first met. He was. I was already amazing, but golf was my focus.
You were showing him what to do.
Yeah, I was a senior in high school when he was a freshman, so that puts us 3 years apart, something like that.
3, 4, yep.
And so I was, maybe 13. So he would have been 9, 10, something like that. We were super young.
Yep.
Met him. He was at a junior clinic, and again, at that point in my mind, I'm too good for these, but my dad threw me in it anyways. I started winning tournaments when I was 6. So awesome. I was a lifer. But so Jordan comes in, and I'll never forget. So this first day he's there, we're in this little makeshift chipping area next to the President's Golf Course, and because they were doing construction on another one, and we're chipping there, right there next to the green. Nothing big swing, just little short chips. And I'm hitting up there pretty close, and I'll be danged if this kid that showed up the first day, he's making them into the hole like 3 or 4 times during the practice, and I'm like,
that's pathetic.
Well, that's got to be beginner's luck.
Yeah, right. Like,
right?
What's going
That's
on here?
like-
He's gonna get on the course and he's gonna shoot.
This doesn't
10
happen.
over easy.
This kid's going nowhere.
Yeah. So I'm just like, okay,
It's
whatever.
like going to the range.
Yeah.
You're just killing it on the range. You get out to the golf course like this kid. When
There's
he gets
no
out to
way.
the,
There's
not
no
gonna
way.
happen. Not gonna transfer over.
So, okay, a little bit of time goes by. We develop a little bit of friendship because he's getting more into golf. He's
Yeah.
getting a little bit less into baseball. And so I'm like, okay, here's
no
some
kidding, he was a baseball.
He was a baseball player first.
and
yeah.
then he went golf.
And so then he gets into golf, and his parents are becoming friends with my parents, and I'm the relatively good player at the club. And so they're like, hey, what tournament should you play? And I'm like, yeah, Jordan, why don't you sign up for this, and see how you end up playing. Well, a couple years go by, and he starts just winning everything. Well, I had my big break moment as a player winning this tournament called the Starburst. It was the second biggest tournament in the nation
Did you
at
get
the time.
Starburst when you won?
Unlimited Starburst and
Really?
Dr. Pepper. Oh my
That
gosh.
is awesome.
It was in Waco.
Every kid's going to that tournament.
Yeah,
All
I'm telling you, there were Starburst and Dr. Pepper Snapple Group hosted the tournament.
That's
The
awesome.
real sugar-filled Dr. Peppers, the originals. Those
Yeah,
were on
oh, yeah.
every hole,
Yeah.
which is great for the second week of June.
This was
Right?
before. This was before your fitness conversion.
Yeah, right.
Right. This was right as I was about to make that hurdle.
Yeah.
These were my fat years. These were
Yeah.
my fat days. Right.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. I'd love to see pictures.
I'll bring video and picture proof.
Oh.
But so at 16, I won it. So I beat all the 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds. So this was my moment to shine.
Yep.
Well, Jordan in his age group in that same tournament shoots 62, which for everybody that doesn't play golf or doesn't understand, 72 is amazing. That's even par. He shot
On most courses.
Yeah, on most
like
courses.
Because Beth played this week at 70 is even par.
Right. I would
so.
say 99% of courses are par 72.
Yeah.
Right. He shot 62 in his age group to win. So I'm
Crazy.
sitting there like, okay, pat myself on the back. I did great. But Jordan, holy cow, he won his age group with a 62. I don't care
What'd
what
you
golf
shoot?
course. I shot 68 on
Okay.
a different course,
Yeah.
different age group, and all
Gotcha.
that. But in the back of my mind, I was just like, dang, my friend played good in his
Yeah.
age group.
62. That's
That's
ridiculous.
really good.
Yeah.
And so the very next year, I'm trying to win it again, and he beats me. In my own age group, in that tournament, we came first and second. I shot
So
another.
you were 17 and he was like 14 or 13?
Right. Yeah. I guess he's 14.
Yeah,
at that
14.
time.
Yeah, 14. Yep.
And I was just like,
Wow.
all right, here we go. Like,
and was he hitting it far?
no.
Like, okay. I didn't know if he
still
was.
hits it. He still doesn't
hit
isn't
that. I
known
didn't
as
know.
a
Yeah.
long hitter.
Yeah.
People once he won his second junior amateur championship, everybody started asking questions. Hey, you're one of Jordan's really good friends. What's the deal? I was just like, his long game isn't where he wins. He just kind of keeps it out of trouble, keeps it in play, and I'm willing to throw out my opinion. It's maybe slightly biased. He's probably one of the best putters.
I was almost gonna say that's what saved him when he had his great run there for a while. He was that putting game.
Yeah.
Look at Tiger Woods though.
Putting and short game.
Look why Tiger Woods was so great.
Right.
He would be off 300 yards to the right.
Right.
Great. He was probably and is one of the best. What do you want to? I guess sand save, but what do you call it when you're in?
Scrambling.
Scrambling.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
one of the best scrambler golfers
yeah.
ever. But point being, he would get 10, 12 feet for par or birdie and make those. That's why Tiger Woods was as good as he was. That putter is
And
everything. That's why they say drive for show, putt for
dough.
Sure. I mean, and I'll take this not to get too far off on the golf track, but so I would say
good. Hey, get it.
Jordan's putting was second to none. Crenshaw even said, because he went to UT.
Okay.
Crenshaw saw Jordan putt and play a lot. He was like, holy cow, this kid's on another level on the putting green. I'll never forget the putter that he still uses, the Scotty Cameron that he still uses.
Yeah.
Scotty Cameron just saw him because he had went and visited Scotty Cameron's facility, just saw him putting and sent him one because he saw something special, like a personal.
wow.
Yeah, I remember the day that showed up. We were super young when he was just like, yeah, Scotty sent me this putter. I'm like, dude, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
And anywho, so yeah, Jordan just keeps it in play, and then he putts and chips amazingly well. I think the only reason he even half enjoyed playing golf with me is because I hit it 8 miles, and then I had to make up for it somehow. So he could chip and putt really, really super well.
Yeah.
Bottom line is he got lucky when he beat you in that tournament.
That's all it was.
That's
That's
really
all it was.
That's the
A
bottom
gust
line.
of wind.
Yeah.
I couldn't control.
The way the sun set,
Yeah.
It was.
And
got
I'm not.
lucky.
I won't throw anybody on tour under the bus because everybody. When I spent time on the PGA Tour training, doing the fitness out there for those guys, I had such an amazing experience with them, and still do to this day because I do that with multiple players now. I would still say that Jordan is one of the most authentic. the person that you see on camera
Yes.
is
You
literally
you
the type
can
of
tell,
guy.
Yeah, he's one
It's
of my
not-
favorite of that. I love Michael Jordan, so it kind of was another segue for me to like Jordan Spieth.
Yeah,
but that he was
Yeah.
over the last, because I love Tiger, and Tiger is now now kind of coming back. But when he was down, I had to like someone. I'm like, I love golf, so
Yeah,
Jordan was my man to like.
He doesn't owe me a thing.
And I lived in Dallas too now, so
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, he's from Dallas. So hey,
Hometown boy.
yeah, exactly. So.
But he's still just a super nice guy. Doesn't owe me a thing, and he still treats me.
You sure he doesn't owe you a hot dog even, or a
maybe,
drink maybe?
you know,
Beating
but-
you for that tournament?
Right, something for my pride. No, but he's still a super nice guy, crazy nice guy.
How's he been? I know because he had that great run. He literally is one major away from completing the career Grand Slam.
Right.
The great run. How's he handled it since? Kind of, he's had a little bit of a dip.
Yeah, I can't say for sure. We did have the same swing coach,
Mm-hmm.
Cameron McCormick. He's now at Trinity Forest, big facility, the first tee
So
of
he still
Dallas.
has the same swing coach.
Same swing coach. We both used him. I went through a little slump there freshman year of college, being sick and whatnot, and Cameron helped me through that during the little period there before I turned pro. But I can't say for certain, but it looks to me from an outsider's perspective that he made some swing adjustments that really just didn't pay off the last couple of seasons.
Just hate reverting back. It reminds me of Tiger. Tiger always was trying to do these, and I'm
Mhm.
like, stop.
So when that
Stop.
happens, can as a golfer revert back? Can you go? I'm going back to my old. I mean, that's kind of. I would think that would be.
Yes and no. Depends how much you've reprogrammed.
Right.
Because the body, which
hard,
is my, forte, is a supercomputer between brain and function, right? So if you lay too much myelin sheath, that's your subconscious, that's your muscle memory. If you put too much of that programming, this new movement pattern over what you previously did, you can kind of undo some things you did well in your past.
Yeah.
Whether it's golf or whether it's baseball or whatever it is you do.
That's kind of scary, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. And then you throw an injury on top of that, and it just compounds it.
Yeah.
So
there's a possibility that you could never return to that.
there's a possibility. Now you look at a Tiger Woods who's battled injuries and reinvented himself multiple times. That just goes to show how much of a true athlete
Warrior
and worker he is.
I mean, playing 91 holes of golf on a broken leg and torn ACL. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Nuts.
Right.
And then winning, not just playing it. He won it.
Right.
And it wasn't just a tournament. It was U.S. Open.
That's
the hardest
between-
majors pretty much there is to win.
That's between his ears.
Yeah.
That's just because he won't quit.
Mental.
He won't
Rudy
give
talked
up.
about that.
I mean, he's so strong mentally, and that's why he did, I think, for the longest time, go down to me. Too much going on up here. Didn't have his dad, who for the longest time was his rock and stone. Now his dad's gone.
Yep.
Of course, now he doesn't. Not that he needed it, but now all that stuff, and it just was blurry up here, foggy, as we were talking about a couple weeks ago. Now it's starting to be clear up here again, and you can see the progress that's been made.
And he's staying away from Denny's and
Las Vegas.
Yes,
That's
good.
yeah. City of Sin. There's a reason.
Literally. So speaking of Tiger, kind of sort of, you see back in the days, you used to see a lot more bellies on tour, daily, a lot more. Regardless, you saw you didn't see a lot of fit guys.
Sure.
Now you see a lot of flat bellies.
Right.
Almost every golfer you see, flat belly. Who do you attribute that to? Duval, Tiger. I mean, there's a lot of names I'm sure you can throw out there, but I don't know. Daly for sure. He is complete still opposite, which we'll kind of get into in a minute.
Let's just go out there and say he's the only person in the field at the PGA this week relying on a golf cart to walk.
Oh my gosh.
So please, people, don't use him as an example to not exercise.
Yes.
He's literally cannot walk from the tee box to his drive.
That's terrible.
So no, he's not a good example of, well, Jaylee doesn't work out and he plays golf.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
And you hear stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's
all the
crazy.
time. All the time. And so another example that people don't know about, I'm going to give them plenty of fuel to come at me not to exercise, is Pat Perez. He's playing great. He's got a little bit of a softer profile. Okay, he's got a little bit more body fat.
Yep.
And he's openly said, I am never working out. I don't like it. Well, he had a bad experience where he was exercising and it led to a hurt shoulder. Not all exercise is created equal.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have a bad experience. You go to a restaurant that's maybe a franchise and you have a bad experience at a Chili's in Tampa Bay, but the
Right.
Chili's in Dallas is amazing. Doesn't mean that all Chili's is bad or good.
Good point.
You just had a bad experience.
Exactly.
So I would definitely encourage people, if you do have a bad experience exercising, maybe follow a different plan, maybe follow a different coach.
Exactly.
So I have seen, back to your question, why are there such few bellies out there on tour, on the PGA Tour, web.com, LPGA? A lot of it's Tiger, and a lot of us as players recognize that you cannot perform on the course setups.
Now, especially now, how it's elongated big time over the last 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, you were used to, just to put it in perspective for people, 7,000 yards is a pretty good length golf course. Yeah. There are courses that are 7,000 yards, 7,600.
I know what you meant.
Yeah. They have a course here in Dallas that stretches out to almost 8,000.
Yeah.
And so players, whether Tiger's in the picture or not, we're all sitting here like, I'm going to have to hit it longer, straighter, and for a better duration. I can't just do that the first
Exactly. I've got to do it for 18 holes.
Yeah, I have to do it for
and
18
walk.
holes.
I mean, 7,600 yards. We're not thinking 7,600 feet, 7,600 yards.
Yeah.
So you get my point.
Right.
That's a lot. That's like miles.
Bottom line is,
miles.
it's best to be in shape.
Yes.
Certainly so.
Yes.
I mean, I'll never forget this back in the day, Greystone back in Cabot, where that was our home course. I played in high school. And from the tips, they have 2 courses out there. From the tips, especially the front course, it's in that 7,600 yards.
Which is long.
Number 9, par 5, 615 yards.
Yep.
From the tips.
Yep.
I mean, when you get on the tee box, and especially when you're walking up on because you have to, obviously, when we have to walk. You know what I mean? When we play tournaments.
Sure.
And so, when you walk, especially, cart's one thing, but point me when you come upon this hole, because you're just like, it's a dog leg it is just like, it's going to take me 3. Even sometimes I couldn't get on, even from the whites, which is like the mid range, which I'd play, now I can hardly even get on from 2.
Sure.
So that's still 575. Anyway, but here's my point. The end of that hill, it was like down in a cove, so you had to walk up this massive ravine type hill. It had to have been easily 100 feet. During the tournaments, luckily they would keep carts down, because you exhausted so much energy carrying walking up this hill.
You bring up a good point. Golf courses aren't just flat.
They are not flats.
No.
This thing is like this.
Correct.
And a lot of them are in certain areas.
Right.
I mean, yes, you get out in some in Oklahoma, you're probably doing this the whole time, or in Kansas, but you get in most states,
Right.
you're doing some up and down walking.
Yeah, right.
There was a hole on that same course, number 12. My grandpa, God bless his soul, Pappy, he literally would drive the cart. He was like, I'm not walking up that hill, boy. He would drive down and said, I don't care about that sign. And he would park about 10 yards from the green. Because I worked, he knew we weren't going to get in trouble.
Right.
But he's like, I am not, because it was about a 20-foot walk up this little hill just to get where the cart, passed.
Smart man.
Yeah.
He's like, I am not walking up that hill anymore. It about killed my grandpa.
So Keith, talk to us about the business side now. What you're doing with how your business, how does somebody get involved with you? How does all that work?
So for me personally, I think it being 2019, again, this idea formulated a few years back, but especially today, we have so much availability, whether it's a smartphone, a laptop, an iPad, whatever it is. Technology has made my life personally so much better and efficient. So we just had our first baby. She's a year old now. And I had to figure out a way to replicate myself because I didn't have A, as much time, or B, I couldn't travel because they come with their own set of issues.
Yeah, and I met you when you were single still, right? And then you got married, right? And then the baby's coming. I'm going he's going to be fat before he knows it.
And I went the other direction. I kind of shrank.
Yeah, you did. Well, you actually right?
You don't get to sleep. And so when you don't sleep, you can't exercise. When you can't exercise, you're really not hungry. And so all of a sudden, my muscle mass just went, right? So just... Again, we all have our own.
It's crazy how fast it goes away and how long it takes. I mean, I'm sure for you it doesn't take too long to get back, but for an ordinary person, it's crazy how fast it goes away, but how long it takes to
I'll
get
say even real quick, if you don't have the technical know-how, it can take a lot longer to get to your goal.
Yeah.
Right?
Especially you have someone like you, you're gonna amplify that.
Yeah, exactly. I know what supplements to take, what workouts to do. So yeah.
Well, and what you do, and I know you say technology is great, and it is. No doubt. In my profession, same thing. The technology that I use in instruction and teaching. But you also know, because of technology, there are a lot of blind alleys that people can run down. There's a lot of bad information out there.
Right.
And I can't think fitness and nutrition.
Or it's kind of reminds me of music. I could have just gone online and tried to do music lessons from YouTube or something.
Those areas, nutrition, fitness, music, there's so much garbage out there. So somebody needs someone like you.
Yep. So the quick answer is I decided getting a website, getting an app of my own, because people have so many app-based, whether it's Android or iPhone, whatever.
Right.
They can just one click and get
You're right into you. You're
right into me personally.
You don't go Instagram, where's golf, boom, right into I'm pressing golf X Fit.
I've even joked that it's like having me as your coach in your pocket.
Yeah.
Because I've pre-written programs for if you just have a goal. I've designed them and put them on my platform. You one click and follow, and it sends you an email every day.
Fantastic.
It's really cool, and you don't have an emoji doing a push up. You have me doing a push up for you.
What about an emoji beside you though? That'd be kind of cool.
I mean a poop emoji.
Yeah,
it's
because
like
Josh is in the emojis.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, wink.
I could just see it just pooping up and down over there. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, get it, poop.
But that came from as an athlete. I was sick of seeing some of this stuff.
Yeah,
I was just like, you can't. What is that thing doing on that screen? And so finally, I was just like, you know what? I've got the information for people. I really have a heart to share it.
Yeah.
Because I didn't invent the push-up. I would love to take credit for that.
Right. Yeah.
But I did kind of help tweak how we use it.
Yeah, and stop right there for a second. You do have the heart to share it. That's another thing that's...
Well, it comes back to the teacher thing to me. I mean,
That's
essentially
right.
in my
He
head,
does.
I mean,
He does.
you're a teacher, you're a mentor. You're not, I mean, yeah, you're a coach, it's essentially, or a trainer, but you're really, eventually you're a teacher. You're
He's passionate about it. You're a student of it.
And you want to see someone progress. Like I've told Dekmar Trey, I'm not wearing a shirt today, Rudy. You want to see them succeed. You don't like, here's what you're going to do, whatever. If you don't, you want to see them fit their goal. You don't want to be like, well, if you don't do it, you don't do it. You're like, it actually affects you in a way to go, hey, you didn't get there, man. Come on, let's get there.
Yeah, you're invested as a coach. You really want to see that improvement. You want to see them enjoy what they're doing. Not just for a selfish reason. It's just you really want the best for that person.
Exactly. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
And another reason why I know you're into it, because you've been doing it now for a long time. You're persevering.
Yeah.
You're figuring it out. How can you? What's the best way that you can maximize your efforts to benefit as many people as possible, and to help people? And I've watched that over the years. You just continue to keep your nose to the grindstone and do it, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, I think, it was a little bit of a leap of faith leaving a really lucrative accounting career. I've got a master's in it, so I've got time invested into it. Half of a CPA exam, which isn't easy to pass. It's like doing the bar almost, like a lawyer.
Exactly.
And it was a little bit of a leap of faith for Ashley and I to say, hey, like golf is really something that I've got a talent for, and the fitness element is super unique.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so
there's a lot of golfers out there that play professionally.
They play professionally.
And then you're going to get in, then you're going to get clientele like me.
Right.
You're going to get the normal people, obviously, but then you're going to get people like Jordan Spieth that you already know. I mean, you kind of already have people in your back pocket going, man, I kind of know some people here.
I mean, I hate to say that the amateur golfer, the club golfer is easy per se, but just so many of them come to me with the same issues.
Exactly.
And so I've pretty much dialed that in.
Yeah.
The tour players and the guys that do it for a living are a little bit more of a challenge for me. I do enjoy that quite a bit. But golfers in general will just feel and enjoy the game better and look better. They like the way they feel in their skin.
Right. But they will feel better. I mean, you know what I mean? You get fit. You're eating the right stuff. You honest, and anyone knows. They stop drinking. You know what I mean? I hadn't drank in 3 months. I feel great. There's a reason why.
That's exactly right.
I mean, there is a reason why.
Yeah, that's
just
exactly
like there's a reason why the push-up's been around for maybe needs to be tweaked, but you know what I mean? There's a reason why things have been around or happen.
So, okay, man, talk about music, brother.
Okay.
When you're working out, what kind of music you got going on? What pumps you up, man?
So for me, music-wise, I'll listen to everything except for like the smooth jazz elevator stuff.
Yeah.
While you're
I just
working.
broke your heart, I'm sure. But
that's the love making.
I also there you go. So we need
maybe that's why I like it so much.
Yeah, that's a good love making music right there.
All right, go ahead, man.
So I'm a nice guy. Yeah. I'm a really easy guy to talk to, whatever. Never met a stranger. But I'm really mean for about an hour a day. I am just not happy. I'm not nice. I'm ugly. So I like, Metallica, Slipknot, really bad stuff for like an hour.
There you go.
And then I get it out of my system.
That is so
it pumps me
up. You got to get it out.
So yeah, the hard rock, the heavy hard stuff.
We'll get into a little bit more music because I got some questions for the chamber.
Oh,
for questions.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, but that's the way I like to work out. I like the hard rock stuff, not screamo per se, but it's got to be melodic to a degree.
Yeah.
But I can really understand how hard it is to play the drum, like double bass drums and all that. I think it's cool. So yeah, that's what
It's funny that you bring up the jazz stuff because I try to ask my boys, hey, I got an idea for your walk-up songs. In baseball now, all the hitters have their walk-up songs.
Oh yeah, right? Baby Shark, right?
Yeah, and I'm going like, have you guys thought about a little Miles Davis and they're like,
come on.
The crowd and myself amped.
Yeah,
I'm not about to go sleep, drink some tea, make some love to my girl. Then Miles will be coming on out.
But right now,
let's get into some more golf talk, though. PGA Championship, and the man that's just been killing the first rounds lately, Brooks Koepka.
Yeah.
Shot 7 under yesterday,
he was on fire.
63. Now, let me go back. His last 6 rounds at the PGA Championship, because he won last year, so he's obviously shot great, but his last 6 rounds, 69, 69, 63, 66, 66, 63. Like 25 under par.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's pretty ridiculous.
He's a monster.
4-shot lead heading into today. Still has it. They're obviously currently playing. Daly's out there at 7 over.
Yeah.
Speaking of Daly.
Yeah.
Cart and all. But hey, yeah, exactly. Anyway.
I guess it's not that much of a crutch. Then.
Yeah. Spieth's at 2 under. Last check. That was like an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. He was at
Right.
2 under. That's good, though. That's great.
Yeah.
You're in the hunt. Koepka, and it reminds me of a stock. No way he's shooting even 4 under today. You can't go 7 under 7. It's just not going to happen in the major championship. It can.
Sure.
5 to 10% chance. I see him just like the Masters. He's going to be sitting right about where he's at right now. He's going to shoot about an even par today, where people kind of catch up to him. I think we're going to have a good tournament on hand. I'm ready. Obviously, I'm excited. I know you're excited.
Yeah, and because he's a good example of what you can benefit from being in good shape and taking your body serious. Taking your body serious. Yeah, he's really good for me in my profession. He makes the fitness argument for us, which
the
is
poster
good.
child.
Yes,
Literally,
yes.
big time.
Him and Dustin Johnson.
DJ.
I saw a headline the other day, I think maybe yesterday, of him pictured shaking hands with Tiger, and the headlines was the monster Tiger created.
Yeah, they're playing together.
Yeah.
They're playing together.
Yeah.
They're in the same pairing.
That Tiger created.
Yeah, and Tiger shot the opposite of what he shot in the kind of opposite. Shot 2 under Masters. Well, he shot 2 over yesterday.
Right.
He's off this afternoon. So, I was saving this last week. Don't expect Tiger to do much this week at all. He's taking a month off. Won his first major in over a decade.
Yep.
So I was even telling him I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he just barely makes the cut. Not surprised at all.
Yeah, but it would
have
have been really impressive if he came out and kicked some serious tail.
Well, yes, but
that would have been like, whoa.
I'm rooting for Tiger just because of the coverage it gets.
Big time.
Right? It's good for golf.
It's good for golf. The Tiger effect.
I've said that to him before. Tiger being relevant is excellent for golf. Golf needs that.
Well, and I've said this 15 years ago, my buddy Tyler Yazoo, who's a major player back in Arkansas, but point being, because he's like you. He's been playing since could pretty much put a club in his hand for the most part. Watches golf no matter who's, he's always watching it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm only watching it if Tiger's, unfortunately. I'm only watching if Tiger's in it, and especially if he's doing well. If he's not in it, I had to find, I had Jordan, you know what I mean? I have to find someone, because for whatever reason, I'm not that diehard fan like he is.
Sure.
And I would argue forever, if Tiger's in it, the numbers are and I'd pull up articles, whatever. He would be like, no, dude, it's the Tiger effect. If he's in it, especially if he's doing well, like the Masters, look at once again, look at, and I brought him up, the Masters numbers from last month.
Right.
Yeah, if there's one kind of frustration I have of the Jordans and the Koepkas is they're just not showmen. Like, thanks, Birdie. Thank you, won the Masters.
Yeah.
The reason Tiger's Tiger is he's fist pumping and
he gets
putting
it
out,
involved.
wearing it on his sleeve. Yeah.
He's like the Javier Baez of golf.
Yeah.
Showing.
And I've played, before my body kind of shut down on me, I've played in showing that type of charisma and it not negatively affect your game. I don't know why golfers have just had this stigma of I've got to be duck on the water.
Yeah.
You really don't. Actually, it helps to almost get a little frustration out.
Yeah.
And then just guess what? It's gone.
Well,
Move on.
that's why nobody watches tennis since McEnroe. I mean, he was the same.
Yeah.
Right? He was like Mr.
I mean, I watched it. What about Sampras, man? No Pete Sampras? Agassi?
Oh, Agassi was pretty good.
I love that. I did like Agassi.
Agassi had the bling and the swag going.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Yep.
So I stand corrected. I'm showing my age, man.
And I'm showing you I watch tennis.
I'm impressed.
And I will say, though, over the last decade and a half, the Nadal, who is the new great now? What's his name? I can't believe it just slipped my mind about said it. The new great tennis player, literally, of all time.
Yeah, who knows that? No one.
I can't believe it.
No one knows
I
that.
can see his face.
Oh my God, can't do. Oh my gosh, how is it slipping my mind? Rafael Nadal is the other younger one that now is getting a little older.
Federer.
Yeah, it's Federer. Yeah, Federer.
I haven't watched tennis since Bjorn Borg, man. What do you?
Well, exactly. But point being, it seems like over the last few months, hopefully we'll get another one. We haven't had one since the Nadal Federer. But you had Agassi, Sampras in the 90s. Then in the 2000s, you had Federer and Nadal, and some great matchups. But
Nadal was awesome.
He wasn't.
The hair and the whole
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Tan,
the hair,
the tan. I always judge athletes by their tan.
Rafael Nadal, right? Come on, with the hair. Yeah, he was great on the French coast, French course with the dirt.
Yep.
Clay or whatever it is.
Bjorn Borg.
Anyway, that'd be a great matchup. Rafael Nadal versus Bjorn Borg.
I'm surprised you're not bringing up like Sam Snead and Walter Hagen.
Right,
Come on now.
Well, I was going to bring that up, but not now.
Okay. Hey, who's oh my gosh, Gary Player.
Yep.
Okay, this is right up my alley. We're talking about old school golfers and fitness. That guy he was before his time.
Oh yeah, he was.
I'm gonna argue that for everybody that's out there. Well,
great point.
Fitness and golf, you just now is becoming relevant. No, it's just nobody understood it like only two or three guys did.
Great
and Player absolutely had it figured up. He had abs of steel. He talks about doing like 1,000 crunches a day or something crazy.
He's a little guy, but still, I mean,
right. But he never had a back problem.
Nope, definitely didn't.
Because
you look at him now; he's still out there swinging.
Of course,
yeah, exactly.
And you don't see some of the other players that are playing from the same era as him even moving. They're not even up on their feet.
Yeah.
They're kind of hobbling around.
Gosh, isn't that something?
Imagine Daly at that age. I know it's a different person completely, but you get my point.
Yeah, he's not taking care of himself now, and guess what? Down the road,
10, 20 years from now,
he's gonna pay the price.
You know, you said something to me again when we were working out that's always stuck with me, man. It's just freaked me out, dude. It totally freaked me out. You're talking about stretching, how important stretching is every night, right? We got those cables, those bands, and stretching. And you said that, he goes, you said to me, you see old people, right? And you see how they start walking and they get older and they're starting to lean over and lean forward, right? You said because of lack of the stretching of the muscles,
right?
They are actually returning to the fetus position.
Right. Everything's starting to tighten back up.
Oh, you're not saying gravity's?
Yeah, no, gravity's not.
Can you imagine?
I know, that's
the
what I'm saying.
fetus
Exactly.
position.
That's why I couldn't believe that they were, I guess it seemed because they were, anyway, my high school football team, that's all they stretch. How important it was to stretch. And I'm like, you're in high school. You're like, what? Stretching?
Come on. Can we play the game?
Yeah, can I work out and I'm done? I can go home, right? I don't have to stretch. But, I mean, we had to stretch so long after workouts, after practice. I'm like, and now see why? Because every day I have a herniated disc. So even my shower, little foot out, I stretch my back for probably that's probably half my shower is me stretching out, doing all these different to have that hot water on my back, so that way I can walk.
Here's a good rule of thumb that I learned. I forget the coach. I even learned it from way early in my career. Let's say we all live to 100, right? Let's just pretend.
Okay.
If I'm 50 years old, well, what's 50% of 100? That is how long I should be stretching, right, versus strength training in my workout. So if it's an hour-long workout, half of that should be mobility related. Not necessarily just stretching. Mobility can be other things, but it should be dealing with range of motion. How much I can lift my arm up. Can I touch my toes? Can I twist my back, like, without pain?
Yeah.
Half your workout if you're 50 years old. Now, what if you're 30 years old? If you're 30 years old today, right, and we all live to 100, then 30% of your workout really needs to be mobility. The rest, the other 70% can be push-ups and sit-ups and squats and, dumbbell work, whatever it is you're doing for strength training. But that other 30% of your workout, if it's an hour, 30% of that needs to be for how much can you move, range of motion, touching moving your joints around. Because as you age, or as that percentage of 100 years goes up, you need to be focusing on getting the blood flowing, getting those. I think about like a rubber band, a stale old rubber band. If you start to pull that thing, it goes snap.
Yep.
But if it's a brand new rubber band, like if you're young and agile, you can just all day long. So that's one just like analogy like to throw out there at clients early on in training. Like, hey, realistically, this is how much of it needs to be mobility. Everybody wants, especially my guys, my men, they want to come in and start my bench press. If I have any pet peeves, and I'm sorry, you get on my box here, my pedestal, but pet peeve is, oh yeah, how strong are you? How much can you bench?
Oh yeah, I knew he was about to say that.
Dude, I couldn't care less about your bench.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
You're right.
You're probably more worried about form.
Well, not only that, I think more is total body.
Yeah.
What's a bench press workout? This is for golfers and non-golfers. A bench press works out 3 primary muscle groups. You got your pecs, so you push with your triceps, the back of your arm, and your shoulder. You have so much more body left to look at or test.
Yeah. Well, especially if it's golf or even anyone in the world.
Anybody, yeah. So I'm thinking about more like a deadlift would require better form, like you were talking about.
What one exercise that you would then recommend that would actually work most of the whole entire body?
I think a hinging pattern, which would be like a deadlift type of feel, would be the most comprehensive exercise that anybody can do at any time, anywhere, whether you have a weight or not. Being able to hinge into your hips and do a deadlifting type of motion. I think once you own that, any sport is going to improve.
Yeah, because it seems like when you do deadlifts, that's what you're working your legs, you're working your back, your butt, your arm. You're feeling so much being
your
at
grip.
once.
I mean, especially if
grip.
You're So I just have seen so much out of a hinge or a deadlift than any other exercise, and I've tried them all. I've tried everything. I've done gymnastics. I've done it all, and it's definitely the most primal, fundamental movement that all of us are messing up, in my opinion.
Wow,
it's crazy.
The mobility. Going back to the mobility aspect of training, even if somebody my age, if all they did was mobility and they didn't even do the other, 30%, 60% or whatever, of weight resistance or if they just did mobility, how much does that improve quality of life?
100 times. 100 times.
Just mobility.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just speaking of, I get up. It's not bad anymore because I do this every day now. But when I wasn't doing this and I first herniated anyway, I couldn't get out of bed every morning. It sucked. Right. But now when I get up every morning, first I'm literally stretching. I'm getting in the shower first. If I don't get in the shower and stretch, I still can be somewhat done for the rest of the day. So I've got to stretch.
So you get up about 11:30 and then you do your stretching and then
about
you have lunch?
1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, okay.
I'm up at 6:30, 6:45 every morning while this guy might be getting his cup of coffee. I hope he's up.
Right.
But anyway, I'm up, yeah. But that's my point. If I'm not stretching out, I am done. And that's so that it, even for me, obviously I'm sure anyone who has injuries, they really can attest to stretching is key.
Sure.
But even, like you said, people that don't, they just want to get straight in there. Like my dad, even on the golf course, I have stretching huge before I even take a swing. Obviously, like I said, have the herniated disc, so that's in mind. If I don't because back when I first started playing and wouldn't stretch beforehand, after I got the herniated disc, the next day I literally was walking like you're 90 old.
Right,
I was walking bad. It hurt. Yep. So I learned, hey, you got to stretch out. You get home, stretch out again.
Right.
Yep.
Take a shower, anyway. My dad, he's just out there immediately swing. I'm like, Dad, you're like 50, 60. Come on, man, you got to stretch, bro. Like, how are you not going to be hurting tomorrow? Like, and if you are, this is why. Stretch.
Yeah, so I mean, on that note, so like what you did before a golf round, my tour players that I have a handful on PGA and web.com. I see them on average if they don't live in Dallas. Like Seth Reeves is a good example. PGA Tour lives in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I only see him once a month.
Yeah.
In person. Because why? Because it just doesn't make sense. I'm not going to travel to Atlanta and vice versa. But what we do isn't really workouts.
Exactly.
Is I'm just testing his body to see what's limited. And so that way we can adjust his workout every 4 weeks. His warm-up every 4 weeks because your body changes over time. So at his level, playing for millions of dollars and his career is on the line, we have to keep tweaking his warm-up so that it stays fine-tuned year-round on the PGA Tour. Now, do you have to go to that extent? Maybe. But you definitely need to make sure you have a warm-up that's good for you personally before you do anything, and especially if it's golf related.
Yep. All right, let's start diving into the NBA playoffs, making sure we're still recording over here. Yes. NBA playoffs, we got to get into this. The longest shot ever to go in, almost, it seemed like, for a game-winning shot, the Kawhi Leonard shot.
Crazy, yeah.
Four bounces.
I've never seen anything like it.
Well, not for a game-winning shot, probably not.
No
I mean, I've definitely seen shots like that before, but not for a game-winning shot.
In the playoffs.
To advance to the next round. Exactly.
Playoffs.
We're talking playoffs. So, anyway, great shot, though. Great shot. So it's the Bucks and the Raptors. Game one, great back. It was great. Did you watch game one, actually?
Yes.
It was a great game. I thought the Raptors were going to...
Although, I'm sad to say, man, I think after even watching that game, they're not going to beat the Warriors, man.
The Bucks,
neither one of them.
Well, when you watch, we'll get to that, and I think it's because we're seeing how the Warriors are playing without KD. I think that's why you're thinking that.
It's not going to happen.
But the great game one though went back and forth. Now they take a 1-0 lead. Game two tomorrow night on TNT. Our Nuggets ousted. Unfortunately, we were hoping this year the Nuggets were going to push the Warriors,
right?
And especially with KD getting the injury, you're like, oh, that looks great. But it was a hope that we did not get.
You mean the Rockets or the Nuggets?
The Nuggets. Yeah, the Nuggets. Yeah, because they were ousted. Well, and I was going to say that too. I forgot about that. The game two tomorrow night, which is kind of cool. Great Saturday if you have nothing to do. You got PGA Championship on TNT all day long, followed by game two. So you have PGA.
Just get comfortable. Get in that lazy boy.
Yeah, right. You got all day right there, boy.
Or do you one of those ab flexor things?
Yeah, exactly. There you go. There you go.
So,
I have one of those.
Yeah. So Warriors and Trailblazers.
Right.
Yeah, the Warriors are looking pretty good.
They're looking very good. As much as I hate to say that, because I don't want them to win, man.
Well, they got a good. What do they have leading them though? And I know you don't want to give them that, but they have someone pretty well leading them, and that's why they have a coach, they have a mentor, they have Steve Kerr, and it's weird to think that because, like I said, going back.
He's been there a few times.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and he's got beforehand too as a player with the GOAT.
Right.
We got a new guest.
Oh, Tam.
Oh yeah, let's get her in here and talk some playoff.
Right.
So. It's looking,
the stud.
The super stud.
The studette. Yeah,
so it's definitely looking like the Warriors are going to be moving on. Yes. The Bucks hopefully will. So at least get our Bucks there.
I'd like to get the Bucks there. But
well, I mean, the Raptors. I really honestly wouldn't mind Toronto finally getting there, but I think the Bucks have a better chance.
I'd love to get the Bucks there, man.
Yeah.
I like an underdog story.
Yeah, that's what we want. We picked the Bucks to win outright over the Warriors, and we thought this year the Warriors had a little bit of a down year. the player turmoil still kind of is hazy there. Was KD going to leave? So I'm like, this is the year. This is the year they're not going to win it. KD's going to be gone. They're going to lose this year. That's what I'm thinking. Like I said, I'm thinking always probability in life with everything for the most part. I'm going to, if this happens, and it's not looking like it's going to happen. They're looking like they're going to pull it together. I mean, time will tell. We're not in the NBA Finals yet.
Yeah, a lot can happen. A lot can go on. But I'd like to see the Bucks because I haven't watched the Bucks since Lou Alcindor.
He keeps bringing this up. It's some old school stuff.
See, I keep going back to Sam Smith.
Hey. All right, let's get
Make
into
sure you keep our older category engaged there.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm here. I'm attracting the older audience.
Let's get to the Stutter Dud segment. The Dallas Brawl. We're almost to you, but the Dallas Brawlers.
We're not going to the chamber.
Oh, we're going to get to the chamber, but the chamber is last. You save the best for last here, yeah? All right. Okay. So, big Dallas Brawlers. Did you even hear any of these stories over the last week? Porzingis?
Yes, I know.
Over in Latvia? Got knocked upside the head with a chair? I mean, what are you doing?
Seriously.
What are you doing going out to a club? Anyway, I'm just, that was hilarious. Dud. Then we got our Cowboys, Tyrone Crawford, getting in the little scuffle with pushing police officer with his chest. And they get charged for it. I didn't realize that this is what it's called, unlawful assembly. And here's the term for it. And it gets, you know where it was at? Coyote Ugly. So he was having some fun.
It was getting ugly.
So here's exactly.
I think it was just like over biased.
If you're wondering what
over
unlawful
leveraged, and
assembly
like
is,
I really didn't.
The officer who was attempting to restrain a member of his party, so like one of his friends, he got in between, like I said, and started pushing his way in between them. So of course then he gets arrested. I'm like, and really that's what he gets charged for? Because sometimes some of these charges police officers charge people for. And I'm like, really?
A little bit of overreact.
Yeah. And then now he's got a misdemeanor charge for it. Well. Hey, exactly. That's why you stay at Porzingis, Crawford. Party when you're 44 and you've retired or whatever. Let's stop with
when
this.
nobody cares.
Has no one learned a lesson from even Plexico Burr shooting himself in the leg in a club?
I forgot. That was great.
I mean, come on, people. All right, let's get into it. The chamber of questions. Are you ready?
Is anybody ready?
I think we're all ready.
This is going to be fun.
Okay.
So, if you could train one athlete, any time period, dead or alive, who would it be?
You gotta expect I'm gonna say Tiger,
okay?
Right? You gotta say Tiger because I'm a golfer. He's like the fitness revolution, and I really think, and I'm gonna throw this out there. I hope he's tuned in to this podcast.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
Absolutely. But we could have avoided a lot of this stuff. I think he was just giving some bad information.
Yep.
Unfortunately, sorry whoever I just offended that was training him. But I think that we could have done some things different. So that's why I'm gonna say Tiger. We could have avoided some of this.
There we go. Could have avoided some knee and back injuries.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. The one thing all golfers hate working out is.
Ooh, they hate working out. They hate doing the bench press and the push-ups just because that crazy idea that, if I do these, I'm going to get too
I didn't know if
bulky.
it was legs or legs or arms.
No, they all hate doing push-ups and bench press.
Because they think too much here is going to limit mobility.
Yeah, for golfers. Non-golfers, they want to jump to those.
Yeah.
But no, golfers don't like the push-ups and the bench press because they think in their mind they do one and they're going to turn into Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, right.
And I'm like, hey, shocker, no, it's not going to happen.
No. The part of the body you least like to work out.
Biceps. I don't know. It's just
which is always the one that everybody wants to work on.
Right,
That's
exactly.
the sexy muscle right there, right?
But I think anybody can build some biceps. That doesn't take an athlete.
So here comes back to this, because I former journalist here, a sports reporter. So going back to this question, I know you hate. Now you're bringing it up, and I forgot to put it down here. What does Jordan Spieth bench press?
What does he bench press? Not more than me. There we go. We'll make that a competition.
That was the next question.
What do I bench press? I could probably throw up 235 right now, but it's not something I care about a lot.
Exactly,
you know, if you look at my build, it's going to be back, it's going to be legs, it's going to be core.
Then how much can you squat?
Probably over 300.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a full rep now. You know, for all of our non-CrossFitters. Wow. CrossFit, we don't want to talk about that.
Yeah,
but,
right.
I did my fair share of it. It was a fad for a little while. And, you got to test the waters everywhere. And so, if you're squatting, everybody, I'm looking at you through the radio.
Yeah.
But go down there to where it actually counts.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, because I remember football, they would make you go down. They would sometimes, if you didn't go down far enough, like the linemen, because it's hard for them to get down, they would literally put a bar underneath you and say, your ass does not touch this. This does not count as a rep.
Yeah, and if you can't get down there without pain or without falling over, guess what? You need to call me.
We'll
get you some mobility, range of motion, because then guess what, shocker, you can't function in life.
Right. Lowest round of golf you've ever shot?
Lowest round in a tournament or by myself?
Anywhere, anytime.
Yeah, I've shot 65, 66 a whole bunch of times. In a tournament, 66 has been my low competitive round. Yep. So, I mean, I think at a certain point, I will say I have not, and throwing myself under the bus, I never had a bogey free tournament round. I think that's really one of the cool. If you can say you've had a zero.
I think Tiger
bogeys.
won the British Open with bogey. Or I know he had bogey free rounds, but I almost want to say I think that one he won in the 2000 somewhere in there was bogey free.
Kept his round yesterday was bogey free,
Yeah.
63 or 64.
Which is
whatever it was.
crazy.
I mean, that's showing how few mistakes you make in such a hard game. It's amazing. So yeah, that's on my
With
list
like
of things
this
to
much, I mean, you get my. So obviously, golf favorite sport to watch, other than golf. Your
Uh-huh.
second favorite sport then probably to watch.
Football, hands down. College football is one of my favorites, just because they have nothing to play
Your
for.
teams.
So I can choose anybody in college I want because none of my schools had football teams.
Nice.
I like to root for OU. All my family went to A&M, so
Yeah.
I can't root for UT. I mean,
Pro
that's like a
team,
sin.
Cowboys. I'm guessing, obviously.
Cowboys, 100%. Even during the Quincy Carter era, bless his heart.
Oh man.
But I was still there for him. So yeah, Cowboys. all the
All-time
way.
favorite athlete.
All-time favorite athlete.
Like growing up, or now. You get my point. Was it Emmitt Smith? Being a Cowboys fan, was it?
Yeah, I would say it would definitely be a Cowboy, but I was one of the kids that had the
Tom Lilly?
trio on my wall. So I had Emmitt
Aikman?
Smith, I had Aikman, and I had Dion.
Oh, Dion.
Those are my
over-
trios.
Yeah.
No, Tom Lilly.
Yeah, here we go. Now we're
Bill-
really taking it
Too
back.
tall, Jones.
Yeah. Here we go.
Here we
I
go.
love them
Mark
all,
Starr. Let's go back to the Green Bay Packers or something.
But yeah, as a golfer, I like my Cowboys. The football is a close second. I just feel like I wasn't built for it long
Yeah.
term. And golf was such a good sport to play for your whole life.
Yep.
Parents
you
get
can
your
play
kids
forever.
into it.
All right, get into some food topics. These should be interesting too. Favorite meat to eat, and how do you like it cooked?
Oh, I'd probably say I like a good, well grilled chicken breast. Just real. I mean, because it's clean, you don't have to feel bad about it, and it goes with everything. You could chop it up, throw it in a salad, or you could barbecue sauce it. Just a good grilled chicken breast.
Now you may
always
not
goes well.
eat any of these anymore. I don't know. But if you don't, you can just give me back to your old days.
Okay.
Cake or pie? Which one? Cake or pie?
Pie.
Favorite.
Martha Kate Chapman, Grandmom, I love you. Her lemon icebox pie
Was the
it
bomb.
was literally worth going to jail for. It is so good. I would commit a crime to get a slice of that
Heck,
pie.
I haven't even tasted it, and I'll commit a
It's
crime.
so good.
Yeah,
It
you
is
get
so
some.
good. It's got like a lemon meringue
Especially
on it.
in the summer.
Yeah, it's so
wow.
good. So yes,
Candy or ice cream?
candy because ice cream I had braces. It makes my teeth freeze. So yeah.
Favorite candy then?
Crunch Bar.
Ooh.
It's just a texture thing.
Yeah.
I like that,
Go to Gatorade.
I'm a
Or
low.
Powerade, whichever one.
No, so yeah, definitely Gatorade, and I like the low-cal stuff.
Yeah,
You
the
know,
new
just-
stuff that they come out with over the last decade
Yeah,
or
the
so.
Zero they
Yeah,
just released is
it,
really
yeah.
good, but I did their low-calorie or the G2 for a long while because
Yes.
I don't like to drink my calories. If
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Oh,
have
yeah.
calories,
Right.
I'm gonna take them through food.
So I hate. I do drink alcohol. That's the one. And luckily, I'm so self conscious of it. But then, luckily now too, they're making like the water seltzer beer. That's $100, $100 calories per beer.
Yep.
I mean, I'll go with grapefruit vodka just because I know it's like 70 calories just per
Yeah,
shot or
there are
so.
always
so.
better options. You know, if you're
And
gonna,
that's what I had to go to. Like for the longest time, and then I'm like, dude, this is like 300 easily, or whatever. And
people talk to me about losing weight. No, should I just skip a meal if all I have is bad stuff? No, just go. If you're on a deserted island and all there is a Whataburger, and you haven't eaten in, we'll say, half a day, go to Whataburger and make as good a decision as you can.
yeah.
Hey, speaking of that, real quick before you continue with the
What are you doing?
chamber. Hey, I've just got to go off the chamber for a second, man.
We're in the chamber. He's tied up over here.
Okay, finish the chamber, and then I got a question. I got a
Yeah,
question.
I'm not far.
Finish the chamber.
At the ballpark, you
At
going
the-
with a hot dog or popcorn?
Hot dog, always.
I knew Doc would love it.
Yep.
Favorite movie all time?
Caddyshack.
Oh, love that.
I had that ready.
Yeah, right?
I was
Last
ready.
one you've seen. Last movie you've seen.
At the theaters?
Yeah, just anywhere. Even it could be home, Hulu, whatever, Netflix, or even at theaters if it was Avengers or Endgame that I didn't like.
I know the giveaways on that, but I still haven't seen it. Last movie I saw.
Random junk ticker, TCGL. And keep in mind, look, KXIN the day before did the same thing. It went to 8 to 20 and back down. It literally round tripped 8 to 20.
Oh yeah,
back
that's
down.
a Chinese ticker, right?
Right.
I didn't even see it. I don't.
and so,
Well, as
yeah,
soon as you
well,
put the X in, Kevin, as soon as you put the X in the ticker, I'm like, oh, that's Chinese.
Right, right.
Yeah, right. As soon as the X in, I was like, that's Zhao Ming. That's Zhao.
So then you have TC. Like I just honestly, I'm gutted when I think about the individual, and of course,
yeah.
it's. I can't verify if it's accurate or not because anybody could start a GoFundMe and try to raise money and say they lost
Oh,
money. But
I trust it is. They
I
happened to
trust it
me.
is. I trust it is.
My account said negative 6K, and I had 2K in the account. I was like, I have to get my life savings is now being impacted.
But
Dude,
Ocean's
I've been, I've been there. I lost half of that in one day. I know how that guy feels. I literally lost half of that in one day. I had the same exact thing happen. It's great.
Half of what I lost, or half of what he lost?
What he lost like 50K, right? Something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I got liquidated at the top on a China pump that went below where it started and lost like 25K in one day.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Kevin.
Yeah, it's like, but I didn't go start a GoFundMe though. Shit happens, bro. That's an expensive tuition.
How much is in his GoFundMe right now?
Like that's expensive tuition, but like that's just irresponsible. I'm just gonna call it for what it is. That's irresponsible. I'm sorry.
I mean, that's not. That's.
It's a little irresponsible. Here's a rule. I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna say like this. I've learned. So listen, I shorted. There were 2 tickers today that were sub $2. I shorted. I went massive short size. They went into Holtz. They went into extended Holtz. But you cannot short. First off, there's a couple rules. The float, the volume, those are important. But if they're above $5, above $4 or $5, you cannot short them into a hold, especially if they're Chinese, especially if they're Asian or foreign exchange, and they have a history that basically they're almost at their high of day. That means it's infinite. That means they can go to the future. And if you're doing that, if you are going to short, you need to short 5 shares.
Yeah.
You can't short anything more than 20 shares because if it goes to $200, $400, $500, all right, cool. Can you handle that?
Second thought, don't start the GoFundMe. He only has like $600 raised.
Oh, that's so much sadder. That's
Yeah, he has 5 donations for $626.
Bro, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, so
I don't mean to laugh, man, because I know the pain. Like I've been through it firsthand. I really don't mean to laugh. It's not like a laughing matter, but it's just, God, it's just sad, man. It's honestly sad, bro. It's really sad because people go through hell in Pennyland, and I've been there. I've gone through hell. I know it.
But yeah,
if anybody does, I know it. Seriously.
Yeah.
It can be hell and you let it, and how? Oversizing. That's how it's hell.
I learned as soon as I like learned the hard way, I was like, all right, if a ticker's more than $5 and it's holding up, I don't want to be in it.
Yeah. Well, the thing, the ticker halt TCGL. Well, first of all, I do feel for the guy because it halted first at 29. And Josh, this is like a great time for you to come in because I have our video pulled up of our live reaction.
I watched that clip. That was hilarious.
I almost got long. I almost went in. So when it resumed, it went to that 17. It had a brief moment of pause, but because of the pain I felt with these kind of tickers, I almost got in with between like 20 and 50 shares, and I had a full minute of getting in, and I think that's when Josh got in, right? Who would have been in the exact same position.
Yeah, he was in at 17-ish, I believe, and wrote it up to 114. That live stream was so epic. Did you see where look, the context of this is what's so funny because we're sitting here and Trade the Pools live stream for like hours, and it's like
I checked back in.
We're trying to be professional. We're like, okay, like I gotta look at something else other than TCGL. I can't be a degenerate looking at TC. But again, it's like, okay, TCGL is all I can look at. This is the only ticker I can look at because the opportunity is there.
Well,
so, anyways. We're
Right.
looking at it for hours, and then he's like, I gotta drink some water. He's dehydrating, like
Yeah.
staring at this thing. So it's 2 hours later goes by. He gets up to go get a glass of water, and I'm like, Josh, come back! This thing just opened at 75, and he comes sprinting. Did you see that video?
Oh,
He
man.
comes sprinting in it. And I was just messing with it. The thing hadn't
Yeah,
opened up.
I was surprised, man, because I came back. I was at work the whole day, and I hopped back on. And I was like, "Oh, is Kevin still on? It's like 2 p.m. What's happening?" Yeah, man.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, you
It
stayed
was.
late? Y'all like stayed overtime?
Oh
Like-
yeah. We we were just like, we have to stay overtime. We went
Yeah,
until
I mean,
2. And
that was today or yesterday?
Oh, that was yesterday. And Josh, if you're listening too, look, we played the guess the open. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that kind of game. So with the crowd, we were guessing the open of it. Everybody was like way low, obviously, because the thing went from 50 to 104. So we were like,
Yeah,
okay,
man.
we'll give a free eval to somebody if they can guess the open of this thing.
Wow.
Nobody was even close to it. Not even close. They were like, 60, 65, halt lower, and the thing opened so much
I
higher.
would have assumed halt lower at 50. I was like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna drop." But here's the thing. Again, it had never been over $10. Never been over $10.
Never. So that's why I feel so bad for that guy. Yeah, he look.
It could have.
looked like he was a car salesman, or he was a mechanic, and he's just looking to make some money for his family. He's shorting these euphoric junk
Yeah.
tickers, and look, he just got in front of the wrong one. That's why I feel bad for him, because look, if he would, let's say he shorted this thing, it halted 29, opened at 50, immediately halted up, and then resumed at 104. So if you're in this at 20, and then you don't have a way to get out.
Right.
And here's the
Yeah, that
thing.
was a scam.
Here's the thing. 100's also. This is, by the way, these are all arbitrary numbers because no positions existed above $10. Meaning the reason why you all were on that call for so long watching that stock is because the books could not balance, meaning no sellers could meet the buyers. That could have been on hold until the end of market close and resumed at negative $3,000, like $3,000. It doesn't matter. It was all fictional.
Yeah, right.
If the books don't balance, it could have gone.
Because you're essentially saying there's absolutely no orders out there existing between like the 50 and 100. Like there's
no
like
orders.
the halts are just so weird. It's like, what's even going on?
It's not weird. It's buyers and sellers demand and choice. So it wouldn't resume until people said, "I'm tired of waiting. I'm gonna make it so I put my sell order for this price, and I'm not gonna buy at this price." And until those met within, I think the percentage is 15%. Until there's a 15% discrepancy, it will not resume on a 5-minute interval.
Okay.
But that could mean that someone says, "Okay, I think the stock is worth $4,000." And then if enough people agree to sell and buy within that $4,000 interval, that's when it resumes.
Right.
It could have been like $20. It could have been $5,000.
How many times did it halt?
Dude, it halted a few times. And look, I'm saying, like, if you would have been there for that halt up, halt down, at least, like you're TTP, you're making some money because you were getting it moving in that direction.
Yeah. So tell us about your story, bro. It's time for you to speak. What the hell happened today or yesterday? What did I read in Discord?
You sure did, didn't you? You stupid son of a bitch.
No, so I've been working a few different evals, and I visited TCGL this morning on one of them, and the thing got a pop for a hangover, so I took a max loss on that, and then I went to a different eval that I was nearly I had nearly lost that eval. Honestly, I was really close.
I was thinking that's what it was.
So I was close to losing that eval, and and due to ELPW,
heroed your way back to funded.
Dude, I probably set a record that I don't even want to own the trophy of, but yeah, from literally pennies away from probably blowing that thing up to getting it funded in one day. So,
oh my god. Hey
Yeah.
man, you deserve that. You deserve that.
Trade the
brother.
pool's gonna be like, nah,
You
son.
deserve it.
Yeah, they're gonna look at that. We're
Nah.
like, we ain't
It's like
dealing with
now
that
you just
risk.
need to size down, size like half size now after today. You
Well,
definitely need to do that.
here's what I gotta say also. This happens with real brokers, and they restricted selling and buying with TCGL. Basically,
They GME'd it.
GME, yeah, a little bit.
If you're
But see,
trading at my broker, I'm shutting down business on TCGL. This is way too risky.
So
Hell no,
there's a legal recourse. They did it. I mean, they deny access to the free market, but they basically made it so you needed like $1 million to buy 100 shares
Okay, I
or
see
sell
that.
100 shares.
So
You
yeah, they're
needed-
still abiding by the law. Like, yeah, this way,
Yeah.
like we can't
You can
deny.
still,
It's
if you have the leverage, of course you can. But they're like, you need like a
$1
thousand
million,
times the
yeah.
leverage.
It's
to
a
be
real
able-
liability for the broker. Like it's a thing in futures too. Like because of silver's volatility lately, Top Step. So the way it works with Top Step is that after you take 5 payouts on a sim funded account, which is what I have, where I've taken about to have 4 payouts on. Once you've taken 5, they move you to a live account, which is trades actually get sent to market. Like they're actually taking those trades, and they halted trading on metals, silver, gold, platinum, all of those for live accounts because they're actually on the hook for those. Like they have because of the if someone loses money on those, the broker at that point is liable for whatever money was lost on it. Like that's
I get it. I get it. Look, with Oceans, so commissions at Oceans is pretty low. It's low enough where I take a $100 short or 100 share short position. I pay Oceans not even 60 cents. 60 cents.
Oh wow, that's good. Yeah.
But it's pretty low. It's pretty low. But here's the thing. I take that $100 short position on CGSL and I blow my account up to infinity. And I'm now down $25,000. I go, look, Oceans, I ain't got it. You made 60 cents off that trade, but you ain't getting $20,000 from me. Then what?
Especially with it being an offshore broker, like they have, they can't do
How
any
does the
like
liquidation
they're just out
even
of
work
money.
though?
So
how does that
you
work?
owed them $6,000. Do you actually have to repay that?
I mean, yeah, you can say oh, I have to repay it. You could not repay it. Then where they
what are they gonna do? Sue you? Like they would have to take you
sue you. And then
Well, at what point do
it's
they
an offshore
liquidate
broker.
you,
They don't
though?
really they don't operate in the technically don't operate directly in the U.S.
That would be such a fucking headache for them.
Yeah,
That would
it's not
be
worth
the
it.
worst. They make 60 cents off of the commissions for that 100 shares I made, and now they have to take me to court. If I was a broker and that was the cost position, now so you can buy 1 share of the stock. As long as the bid ask is $7 apart, you can buy 1 share.
So Baron, I'm confused. Where do they draw that line where they're you're liquidated? It's not at 0 at Oceans. You're not
What do you mean?
liquidated at 0.
What do you mean? Where do they draw that line?
Your account balance. They
So-
let you go into the negative, right? Is that after a halt that it opens and you're
They don't
already
let
negative?
you go into a negative. You have a drawdown. So you can set your own drawdown. You can be like, my max drawdown is $200 or my max drawdown is 5% of my account. But they have a maximum of the starter. Everyone has, you can lose 80% of your account. That's their line. If you lose 80% of your account in one day, they're going to shut you out. But it doesn't work well pre and post because they don't have people working. So someone has to be working.
That's janky. So
Catch it.
it's not automated. Someone has to cap you out themselves.
In the market, it's automated. In the after hours, someone has to catch it. I've put my account into the negative, and it's not until it came down a little bit from the negative and like was like $200, and I think someone caught it and they were like, "Okay, you're closed."
Okay, I can see that.
So
Yeah, that makes
everyone at Oceans at the start, you have to email them and be like, "I want 10% or I want a max loss of $100." But what they tolerate is an 80% of your account being gone.
Okay. Interesting.
Imagine your
So-
entire job is just watching 6 monitors for people that are blowing accounts.
That's hilarious. All right, this guy's gone too far. You're done.
Oh, that's the
He's
most
getting
stressful
close.
job.
What's he gonna
Oh,
do?
we can't. I wish we had someone from Oceans.
That's
There's
a
a
fun
couple
job.
different guys. I know Narf. Narf is the guy who started Oceans. They're a bigger part of Velocity. Real cool guy. He's helped me understand some stuff. But when he started Oceans, it was such a grand master plan. But he's now moved into a higher position within Velocity. He's doing great now. But I would feel so much anxiety now managing Oceans, especially after yesterday, because everyone fucking blew up. Everyone blew up who shorted. Everyone who shorted today blew up. And
Everyone who went long blew up.
In general, the
they're
market
like, I'm going to buy this and it's going to keep going up.
No, that's because everyone over leverages is the common theme. Yeah, just don't over leverage. But yeah, ELPW, there was no way to blow up today if you lost. Well, again, if you did over leverage, but because that thing did go from 2, it lost 100% down to 90 cents.
Oh man!
Before
I
it started
got
going
a
all the way
couple
back
trades
up.
to go over.
But
That where over
screens.
leveraging
Oh yeah,
freaks me
sure.
out for sure. I'm gonna share
So you're
media.
using DAS, Baron, correct?
Yeah.
DAS? So there's not that $35 fee anymore to locate. It's just like the
No,
whatever
it's
the
like yeah. Can you see that?
because there used to be when I was trading with DAS like a year or two ago, it was like 35 a pop plus the extra BS fee, whatever that is.
There you go,
So
right there. There you go. There's a screen.
Okay, dope. Thank you. So this was so I avoided this stock like the plague. I said to myself, I'm not gonna get messed up in here, and I would have gotten long if I could predict the future, but I said no. It was actually at close that I got involved. This right here, I actually messed up. This trade was a 250 share position, and it was way too radical, and I closed it out immediately. But if I had held 250 shares, it would have gone all the way up from $8 a share to $14 a share. This was still a radical play, even at market close. This is some hard stuff to trade. Today was a hard day to trade. I think, like, even with, we were talking about silver earlier, this was the other silver play. This was something where this popped up on my screen earlier. So I went short here, closed, and then I shorted again here, actually. And then I closed the position half and then fully. And then this is the drop on the short I saw. And then I chased it. Excuse my language. I chased it until I could close again here. Today was a crazy, crazy day. This was another stock I traded. There was a lot of trades, a lot of shorts, a lot of things popping up. I mean, today
The opportunities were so endless today.
I know. I love the opportunities today. I'm gonna stop the share.
Yeah.
I love the sure saying share screen again.
Charlie, after trading 3 years of small caps long, took your first short. GITS made $200. Hey, let's get. No, that's not beginner's luck. Look, if you took the short GITS today, especially into the euphoria, I was telling the guys earlier, it's like in small caps, if you're shorting, yeah, okay, start small. Of course, be very mindful, have the risk in mind. But when it's comfortable, that's oftentimes the wrong trade. If it feels uncomfortable, typically it's the right trade. Yeah, Baron, are you good to go on the share screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I am good to stop.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll remove that. All right.
Does Oceans have a minimum share or a minimum shares to borrow? Because CPRO, the minimum number of shares you can actually borrow is 100 shares.
So they actually have 4 routes, which are great. One of the routes, Velo, their Velocity Route 4, you can request a random amount, an odd lot, as it's called. You can be like, I want 23 shorts. Everything, all their other routes, you have to do
Really? Okay. Velo, you can random. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, like, that was the thing for me on when I was trading C Pro is that like you can't take less than 100 shares, and so like especially when some of the higher priced borrows, then like you're already in for like some of them like 65 cents. Like you're in for $65.
Oh yeah,
off the rip, and like then
Yeah.
you have to like you feel like you have to take more size.
For CGSL, whatever it was yesterday, where I think the minimum cost, what did I say, was like $2. It only got higher, and this is a stock where you're like, listen, I want 10 shares. I don't want 100. I want 10, maybe to see how the short goes. With a lot of those routes, this was a newer route, Velo 4. With the other routes, you could not do less than 100. And so you would have to pay $200 just to maybe take 5 shares.
Yeah. And that's why you go to trade the pool.
There it is.
There it is. It came back. It made its way. It's all the way back, baby.
Speaking of trade the pool, look, this has been one of our best Friday night live streams. I absolutely love this. Great conversations here. It's been a while. You can tell we got a itch we want to scratch here, and we've had amazing conversations. Hopefully, chats learn from it. Bothy had a nice trade on SNDK. Got 10 points out of it. Let's go. Patience spelled with PAY. Good work there. But speaking of trade the pool, there's somebody in the wings, guys, that I think all of you are very familiar with. We had quite the moment yesterday together on Trade the Pool's live stream, trading some of this action as far as TCGL went. None other than Mr. Josh Smith, AK-47. Some of you may know him. AK, what's going on?
There it is.
Oh, am I doing all right? Are you? Hey, this is about you. Are you sober?
Not quite.
Look. Oh, don't. Yeah. So I saw your trading day. We were messaging, and you looked like you were doing all right. ELPW. How'd your trading day go? Josh, it just opened. $75. Oh, no. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm trying to pull that up.
Oh, you forgot to mute that. You forgot to
I
mute
heard that audio from somewhere. I thought That's like PTSD, bro. Like, don't do that to me, Kevin. That's uncandid.
The funny part of that is just that it opened even way higher than 75.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Oh no,
That's
dude,
cool,
Josh.
man.
So we
That's
played
awesome.
the Hawk game with all the traders in there, and we had a lot of like we probably had like 30, 40, 50 people that were playing the game with us. Absolutely nobody was close to the open price.
Yeah.
Nobody was
Yeah.
close. So that goes to show you, like nobody had any idea. But I think that goes to what you were saying, Baron. Like it was
Yeah.
just there
It's
was
fictional. It's
yeah
fictional.
yeah
It,
there was
it,
nothing
it
there.
has to be. It had never gone above $10. So someone says, "I think it's worth 3,000." Oh well, I think it's worth $7. Until they met in the middle, until they absolutely agreed, it's stuff. What you say? Yeah,
So
yeah. And literally, you're sitting there until literally everyone fucking, excuse me, everyone agrees to this price, and
Mm-hmm.
and so you're stuck for an
yeah.
hour because no one's agreeing to the price.
Yeah, price and demand, baby, price and demand. So this
Yeah.
is our actual reaction. I mean, I'm so like this was just a moment of the year for me. We
Mhm.
don't know what to do.
And I watched. That was a crazy play, and I gotta say, Josh, I saw it the same time you did. I didn't pull the trigger because I was so scared when it was at 70. So there was a when it opened up at 17, it went up, it went down. I had my finger over the 20-50 share position, but I told myself I'm gonna be real angry if this thing does a false halt up and then drops. I'm gonna be real upset, and I let it go. I let it go. I said, I'm at work. I
Good
can't
job.
even watch this thing. I can't even watch it, even if it did resume. And but when I came back, like literally 3 hours later, I was like, okay, I made a mistake. I made a mistake.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
I should have
No,
rolled that
no,
dice.
no. I mean, look, it's like when they're up that much, they can be insanely irrational. You
Yeah,
didn't make a mistake
yeah,
there.
yeah.
That gut is what saved you over time. So this
Mhm.
reaction has it honestly, Josh, like, yeah, we'll let it speak for itself. Just context here. We had been sitting for hours on Trade the Bulls live stream. Like I literally told Josh, I was telling him, I'm like, I think dude, I'm gonna get fired. I'm not even looking at anything else. I'm not looking at
You're not
anything else.
supposed to be on the stream no more.
Yeah, Trade the Pool's gonna cut the stream. They're gonna be like, these guys, TCG, like, got it, yeah, TCGL.
Right.
I
It
mean,
was hard to look at
I
anything
hopped
else.
in. There was
How
a
are you gonna?
12-hour stream with just the scanner, so I think you're okay.
Yeah, how are you going? How do we look at anything else with TCGL? So yeah, we could hardly get the call-in show going with this TCGL action. But honestly, I mean, the traders loved it. We had so much enthusiasm, excitement, and it came back to us because there want the trade the polls wanting us to do more streams and whatnot. So it came back to us. We had such a fun stream. The context of this is look, we were sitting here for 2 hours. Josh needed a drink, so his wife is making him something, right? Josh, you were getting a water. Okay.
No. Josh, Josh, can I ask real quick? So you got in like 17, what was it? Yeah. We resumed at what? Yeah, 100 shares. When it resumed at 54, did you how many did you sell? I don't I didn't. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hour and 30.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Well, what was also crazy, this is something that I actually would not have predicted, but this happened because of, I guess you could even call it so no one knows why. So no one knows why. It's a technical short squeeze. Everyone knows why. It had never gone that high. But when it dropped down to 50 and we're at market close, the more crazier thing happened is that it didn't drop as like zero. It went from 54 to nearly $500. That is even more crazy than the market time. That's even more crazy. So the fact that it went to all the way up is amazing, but the market closed to when it actually hit the high, that's radical. That's radical because
So it's like it's the middle of the night, almost like.
I was grocery
What
shopping.
the hell even happened? What did this
Oh, you didn't
stock
see
even
that?
do?
Yeah.
You didn't see that? I was talking about this in the Discord. I was like, this is more wild. So
What
my
is
brokerage restricted buying and shorting the stock, by the way, at this point. They were like, listen, you need $1 million in leverage to get 100 shares of this.
Mhm.
We're not going to let you buy just 100 shares of this insane stock and make us bankrupt. But like, I was watching this thing, I was like, literally just
Oh
50
my
shares, even when it was at $50 and they hit nearly 500.
Here's the
You could
live
help.
reaction. The live reaction. This thing
It's
from
crazy.
look. This is an hour and a half time frame. Hour and a half time frame.
Absolute
Here we
insanity,
go.
guys. Absolute
Yo,
insanity.
whatever.
Oh! Oh! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm not gonna film this now. We gotta film some there. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! What? 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 Oh my!
Y'all make it look
Oh my
like gambling. I don't care who says what.
At that point, it is a little bit.
Y'all this is stupid.
100-point mover.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, yeah, because we weren't expecting. Nobody was expecting that gap up. Yeah, that's the reaction you're getting because of that. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
absolutely. Josh, it just opened 70. It's not showing.
Oh, we gotta see that one.
I gotta figure out how to get it.
That's hilarious, bro.
The craziest part is you're like,
that
oh,
was
25
priceless. That was
shares.
so
You're like,
priceless. Any real trader can relate to that moment. Oh my god, I love that, man. That was great.
Dude, that was
listen,
great.
I gotta tell you, man, I felt FOMO for a little bit because we were in the same position where I was like, Oh, it resumed from the hold. It went up to like 20 and then dropped down to 18. And I was like, oh, I missed my entry, so I'm not going to get in. And I felt a lot of FOMO. But I'll tell you what, I feel better than having gone short. Because I've gone short on that play before. I went short on 18 and it has gone up to, what was that? What was that trade? It went up to 120. That was a hurt. That was definitely a hurt.
Yeah.
And the numbers go against you as a short, right? And they work for you as a long. That's the problem when those exponential runs happen. So it's almost better to have that lottery long. And then, like we talked about, the volume. Wait for the volume. Like, what is the volume telling you? Read that volume profile and kind of. But ultimately, it's just oversizing. Everyone oversizes in Pennyland and blows up. That's the whole problem. If you can maintain that discipline and that size.
A couple tickers we were talking about today where I was even in one. I was talking about this on the Discord where, let's see, what was that one I got into late where basically there was no volume, but it went to halts. Everything went to halts today. It didn't matter if it was like
look at ELPW. The things at $3. It went up to 15 today. I know, Josh, this was your winner today too. And look, they will gravitate towards their intrinsic value, but again, it's like Fade said, it's are you oversizing these tickers? If you have the capital and you can undersize them, that's why I think a lot, like we've talked about this, Fades, how if you just like get the $200,000 eval, but trade it like you're on a $25,000.
Yeah, whatever tier, trade it like it's the lower one. That's like one of the main. That's like definitely one of the keys for sure.
Or you could go to a real broker and just trade your money like real money.
Right.
And then start GoFundMes.
Well, it's like with days like this is key, right? Baron, like days like this is textbook where it's like having multiple shops open, right?
Yeah.
Like that one trade was untradeable. Well, you could hop on the prop firm and
again with a real broker, they will restrict you. They'll say like, listen, I'm not going to let you trade a stock with a 10-point gap with the spread. I'm just you have to have $1 million in leverage, which from a risk standpoint, I understand. Like
Right. If you own this broker, you're never letting anybody trade this. Yeah. If you're running this show,
I remember when they did that to GME, and I was so angry that I couldn't buy more. And then now, looking back, I'm like, yeah, of course they didn't let me buy more. Why would they?
Yeah. Right.
Why would they risk their company going bankrupt? Like it takes only 1,000 people to lose $50,000 for your company to be like, listen, we're done here. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's like every 3 or 4 months. QMMM was what? When did I blow up? I feel like that was October.
Oh God. I remember Kevin. We were trying.
I remember that Friday night live stream after
I think you got me like the week after. I was like, listen, I blew up.
I remember taking 5 shares of that thing on the short side, thinking, "Oh, I'm safe here," and lost. I lost $400. $400.
I was 100 deep before you got in. I was 100 deep before you got in.
Oh. Yeah. So what are you laughing about over there?
Oh my God. I'm thinking about QMM.
Kevin, I was 100 deep at 18. It went to 150.
Oh God. Was that your blow up or was it a different one?
That was my blow. That was definitely my blow. That was my blow. I was looking at my savings. I was like, this is all my savings. This is like, I have to tell. I was like, my wife was sleeping. I was like, I have to tell my wife, like, I just lost $6,000 in one trade. That was a huge day. I was like, I don't know if I can ever recover.
That shit hurts, man. It really does.
I'm sorry to hear that. Was that mainly like stuck in a halt or were
Oh
you?
yeah, I couldn't get out. My broker couldn't auto liquidate me when it resumed, and it went higher.
Yeah. Well, look, you could. Yeah.
Trap. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hitting the panic button as hard as I can. And it's like, why do I even have a panic button if it doesn't? What is
the red button?
Where Byron, like he was talking about a nail on the head, right? Like that hard stop. That's where like survival or death happens.
Well,
Like,
this is where
that.
I came up, and Josh, you've been in the game. I've been in the game for a year and 5 months. This is where I came up with a new set of rules where effectively, if anything is like in the teens or tens or fives, it's foreign based. It has little float, meaning the volume can push it up really high, like we've been seeing this week. I'm not shorting this thing into a halt, especially if it's at 52 or 5-year high. If this thing is going to a new high, I don't want to be in this. I don't want to be in the hole.
Especially when you're in the teens and come up to the 20s, and when you get to those teenage years, and Josh is an expert on the teenage years. Oh no, the 35 to 50. That's what I was thinking about because I'm looking at the TCGL, and then of course,
what's that rule?
It's just when you get to 35, Josh has this thing, and it works real consistently. 35, it's oftentimes going to 50, high majority of the time.
Well, yeah. Well, for me, it's like if I just look at the 1 to 5 year, I see this is a foreign exchange for Singapore, right? It's Singapore, it's Thailand, it's the Cayman Islands, or it's Japan, or Chinese. Chinese is a big one. And then you're like, okay, this thing went from 6 to 8 to 9. It's never been at 9. If you're shorting that thing at 9, just all right. Your account's gonna go so negative. I hope you're ready for it. Because it was 10,000 shares that took it to 9, and now it has the market's attention, and 100,000 shares are gonna push it to like 80.
Literally. Yeah, you gotta know your risk. It's like, yeah, know what you're getting in bed with, right? Know what you're dating.
It's always something though. Like I remember, like last year over the summer, it was the crypto treasuries. Every single one of those went from like 2 to 100 to 400. Like
that messed
the
me up
latest
too.
thing.
That short bias messed me up.
It was not SBET. I made a little bit of money on SBET. BMNR last year, I stepped in front of short.
I remember.
I had like there was a few of those last year. Like it was all the crypto treasuries, or it's like surely the second one won't do it.
So the funniest thing, you messed up as a short seller when you say the words, "It's got to come back down."
Yeah.
It'll come down eventually, right?
I felt like, so here's what I gotta say about being long biased is that I see, so I was talking about Relentless Trader, some other folks who They look for the new candle to make a new high and the breakout. And I'm like, that doesn't work. You get rejected too hard in this market. The dips, you need a strong rejection on a high volume like stock, and
problem is,
then
like,
you take a little bit of profit.
yeah, when you're trading that and you're trading that on such a small time frame and so quickly, right? Like, you don't have time to go and look at resistance levels. Like, if you're trying to trade those breakouts, like we were talking earlier, like if they're trying to break or try to trade the breakout of the high of day, I'm like, dude, that's where everyone is set. Like, people
Right,
already
that's where
bought that
liquidity
and are
is.
trying to get back out.
That's
Yeah,
liquidity.
yeah.
Well, we went over that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bull flags are going to be bear flags. Bear flags oftentimes it can be bull flags, especially in the low float manipulated names. So yeah, absolutely right on that. Like, where's liquidity in the small cap space? Because that's where they're after. The big boys know that the small guys have tight stops, so they're always hunting the stops. They know that, like, everyone's looking for those specific patterns, like you said, with the bull flags, bear flags. So they're easy to manipulate those names.
Yeah.
But Mr. Josh, I know you just stepped in here. This has been an awesome live stream. I want you to review your day today before we wrap it up. How did ELPW go, Mr. Josh, for you today?
By the way, Josh, I was the caller who called back in December saying, "How do I stop day trading when I've hit my profit?" And I gotta say, I'm still struggling with it. I still keep.
Oh yeah.
Mhm. Day jobs I had in the past were my current
Aaron
job.
is smarter than us.
Well, wait. Are you asking for my current job? Yeah. Mhm. I was a clerk at a grocery store. Hmm. Oh, I remember that one. 94 point. Yeah, The Rock. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. I love that advice. I love that because for me, it was like, even today, I was up. So I was up 400. I went down to negative 400 after an $800 loss. And I said, all right, let me take a couple more trades. All right, I'm down 300. I'm down 200. I'm down 80. I'm up 50. Let me stop for there. I kept trading, and I was like, all right, I'm up 200. I'm up 300. I'm up 500. I was up 600. I said, I need to stop, but I cannot stop. And I'm like, I have to stop. Mhm. The most. That's hard. That's hard. Yeah, Michael Jordan feels strong. That feels strong. Michael Jordan feels strong. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the hardest thing. That's the hardest thing because there was another ticker after hours where I was like, I didn't trade it, but I was like, I could take like 20, 50 shares here.
The
I
FOMO.
what was the ticker? It
FOMO's
it
real.
went up like $50, I think, even after hours. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Again, I went from positive 400 to negative 400 back up to 400, 600. I was like, at 600, that was where I was like, just stop. Your daily goal is 300. Just like stop. And then I saw a stock, and I was like,
That's too much. It's too much of a swing, man. It's too much of a swing, bro.
Yeah, just
If your
but
goal's
mentally
that
300 and
get
you're
out
was
of
moving
it.
that
so
much,
hard.
you're
It was so
oversized. You
hard
got to
because
be
I saw
honest.
the volume, I saw the momentum. I was like, yeah, just take 20, 50, 100 shares, and boom, 700, 800.
If your profit goal is 300, Baron, you should never be setting yourself up to even lose 400. And that
Yeah,
should already
like
be a
that's
max
something
loss.
like that
That's
Faith
kind
and
of the
I are,
reality
like
when you do the
you
math, you
give
know?
back a percentage of what you've already made on the day. Just
Mm-hmm.
If I tracked and journaled, we actually talked about this back in December. If I tracked and journaled, I'd be like, that sucks. Yeah. Oh, it would say like 200 or something. It would say something crazy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he stays at the court until everyone left, and he'd be the first one there.
And you take minimal. It's minimal. I mean, you're taking
Yeah.
Josh
Figuring
is
out.
so good at. I mean, you'd be surprised. I mean, so Baron 200 trades, and Josh is taking maybe two. You know, but
Mhm.
Josh is laser focused on like it's the trade's coming to me or I'm not taking it. I mean, that's his approach, and he does it very systematically, like the MJ that you guys are
Mhm.
discussing, and does it very well. So as we're wrapping up, guys, I want each of us to just give one piece of advice to the traders out there around the globe. Just one last thing, instill some wisdom into them. I'll start just real quick by saying I think the theme of tonight has been like just make sure you're sizing properly. Discuss that like over leveraging sizing is what kills accounts, and traders get over ambitious in trades, and that's
Yeah.
what kills them. That's what kills their evals, kills their actual funded just their accounts, funded accounts, or their actual live accounts at whatever brokers they're trading at. Just make sure you're trading within your limits, risk appropriately. You may have the right idea, but your time frame might not just be correct. And we'll go over to you, Byron.
I just say like just because something doesn't work, like if something like what you're trading right now doesn't work, just don't necessarily like give up. Like I've tried so many different things, and now I've finally found somewhere like I've had some success. I'm obviously like I'm not, or like I'm going to, I take quite a few trades, and I've had 2 days in the last 2 weeks. I've had 40 trades and 50 trades, and both days have made 10K. So, not necessarily like it's not, you can't trade a lot. Just find what you're good at. If that's scalping and taking a bunch of trades, then that's what you do.
Good work. Yep. Over to you, Baron.
For me, it is going to continue to be a journey of discipline. It's going to be a journey of figuring out the market. It's going to be a journey of understanding where my breaking point is and understanding how to like regulate my own emotions. I feel like I've been in those positions where a stock that you were shorting at $10 went to $115. Regulating your own emotions, settling yourself is still even a challenge for me because I'm like, wow, this is insane. How am I ever going to recover? So we're talking about this idea of like, all right, what's the next step? What do we do? And in a lot of the trades we take, we can't let impulsivity, we can't let our urges or our drives take control. And I struggle with that as much as the next guy, even more so. You know, I got severe combined type ADHD, and I'm just trying to make enough money for my family, and this is a hard game to play. And so I don't have much advice. I'm still working and trying to become a better trader and better person. But I will say that the challenge never ends, but also the growth never ends.
I love that. Very well said. The wise Baron. Mr. FaZe, what you got for us?
I would say utilize the power and just patience and not, forcing things. Always having to be active, like sitting back, waiting. And then, just the boring stuff like systemizing your risk, right? Like actually drawing those lines and sticking to them. How much am I going to risk in a day? What's my profit target? And then protecting your gains, guys. Like that's so key. Like you can only give back so much of the day. So I would recommend setting a rough profit target and then drawing that line in the sand. Like once you get to that point, you have to stop and just reset. But my biggest takeaway is having multiple accounts working, like because it takes away the pressure, right? Like that's been the biggest game changer for me. Psychological, like having multiple different accounts to lean on, where I can draw that line, right? It's not so hard to say, but I want to keep going. It's like, no, this account's done. Reset. Okay, fresh account.
Yeah,
that's been the game changer for me the past couple of weeks. 100%.
You've been living up to that New Year's resolution. Very proud of you. Go and do the same thing. Just get many accounts open and good to go. Josh, we just opened $75. What you got for us? Josh, $75.
Deja vu. Oh man, classic, bro. That's a classic. Mm-hmm.
Oh, if it's Michael Jordan and the Bulls, NBA Jam.
Mhm.
Mm.
Josh, I gotta ask real quick as a psychologist, do you have ADHD? Look, I'm just watching you right now. I'm like, this boy definitely needs a little bit of assessment. You might have a little. I'm just saying, as a psychologist, you might want to get tested a little bit, just a little bit, just a bit, just a little bit. Oh yeah, if you're excited.
Mhm.
Mhm.
It's all right. It's all right, son.
Yeah, we're here
Oh,
for
that's
it,
awesome.
brother.
Yeah, Barron's the psychologist. He's professional. He misses trades because he's supporting other people rather than finding support himself in the market.
Well, no trades are missed here at the Green Team headquarters.
Yeah.
How many animals? I have a cat and a daughter. That's the most I can bear.
No, just cats.
We're all cat people. I
We're
mean,
gonna.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
Yeah, man, it's always fun to chop it up with you guys, but I'm gonna have to get out of here myself as well.
Okay.
I gotta.
Yeah. This has been a great stream. Thank
Yeah.
you guys for tuning in tonight. And of course, everybody, if you missed the stream, make sure to just go rewind, press the rewind button, go
Yeah.
back and watch. A lot of great information shared tonight between the fellas. I mean, the boys, love you guys. I mean, this was amazing. I'm living the dream here. I mean, honestly, when I'm of old age, I'm going to look back and reminisce on these moments, especially this last week with the trading.
Those dying thoughts, you're like,
I know.
GSL.
Yeah,
I know.
That's great, man. That's wild.
These
Good
are the
times.
best. Honestly, like seriously, guys, these are the best times. I appreciate you guys to the end. I mean,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Listen,
For sure.
I made 700 today, 1.3K yesterday. I'm a novice trader who makes the same mistakes all the time. And
that's what I love about this.
Yeah.
We're all an open book. I mean, it's
Right.
but there's
Transparent
nothing.
stuff.
There's nothing to hide. It's like I
Mhm.
make money. There's some days we all have struggles. Everybody has
Yeah.
struggles. Nobody
Yeah.
nobody is prone to just not having any struggles at all in the market. Everybody's got their issues they work through, and so there's nothing to hide here. And I don't want to pretend.
Listen.
And that's what I love about this chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I'm a licensed psychologist. I want to say that the way this, you can even call it an occupation. Like if I was making consistently 500 to 1.5K a day, I would say this is an occupation where that it will age you, will test you. Your nervous system will get ground into this reactive system, so you'll be negative $500. But you have to have knowledge, you have to have a regulatory ability to be able to say, like, I know what I'm doing, and this is going to come back in my favor. And that's a skill set no one develops at elementary, middle school, or high school. No one prepares you for this kind of trading. No one prepares you for this kind of work or
Nothing.
It's
Because
like the question is, yeah, it's like what point can we handle that, right? If $500 down, if we can sit there and stomach that without emotions and still think rationally, and our bankroll and our accounts can handle that, then that's fine. It's like we have to figure out and draw those lines. I think that's the ultimatum, right? It's like what point do you draw that line and say enough's enough? Like, unfortunately, that guy couldn't do that at 50K. I couldn't do that at 20K. It happens quick,
Yeah.
Happens quick.
The only way to survive the only way to survive it is a passion and love for it. That's all I've seen. It's the only thing that's going to sustain your career in trading. If you're chasing the dollar, you're going to lose all your dollars. If you do it because you love it and this is your passion, you will find success. We're here on a Friday night, guys. I mean, we could be sitting down with our families watching whatever, right? We could be hanging out with our wives, spouses, kids, whatever. But this is our passion. We don't like the money's not the focus. It's not the focus, but it becomes the byproduct. I promise you, because I've seen this in the last 10 years, the longevity in this career. If you focus on the process, as cliche as that sounds, The money will be a byproduct of that. Don't think of, oh, I'm down 500 today, the example you provided, but think of the month. Think of the month. Guys, Josh, and I know you saw this too with silver. Look at silver. It's if you're thinking intraday, oh, we're down 40%, but if you think on the month, we're up 9%. You have got to zoom out and think of the big picture. Big picture.
Yeah.
All right. That's anything you guys got?
No, that's Byron. Byron does all the music. Is flawless music.
Oh, he's so good. He's better than what any of us could ever do. But you guys got a last word? Give it to us. Last word to you guys. Whoever wants to give it, then we're gonna wrap it up.
I don't know, man. I think that's about it for me. I gotta get up there. My girl's probably gonna start pitching a fit soon, so I'm gonna have to let you guys go.
Yeah. So my last word would be patient with yourself, and hopefully those around you are patient with you until you're ready to make it.
Oh, that's a whole conversation there, Mr.
Man,
Josh.
come on. We're not ready to go that deep right now.
I know. There's
next weekend. Next weekend, we'll be here, Josh. We'll be here next weekend.
Yeah, well, hey, Josh, let's swing it over to you if you want to next on your stream. I'm happy to do that. Ooh, at the left. Oh yeah, and a lot, let's keep and a lot. Go back and rewatch it. That may not be able to be up till 12 o'clock. So it's a good stream. Yeah, like CR Trader, for example. Let the trades come to you, Josh. Like you said, I've been practicing some of that too, just setting the limits and letting the trades swing my way. Oh yeah, master CR Trader, Mr. Josh. You're good, Waits.
All right, guys. You kicked me out.
I kicked you out, Fades.
All right, guys.
Oh, Fades.
All right, bye, Fades.
I'll see you.
Viv, I love you, Viv. And I didn't hear any pots tonight. You're good. Y'all have a good night. All right,
y'all.
Take care, Fades.
Later.
Hey, Josh, Baron, appreciate you guys, Fades. Take care. Appreciate you guys.
All success. Green team.
All right, I ended it. That's so funny. Hey, Josh. So Viv, Fade's spouse, Viv, she like 6 months ago, we were in a Friday night live stream. And at the very towards the end of it, I just heard all these pots just like she was slamming pots in the kitchen. She was so pissed off. She was we went till right now 12 o'clock. It was 3 hours, and I just started hearing all these fucking pots being thrown in the kitchen. I'm like, what is going on?
Yo,
I could tell Fades right now. He kept looking back. Baron, you probably saw it too.
Yeah.
He just it's like, dude,
listen, man. The patience to be married or with a trader, yeah, it's wild. That's wild. Good for her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. Listen, I have 3 phone calls from my wife currently about how I woke her up laughing and screaming during this. I have to go back to her right now and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Were you sleeping? Oh, my bad. Oh, whoop." Oh my God.
So if you were in your considering if you were in your spouse's shoes, could you be married to a traitor?
No, dude. So
you're like, hell no. That's the first thing that
when that QMMM hit me, I was like, oh, if I was banking, so I was short on QMMM, and I was like, my wife was sleeping. I was like, do I wake her up and be like, baby, I just lost $6,000. I'm still. Yeah, man. I was like, I didn't even know what to say. I was like, I'm not even like, if I was 1,000 shares, I'd be like, yeah, I'm clearly messed up. But I was like 100 shares. I'm like, I'm not sure how much. Like, do I wake her up and shake her? I'm scared. I don't know what I'm 1,000. So our savings account isn't a savings account anymore.
What's her reaction?
Wait, what was her reaction to that?
Yeah, to the QMMM. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't say shit. I got out
No,
of
I didn't
that.
say shit. I just made her breakfast.
I didn't say shit, and I said, "I'll take another 1,000. I'm gonna put this back in, and then we're just not gonna talk about this until tax season."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you can deduct up to 3, so yeah, you're good.
Oh, I'm a decade behind, so we're gonna be all right. Yeah.
Oh God, so much. Yeah. Hey,
For me, it's right now. We'll do the one-on-one where I'm like 300 to 500 a day. I'm for a year that takes me beyond break even. And today I made 600. Yesterday I made 1,300. The day before I made 900. The day before that I made over 1,000. Like, you know,
you may be over trading a bit though. You know, I mean,
yeah.
But you're aware.
Yeah. I did track. I just track. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. 100%. I've even noticed it for myself. Like I even see it where I was like, I'm on the 1 minute chart. I say, if I wait 4 minutes on the 1 minute chart, that's when I can see the spike back up if I go long. That's yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah, yeah. Again, it's again. I just want to average 300 bucks a day, and today was
So think about the
700.
risk. So think about the risk more than the profit. I'll say that. Look, because
Yeah.
you can wipe out your whole year with a QMMM TCGL,
Oh,
and you
yeah.
saw that with the mechanic. I'm just looking to make he was probably just looking to make $300 a day for his family.
Oh, yeah.
So just focus risk. Like, don't focus profit. That just understand amateurs focus profit, professional traders focus risk. So when you enter trades, just know you're a great trader and you know the right approach, but you have got to consider what the risk is when entering the trade. That's it. I mean, that solves your problem. I promise you, because you've proven like a large success. You just got to consider the risk.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying with the money thing. All right, so when we see the oh god, what was the one of the top volume gainers? So a lot of these stocks, especially if they're American, they're like sub $1. They might go up to $1.40, maybe 1.49, but they're not going to 9. And some of the dollar stocks that are like $3, that's where the risk management comes key, because it's like, all right, if this goes to 6 or this goes to 9, you can't manage.
And then if you stop out, don't revisit. I think Josh and I were alluding to that, where like because we've gone through the pain before to know this. Like, the only way you learn it is in the drawdown. So Josh and I have this rule where it's like, okay, we take 2 losses on a ticker. You have got to just do what you can to not even look at it. Just avoid that ticker entirely, because because essentially what you're doing at that point is you're holding and hoping.
Yeah.
But
100%.
like, okay, you're stopping out, but you keep re-entering it. So you re-enter it 10 times. That is holding and hoping. You just keep re-entering it. Yeah. So you gotta have a max loss rule on it. But man, this has been awesome. Josh, we'll do it on we'll throw it your way next week. I know Trade the Pool wants us to do more streams, and they were asking about today too, which
Kevin, when are we gonna get that free account so I can show them what's up?
I can hook you up. Just call in on Thursday, and then I'll hook you up with the free 5K eval. Yeah, call in on Thursday.
And then I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna blow them out, and then literally blow my account the same day. But no, I'll call in. You know, I've called in before, and I appreciate the insight from both of you, because, you know, even from a psychological standpoint, it's still hard. And that's the thing I want to speak to. It's like, man, I cannot even, as a psychologist, be able to temper myself enough to say, all right, here's my limit, here's my max. But you all have a expertise and a specialty
have seen everything. Like, there's nothing I haven't seen. That's my expertise. I wouldn't like. It's not like I'm out here saying I've made millions and millions of dollars. What I can say is I've seen absolutely everything, and I to the point where until you see the next thing, like DCGL, but over the last 10 years, I've pretty much seen everything, and so I know I'm a good coach and really can help traders out in relation to that.
Can I ask Kevin? Have you seen, like, there was so many halts today? I called it yesterday. I said, listen.
No, it's edge erosion. I mean, it's literally edge erosion, like Crow says in chat all the time. I have not. The halts today were a blessing for TTP, because when the halts open up, like, you're able to, the spread opens up as well. So the bid and ask are open for a little bit of time, maybe dissimilar to DOS or Sterling. So you're able to capitalize on taking positions or taking them off. But yeah, as far as ELPW goes, I think if you're trading that at Oceans like you were, or maybe even CMEG, like you probably, like, from halt to halt, you're unable to even get out of the position. And in which case, yeah, you're screwed. But ELPW, no, I like this kind of price action today. Honestly, like FaZe and I used to say there was this reclaim theme in small caps that have been going on, where Josh and I talk about the 50% reclaim, how we short that often. It works out most of the time. Well, apparently there's edge erosion as far as that goes, because every the ELPW went from 2 to 1 and back up through 2 all the way up to 15. So there's certainly there's heavy shorts have gotten crowded to the point where that edge is where shorts can just add into oblivion and get rewarded for it is no longer happening. I said there's like, I've mentioned to Josh in the chat that there's been essentially like a cleansing of shorts. Like if you're complacent and short in any of these tickers, you're
Yeah.
ruined. You're ruined.
Yeah.
You're absolutely ruined.
100%.
You
100%.
cannot have the idea that I'm short this ticker. I know where it's going end of day,
No.
and just size into
Especially
oblivion.
not after yesterday. Not after yesterday, where
Yeah.
I was like, listen, nobody short nothing. I said yesterday in the Discord, I was like, don't nobody short nothing you're not familiar with that you can't predict. If you short anything you're unfamiliar with, you're in
Yeah.
trouble.
Yeah. That was TCGL was one for the books. I mean, the stream was unbelievable with Josh.
Yeah.
I mean
And then
that was feast or famine for the shorts because that thing opened up 50 points higher. It was unbelievable.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get to ask you during the stream. Do you have any FOMO, knowing if you knew
Look
that
at
it
this
went
being
to
AI.
like $400, like it went even higher?
Oh, I doubt that
Yeah.
for Josh.
Yeah.
Look at this BNI chart, Josh. We've been focused on that this whole week. It happened after hours. I was short. Dude, look, I was short this day where it cracked, but it didn't happen until fucking after hours. Oh my god, it was fucking annoying. But yeah. Mm.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh.
Mm.
Mm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. It's very cyclical. It's very like, listen, you might have missed this play. Give it like 3 months.
Oh.
The theme's gonna hit. Yeah. 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 Mhm.
Yeah.
No. No.
Good work, guys. Yeah, same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate both of you
Oh yeah.
deeply.
Oh. Yeah. I'm all in. Let's do it. Good. Have a good night, guys. Appreciate you both.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do less than 100. And so you would have to pay $200 just to maybe take 5 shares.
Yeah. And that's why you go to trade the pool.
There it is.
Here it is. It came back. It made its way. It's all the way back, baby.
Speaking of trade the pool, look, this has been one of our best Friday night live streams. I absolutely love this. Great conversations here. It's been a while. You can tell we got a itch we want to scratch here, and we've had amazing conversations. Hopefully, chats learn from it. Bothy had a nice trade on SNDK. Got 10 points out of it. Let's go. Patience, spelled with PAY. Good work there. But speaking of trade the pool, there's somebody in the wings, guys, that I think all of you are very familiar with. We had quite the moment yesterday together on Trade the Pool's live stream, trading some of this action as far as TCGL went. None other than Mr. Josh Smith, AK-47. Some of you may know him. AK, what's going on?
There it is.
You doing all right?
Oh, am I doing all right? Are you? Hey, this is about you. Are you sober?
We'll
Not
go
quite.
23% sober for Michael Jordan.
Look,
Not a lot, but just a little bit.
Oh, don't yeah. So I saw your trading day. We were messaging, and you looked like you were doing all right. ELPW, how'd your trading day go?
Yeah, I mean, it was monster. I mean, like yesterday with TCGL, you get these momentum plays. Like again, I've been trading since 2017, 2018, and I got used to this crazy 2020 that we had. So I came up with my halt strategy, and I learned how to. I would literally say how many halt plays we had in 2020. It was phenomenal. So you got to learn how to trade them and how they reacted. You have to remember this stuff though. It's how the stock market. We have these trend shifts, right? How they go back and forth, and so. Oh boy, here we go.
Oh, no. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm trying to pull that up.
Oh, he forgot to mute that. He forgot to
I know
mute
that
it.
audio from somewhere. I thought Josh was talking.
My heart literally just started racing again, bro.
It's like PTSD, bro.
Yes.
Don't do that to me, Kevin. That's uncanny.
Oh man.
The funny part of that is just that it opened even way higher than 75.
And that's what's crazy because I went back and I've watched it many a times. And I'm like, it's crazy you said that, and yeah, it gapped up even further. So that was nuts because the first reaction when we go from 29 to 50, I'm still out of my seat, like bonkers reaction, like wow. I literally, and Kevin even said it. He was like, "You thought I was frozen?" Like I thought he was because I was like, "What's going on? Is he frozen?" Like, he was straight, like, "What just happened?"
Yeah.
We totally lost our heads when we saw it go from 50 to like that was like we've seen these plays before. We all have, right? But to see that gap up and be in it and have someone be a part of it while we're streaming live.
Oh no, dude,
cool,
Josh,
man.
we played the Hawk game with all the traders in there, and we had a lot of we probably had like 30, 40, 50 people that were playing the game with us. Absolutely nobody was close to the open price.
Yeah.
Nobody was close. So that goes to show you, like nobody had any idea. But I think that goes to what you were saying, Baron. Like it was just there was
It's fictional. It's fictional.
Yeah,
it has to be. It had never gone above $10. So someone says, "I think it's worth $3,000." Oh well, I think it's worth $7. Until they met in the middle, until they absolutely agreed.
It's a car lot.
Still,
yeah, it's like you're at a car lot. I want it for $5,000. No, I'll buy it for $2,000. No, I want it for $7,000.
Yeah, and literally, you're sitting there until literally everyone agrees to this price.
Yep. That's what happens.
And so you're stuck for an hour because no one's agreeing to the price.
Yeah. Price and demand, baby. Price and demand. So this is our actual reaction. I mean, I'm so like this was just a moment of the year for me.
I love how we both freak out. We laugh. We don't know what to do, and then we both leave our seats almost simultaneously.
That was a crazy play, and I gotta say, Josh, I saw it the same time you did. I didn't pull the trigger because I was so scared when it was at 7. So there was when it opened up at 17, it went up, it went down. I had my finger over the 20-50 share position, but I told myself I'm gonna be real angry if this thing does a false halt up and then drops. I'm gonna be real upset, and I let it go. I said, I'm at work. I can't even watch this thing. I can't even watch it, even if it did resume. But when I came back, like literally 3 hours later, I was like, okay, I made a mistake. I made a mistake.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
No. I mean, look, it's like when they're up that much, they can be insanely irrational. You didn't make a mistake there. That gut is what saved you over time. So this reaction honestly, Josh, we'll let it speak for itself. Just context here. We had been sitting for hours on Trading the Bulls live stream. I literally told Josh, I was telling him, I'm like, I think I'm gonna get fired. I'm not even looking at anything else. I'm not looking.
You're not supposed to be on the stream no more.
Yeah, Trade the Pool's gonna cut the stream. They're gonna be like, these guys, TCG, like, got it, TCG.
Right.
I mean,
it was hard to look at anything else.
There was a 12-hour stream with just the scanner, so I think you're okay.
Yeah, how do we look at anything else with TCGL? Right. So, we could hardly get the call-in show going with this TCGL action. But honestly, I mean, the traders loved it. We had so much enthusiasm, excitement, and it really it came back to us because there want the trade the polls wanting us to do more streams and whatnot. So it came back to us. We had such a fun stream. The context of this is, look, we were sitting here for 2 hours. Josh needed a drink, so his wife is making him something, right? Josh, you were getting a water.
It was the dog. I was telling her, hey, I'm in a trade. I'm still waiting for it to open. I'll be a minute. And this guy.
Josh,
and then this guy.
Josh, can I ask real quick? So you got in like 17 what was it?
1768. Yeah, I remember. Yep.
It resumed at what?
Just 100 shares.
Yeah, 100 shares. When it resumed at 54, did you how many did you sell?
What I do typically is any trade I'm ever in, if it works in my favor right away, I always want to go half out if it's not. But when it is working in my favor, I go quarter. So if I was in 100 shares, so as soon as I got filled, it halted up. I put in 25 to get filled. I'm going to market it out. Of course, you have to market out on these. So as soon as it was going up to 20, whatever, I got out 25. As soon as it went up to 23, whatever, I got out 25. It went then raced up to 25, and I was telling Kevin on the live stream, I'm like, I'm not getting out. This is going to go up for more. This is going to 30 now. And so then when it went up literally to 29 something-ish, it halted up again. I got out 25. So now I'm only in 25 shares. So now I'm going to scale out 5 at a time. And so when it halted up, we're waiting forever. When it halted up at 50 plus, I was like, listen, and I did. That's what every new high and every new low when I short, when I get in a good position, every new low I get, I'll just take some. So boom, 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 new low of day, I'll take some. Like in these plays, every time it halts up, goes into a halt up. I don't know, like you know, bro, like we all know, it's gonna halt up, and I can see it's hitting the LULD. So I'm gonna scale. I'm gonna hit my sell button because like you don't know if it's actually gonna gap down after that. It's gonna halt down after that. So that's why I want to hit every new high because like okay, it's about to halt up again. I can see that. Let me hit some. See, when I hit that 50, I was already out 75 of the 100 shares. And I can't remember. I have to go back and look at like Kevin said, you've got to make a, print that and put it on your refrigerator and look at it every day. Scaled out so beautifully. But I've taught this. Go ahead.
What was also crazy, this is something that I actually would not have predicted, but this happened because of, I guess you could even call it so no one knows why. It's a technical short squeeze. Everyone knows why. It had never gone that high. Yeah. But when it dropped down to 50 and we're at market close, the more crazier thing happened is that it didn't drop as like zero. It went from 54 to nearly $500. That is even more crazy than the market time. That's even more crazy. So the fact that it went to all the way up is amazing, but the market closed to when it actually hit the high, that's radical. That's radical because
it's the middle of the night. Almost like
I was grocery shopping.
What even happened? What did this
you didn't see that?
Do?
Yeah.
You didn't see that? I was talking about this in the Discord. I was like, this is more wild. So my brokerage restricted buying and shorting this stock, by the way, at this point. They were like, listen, you need $1 million in leverage to get 100 shares of this. Mm-hmm. We're not going to let you buy just 100 shares of this insane stock and make us bankrupt. But like, I was watching this thing. I was like, literally just 50 shares, even when it was at $50 and they hit nearly 500.
Here's the live reaction. This thing.
Watch the gap up. The gap up.
Look, this is an hour and a half time frame.
Absolute insanity. Absolute insanity.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm not gonna film this now. We gotta feel something there. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! What? Oh my!
Y'all make it look like gambling. I don't care who says what.
At that point, it is a little bit.
Y'all got some stupid.
100-point mover.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, yeah, because we weren't expecting. Nobody was expecting that gap up. Yeah, that's the reaction you're getting because of that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, and go back to Lion King. Oh man, that was to see that gap up and be a part of it. It was in.
Josh, it just opened 70. It's not showing.
Oh yeah,
we gotta see that one.
Oh yeah,
I gotta figure out how to get it.
Gotta get that one.
That's hilarious.
I will say, just so I'm not kidding you guys. That was like I've never. Even my mom watched that, and she was like, "I haven't seen you run that fast. I don't think ever."
The craziest part is you're like,
priceless. That was so priceless. Any real trader can relate to that moment. Oh my god, I love that, man. That was great.
Dude, that was
Listen,
great.
I gotta tell you, man, I felt FOMO for a little bit because we were in the same position where I was like, oh, it resumed from the hold. It went up to like 20 and then dropped down to 18. And I was like, oh, I missed my entry, so I'm not gonna get in. And I felt a lot of FOMO. But I'll tell you what, I feel better than having gone short. Because I've gone short on that play before. I went short on 18 and it has gone up to what was that? What was that trade? It went up to 120.
Mm-hmm.
That was a hurt. That was definitely a hurt.
Yeah.
And the numbers go against you as a short, right? And they work for you as a long. That's the problem when those exponential runs happen. So it's almost better to have that lottery long. And then, like we talked about, the volume. Wait for the volume. Like, what is the volume telling you? Read that volume profile and kind of. But ultimately, it's just oversizing. Everyone oversizes in Pennyland and blows up. That's the whole problem. If you can maintain that discipline and that size.
A couple tickers we were talking about today where I was even in one. I was talking about this on the Discord where, let's see, what was that one I got into late where basically there was no volume, but it went to halts. Everything went to halts today. It didn't matter if it was like
look at ELPW. The things at $3. It went up to 15 today. I know, Josh, this was your winner today too. And look, they will gravitate towards their intrinsic value, but again, it's like Fade said, it's are you oversizing these tickers? Right. If you have the capital and you can undersize them, that's why I think a lot, like we've talked about this, Fades, how if you just like get the $200,000 eval, but trade it like you're on a $25,000. You know,
whatever tier, trade it like it's the lower one. That's like one of the main. That's like definitely one of the keys for sure.
Or you could go to a real broker and just trade your money like real money.
Right.
And then start GoFundMes.
Well, it's like with days like this, it's key, right? Baron, like days like this is textbook where it's like having multiple shops open, right?
Yeah.
Like that one trade was untradeable. Well, you could hop on the prop firm and
again with a real broker, they will restrict you. They'll say like, listen, I'm not going to let you trade a stock with a 10-point gap with the spread. I'm just you have to have $1 million in leverage, which from a risk standpoint, I understand. Like I'm.
Right. If you own this broker, you're never letting anybody trade this. Yeah. If you're running this show,
I remember when they did that to GME, and I was so angry that I couldn't buy more. And then now, looking back, I'm like, yeah, of course they didn't let me buy more. Why would they?
Yeah.
Right. Why would they risk their company going bankrupt? Like it takes only 1,000 people to lose $50,000 for your company to be like, listen, we're done here.
And that's why these companies, what you see, like it's crazy how many 52-week low reverse split plays we've seen over the last 6 months, because that's exactly all these low stock, low cap, small cap tickers are doing. And that's where we get these parts from. So it's really cool to see how long does it last. Just guys let you know. Trend, I say, no longer lasts till a year. So probably we'll get this maybe till September. Of course, we got the QMs and yada, yada, yada in September. This burst over the last week is 2020-esque, but it will last for a little bit longer, but yeah, enjoy while you got it. Take advantage. Note it, like, and we'll say, which I know Kevin Avery talks about all the time. With Money Mitch talks about this. Put the pedal to the metal. This is the time right now where you're seeing these bursts. So when you see these crazy supernova plays, this is the time to take advantage. This
It's
is
like every 3 or 4
Yeah.
months. QMMM was what? When did I blow up? I feel like that
September.
was
September.
Oh God. I remember Kevin. We were
I
trading
remember
that.
that. I remember that Friday night live
QMMM
stream after
took like
QMMM.
5 shares.
Oh,
I think you got me like the week after. I was like, listen,
yeah.
I blew up.
I remember taking 5 shares of that thing on the short side, thinking, "Oh, I'm safe. I'm safe here," and
So
lost
Kev,
four. I lost
looking back on it,
$400.
Kevin,
$400.
I
lost
was
on 5 shares.
100 deep before you got in. I was 100 deep before you got in on the lower.
Yeah. So what are you laughing about over there?
Oh my God. I'm thinking about QMM.
Kevin,
Oh my
I was
God.
100 deep at 18. It went to 150.
Was that your blow up or was it a different one?
That was my blow. That was definitely my blow. That was my blow. I was looking at my savings. I was like, this is all my savings. This is like, I have to tell. I was like, my wife was sleeping. I was like, I have to tell my wife, like, I just lost $6,000 in one trade. That was a huge day. I was like, I don't know if I can ever recover.
That shit hurts, man. It really
I'm
does.
sorry to hear that. Was that mainly like stuck in a halt or were you?
Oh yeah, I couldn't get out. My broker couldn't auto liquidate me when it resumed, and it went higher.
Yeah. Well, look,
essentially, TCGL, like that's what I could. Essentially, that's what that was on QMs. It was like it would immediately go live and burst into a halt up, and you couldn't get out. It wouldn't liquidate you. So that's like with the TCGL. How many shorts got annihilated because they would try to get and it would just go and they're like, I'm trying to get out and it's not letting me. And
I'm hitting the panic button as hard as I can. And it's like, why do I even have a panic button if it doesn't work?
The red button.
Where Byron, like he was talking about a nail on the head, right? Like that hard stop. That's where like survival or death happens.
Well,
like,
this is where I came up, and Josh, you've been in the game. I've been in the game for a year and 5 months. This is where I came up with a new set of rules where effectively, if anything is like in the teens or tens or fives, it's foreign based. It has little float, meaning the volume can push it up really high, like we've been seeing this week.
Yep.
I'm not shorting this thing into a halt, especially if it's at 52 or 5-year high. If this thing is going to a new high, I don't want to be in this. I don't want to be in the hole.
Especially when you're in the teens and come up to the 20s, and when you get to those teenage years, and Josh is
Kevin, real quickly, what's my rule?
The 35 to 50. That's what I was thinking about because I'm looking at the TCGL, and then of course,
what's that rule?
Same thing. It's just when you get to 35, Josh has this thing, and it works real consistently. 35, it's oftentimes going to 50, high majority of the time.
Yeah, just like TCGL. Like when you're saying when you haven't had these stocks go in these areas for a while, when they go to 20, they go to 25. If they hit over 25, they hit 30. If they hit 35, they hit 35. It's a $5 over 20. But once they hit over 35, they'll hit 50. But they may not hit 50. They may say TCGL and go where you've seen. And so I love that. But that's what you were just saying. We're like, oh, they haven't been in this area for a while. And that's true. And that makes them blow.
For me, it's like if I just look at the 1 to 5 year, I see this is a foreign exchange for Singapore, right? It's Singapore, it's Thailand, it's the Cayman Islands, or it's Japan or Chinese.
Chinese for sure. A lot of time Chinese for sure.
And then you're like, okay, this thing went from 6 to 8 to 9. It's never been at 9. If you're shorting that thing at 9, just all right. Your account's gonna go so negative. I hope you're ready for it. Because it was 10,000 shares that took it to 9, and now it has the market's attention, and 100,000 shares are going to push it to like 80.
Literally. Yeah, you got to know your risk. It's like, know what you're getting in bed with, right? Know what you're dating.
It's always something though. Like I remember, like last year over the summer, it was the crypto treasuries. Every single one of those went from like 2 to 100 to 400. Like
that
it's
messed
the
me up
latest
too.
thing.
That
Yeah,
messed
I
me up
got.
too.
I think
That short bias messed me up.
it was not SBET. I made a little bit of money on SBET. BMNR last year. I stepped in front of short.
I remember that
I
one.
had like there was a few of those last year. Like it was all the crypto treasuries, or it's like surely the second one won't do it.
The funniest thing, you messed up as a short seller when you say the words, "It's got to come back down."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that
It'll
early
come down
on.
eventually, right?
Yeah. I was long biased early on. I'm like, oh, here's a breakout. Here's a breakout. Oh no, it's going now. All right, no. And yeah, everything was just like getting in.
I felt like, so here's what I gotta say about being long biased is that I was talking about Relentless Trader, some other folks who they look for the new candle to make a new high and the breakout, and I'm like, that doesn't work. You get rejected too hard in this market. The dips, you need a strong rejection on a high volume like stock, and then you take a little bit of profit.
Yeah, when you're trading that and you're trading that on such a small time frame and so quickly, right? Like you don't have time to go and look at resistance levels. Like if you're trying to trade those breakouts, like we were talking earlier, like if they're trying to break or try to trade the breakout of the high of day, I'm like, dude, that's where everyone is set. Like people already bought that and are trying to get back out.
Well, we went over that earlier. Yeah. Bull flags are going to be bear flags. Bear flags oftentimes it can be bull flags, especially in the low float manipulated names. So yeah, absolutely right on that. Like, where's liquidity in the small cap space? Because that's where they're after. The big boys know that the small guys have tight stops, so they're always hunting the stops. They know that like everyone's looking for those specific patterns, like you said with the bull flags, bear flags. So they're easy to manipulate those names. But Mr. Josh, I know you just stepped in here. This has been an awesome live stream. I want you to review your day today before we wrap it up. How did ELPW go, Mr. Josh, for you today?
By the way, Josh, I was the caller who called back in December saying, how do I stop day trading when I've hit my profit? And I gotta say, I'm still struggling with it.
So, okay, we'll go to that real quickly. So let's treat this. Okay, I'm gonna treat this as a one-on-one. What have you had as a day job in your past? I've worked at Rent-A-Center as a fucking delivery driver. It sucked ass. I can go cart boy, back in high school. So tell me some day jobs you've had.
Day jobs I had in the past or my current job?
Is smarter.
Yeah. We're gonna get real right now. Let's do it. We're gonna do it one-on-one. I do
one-on-one. Wait. Are you asking for my current job?
No. Like, how many day jobs? Like, okay, you've had a day job in your past. What was it? Tell me what you've had and how much you made there, and what was it? Let's talk about it. I love it.
I was a clerk at a grocery store.
There we go. Love it. Not making much, I bet. I worked minimum wage as I graduated college. My dad was a morning show host. That's why all these platinum albums you see behind me. My dad was a morning show. These are my albums. My dad was a morning show host. So I went to broadcast journalism, went to talk about sports. I then worked for Cumulus Media, ESPN, worked overnights in Dallas. I then had to work for Rent-A-Center, and then even for Dallas or Cumulus Media at first, I made minimum wage. This is 2015. It sucked to know that I graduated college and had to make minimum wage, and then had to work for Rent-A-Center, and then work for Fogo de Show as a waiter, and then I did Uber and Lyft when it first started, 2015, 16, and so it hit me hard to go. I had to work a lot, my ass off to work. Like my wife was then became a regional manager. Look it up, Hollywood Feed. It's a great holistic pet food store. That's why I have 14 dogs, 20 animals. But anyway, so I looked up to her. I'm like, man, she worked her ass off. I'm like, I need to work my ass off, and I'm working my ass off, but I'm getting nowhere. So I would realize what I made, which wasn't much, even though I was working my ass off. Even at Fogo, I made good money at Fogo as a waiter, right? But it's Fogo to Show. It's anyway. So when I got into stock trading, when I would make $200 or $300 in a trade, I would go, holy mother, no offense, I know the live stream, holy and shit, because I'm gonna say shit, but holy shit, I just made how much in a trade? And building in Michael Jordan, the best basketball player by far. It doesn't matter who you want to say. Michael Jordan's the GOAT. I started building in this mentality of this is what you need, Joshua Allen Smith. You need $100 plays. You need $200 plays. Wayne Gretzky says you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And I wouldn't take a lot of trades. And so I had to define this over trading and not trading because I was scared to trade. And then when I would trade, I'd over trade. And I realized, Josh, you just need 1 or 2 trades a day. Imagine if you just had a $200 trade here, a $200 trade there, $300 trade there, maximum, and had a great minimum risk reward ratio of 2 to 1, even better. And so your losses are 30, your losses are 60, your losses are 70, but your wins are 160, your wins are 1 or 2. You know, it's a great 2 to 1 ratio. And so I started realizing, like, listen, you don't need to trade all day. I also then did, on top of the fact, tracking and journaling, and I realized I wasn't good all day long. I just wasn't. Most people aren't. Most traders are not. They have an edge somewhere. And I realized my edge was right around market open with an hour or two after that, and said, hey, listen, my dad was the morning show host. Joshua Allen Smith, you went to school to be a morning show host, to work from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. just like your father did, and then have the rest of the day off. Why don't you do that? Get up, analyze stocks from 6 to about 8, and that's my time locally, Central Time. Then you trade from 8 into the opening bell, and then you work till 10 a.m. and you're done for the day. And then eventually, which I wanted to do because I actually looked into consulting. My dad was, again, back to that, morning show host. He was a local place here in Arkansas. That the guy owned 2 radio stations. He worked for Texas Instruments back in the day, so he had a lot of money working for TI. And he owned 2, look it up, 94.1 The Rock. And then it's 94.1, I should say 94.
Oh, I remember that one. 94. Yeah, The Rock.
Point blank, these consultants would come in and make 6 figures in a week. And I'm like, Josh, how about you learn to trade stocks and then be a consultant, which I do now, and do one-on-one. So now I have this plan. I'm like, Josh, do a plan to work with it. That's cool. So I worked Michael Jordan, yada, yada, in my mindset. I'm like, listen, you trade this amount of time. You work with other people this amount of time. Build your schedule like you did with school. What did you do from kindergarten through 12th grade into college? You went to school at this time. You did homework at this time. You had fun at this time. Build your schedule, and the results will come to you. So for you, back to you, Baron, find where you're best at, right? And then learn to say, Baron, I'm just not that great at these times or these levels or these price ranges or whatever, and move on. So that's what I did. And you've got to be really like I looked at my trade. So back to you guys losing, like the most I would talk about it up earlier. The most I lost in a trade, which is still back then, I had a $3,000 account. I lost about $1,100 holding and hoping on a halt up play. Regardless, after that, I looked myself in the mirror and I was like, bro, this isn't it. Like, if you're going to be Michael Jordan, if you're going to be John Elway, if you're going to be all these Transformers, then Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and all these icons you looked up to as a kid, they're disciplined. They always won in these episodes, or Michael Jordan or John Elway, for a reason. You find your reason in the stock market and stick to it every single day, and you will be successful. And back to you. So when you find these times of, you're going to have this emotion, and I tell traders this, like, get to this. You're going to trade your green. Oh, I got to take it. I feel the bag. I just got to take it green. Take it, but don't take all of it. Take 70%, take 80%, take 90%, and leave a runner and learn how to scale out. And so for you, my friend, when you have that feeling of, I'm green, I want more, you've got your green. You don't need more. You need something else to fulfill that time in life. And I honor and challenge you to find something else to say, listen, I love stock trading so much, but I need to find something else when I'm green. Or like me and Kevin have a 2-loss ratio of I've lost 2 in a row. It's just not my day in a way. I need to blacklist today. I need to move on. I don't know what it is I found that edge in with me, but find that edge in with you and challenge yourself of saying, I need to move away when I need to move away. Like the old song, need to hold when to hold them, know when to fold them. I'm so talking like that.
Yeah. I love that advice. I love that because for me, it was like, even today, I was up. So I was up 400. I went down to negative 400 after an $800 loss. And I said, all right, let me take a couple more trades. All right, I'm down 300. I'm down 200. I'm down 80. I'm up 50. Let me stop for there. I kept trading. And I was like, all right, I'm up 200, I'm up 300, I'm up 500. I was up 600. I said, I need to stop, but I cannot stop. And I'm like, I have to stop.
Okay, I'll go back to this, back to the one-on-ones, because it's me and you right now, Baron. Who is your icon? Who did you grow up admiring the most?
The most? The most? That's hard. That's hard.
Yeah. I'll go my dad or Michael Jordan for me.
Yeah, Michael Jordan feels strong. That feels strong. Michael Jordan feels strong.
And even if go what, and I always like the old school wristbands, I should say. What would Jesus do? WWJD, right? What would MJ do? And you got to go. MJ got back. He's like, hey, we're down 20 in the game. I got us back to 5 and the game's over. I'm up $50. I'm up 5. Stop. Leave.
Yeah. And that's the hardest thing. That's the hardest thing, because there was another ticker after hours where I was like, I didn't trade it, but I was like, I could take like 20, 50 shares here. What was the ticker? It went up like $50, I think, even.
And here's the thing what I did to myself. You have to challenge yourself. So if you have this, essentially what I tell people, like this kind of bad habit, right? Of I smoke 2 packs, I want to get down to 1 or 2 cigarettes a day, whatever, right? Or whatever it is. You have this bad habit. Challenge yourself. Go every day when I have this issue come up, I've got to think to my head, go, nope, I've smoked 17 cigarettes today. What do I do?
Again, I went from positive 400 to negative 400 back up to 400, 600. I was like, at 600, that was where I was like, stop. Your daily goal is 300. Just like stop. And then I saw a stock, I was like,
That's why you close it up. That's why you go.
That's too much.
When you have that
too much of a swing, man. It's too much of a swing, bro.
Yeah, just
your goal is 300, and you're moving that much,
hard.
you're oversized. You gotta be honest.
I saw the volume, I saw the momentum. I was like, yeah, just take 20, 50, 100 shares, and boom, 700, 800.
If your profit goal is 300, Baron, you should never be setting yourself up to even lose 400. And that should already be a
that's
back
something like.
That's kind of the reality when you do the math.
You give back a percentage of what you've already made on the day.
And that's the thing, Baron. Baron, do you track and journal your trades? Do you track and journal every day?
If I tracked and journaled, we actually talked about this back in December. If I tracked and journaled, I'd be like, that sucks.
Yeah. How many? Okay, and that's the thing. Then I go to with. I bring up all my questions to ask my first one-on-one, which we're going through a lot of them. How many trades do you take in a day?
Oh, it would say like 200 or something.
Woo!
It would say something crazy.
Yeah. So, and that's where I get down with an old goofy, like, hey, 5 packs, 6 packs, 7 packs a day, whatever. You've got to, and I promise you, and I wish T-Web, where's T-Web right now? Is T-Web still listening? T-Web, I know it was the last one to comment before me. That was unfortunately, T-Web is still around. I just did one-on-ones with him, and we just started, and he was like, man, I'm so glad you had me started doing this. And I'm like, I told you, like, you have to hold yourself accountable. Go back to Michael Jordan. We have that already, kind of in common. What would MJ do? Like he was like, oh, I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm doing. I'm gonna go to listen. What does MJ do? He would back down people.
He stays at the court until everyone left, and he was the first one there.
Planned and just systematic. So you have to be that way. Like I have to do the same thing every day, and if I'm doing this every day, I've got to tone this down to where I know I can notice it and figure it out. And that's what I just noticed with most traders. Literally, I'm not kidding you. It's 500 plus. I've done keeping count of how many singularity one-on-ones I've done with people across the globe. But that is one of their keys. I'm like, if you would just go back and track and journal and chart plays every day. So trade 3 to 5, literally just 3 to 5 times a day. Figure out what your edge is. Because back to the very first seminar I ever did, 2022, back in Miami, and I'll never forget this last round. You look at Day Trade Professor, Umar Ashraf. These guys have hundreds and thousands, millions of followers. I can't believe I was part of the group, but I was a presenter there, and we did Q&A at the very end. One of the questions was, so if you could go back in time, what was the one thing you thought you didn't think you were struggle with that you did struggle with? And I literally was just telling a lot of my one-on-ones what this is. I'm like, oh my God, I already know the answer. What trader are you going to be? A third baseman? You're going to be a center fielder? You're going to be a left fielder? You're going to be a catcher? You're going to be a pitcher? You can be a first baseman. You're going to be a point guard. You're going to be a shooting guard. You're going to be a center. You're going to be a quarterback. You're going to be a fucking left guard. You're going to be a cornerback. You're going to be a safety. Who are you on the team? You've got to figure that out because you can't do everything. You can do one thing really good and maybe have a couple of things that you do good. You got to think about that. You're not going to be Steph Curry, LeBron James either. So just make the team and figure out, are you going to be a shooting guard? Are you going to be a forward? Or are you going to be a center? And that's where you can find your niche. You can rinse and repeat that every day. Like me, what Kevin can tell you, I'm a great bounce trader. I love bounce trades. It's my forte. Or these crazy halt plays. But it's
and you take minimal. It's minimal. I mean, you're taking Josh is so good at. I mean, you'd be surprised. I mean, so Baron 200 trades and Josh is taking maybe 2. You know, but Josh is laser focused on like it's the trade's coming to me or I'm not taking it. I mean, that's his approach, and he does it very systematically, like the MJ that you guys are discussing, and does it very well. So as we're wrapping up, guys, I want each of us to just give one piece of advice to the traders out there around the globe. Just one last thing, instill some wisdom into them. I'll start just real quick by saying I think the theme of tonight has been like just make sure you're sizing properly. We each discussed that, like over leveraging sizing is what kills accounts, and traders get over ambitious in trades, and that's what kills them. That's what kills their evals, kills their actual funded just their accounts, funded accounts, or their actual live accounts at whatever brokers they're trading at. Just make sure you're trading within your limits, risk appropriately. You may have the right idea, but your time frame might not just be correct. We'll go over to you, Byron.
I just say like, just because something doesn't work, like if something like what you're trading right now doesn't work, just don't necessarily like give up. Like I've tried so many different things, and now I've finally found somewhere like I've had some success. I'm obviously like I'm not, or like I trade I take quite a few trades, and I've had 2 days in the last 2 weeks. I've had 40 trades and 50 trades, and both days have made 10K. So, not necessarily like it's not, you can't trade a lot. Just find what you're good at. If that's scalping and taking a bunch of trades, then that's what you do.
Good work. Yep. Over to you, Baron.
For me, it is going to continue to be a journey of discipline. It's going to be a journey of figuring out the market. It's going to be a journey of understanding where my breaking point is and understanding how to like regulate my own emotions. I feel like I've been in those positions where a stock that you were shorting at $10 went to $115. Regulating your own emotions, settling yourself is still even a challenge for me because I'm like, wow, this is insane. How am I ever going to recover? So we're talking about this idea of like, all right, what's the next step? What do we do? And in a lot of the trades we take, we can't let impulsivity, we can't let our urges or our drives take control. And I struggle with that as much as the next guy, even more so. You know, I got severe combined type ADHD, and I'm just trying to make enough money for my family, and this is a hard game to play. And so I don't have much advice. I'm still working and trying to become a better trader and better person. But I will say that the challenge never ends, but also the growth never ends.
I love that. Very well said. The wise Baron. Mr. FaZe, what you got for us?
I would say utilize the power and just patience and not, forcing things, always having to be active, like sitting back, waiting. And then, just the boring stuff like systemizing your risk, right? Like actually drawing those lines and sticking to them. How much am I going to risk in a day? What's my profit target? And then protecting your gains, guys. Like that's so key. Like you can only get back so much of the day. So I would recommend setting a rough profit target and then drawing that line in the sand. Like once you get to that point, you have to stop and just reset. But my biggest takeaway is having multiple accounts working, like because it takes away the pressure, right? Like that's been the biggest game changer for me. Psychological, like having multiple different accounts to lean on where I can draw that line, right? It's not so hard to say, but I want to keep going. It's like, no, this account's done. Reset. Okay. Fresh account.
Yeah.
That's been the game changer for me the past couple of weeks. 100%.
You've been living up to that New Year's resolution. Very proud of you. Go and do the same thing. Just get many accounts open and good to go. Josh, we just opened $75. What you got for us?
No, that was seriously like I'm like, I'm going out. We're really like, I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna tell you, I'm like, I'm going out. I'm going this way, and I'm like,
Josh, $75.
I'm like,
deja vu.
I mean, I'm like literally looking where I trade the pool is at. I'm like, and I realized it's so I'm like, you motherfucker.
Oh man, classic, bro. That's a classic.
Oh, it was epic on Thursday, and this is what we get recently. So just for small cap traders out there, I would imagine there's no way we don't get something similar next week. We're in this hot phase, even yes, with earnings. Small caps always run their own clock. Yes, it seems like sometimes there's similarities where, oh my gosh, JP and FOMC and earnings and small caps are slow. Yeah, there may be that coincidence, but it's a coincidence. Small caps run on their own clock. You're seeing it right now. Earnings reports are going out. Small caps are going even crazier. We saw that today with ELPW. Secondly, real quickly, who you guys got on NBA Jam over here? Who we got, guys? Who we got? So let's go.
It's Michael Jordan and the Bulls. NBA Jam.
Let's go. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. I would do that, but then we'd be playing on. Oh man, I'll play. But and then secondly, real quickly, guys, chart, track, journal, like I just talked about, every single day. Try to go back over your trades. Go back over what you're doing day in, day out. Chart. Go. Okay. I have so many traders and they love this. I'm like, you may have traded ABC. There are 3 tickers. Oh, I missed this one. Oh, I missed that one. Oh, that ran today. Go back and chart it. I know recently we have a lot of halting plays, so there's not a lot of good charts to build up. But every day, if you go back and chart, you go back and put lines in. Where's support? Where's resistance? Where was support and resistance for the day? Go back to past chart history and go, oh, I want to put lines in here and here and here because of 1 year, 1 day, or the 4-hour time frame, whatever you use. And I call those forever lines. So essentially at the end of the day, it's a painted picture. Bob Ross has painted you a picture in after hours, right? This stock move, this stock move, this stock move. Go back and chart it for the day. 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, whatever time frame you like the best, and put support, resistance, trend lines down, trend lines in. The main thing is support and resistance lines. Then go back to the 1 year, 1 day, or the 4-hour time frame, and then put lines in as well. Like, I see resistance there, I see resistance there, support, and then zoom back in for the day and go, oh, whoa. I had a line at 350 for the day's support and literally have a line at 347 for past chart history. That's called a forever line. Leave it in. It's a pivot point. So for you and small cap traders, or you guys for large cap traders, do this every single day. I said I want to be one of the best charters ever. I've got a guy up right now, literally, he had a 950K Roth IRA that he built up to over $5 million on my morning alert levels. If you learn how to trade levels, team, you can bank. It's about charting. It's about journaling. It's about tracking. If you do this every single day, I promise you, you can then go play some NBA Jam with your boys like us every single night. But anyway, I just want to bring that up. But it's some NBA Jam. Well, yeah, we got to go. I got big head mode on over there. Look at the big head mode real quickly. Look at the big head mode. We got the big head mode.
Josh, I got to ask real quick as a psychologist, do you have ADHD?
Oh, whoopsies. I might. I've never been tested for it, but I might. I don't know.
Look, I'm just watching you right now. I'm like, this boy definitely needs a little bit of assessment.
I smoke weed. I mean, I've been smoking, which I love. I'm a very marijuana proponent. Like we have our legal card here in Arkansas. We have that in Arkansas. So I've always said this. Look at Robert Felton. Robert Felton was a third-team All-American for the Arkansas Razorbacks back in 2007 or 8, somewhere around there. But he was All-American for the Arkansas Razorbacks for offensive linemen. And back then, a lot of those guys, what they do, they get an injury, they get prescribed or whatever. Even to this day, they're prescribed whatever pills. And Robert Felton was at a party one night. We're partying, he's drinking, we're smoking, and he's writing a paper. He went to school for criminal justice. And from that moment on, and I did smoke back then, but I'm like, man, I realized this. He was like, man, this is fucked up. All they do is prescribe. Oh, again, sorry with the FW, but they prescribe us pills, right? And I realized that. Why would you prescribe someone a pill that was made some lab somewhere out in the middle of nowhere? You don't know where these pills are made from that you're taking, Xanax, yada, 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 versus why don't I have marijuana that's actually a plant that's grown in like, it just made the most sense to me. And so that's what calms me down. And so whatever helps you to calm you down, please don't be, hopefully it's something like that that's actually natural, in my opinion. CBD, THC. I've been a big proponent for this for the longest of time. And I think it's huge for a lot of people to be able to calm down and relax. I've never been tested. No. I guarantee you I've got something.
I'm just saying, as a psychologist, you might want to get tested a little bit.
Hey,
Just a little bit.
Oh, no. I love it, man. I
A little
love
bit.
it. I love where I'm at right now. And that's the thing, too. What I tell most traders or most humans, find where you're happy at. This is my happy point. Yeah. So this is
If
the
you're
happy
excited.
Oh, God. Kevin, how often am I excited? All the time. And that's why traders love my energy. Like, I love that too. Like, I'm just me. This is me. You're like, this guy is like, yeah, but no, that's just me all the time. I want people to be happy. I grew up loving Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I love Optimus Prime. I love John Elway, Michael Jordan. I have all these. My MacGyver. I'm watching little MacGyvers on my TV and living. Like, you're watching MacGyver, that dude from the 80s. Yeah, I love positivity. And I tell traders this all the time because I had this in my early career early on. You would enter a trade and go, oh, no, it's going to get. You would bring up what? Negativity right away. And I realized that in my trades. I'm like, Josh, as soon as you enter trades or enter trades you like, you have this negative energy. Why do you want that your trading journey? If you have some sort of positive energy, it just helps you and you don't stress as much. So I wreak that and rage upon that with traders. Stop with the whole negativity. I can't do this, or the market's out to get me, or I put the stops are out to get me. No, have a positive energy in your trading, and I'll promise you it will result to positivity in your trading too.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for my ADHD, and I have tons of energy, and
it's all right. It's all right, son.
We're here for it, brother.
Awesome. No, Barron's the psychologist. He's professional. He misses trades because he's supporting other people rather than finding support himself in the market.
No trades are missed here at the Green Team headquarters.
Yeah.
Okay, so Baron, how many animals you got over there?
How many animals?
Yeah, we gotta get some support animals for Baron.
I have a cat and a daughter. That's the
Oh,
most
a
I can
daughter!
bear.
I want a daughter so bad. I know, of course, Kevin's got some kiddos. Hold on, Fade, you got kids?
No, just cats.
Just cats.
We're all cat people.
Yeah, I know, right? We have 2 cats too, so yeah, I feel it. Yeah, so that's awesome.
This is awesome.
Got the animal love going on. See, that's us with the animals. But yeah, no, I know I've got a ton of energy. So
yeah, man, it's always fun to chop it up with you guys. But I'm gonna have to get out of here myself as well.
Okay.
Yeah. This has been a great stream. Thank
Yeah.
you guys for tuning in tonight. And of course, everybody, if you missed the stream, make sure to just go rewind, press the rewind button, go back and watch. A lot of great information shared tonight between the fellas. I mean, the boys, love you guys. I mean, this was amazing. I'm living the dream here. I mean, honestly, when I'm of old age, I'm going to look back and reminisce on these moments, especially this last week with the trading.
Those dying thoughts. You're like,
I know. I know.
That's great, man. That's wild.
These are the best times. Honestly, like seriously, guys, these are the best times. I appreciate you guys to the
we
end.
have to do this every Friday. We have to start doing this every Friday, whether I host it, you hosted, Kevin. So these are great. I know a lot of traders they have that like wallflower, just want to listen to us and get the feedback. And they just feel like, oh, I've been through that. Oh, I did that too. Or I felt that too. Like whether Baron said something, I said something, Fate said all of us said something. So I love doing these.
Listen, I made 700 today, 1.3K yesterday. I'm a novice trader who makes the same mistakes all the time. And
that's what I love about this. We're all an open book. I mean,
right.
But there's nothing to hide. It's like I make money. There's some days we all have struggles. Everybody has struggles. Nobody is prone to just not having any struggles at all in the market. Everybody's got their issues they work through, and so there's nothing to hide here. I don't want to pretend, and that's what I love about this chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I'm a licensed psychologist. And I want to say that the way this, you can even call it an occupation. Like if I was making consistently 500 to 1.5K a day, I would say this is an occupation where it will age you, will test you. Your nervous system will get ground into this reactive system, so you'll be negative $500. But you have to have knowledge, you have to have a regulatory ability to be able to say, like, I know what I'm doing, and this is
Yeah.
going to come back in my favor. And that's a skill set no one develops in elementary, middle school, or high school. No one prepares you for this kind of trading. No one prepares you for this kind of work or
Nothing.
It's
Because
like
here,
the question is, yeah, it's like what point can we handle that, right? If $500 down, if we can sit there and stomach that without emotions and still think rationally, and our bankroll and our accounts can handle that, then
Yeah.
that's fine. It's like we have to figure out and draw those lines. I think that's the ultimatum, right? It's like what point do you draw that line and say enough's enough? Like,
Yeah. Well,
unfortunately, that guy couldn't do that at 50K. I couldn't do that at 20K. It happens quick,
Yeah.
Happens quick.
The only way to survive it. Sorry, is the only way to survive it is a passion and love for it. That's all I've seen. It's the only thing that's going to sustain your career in trading. If you're chasing the dollar, you're going to lose all your dollars. If you do it because you love it and this is your passion, you will find success. We're here on a Friday night, guys. I mean, we could be sitting down with our families watching whatever, right? We could be hanging out with our wives, spouses, kids, whatever, but this is our passion. We don't like the money's not the focus. It's not the focus, but it becomes the byproduct. I promise you, because I've seen this in the last 10 years, the longevity in this career. If you focus on the process, as cliche as that sounds, the money will be a byproduct of that. Don't think of, I'm down 500 today, the example you provided, but think of the month. Think of the month, guys. Josh, and I know you saw this too with silver. Look at silver. It's if you're thinking intraday, we're down 40%, but if you think on the month, we're up 9%.
Right.
You have got to zoom out and think of the
big picture.
Big
picture.
All right, that's
anything you guys got? Back to our stock trading album, and I want all of you guys involved. It's the big picture. We're gonna sing a song. I want a stock trading album, and we're all gonna be involved one day. Big picture sounds.
No, that's Byron. Byron does all the music. Is flawless music.
Oh, he's so good. He's better than what any of us could ever do. But you guys got a last word? Give it to us. Last word to you guys. Whoever wants to give it, then we're gonna wrap it up.
I don't know, man. I think that's about it for me. I gotta get up there. My girl's probably gonna start pitching a fit soon, so I'm gonna have to let you guys go.
Yeah. So my last word would be patient with yourself, and hopefully those around you are patient with you until you're ready to make it.
Oh, that's a whole conversation there, Mr.
Man,
Josh.
Come on. We're not ready to go that deep right now.
I know. There's
My bad. You asked
next stream, next weekend. Next weekend, we'll be here, Josh. We'll be here next weekend.
Yeah, hey, Josh, let's swing it over to you if you want to next on your stream. I'm happy to do that.
Regardless, that'll be my last thing. Let's keep this going on Friday night. 100%. And then even what Baron was saying, be a stock sniper. That was a big term when I first started 2015, 16, 17. Wait for the trades to come to you. Be patient. If you're going to be a sniper and you want to kill the stock market, wait for trades to come to you. And let's get this going every Friday night. Traders love this. Hearing from other traders like us. So let's keep it rolling, boys.
And a lot, let's keep and a lot. Go back and rewatch it. That may not be able to be up till 12 o'clock. So it's a good stream. Like CR Trader, for example. Let the trades come to you, Josh. Like you said, I've been practicing some of that too. Just setting the limits and letting the trades swing my way.
Well, and again, like I said the other day, you know who taught him, right? You know who his
master CR Trader,
Mr. Sassa Sensei. I was the one that, I'll never forget him coming to me back in April of last year, 2020. Well, I can't say last year. It was actually 2 years ago, but March to April 2024, because he booked some one-on-ones, took some time off, said, hey, are these still good? I was like, yeah, they're still good. And he's one of those traders that I did one-on-ones with where you want to see them like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing. And yeah, within a year and a half, he's like made $1 million.
I kicked you out, Fades. Oh, Fades.
All right, bye, Fades.
Fading out.
Viv, I love you, Viv. And I didn't hear any pots tonight. You're good. You're good. Y'all have a good night. All right. Take
Y'all
care,
have a
Fades.
good one.
Hey, Josh, Baron, appreciate you guys, Fades. Take care.
On today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping, the Navy's only oiler out in the Middle East has been damaged. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So, the sole U.S. Navy oiler, USNS, U.S. naval ship, Bighorn, out in the Middle East. This is one of 14 Kaiser-class oilers operated by the U.S. Navy's Military Sealift Command. This is an agency that crews vessels for the U.S. Navy. About 1 out of every 5 ships in the Navy have merchant mariners on board. Was involved in either an elision or a grounding that has damaged at least one of the ship's rudders, led to flooding of the after steering compartment. The ship is perfectly safe. It's anchored off the coast of Oman. The compartment has been dewatered. There's no reported oil spill. However, this is the oiler that was providing fuel for the Lincoln Strike Group. Now, while the Abraham Lincoln is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, its planes and its escort vessels require the Bighorn to provide them with fuel and jet fuel for all their operations. We're going to take a look at this incident and, more importantly, put this into context. What does it mean for a carrier strike group out forward deployed to lose its oiler? If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. So USNS Bighorn was showcased by Military Sealift Command